Chapter 1. Around 3 p.m. on March 27, 1991. Chicago, the training facility of the Bulls. General Manager Jerry Krause entered and beckoned Michael Jordan, who was in the midst of a shooting drill, to step aside. "Michael, are you aware of the star point guard from the UCLA basketball team, known as Iron Fist, who also plays hockey?" After clinching the championship last night, Iron Fist announced his intention to enter both the NBA and NHL drafts. 57 matchups, 46 knockouts, 11 knockdowns. The most formidable enforcer in the NCAA over the past 2 years. Iron Fist the Butcher? With a cold snort, Jordan replied, "That guy deliberately instigated a brawl during the semifinals, causing our main scorer from North Carolina to be ejected. Then he went on to knock out our enforcer, Brolon. The morale of the Bears soared, ultimately leading to our elimination. How could I possibly not know him?" Jerry Krause said earnestly, "He's a tough competitor, a solid fighter. I intend to use our first-round 26th pick to select him, to make him your protector." Really? For the first time, Jordan felt a sense of appreciation for the rotund Krause. He finally understood the necessity of securing a fighter for him. He wasn't particularly fond of Iron Fist, for that guy, much like his arch-nemesis, the smiling assassin, perpetually wore a smile that belied a ferocious nature. Seeing Iron Fist was akin to encountering the smiling assassin. In Detroit, Pistons general manager Jack McCloskey pondered the draft strategy for the year. The Pistons were not in great shape this season, currently positioned third in the Eastern Conference, but the team's roster had aged significantly, and injuries plagued them. Crucially, following their back-to-back championships, the team had lost its edge, making it time to infuse new talent. He picked up a draft report from his desk and opened the first page. Static attributes S grade. Height 185 centimeters, weight 95 kilograms, wingspan 200 centimeters, hand length 24 centimeters, hand width 28 centimeters, standing reach 248.5 centimeters. Dynamic attributes B grade. 100 meters in 11.1 seconds, 34 sprinting 22.86 meters in 3.38 seconds, vertical leap of 73 centimeters, broad jump of 85 centimeters, running reach of 333.1 centimeters, bench press max of 28 reps at 185 pounds. Scout assessment B grade. Overall physical quality A, defense A, offense C, playmaking B, shooting B, ball handling A, strength B, penetration B, vision C, passing B. Upper body strength is excessive, and the weight is substantial. If he were to lose some weight while simultaneously enhancing his lower body strength, his athleticism could improve significantly. Although the overall evaluation is only B grade, he is merely 19 years old, and both his athleticism and skills have room for improvement. Coupled with his S grade static attributes and elite defensive capabilities, he represents a player with developmental potential, and a second-round pick simply won't suffice. What's most exciting is that upon seeing him, one is reminded of the great Isaiah Thomas Courageous. Resilient, fierce, they truly share a remarkable resemblance. In Los Angeles, around 9 a.m., at a street-side CF, a middle-aged Caucasian man sipped his coffee while occasionally glancing outside. At that moment, a remarkably fit, broad-shouldered young man with a buzz cut entered, greeting the waiter with a warm and composed smile, his gaze resolute. "Hey, Joe, over here," the middle-aged man called out, rising to wave. "Hey, Roger." Waving back, Joe Quan smiled as he approached. Roger Phillips was the sports agent he had just signed with, and the two were meeting to discuss the draft. "Roger." Before they began their discussion, Joe Quan emphasized one point. If chosen in the first round of the NBA draft, he would join the NBA. However, if selected in the second round, he would commit to the NHL. He had no qualms about entering the NHL, as several teams had already reached out, hoping he would participate in this year's NHL draft. Yet, he preferred basketball, yearning to join the NBA. As in hockey, he was merely an enforcer, primarily tasked with fighting, which offered little future prospects. Of course, he was self-aware his athletic gifts were not particularly exceptional. He lacked speed and vertical leap, and with a height of only 185 centimeters, he was relegated to playing point guard. However, in that position, his court vision was inadequate. Poor vision hindered his passing ability, ultimately resulting in average playmaking skills. Inadequate vision was not solely a height issue, while being taller provides a better vantage point. Vision is not exclusively determined by height. It is a composite quality formed by innate talent and acquired ability. Talent encompasses spatial imagination, rapid memory capability, and height. Ability includes anticipation, game experience, understanding of teammates, and grasp of tactics. Each of these 7 attributes is indispensable, yet he lacked spatial imagination, a significant shortcoming for a point guard. Upon hearing Zhou Quan set the tone, Phillips did not oppose. He recognized that his player, while appearing gentle on the surface, harbored a contrasting inner strength, was quite opinionated, and possessed a formidable presence. Direct opposition could easily lead to conflict. He merely inquired, "Zhou, do you have any plans for your development?" Zhou Quan had already contemplated his future and replied, "First, I will establish myself through defense, then enhance my offensive skills." Phillips nodded. This year's NBA draft is merely a mediocre one. Given your current defensive capabilities, combined with decent playmaking skills, I believe a later first-round pick is entirely feasible. Zhou Quan smiled. In the past 2 years, due to my role as an enforcer, I have focused on strengthening my upper body. My lower body strength is lacking. I plan to engage in targeted strength training upon entering the NBA to reduce weight in my upper body while enhancing my lower body strength, which will improve both my speed and jumping ability. Phillips grinned. "Zhou, your shoulders measure 52 centimeters, allowing you to carry more muscle while maintaining significant strength and size advantages. If you can also enhance your speed and jumping ability, once your offensive skills mature, I believe you can evolve into an attacking point guard." "Yes, that's precisely my plan," Zhou Quan replied with a smile. With a larger physique and shorter stature, his muscle mass was considerable, granting him considerable strength advantages. Not only in the NCAA, but even in the NBA, he could dominate the entire backcourt. Even against small forwards, as long as they weren't particularly powerful, he could hold his own, and he could even withstand lighter interior players. In late April, the NBA's 19909-1 regular season concluded, and the playoffs commenced. Zhou Quan had garnered a modest reputation in the NCAA, receiving numerous workout invitations from both NHL and NBA teams. His first stop was the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers, where Magic Johnson was aging, and the Lakers sought a successor. However, the results of his workout were less than favorable, with Magic Johnson's illustrious legacy overshadowing. The management, including owner Jerry Buss and general manager Jerry West, failed to take notice of him. Next, he went to the NHL's Los Angeles Kings, where management promised him they would select him in the second round and assured him a minimum entry-level contract of at least $300,000 per year. This was a commendable promise. The NHL draft consisted of 7 rounds, and a second-round pick was quite prestigious. Moreover, NHL entry-level contract had a ceiling. Even the first overall pick could only receive a maximum of $420,000, making the Kings' offer of $300,000 quite sincere. Following this, he continued his workouts in various cities, such as San Francisco, Chicago, Miami, Philadelphia, and New York, auditioning for teams from both leagues in each city. Agent Roger Phillips hoped he could play in a major city, thus selecting training teams from larger urban areas. He assisted Zhou Quan in declining an invitation from the Detroit Pistons, as that notorious NBA villain team did not suit Zhou Quan, and the Pistons only had a second-round pick. While Zhou Quan was busy with workouts, Michael Jordan led the Bulls to a first-round sweep of Patrick Ewing's Knicks, then eliminated Charles Barkley's Philadelphia 76ers 41 in the second round, advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. The once-dominant Bad Boys had lost their edge, narrowly defeating the Hawks 32 in the first round and struggling to overcome the Celtics 42 in the second round, setting the stage for a rematch with their rivals, the Bulls, in the Eastern Conference Finals. This time, Jordan unleashed his prowess, sweeping the Pistons and avenging past grievances, reaching the NBA Finals for the first time in 7 years. The league's notorious villains, the Pistons, crumbled, and Jordan emerged as a warrior who had slain a dragon, becoming the league's most radiant superstar, officially ascending to the pinnacle of the NBA as the black and white icons retired and aged. In the West, Magic Johnson led the Lakers to the NBA Finals. Ultimately, Jordan triumphed over Magic Johnson 41, lifting his first championship trophy. Believe me, this is no mere coincidence, it marks the dawn of an era. Jordan, cradling the championship trophy in his left hand and the finals MVP award in his right, spoke tearfully to the media. As the day turned to June 27th, the NBA draft commenced. The Golden State Warriors select, with the 17th pick of the first round, UCLA student from China, Zhou Quan. David Stern's voice resonated around 9:30. Damn it, the Warriors have Tim Hardaway, why would they draft another point guard? The Bulls' general manager, Krause, felt a surge of frustration as the player he had coveted was snatched away, fearing that if he failed to deliver on his promise to Jordan, the increasingly irate star would unleash his wrath upon him. Zhou, playing in Oakland is a splendid outcome. Being close to the large Chinese community in San Francisco will afford you a degree of recognition in the Bay Area. Congratulations, Roge Phillip exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. Thank you. Zhou Quan smiled, embracing his agent, and donned the Warriors' cap handed to him by a staff member as he stepped onto the stage. Zhou, welcome to the NBA. David Stern warmly greeted him after the embrace. I am equally honored to join the NBA, Zhou Quan replied with a smile. However, an hour later, as the draft concluded and trades unfolded, his smile faded. He dejectedly removed the Warriors' cap from his head, crumpling it in his grasp. Roge Phillip calmly reassured him, Zhou, going to Detroit isn't so bad. The Pistons, while not in great shape, have their merits. Yet, he found himself at a loss for further comfort. The Pistons were viewed as the league's villains, and Zhou Quan's association with them, given his reputation as a fierce enforcer in the NCAA, would likely brand him as a troublemaker, potentially reducing his future prospects. Compared to the Warriors, the Pistons did not seem a favorable choice. Hello, young man. I am Jack McCloskey, the general manager of the Pistons. A slightly portly older gentleman approached with a smile, extending his hand to Zhou Quan. Hello, sir. Despite his earlier gloom, Zhou Quan quickly composed himself, returning the smile as he shook Jack's hand. Jack McCloskey beamed. I had a prior agreement with the Warriors. They essentially selected you on our behalf. Is that so? I am honored. Zhou Quan chuckled awkwardly, recalling how he had turned down the Pistons during tryouts. You seem quite persistent, sir. Jack McCloskey, exuding confidence, replied, I have faith in you. Zhou, your character aligns perfectly with the Pistons. You will be a fresh addition to the Bad Boys. At this, Zhou Quan shook his head, smiling yet resolute. Sir, I believe you do not truly understand me. Although I may be an enforcer on the hockey rink, it does not mean I am a bad boy, nor will I ever become one. Thus, I am joining the Detroit Pistons, not the Bad Boys. Jack McCloskey paused, staring at Zhou Quan for several seconds before nodding. Very well, you are the bravest knight, not a bad boy. I misspoke. He continued, however, Zhou, we Pistons embrace diversity. We have our share of bad boys like Laimbeer and Rodman. Yet we also have Joe Dumars, the first recipient of the NBA's Sportsmanship Award. Zhou Quan nodded in agreement. Joe Dumars is a good man, a rare gem amongst the bad boys, deserving of respect. However, I am not him. Jack McCloskey's expression turned quizzical. He struggled to comprehend Zhou Quan's sentiments, surprised that a 60-something man could not grasp the perspective of a 19-year-old. It was evident that this young man possessed strong convictions. Their initial dialogue concluded, and Roge Phillip began discussing matters with McCloskey. He sought to ascertain the Pistons' stance on Zhou Quan, including contract details and his potential role within the team, such as playing time, ball possession, and developmental focus. Otherwise, he would advise Zhou Quan to reject the Pistons and the NBA altogether. McCloskey understood that Zhou Quan was not entirely committed to the NBA. The NHL draft was imminent, and he needed to demonstrate sincerity to secure a contract with Zhou Quan. While McCloskey had crafted the Bad Boys, only Isaiah Thomas was truly gifted, and Joe Dumars had only moderate talent. The rest were merely cast-offs from other teams. Yet, he had managed to lead the Pistons to consecutive championships with this ensemble. Zhou Quan may not have been the most exceptionally talented player, but McCloskey recognized qualities in him as character, willpower, and playing style that made him particularly suited for the Pistons, prompting him to make certain commitments. In terms of team status, Zhou Quan has directly secured a position within the crucial rotation, serving as the primary backup to the enigmatic assassin, Thomas, while also fulfilling the role of a secondary shooting guard. During his rookie season, his playing time is expected to range between 25 to 30 minutes. Should he exhibit commendable performance, he may ascend to a starting position in the event of injuries among the backcourt players. Regarding contractual matters, he is prepared to propose a lengthy 8-year rookie contract, commencing with a starting salary of $12 million, increasing by $15,000 annually. Although the initial 5 years may not be particularly remarkable, it is assuredly competitive enough to rank among the top 10 picks of the first round. Crucially, a longer contract signifies the team's greater valuation of him, with compensation likely surpassing Zhou Quan's draft position. The sincerity conveyed in both remuneration and contract terms is substantial. He is keen to prevent Zhou Quan from abandoning the Pistons in favor of the NHL. Zhou's prospects appear promising. Rogers Phillip expressed his satisfaction with the contract, noting that the current salary standards in the NBA indeed exceed those of the NHL by a considerable margin. This contract is more than double the maximum entry-level agreement for an NHL first overall pick. While the Pistons may not be performing exceptionally, the contract reflects genuine intent. He remarked, "Mr. McCluskey, this contract demonstrates the Pistons' commitment to us. Let us discuss the details post-NHL draft." "Very well," McCluskey replied with a broad smile and a nod. Zhou Quan's draft did not garner much attention domestically, as the current NBA holds little influence in China, with even the media refraining from coverage. On July 6th, during the NHL draft day, Zhou Quan was selected in the second round by the Los Angeles Kings. On July 27th, he and his agent, Phillip, traveled to Detroit to sign a rookie contract. The 3-1 contract totals $7.3 million, with a starting salary of $1.35 million, followed by $1.65 million in the second year, $1.95 million in the third year, and $2.35 million in the fourth year, with a player option for the final year. After dining with his agent, Zhou Quan made a phone call at 8:30 p.m., likely after his father had arrived at work. He hails from Hunan, and his family comprises a half-urban household. His father, Zhou Jiangwo, is an ordinary civil servant in CS City, while his mother, Lin Yufan, is a homemaker from a rural background. With both grandparents having passed away, he has a younger brother and sister. During his studies abroad, he had borrowed from every relative and friend, creating significant financial strain, which was a primary reason for his participation in the ice hockey team. "Dad, I've signed a contract. Just wanted to let you know," he said. "Really? You've signed?" Zhou Jiangwo expressed some regret over his son's decision to interrupt his education for a career in professional sports. Nonetheless, he unwaveringly supported his son's choice, just as he had when Zhou Quan wished to study in the United States, where he sold everything to provide support. "Dad, please tell Mom when you get home. Also, I'll be sending money back in a few months when I receive my salary. You should let Mom know not to be too frugal. She should buy more delicious food," Zhou Quan added. Zhou Jiangwo hurriedly replied, "Zhou Quan, our family is doing well for now. It's not easy for you out there. Save the money you earn for yourself. Your father is here to support the family." Zhou Quan smiled and said, "Dad, my contract is decent. After deducting taxes and living expenses, if I manage my finances wisely, I should be able to save tens of thousands of dollars by the end of the year." Zhou Jiangwo nearly bit his tongue in surprise and quickly halted, glancing at a few colleagues in the office who were occasionally casting sidelong glances in his direction. He hastily whispered, "Zhou Quan, you must be joking, right? Could I possibly deceive you?" Zhou Quan chuckled in response. "No, that can't be true, can it?" Zhou Jiangwo still found it difficult to believe that his monthly salary, along with various allowances, amounted to merely 300 to 400 yuan. Meanwhile, his son was poised to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. It was beyond his comprehension that playing basketball could yield millions of yuan annually. "Dad, otherwise, why would I interrupt my studies?" Zhou Quan chuckled. Zhou Jiangwo's mind was momentarily chaotic as he said, "Then I won't be polite with you, Dad. From now on, the tuition fees for Xiaojun and Xiaoya's university will be your responsibility as their older brother. You should also give your mother some money to show her respect." "All right. I understand, Dad," Zhou Quan quickly replied. "Let us leave it at that for now. It's not appropriate to talk too much during work hours," Zhou Jiangwo added. "I'll hang up first, Dad. Please take care of your health, both you and Mom. I need to train hard this holiday. I want to have time to come home. I'll visit you next summer." "All right, Xiaoqi, take good care of yourself out there." "Got it, Dad. Now I'll hang up." The following morning, the agent, Phillip, had arranged a rental for Zhou Quan in Detroit, and by noon, he moved in with his luggage. Detroit had become suburbanized, and the living environment in the suburbs was ideal. The house he rented was in a middle-class neighborhood on the outskirts. A two-story row house covering 165 square meters, with a 75-square-meter garden behind it, costing $650 per month. With the current average monthly income in Detroit being around $2,000, the rent was still quite steep. Although housing in the city's slums was inexpensive, the area was chaotic. And given that Detroit is one of the cities with the highest crime rates in America, it was unsafe for an Asian to live there. Renting a house, acquiring essential furniture and daily necessities, purchasing a gun and a car, along with training expenses, all required funds. However, he only had a little over $6,000 saved from the past 2 years, which was far from sufficient. Therefore, he took the Pistons contract to a bank to apply for a $30,000 loan. 2 months swiftly passed, and on the morning of October 5th, Zhou Quan arrived at headquarters driving a second-hand Ford pickup. As he stepped out of the vehicle, a virtual screen suddenly appeared before him. The basketball system has been installed. It will officially activate during the host's first NBA regular season game. What on earth is this? He felt a bit dazed but quickly regained his composure and began to examine this so-called basketball system. Host, Zhou Quan. Date of birth, March 6, 1972. Height, 185 centimeters, barefoot, wingspan, 200 centimeters, palm length and width, 28 centimeters, weight, 95 kilograms. Profession, NBA player. Position, point guard. Attributes, injury resistance 85, max 99. Strength 86, stamina 90, speed 88, vertical leap 88, agility 90, spatial awareness 71, neural reaction speed 90, mental fortitude 99, memory 90. Skills, vision, basic panoramic vision. Basic anticipation vision, anticipation 72, ball sense 90, ball handling 90, passing 80, shooting 85, free throw 90, 2.85, 3.80, drive 82, organization 75, offense 75, face-up 70, back to basket 80, defense 90, on-ball 92, help defense 88, steal 80, tactical ability 90, game experience 60. There was additional information on shooting and driving techniques, but he did not delve into it. The initial data seemed to align closely with his own situation, suggesting that the system's information was highly credible. However, time was of the essence. He composed himself, reported to human resources, and then proceeded to the finance and logistics departments to handle various matters. In the logistics department, he chose the number 1 jersey that had been used by the Brown Bears. Luckily, the Pistons had no one wearing that number. Isaiah, as you know, I have selected a promising young player who resembles you. I need you to mentor him. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? General Manager McCloskey summoned Isaiah Thomas from the training facility's locker room. Upon hearing this, the smile on the smiling assassin Thomas's face vanished, replaced by a chill in his heart. Having just been swept by Jordan in the Eastern Conference Finals, losing face, he now faced the prospect of mentoring a newcomer, and one that bore a resemblance to him at that. Did they believe he was no longer capable and were seeking a replacement? He was not opposed to newcomers. He understood that a team without fresh talent had no future. However, he was only 30 years old, and his career was far from over. Why was management so eager to find a substitute? A nameless fury began to swell within him, and he irrationally started to resent the rookie he had yet to meet. Sir, I hope he won't disappoint you, he responded stiffly, with anger churning within, before turning and slamming the door behind him as he entered the locker room. McCloskey felt a sense of foreboding. He knew Thomas well. He was a man at odds with the world, seemingly born to oppose everything, harboring a latent hatred for all. Observing Thomas's attitude, he worried whether Zhou Quan would gain Thomas's acceptance. What's going on, Isaiah? Who upset you? Lambio casually inquired, noticing Thomas's grim expression. Do you know about the Chinese player we just drafted? A habitual smile graced Thomas's face, yet his eyes gleamed with cold indifference as he responded, Mr. Jack McCloskey has found someone to replace me, Bill. We are getting old. Perhaps one day you and I will both be traded. Replace you with a rookie? Huh. Does management intend to replace you with a pile of garbage? Lambios, who had a close relationship with Thomas and had publicly stated his willingness to sacrifice everything to help Thomas win, immediately held Zhou Quan in contempt, using vulgar language to ridicule him, his demeanor exuding hostility. With his comment, the locker room fell silent, the atmosphere thickening as no one dared to speak. All mourning for the rookie who would soon arrive. We will take care of him. A sinister smile crept over Lambier's face. He considered Thomas a fearless warrior and the soul of the team, agreeing with Chuck Daly's assertion that if Thomas were 5 inches taller, he would be the greatest star in the league. Now, the thought of an unknown rookie replacing Isaiah Thomas was, to him, tantamount to courting death, simply unacceptable. Minutes later, Zhou Quan entered the locker room. "Good morning. I am Zhou Quan, from China. You may call me Zhou." His face bore a gentle smile, and his tone was equally warm. "Hello, Zhou. I am Joe Dumars. Welcome to the Pistons." Zhou Dumars rose, smiling as he extended his hand to Zhou Quan. "Hello, Zhou." Zhou Quan replied, shaking his hand with a smile. "Zhou, this is Bill Lambier. He is the leader of our locker room." "Bill, this is Zhou," Dumars introduced. "Hello." "Bill," Zhou Quan smiled at him. "You little brat, I heard you're here to replace Thomas. Don't you know you're just a pile of garbage?" Lambier spat out harsh words. Zhou Quan was utterly unfazed. The rogue before him was precisely the sort of unrestrained individual he had anticipated. Not only was he a scoundrel on the court, but off it, he also behaved like a tyrant. As a wealthy second-generation heir, he acted without a shred of conscience, believing that injuring someone merely required a monetary settlement. Nonetheless, Lan Biao's demeanor did not cross Zhou's threshold of tolerance. Throughout 2 years in the NCAA, particularly within the ice hockey realm, individuals like Lan Biao were rather commonplace. Indeed, there were far more violent characters than him. With a thud, a pair of foul-smelling sneakers landed at his feet. Lan Biao coldly remarked, "Stop grinning, kid. Use your towel to clean them, now." "And mine," interjected Isaiah Thomas, tossing over his own pair of stinky shoes. "Mine too," chimed in Spider John Sally, following suit. "Add my pair to the mix," Rodman added in agreement. Zhou Quan glanced at the 4 individuals. The Bad Boys faction had seen several members depart over the years, and these 4 now comprised its entirety, including Joe Dumars. Other newcomers and latecomers did not truly belong to the ranks of the Bad Boys. "Joe, it's merely a light-hearted jest. We have all been through this. It can assist you in acclimating to the team more swiftly," Joe Dumars remarked, chuckling as he patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder. "I understand," Zhou replied with a smile, nodding as he retrieved his towel from his backpack. Preparing to undertake the first rite of passage into the Pistons, the unwritten rules for newcomers, which involved polishing the shoes of the seasoned players. Little did he know that Lambier, due to his moniker as the Smile Assassin, harbored a significant disdain for him, perhaps even hatred. Given Lambier's notorious audacity and villainous nature, the humiliation he would inflict upon Zhou was far from over. Sure enough, just as Zhou was about to commence his task, Lambier remarked with a peculiar grin, "Kid, you're Japanese, aren't you?" Zhou Quan halted his actions and raised his gaze to Lambier, saying, "Bill, I am Chinese, as I just mentioned." No. Lambier shook his head vigorously, chuckling. "I have a greater fondness for the Japanese, for they are obedient like little pugs. Thus, I would prefer you to be Japanese." Zhou Quan cast aside his sneakers and returned the still-clean towel to his bag, rising with a hint of indifference as he stated, "But I am Chinese. Damn it. I say you're Japanese. Thus, you are Japanese. Do not utter that you are Chinese here again, or I shall make you regret it," Rambis retorted with fury. The entire locker room fell into a stunned silence. They were acutely aware of what kind of rogue Rambis was, a fearsome figure in the league. Notorious for his ruthlessness and malice, these were his 3 primary weapons as he wreaked havoc throughout the association. He was known to bully and berate even his teammates without restraint. Yet, even now, they were taken aback by Rambis's sheer irrationality. This included Zhou Quan, who believed that Rambis had been spoiled by the entire NBA, his ego inflated to the point where he assumed everyone feared him, thus emboldening his outrageous behavior. However, considering the NFL's grim statistics from the previous year, where 3 players lost their lives, 11 sustained life-altering injuries, and countless others were harmed, a man like Rambis would either have to humble himself or not survive beyond 3 seasons if he were in the NFL, even in the NHL. A person like Rambis would undoubtedly become a primary target, either battered into submission or forced to bow down. "Now, tell me, are you Japanese or Chinese?" Rambis's menacing gaze bore down on Zhou Quan's face as he relentlessly pressed for an answer. The gentle demeanor on Zhou Quan's face vanished entirely, replaced by a cold retort. "Mr. Lambier, are the Japanese your father?" The locker room fell silent. Rodman gaped in disbelief. Such audacity. Truly, he was a mercenary. Daring to provoke Lambier? "What did you say?" Lambier erupted in fury. His intention was to bully this rookie, to humiliate him and demonstrate to the management that both he and Thomas disdained this newcomer. The excuse of nationality, Japanese or Chinese, was merely a facade. Yet, he never anticipated that this damned rookie would dare utter such words, igniting his rage. Clenching his fist, he sprang to his feet. At 211 centimeters tall and weighing 125 kilograms, he loomed before Zhou Quan, who stood at 188 centimeters and weighed 95 kilograms, like a formidable bear, exuding an overwhelming presence. This is the end. Chauncey Thomas shook his head. In the Pistons' locker room, no, throughout the entire NBA, no one dared to insult Lambier in such a manner. Bill, it seems we must impart a lesson to this newcomer. Isaiah Thomas stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Zhou Quan, ready to unleash his wrath. Zhou Quan cast a glance at Lon Biao and Thomas, then unexpectedly reached into his back pocket, retrieving a brown hockey glove. What was Zhou intending to do? Upon seeing Zhou produce the glove, Xiao Dumas was momentarily taken aback. In an astonishing turn of events, Zhou hurled the glove towards Lon Biao, striking him squarely in the face before it tumbled to the ground. A challenge? This scene evoked a sense of familiarity in Xiao Dumas. Throwing down the glove was a prelude to a duel, reminiscent of the rituals observed in hockey before a fight, akin to the nightly customs of executioners. Did he intend to engage Lon Biao in a one-on-one contest? Yet, given Zhou's significantly lesser stature and weight compared to Lon Biao, the disparity was glaring. Could he truly stand a chance against him? He was aware that Lon Biao was not particularly skilled in combat, but his imposing physique was undeniable. Xiao Dumas felt Zhou was being rather reckless and feared he would come to regret this decision. Sensing the escalating tension, he hurriedly made his way to the door, flinging it open and stepping outside. Damn it! Lon Biao exclaimed, stomping on the glove beneath his foot, grinding it fiercely, and clenching his fist as he bellowed. What the hell do you want, you damn lapdog? Zhou Quan pointed at the glove, coldly addressing Lammer. Listen closely, you scoundrel. If you are a true warrior, summon your courage and accept my challenge. Let us resolve our differences with fist and blood. However, if you are a coward, then pick it up. Cleanse it with your tongue, and return it to me with the utmost respect. The locker room fell into an immediate silence. Several newly joined Pistons players were astonished, unable to comprehend that this was Lammer, the most feared villain in the league. No one dared to oppose the bad boys, yet here stood a diminutive rookie point guard, audaciously provoking Lammer. What an idol, Rodman murmured. Although he was a member of the bad boys, he held no fondness for Lammer, having suffered greatly at his hands. During practice, he had angered Lammer and had been brutally beaten several times, with insults being a daily occurrence. Bill, teach him a lesson. Our locker room cannot tolerate a rookie's insolence. The icy demeanor on the face of the smiling assassin, Thomas, was palpable, his angelic smile nowhere to be found. Spider John Sally stepped forward, asserting, Bill, leave this damn rookie to me. It was unprecedented for Lammer to be so seriously provoked by a rookie in his own locker room, and his face flushed crimson with rage. Yet, as he glanced at the glove on the floor and then at Zhou Quan, he refrained from impulsively picking it up to accept the challenge. His mind raced with calculations. A cunning individual, Lammer was adept at instigating trouble during games while avoiding confrontation. He was well aware of Zhou Quan's reputation as the NCAA's foremost enforcer, capable of both delivering and absorbing punishment. Weighing his options, he ultimately decided against taking the risk. A loss would mean being humiliated by a rookie in front of his own team, leaving him no face to continue. Having made up his mind, a cold, disdainful smile crept across his face as he retorted, Kid, do you think this is the NHL? This is the NBA, where there are no rules for one-on-one challenges. This is my locker room, and here, I am the law. You wish to challenge me? Fine, I shall show mercy today. You can face us all. He glanced around, nodding to the others to take action, while he stepped back, feigning a desire to avoid the bloodshed. Zhou Quan's eyes widened in astonishment. Realizing that he had underestimated the audacity of Lambier, he was a man devoid of any sense of shame. Not only him, but several others also displayed expressions of disbelief. At that moment, John Sally and the smiling assassin, Thomas, advanced menacingly, while the others remained passive, with Rodman retreating to the back. Marc Aguirre was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lambier would shy away from a one-on-one challenge against a diminutive point guard. As the first overall pick of 81, and with the smiling assassin being the second pick that same year, Aguirre had been traded in 89, winning 2 championships with the Pistons, yet he did not belong to the bad boys, merely being a friend of Isaiah Thomas, who now found himself compelled to stand alongside them. Come on. Upon noticing only 3 challengers, a fierce expression crossed Lambier's face as he barked a warning to the others. Joe Kwan disdainfully remarked, "Lame beer. You lack even the courage to face me in a one-on-one confrontation. You are merely a coward. How can you claim to be the NBA's foremost villain? Who would assist someone who merely hides behind others? You, a spineless wretch, are utterly unworthy of leading the Pistons locker room. I hold you in contempt. You do not even deserve to stand before me." Rodman muttered softly, but his words went unheard. He was not alone. Several players shared his sentiments, subtly nodding in agreement, though they dared not express it openly. Upon hearing Joe Kwan's words, Lame Beer was incensed, seething with rage. "Let us go," he bellowed, as the smiling assassin clenched his fist and charged forward. In that instant, Joe Kwan tightened his fists, narrowing his eyes, as adrenaline surged through him, reddening his gaze. For 2 years, he had been invincible in the NCAA hockey championship, not due to superior technique, but rather his unyielding spirit and natural ferocity, fighting fiercely without retreat. In one-on-one confrontations, he had found no equal in the NCAA hockey circuit. In a brawl, with his resilient physique and iron fists, what was there to fear? In the next moment, a 4-on-1 melee erupted in the Pistons' locker room. With a swift maneuver, Joe Kwan evaded a punch from the smiling assassin, twisting his waist and delivering a ferocious body blow that sent Thomas reeling. "Ah!" Thomas cried out, feeling as though he had been struck by a steel rod. Clutching his abdomen and retreating, eventually collapsing onto the floor, tears streaming down his face. The staff outside heard the commotion but remained indifferent. Accustomed to such occurrences in the Pistons' locker room, when Lame Beer was in a foul mood, Rodman was often subjected to torment. And Isaiah Thomas had once ended up in the hospital. Bang! Spider John Sally seized the opportunity, charging from the side and landing a punch on Joe Kwan's right eye. Joe Kwan staggered as he was struck, his vision momentarily obscured by a flurry of golden stars. Inadvertently, he collided with Mark Aguirre, and seizing the opportunity, he embraced Aguirre, delivering a fierce headbutt that forcefully crashed his forehead against Aguirre's chin. "Oh!" A muffled groan escaped Aguirre as he instantaneously sensed that all was amiss. Just then, Rambier seized the moment, rushing forth with a powerful punch, sending Joe Kwan tumbling to the ground. "Take that!" he bellowed with wild exhilaration after landing the blow. As he and John Sally surged forward, encircling Joe Kwan to unleash a flurry of strikes upon him, Joe Kwan found himself pinned to the floor by 2 sinners. Unable to move, enduring several brutal blows that left his face bloodied. It was over. Rodman shook his head and stepped forward, intending to intervene and assert himself to prevent Lambier and Thomas from seeking retribution later. "This cannot stand." Darnell Walker rose to the occasion. Unable to tolerate the bullying of a rookie, he felt compelled to assist. A first-round pick in 1981. He had been a starting shooting guard for the Bullets last season and was now a newcomer with the Pistons. Although he had no desire to stir trouble, his sense of justice drove him to act. Suddenly, Joe Kwan delivered a kick to Sally's face. "Oh!" Sally cried out in pain, loosening his grip. Seizing this opportunity, Joe Kwan kicked Sally over, then wrapped his legs around Lambier's neck, exerting force to bring him down. Just as Lambio attempted to struggle, Joe Kwan landed 2 fierce kicks to his face, causing him to scream in anguish, blood splattering, rendering him unable to defend himself. Had Joe Kwan been wearing dress shoes instead of sneakers, the injuries would have been far worse. Rodman, who had been preparing to intervene, quickly halted in his tracks. "Goodness!" Darnell Walker's eyes lit up, and he stopped as well. At that moment, Isaiah Thomas, Mark Aguirre, and John Sally regained their composure and charged over, prompting Joe Kwan to hastily rise. "Bill!" Isaiah Thomas seized Joe Kwan from behind, barking at the others to take action. In the next instant, Joe Kwan's head collided with Thomas's nose, eliciting a cry of pain from him as he loosened his grip. Bang! Bang! John Sally and Mark Aguirre pummeled Joe Kwan's face with their fists. Bang! Joe Kwan was struck violently, colliding against Thomas behind him. Ignoring the commotion, he turned to grasp Thomas by the chest, forcefully pinning him against the wardrobe, delivering a relentless barrage of powerful punches to Thomas's face. With each blow, anguish cries erupted. The first strike made Thomas's head throb as if it had been mercilessly struck by an iron rod. The second punch left him dizzy and disoriented. "Stop! Damn it!" John Sally and Mark Aguirre, frantic from the sidelines, attempted to intervene, but their efforts were in vain. They had no choice but to jointly restrain Joe Kwan, dragging him away with combined strength. With his support gone, Isaiah Thomas crumpled to the floor like a heap of discarded clay, unconscious and oblivious to his surroundings. Ouch! Joe Kwan, held tightly by the two, kicked down fiercely, causing John Sally to cry out in agony, feeling as though his left foot had shattered, collapsing to the ground in pain. Witnessing this, Mark Aguirre, now left alone, dared not take action, quickly releasing Zhou Quan and fleeing towards the exit. As soon as Zhou Quan regained his freedom, he completely disregarded Aguirre and hurried to Ramble's side, delivering a series of punches that left Ramble howling in agony. His animosity was not directed towards Thomas and the others. After all, he had engaged in brawls with teammates when he first joined the UCLA Bruins. In the realm of men, such altercations are not particularly significant. However, his ire was reserved for Ramble, who had crossed a line and humiliated him. Just then, the locker room door was flung open, and General Manager McCloskey, along with head coach Chuck Daly, stormed in, followed closely by Joe Dumars. Upon observing the scene, Zhou Quan ceased his actions. After wiping the blood from his hands onto Lan Biao, he retreated to the side. It was over. The three individuals stood aghast at the sight within the changing room. Lan Biao and Thomas lay sprawled upon the floor, their faces smeared with blood, and they had succumbed to unconsciousness. Mark Aguirre fared somewhat better, as he merely exhibited some redness and swelling on his chin, while John Sally clutched his left foot, gritting his teeth in evident pain, clearly suffering from an injury. Zhou Quan's face was smeared with blood, his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth split open, and his right eye socket was swollen to an alarming degree. He had endured quite a bit of punishment and appeared utterly disheveled. Today's events must remain confidential. Any breach of this directive will incur severe penalties, regardless of who is at fault, Chuck Daly declared with a stern expression. Understood, Coach. Rodman and the others promptly responded. McCloskey finally comprehended the meaning behind Zhou Quan's earlier words. Indeed, Zhou Quan was not a villain, yet he was no pushover like Joe Dumars. For Dumars would never instigate a conflict with Lame Beer nor provoke him, whereas Zhou Quan would. With a particularly grave demeanor, he instructed, quickly, take these individuals to the hospital. Be cautious, and keep your mouth shut. Do not let the media catch wind of this. Additionally, assign a few security personnel to accompany them to prevent any further altercations. Yes, sir. Some staff members hurriedly entered to carry Lame Beer and Thomas away, while John Sally and Mark Aguirre exited under their own power. Zhou Quan paused at the entrance, turning to Rodman and the others, and said, Greetings, everyone. Perhaps you did not pay heed earlier, so allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Zhou Quan, a citizen of China. You may refer to me as Zhou or Iron Fist. Rodman and the others exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to Zhou Quan's bloodied visage, a chill creeping into their hearts at the mention of Iron Fist. They hastily nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Quan nodded slightly and, in the presence of the general manager and head coach, declared, If the management does not trade me, then I shall remain. However, he gestured towards the floor. Within the Pistons locker room, I cannot acknowledge the leadership of Bill Lame Beer and Isaiah Thomas. Neither possesses the courage nor the temperament to be my superior. He then cast a glance at Joe Dumars and remarked, Joe is commendable. He has sufficient credentials, and I recognize his leadership. Joe Dumars smiled awkwardly, knowing he could not accept the allegiance of such a fierce young contender. As for Rodman and the others, they could only twitch their faces in discomfort, unsure of what to say. However, deep within their hearts, the fear they once held for Lame Beer and Thomas had significantly diminished, and now, their trepidation was directed towards a rookie named Iron Fist. After learning the details from other players, McCloskey and Chuck Daly exited the locker room. Chuck sighed, Jack. Our team is truly finished. Alas. McCloskey echoed the sentiment with a sigh, noting that Thomas and Lame Beer's reputations had plummeted, while Iron Fist had yet to mature. Amidst this internal strife, the team was indeed in ruins. How do you plan to clean up this mess? Chuck Daly inquired. Let me think. Give me a moment. McCloskey replied, his head aching. Should we inform the owner? Daly asked. Such a significant matter, of course. Chuck, would you accompany me to meet him? McCloskey nodded. An hour later, in Bill Davidson's office, the three men sat together, feeling quite helpless. Davidson, now 69 years old, shared a military background with McCloskey. He was a renowned philanthropist and legal scholar who purchased the Pistons for $6 million in 1974, a stake he held until today. After a moment of silence, he sighed, Jack, Chuck, do you think any talented rookies would still be willing to join the Pistons in the future? The two men were taken aback. The situation had unfolded too suddenly for them to contemplate this question. Yet, it was indeed plausible. There were no shortages of teams for gifted rookies who would desire to join the Pistons only to be battered by a group of veterans. The owner's words could very well become a reality. Davidson felt a sense of fatigue. The Pistons seemed to have lost their future. After 17 years under his stewardship, perhaps it was time to let go. He reflected and said, You should go to the hospital and comfort that young man. He has done nothing wrong. A man must be courageous enough to swing his fist when faced with humiliation. Moreover, he is the only young talent the Pistons currently possess. And perhaps there will be none others. Nurture him well and ensure he is not let go. McCloskey contemplated. Bill, you are right. If we let him go, the Pistons will truly be finished, and no young player will want to join us. Davidson concluded. Contact the local media to promote him. We must support him and mitigate any negative impact. Furthermore, before Thomas returns, let him start and hand over the ball to him. 3 hours later, Joe Kwon lay in a hospital bed, his face swollen and stitched with 19 stitches, several bandages affixed to various wounds. With his right eye covered as if he were a cyclops. He required at least a month of rest, while the external injuries were manageable. The vision in his right eye and any internal injuries needed time to heal. This was fortunate, as his naturally high bone density meant that his bones were resilient. Otherwise, his injuries could have been far worse. Yet, with such sturdy bones, internal injuries were inevitable. He surely bore some internal damage, and his head felt somewhat dizzy, indicating a mild concussion. McCloskey and Chuck Daly stood by his bedside, both wearing grim expressions. Joe, we have come to understand the events that transpired. I cannot say you acted impulsively, nor can I deem your actions wrong, but you must bear the consequences, McCloskey stated. I am more than willing to respect them, regrettably. They cannot accommodate me and have shamelessly humiliated me. We Chinese do not typically instigate trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. Teaching them a lesson is something I must do. I can leave now. The team can buy out my contract. The Los Angeles Kings have already contacted my agent. Joe Kwon replied calmly. McCloskey immediately shook his head. If we let you go, the Pistons will truly be finished. He added hastily, No, Joe. The consequences I speak of are that you will face immense pressure from Pistons fans in Detroit. You are a newcomer. You lack a fan base here. And the vast majority of fans are quite subjective. Moreover, you have yet to prove yourself, so very few will support you. They will not perceive you as being in the right. Joe Kwon was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to be able to remain. He harbored no fear of those inept individuals from Lanbeal, a mere assembly of timid souls unwilling to engage in one-on-one confrontations. As for the pressure, contending against the heavens and one's fellow man was a source of unending exhilaration. Furthermore, due to the nature of your injury, arising from an internal altercation, it is stipulated that neither the team nor the insurance company shall bear responsibility. Therefore, during your rehabilitation, the team shall provide you with compensation for your medical expenses and lost wages in an alternative form. Additionally, your housing expenses will be covered by the team. I shall arrange for someone to assist you in finding a more secure and upscale community. McCloskey and Chuck Daly chose not to elaborate further, subsequently departing to visit Lanbeal's hospital room. Lanbeal had just emerged from surgery an hour prior. His broken nose had been repaired, but the anesthesia had worn off, leaving him with a painful sensation in his nose. His head had endured 2 kicks, yet the more significant injury was inflicted by Joe Kwon, who had mercilessly pummeled him into the floor, resulting in a mild concussion. At present, his head had swollen nearly to double its original size, rendering his former appearance unrecognizable. Joe Kwon's hands were inherently tough. At the tender age of 8, he trained under his grandfather for 3 years in the art of iron sand palm. Following his grandfather's passing, he ceased his practice, yet his hands possessed an exceptionally high bone density, resembling true iron fists capable of inflicting considerable pain. Bill, having just reported for duty today, questioned what offense he had committed. It was rumored that he intended to adhere to tradition and polish the shoes of seasoned players like you. Tell me, what are your thoughts? Have you lost your mind? He is your teammate, a newcomer essential to the team, not your adversary. When Mike Kloski began speaking, he maintained a degree of composure, but as he progressed, he erupted in fury. Chuck Daly, with an equally grim expression, admonished, Bill, you have truly committed a foolish act. I instructed you to draw blood from our opponents, not from our teammates. You have jeopardized this team and undermined everyone's efforts. For against one, and the newcomer had done nothing to provoke you. He is blameless. This incident, if it spreads, will become the league's greatest scandal, and the bad boys will be rendered a laughingstock, with you as its centerpiece. From this day forth, no newcomer will wish to join us. When you retire, the Pistons will exit the league, for there will be no one left. Lammer felt a profound sense of despair, recognizing his downfall. For against one, and they had still lost, especially to a rookie point guard, with 2 towering centers at their disposal. He had lost his authority within the Pistons. No one would fear him any longer. Moreover, the The rookie was ferocious and likely would not let this pass. His future within the Pistons seemed bleak, and the thought of such a fate filled him with a desire for oblivion. At that moment, the notion of retirement crossed his mind. Yet, to retreat in such disgrace would tarnish his reputation. To be bested by a rookie, especially one from within the team, would render him the biggest joke in the NBA. He refused to accept such a fate. A suspension of 5 games and a fine of $30,000 awaited him. After all, he could afford it. Furthermore, he should be aware that he would bear the cost of his medical expenses and wage losses. After berating Lammer, Klosky pulled Chuck Daly to Thomas's hospital room. Thomas's wife was weeping at the bedside, and upon their entry, her sobs intensified. Isaiah Thomas had suffered a broken nose and lost several teeth, with repairs yet to be made. His nose had been fixed, but the anesthesia had just worn off, causing him considerable pain. Like Lammer, his head appeared swollen, and his face was barely recognizable, having endured at least 5 of Joe Kwan's heavy punches. In addition to his external injuries, he had sustained a mild concussion, a result of Joe pinning him against the locker before delivering the blows. The damage was significant, rivaling that of Lammer. After a prolonged silence, Klosky asked gravely, "Tell me, Isaiah, do you not wish for substitutes? Do you not desire a future for the team? Without the assistance of teammates, can you hope to defeat Jordan? Without the integration of newcomers, can you triumph over him? If you can, I shall trade Joe immediately and cleanse the roster of all newcomers. Should that happen, you would find yourself ruthlessly subdued by Jordan's Bulls. Do you truly wish to be swept by them?" Chuck Daly interjected, "This time, you have gone too far. Joe is a rookie, your junior, and has shown respect towards you, yet you colluded with Lammer and others to assault him. Where is your conscience? Isaiah, you have deeply disappointed me. Your actions are more despicable than those of street thugs." Klosky continued, "The repercussions of this incident are too severe. Henceforth, no young talent will wish to join the Pistons. All rookies will reject the Pistons, fearing they might meet a similar fate at your hands in the locker room. You have utterly ruined the Pistons." Sighing deeply, Thomas felt the weight of shame as he realized his reputation had been irreparably tarnished. His wife, too, refrained from crying, recognizing the absurdity of her husband being bested by a rookie, and instead, she wept quietly. Klosky then declared, "I will now reveal my decision. I will not trade Joe, nor will I take action against you. I am indifferent to your actions. This is how the team stands, and it shall remain thus. You must either unite to face Michael Jordan or continue down this path to ruin. Choose wisely." Thomas's gaze turned icy at the thought of enduring further time with that detestable rookie, and the notion of unity made his head throb with agony. As for continuing to fight, he was courageous but not a masochist. That rookie was a far more formidable opponent than Rick Mahorn. Anyone who dared to confront that rookie again would be a fool. Chuck Daly stated, "Isaiah, you now have ample time to ponder your choices. Additionally, you will face a 5-game suspension and a $10,000 fine, with medical expenses and wage losses to be borne by you." Fuming, Thomas closed his eyes, his head aching, his breath coming in heavy gasps. As for the others, John Sally had suffered a foot injury from Joe's stomp. Fortunately, his sneakers had shielded him from fractures, though he lost a toenail and would need 3 weeks to recuperate. The least injured was Mark Aguirre, who had a sore jaw, bleeding gums, and a few loose teeth. After treatment, he was allowed to leave the hospital. Both men faced a 5-game suspension and a $10,000 fine. For the time being, the matter was suppressed by management, and the media remained unaware. The 5 players were placed on the injured list, with the Pistons announcing a flu outbreak, successfully diverting media attention. A day later, Agent Rog Phillip arrived in Detroit. "Joe, are you considering a trade? The bad boys will not spare you." Upon seeing Joe's bruised and swollen visage, he was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Currently, there is no issue. They are in the adjacent room, and their injuries are more severe than mine. I believe this is a matter for them to contemplate, not for me," Joe replied with a smile. Philip paused, realizing the validity of Joe's perspective. Joe Kwan then inquired, "Roj, have you brought the medicine I asked you to purchase?" "Indeed, I have," Philippe promptly replied as he produced the Yunnan Bayel. "Thank you." Joe Kwan promptly ingested some of the substance, which proved beneficial for internal injuries, a condition that Western medicine has no means to treat, as it essentially lacks recognition of such ailments, offering nothing more than self-healing or pain relief through medication. "Joe, what do you plan to do now?" Philip inquired with concern. "Let us discuss it later. After all, engaging in fights is rather commonplace, so there is no need for excessive worry," Joe Kwan replied with a smile. Philip reflected on this, realizing that fighting was indeed a normal occurrence within the ice hockey team, primarily against opponents, often extending from the ice rink to the stands. Zhou Quan analyzed, "I suspect that this matter will eventually come to the attention of the media. It cannot be concealed. It is uncertain how the media will react. But it is clear that Detroit fans are unlikely to be fond of me, and I will face considerable pressure." Philip nodded in agreement. The Bad Boys have brought 2 championships to Detroit, and their status in the hearts of the fans is exceedingly high. Your analysis is indeed accurate. At this juncture, he shifted the conversation. However, for other teams, the Bad Boys are nothing short of a nightmare. If you confront them, you will undoubtedly receive accolades from other teams and fans. There are easily over 300 players who have felt the wrath of Lambier, and they would surely raise a toast in your honor. Therefore, I still recommend that you consider leaving. Numerous teams would be eager to facilitate a trade for you. A customary smile graced Zhou Quan's face, yet he promptly shook his head and remarked, "The management does not share my trading perspective, and I have no intention of retreating in the face of adversity. Confronting challenges is what I ought to do." Very well. Philip, understanding Zhou Quan's character, ceased further persuasion. Zhou Quan lay in the hospital for a week, and the anticipated incident finally materialized. The locker room brawl was unearthed by the media. On the afternoon of October 13th, ESPN's comprehensive channel unexpectedly revealed that a fight had broken out in the Pistons locker room a week prior. ESPN reporter John Snell stood outside the hospital, microphone in hand, excitedly addressing the camera. According to reliable sources, the brawl erupted due to the Smile Assassin's dissatisfaction with rookie Zhou Quan, who he believed was a management-sanctioned replacement for him. Bill Lambier then began to humiliate Zhou, first demanding that he shine their shoes and subsequently forcing him to admit he was Japanese, provoking Zhou to challenge Lambier in a one-on-one duel. However, Lambier, gripped by fear, was intimidated by the prospect of facing a diminutive point guard, choosing instead to embody the cowardice Zhou accused him of. He, along with Isaiah Thomas, John Sally, and Mark Aguirre, then commenced an assault on Zhou. But the outcome astonished them. They were beaten. The NCAA's most formidable enforcer, Zhou Quan, single-handedly vanquished them, and they were still confined to the hospital behind me. Let us go meet them. However, he was unable to enter the hospital, being blocked by security. Yet, this news, following his revelation, swiftly spread across the nation. "Damn it. Troy, find out who leaked this to the media." McCloskey bellowed angrily at his assistant. "Michael, have you seen the news? Lambier and Thomas got beaten to a pulp by Iron Fist and ended up in the hospital. Scotty, find a bar immediately. We must toast to Iron Fist's exploits. He is a warrior, and it is a pity we could not secure him. I shall call Klaus right away. This is an opportune moment for a trade." Goodness. Who would have thought that aside from Sir Charles Barkley, anyone would dare to strike Lambier? I must raise a glass in his honor. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, countless individuals within the NBA lifted their glasses in celebration. In San Antonio, former member of the Bad Boys, microwave scorer Vinnie Johnson was utterly stunned by the news. Recalling his days with the Supersonics, he had once pleaded with the coaching staff for playing time, only to receive a call from head coach Lenny Wilkins informing him he had been traded to the Pistons. Terrified, he begged Wilkins not to trade him, vowing never to mention the issue of playing time again, fearing he would be mercilessly tormented by Lambier. Yet now, Lambier had been sent to the hospital by a rookie. This news shocked him beyond belief. Meanwhile, in Italy, Rick Mahorn dismissed the news as mere fabrication. Having spent 2 years in Philadelphia before temporarily departing the NBA to play in Italy, Mahorn, a former mainstay of the Bad Boys, recognized Lambier's fighting ineptitude. However, the spectacle of 4 men ganging up on one, especially against a smaller opponent, resulting in 3 of them sustaining severe injuries and being hospitalized, was a source of profound embarrassment. Concurrently, at the NBA headquarters in New York, Stern was also apprised of the situation. "Those bastards?" he exclaimed, seething with anger. Just as a Chinese player had joined the NBA, he had hoped to leverage Zhou Quan's presence to enhance the league's promotion in China, only to have Lambier and his band of rogues engage in such disgraceful behavior. Over the years, he had effectively utilized the Bad Boys brand for promotion, leading to Detroit boasting the highest attendance in the league, with countless fans across America rallying behind the Bad Boys. Thus, he had shown considerable tolerance towards Lambier and Thomas. However, this incident was too egregious. It was not merely a fight but a brazen act of multiple individuals assaulting a rookie without cause. Who would dare enter the NBA after this? There was even the potential for this incident to incite discord between rookies and veteran players, threatening to fracture the league. He had worked tirelessly to elevate the NBA to its current standing among the 4 major professional sports leagues, and he did not want this incident to undermine that progress. Moreover, his plans to promote the NBA in China through Zhou would have to be halted if the Chinese populace learned that Zhou had been assaulted in the locker room. The backlash could result in protests and a potential ban from state television. He was relieved that Zhou had emerged victorious, had Lambier and his cohorts triumphed. The ramifications would have been dire. Back in Detroit, at the Pistons headquarters, McCloskey received a deluge of trade requests. His assistant, Troy Weaver, entered the room, declaring, "Sir, the Bulls have submitted a trade request for Zhou Quan, but their offer is ludicrous. Do they expect to trade us Jordan and Pippen? It's nothing more than a couple of marginal players," McCloskey retorted, cursing vehemently. "Tell the Bulls their trade proposal can go to hell. Zhou is not for sale. Listen, Troy. From now on, the Pistons will reject any trade offers. They will not pick up scraps from me. I will not sell anyone. We are not a player's supermarket." "Understood," Weaver replied, promptly exiting. The incident had far-reaching consequences, eliciting considerable reactions. After toasting with Michael Jordan and Pippen, the two soon received calls from reporters for interviews. "Michael, what are your thoughts on the brawl involving the Pistons?" a reporter inquired. "I commend Iron Fist," Jordan replied jovially. "I, too, am astonished that Isaiah Thomas would treat a rookie in such a manner. This is not how a veteran should behave. We ought to support rookies instead of oppressing them, let alone subjecting them to a 4-on-1 assault. I believe the league should investigate this. Otherwise, the NBA risks losing its allure for talented young players from the NCAA. They may choose to pursue careers in the NFL, MLB, or NHL instead. Furthermore, I wish to convey two messages to Iron Fist. You are not a bad boy. You are a knight brave enough to slay dragons. I bestow upon you the moniker, Dragon Slayer. The bad boys are not suited for you. Come join me in Chicago, and together we shall create something magnificent." "Charles, how do you perceive this situation?" a reporter subsequently asked Barkley. "We have a worthy successor. Iron Fist is indeed the most formidable enforcer in the NCAA over the past 2 years." Barkley continued, shifting to a tone of mockery and reproach. "I strongly condemn the bad boys for their bullying of rookies. This is utterly reprehensible. Moreover, those cowards who dared not accept Iron Fist's challenge are nothing but weaklings devoid of courage. Especially Lambier. Are you not the top villain? You lack the guts to face a diminutive point guard in a duel. You might as well live in hiding. Let me say this, the bad boys are finished. Do not speak of their iron resolve again. They are merely dirty players, a group of cowards who shun direct confrontation, and they have been vanquished by Iron Fist. Lambier and Thomas and their ilk, how dare they gang up on Iron Fist? They are the most cowardly individuals in the league. Should they dare to confront Iron Fist in a one-on-one bout, they would be thoroughly defeated." The leader of the Pacers, and also a UCLA alumnus of Zhou Quan, Reggie Miller, has stepped forward to vehemently criticize the bad boys, employing harsh language, and even extending his sentiments to their families. Another UCLA alumnus, Lakers legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, has also publicly expressed his support for Zhou Quan, lamenting that he had hoped the team would select Iron Fist, for his inclusion would fortify the illustrious Lakers with an unyielding backbone. The actions of the bad boys challenge the very foundation of the league, if left unchecked. The NCAA may very well prohibit young talents from entering the NBA draft early, thereby jeopardizing the future of the league. The era of the bad boys has unequivocally come to an end, with the Dragon Slayer, Iron Fist Zhou Quan, heralded by the New York Times. Rejoice! For the spineless coward Bill Lambier has announced his intention to retire, as reported by the Houston Chronicle. The bad boys are now a relic of the past, making way for the era of the Flying Man, according to the Chicago Tribune. Beyond the stars, major media outlets have clamored to report on the brawl in the Pistons locker room, which has become a sensational topic across the nation. Not only the media, but also Zhou Quan's alma mater, UCLA, has publicly stated that it is monitoring the situation and will provide pro bono legal assistance to Zhou Quan if necessary. If these developments are insufficient to shake the very foundations of the NBA, then Shaquille O'Neal's stance has certainly set David Stern ablaze with urgency. On the afternoon of the 14th, O'Neal unexpectedly granted an interview, stating solemnly that the violent incident in the Pistons locker room was a shocking and heinous occurrence that left him deeply unsettled. He announced his decision to reconsider his future in light of the events, expressing sympathy for Iron Fist, whom he described as a warrior after their encounter during this year's March Madness. Upon learning of O'Neal's comments, Stern immediately called General Manager McCloskey, sternly declaring that the situation had become intolerable and was undermining the NBA's integrity. He demanded either a lifetime ban for Lambier or his voluntary retirement, leaving no room for a third option. "What?" McCloskey gasped, taken aback by the severity of the proposed punishment. He quickly inquired about Isaiah Thomas. After a brief pause, Stern replied, "The one who stands out must be struck down. Laimbeer is the principal offender and must be dealt with, while I might show leniency towards Thomas." A sigh of relief escaped McCloskey. Outside of Detroit, across the nation, Joe Quan has emerged as a celebrated warrior, hailed for his prowess in vanquishing the bad boys. His notoriety skyrocketing far beyond his NCAA days. Yet, within Detroit, many media outlets and fans have criticized him, blaming him for provoking Laimbeer and inciting discord within the team, ultimately leading to the downfall of the bad boys. They argue that the management should trade him immediately. On the morning of the 15th, Joe Quan stood by the hospital window, the angle affording him a view of the entrance, still teeming with reporters and fans even a day later. Those fans were undoubtedly supporters of Thomas, and he knew that if he were to appear before them now, he would surely face hostility. However, he had anticipated this outcome and did not let it trouble him. During this time, he contemplated his future. If the management chose not to trade him or take action against Laimbeer, they would remain teammates, presenting him with a grave dilemma. If the team were to collapse, he too would be ensnared in a quagmire, a fate he was desperate to avoid. With a determined thought, he expertly accessed the system. Dribbling techniques: one-handed feint drive 72, feint and change direction 72, cross-step change direction 75, spin move 88, acceleration step drive 90, power drive 95. Shooting techniques: dunk 70, layup 90, hook shot 70, jump shot 85, bank shot 80, stop and pop jump shot 80, turnaround jump shot 75, fadeaway jump shot 70, turnaround fadeaway jump shot 60, drift shot 70, horsebow shooting 75, scoop shot 60, step back jump shot 85, turnaround step back jump shot 80. As he reviewed his shooting and dribbling statistics, he pondered solutions for the current predicament. 5 minutes later, Joe Quan found himself in the hospital room of Isaiah Thomas. "What the hell are you doing here?" Thomas exclaimed, taken aback, fury surging from within as his gaze pierced Joe Quan like ice. Joe Quan approached the bedside, casting a serious gaze upon the furious Thomas, their faces devoid of the customary smiles. "Rest assured, though I serve as an enforcer on the ice hockey rink, I do not harbor a fondness for violence, particularly not off the ice. Hence, I have no desire to engage you in a physical confrontation, so there is no need for fear." His words ignited Thomas's fury. "You claim to abhor violence, yet who was it that sent us to the hospital? Who initiated the challenge with Bill? Had you not instigated the confrontation, we would never have resorted to blows. You are, without a doubt, the architect of this incident." At that moment, Joe Quan remarked, "I have no interest in reconciliation with you. I merely wish to know if, after being swept by Jordan following 2 consecutive championships, you still harbor thoughts of defeating him." Thomas retorted coldly, "What are you, kid? Are you insinuating that with your presence, we could triumph over him? Youngster, when I was dominating Jordan, you were still in your infancy." Joe Quan shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Lost in the reverie of past experiences from your words, I can discern that your once indomitable spirit is waned. You are no longer the formidable smiling assassin who instilled fear across the league. Instead, you have become a mere failure, swept aside by Jordan. You will grow accustomed to being vanquished by him. Your focus will shift from conquering him to suppressing the newcomers and maintaining your dominance within the team." A fiery rage ignited within Isaiah Thomas, nearly overwhelming him. These words struck him like daggers, piercing him repeatedly. Joe Quan declared, "After you were carried away that day, I made it clear in front of the management that I would not recognize you and Laimbeer as the leaders of the Pistons. From now on, Joe Dumars shall be the true leader of the Pistons. I shall reiterate that as long as my iron fist remains with the Pistons, you will not have the opportunity to bully the newcomers, for I simply will not allow it." With that, he exited the hospital room. Thomas gasped, seething with indignation. God knows he was not one to bully newcomers. His pride rested in the notorious Bad Boys Brigade, famed for their unity. His discontent towards Joe Quan that day stemmed more from his dissatisfaction with the management than anything else, yet he had unjustly vented his frustrations upon Joe. Now, however, to the eyes of all, he had become the very embodiment of a bully, an accusation most unjust. His reputation, painstakingly built over the years, lay in ruins. While he embraced the moniker of a bad boy with pride, the label of a tormentor of newcomers filled him with despair. It threatened to obliterate everything he had worked for. Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and Joe Quan reappeared in the doorway. "What do you want now? To humiliate me? If so, then present your gloves. I shall accept your challenge. I swear," Thomas retorted, his fury palpable. Zhou Dao, Isaiah Thomas, please convey my words to that scoundrel Bill Laimbeer. If I encounter him now, I may be unable to restrain myself from delivering a fatal blow. I will, Thomas retorted angrily. Now get lost. I do not wish to see you. I share the same sentiment, you imbecile who only knows how to suppress newcomers. You deserve to be swept aside by Jordan. With that, Zhou slammed the door shut. Damn. The reputation for suppressing newcomers is firmly established, Thomas seethed, delivering a powerful punch to the bed. His breaths coming in quick gasps. He realized that this time, he had suffered a significant defeat. He had never endured such a loss at the hands of Jordan. It was utterly humiliating. Bang. In the adjacent hospital room, Laimbeer violently hurled his cell phone against the wall. In the eyes of the media and fans, he had become a softy, a coward, a timid fool, a dimwit who suppressed newcomers, and a failure who was outmatched 4-1, infuriating him further. Now, the entire world of media was reveling in mocking him and Thomas. They had both lost face. His expression darkened, and in a fit of frustration, he ripped off his medical equipment, rose from his bed, and stormed into Thomas's room. Isaiah, what shall we do? I do not know. The two exchanged glances, both engulfed in despair. That kid just came by and asked me to relay that he has publicly denied our leadership status on the team. Jordan Thomas will be the sole leader, Thomas stated expressionlessly. How dare he? A flicker of fury crossed Laimbeer's face. Thomas quickly added, Bill, do not confront him. He said he does not want to see you. He fears he might not be able to resist the urge to hit you. Laimbeer suddenly felt a sharp pain in his teeth, looking at Thomas as if he had been betrayed by this supposed good friend. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Isaiah, he hits you the hardest. He would rather take blows from John Sally and Mark Aguirre than refrain from pummeling you. Why does he harbor such hatred for me? He hits you the hardest, doesn't he? I woke up and still saw him beating you. Thomas's face twitched, feeling the lingering pain. His own face had yet to recover from swelling. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, perhaps it relates to what you said when you humiliated him. I can't think of another reason. You should remember, after you forced him to acknowledge he was Japanese, he became furious and immediately challenged you to a duel. That must be the reason. Damn it. Laimbeer cursed. He also said that Japanese people are my father. That was the greatest humiliation. Should I challenge him as well? A strange expression flickered across Thomas's face, and he spoke softly, his hospital room is right next door. You could ask the nurse for a glove. He should be quite pleased to see you holding it. Go ahead, Bill. I shall lend you my courage. Laimbeer was speechless. I am trying to avenge you. And you mock me instead? If you have courage, why don't you go fetch his glove? Just then, McCloskey appeared at the doorway and walked in. That bastard Stern. Is he really using me as a scapegoat? A minute later, Laimbeer's roar echoed through the hospital room, followed by the sound of numerous medical devices crashing to the floor. Alas, Bill, you might as well announce your retirement. It would be slightly more dignified, McCloskey sighed. Laimbeer, infuriated, suddenly laughed derisively. Retire? Fine. I despise basketball. The worst part is fighting with a bunch of laborers over a single basketball every night. It's utterly disgusting. McCloskey managed a bitter smile. Yet he believed this was Laimbeer's genuine sentiment. This rogue was undeniably reckless, having 2 championship rings, one given to a dancer and the other tossed into a sewer. Only someone like him could act in such a manner. Isaiah Thomas was also taken aback, not expecting that this incident would ultimately end Laimbeer's career, and at that moment, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Isaiah, you best reconcile with Zhou Quan, McCloskey advised Thomas. This is the league's demand. They are watching you closely. If you do not reconcile with Zhou Quan, you will fail to alleviate the concerns of the young NCAA players, which will jeopardize the league's foundation. You should know that the NCAA is our cornerstone, and you come from there. When you realize that the team you are joining has veterans waiting to gang up on you in the locker room, would you still join the NBA? Rest assured, I will mediate this. I will not let you suffer. Thomas was left in a daze for a long moment, understanding that to quell public opinion, Laimbeer had become a sacrificial pawn, and he too was caught in the crossfire. Think it over carefully. Besides retirement, you have only this path left, McCloskey remarked. That afternoon, the Pistons officially announced Bill Laimbeer's retirement, marking the exit of a formidable presence and the league's most notorious villain from the NBA stage. This news sent shockwaves throughout the league, prompting countless fans to cheer, while many players who had suffered at Laimbeer's hands raised their glasses in celebration, plunging the entire league into a frenzy. On the morning of the 15th at 10 a.m., the NBA officially issued a decision regarding the Pistons' locker room incident involving the assault on a rookie. The Detroit Pistons were fined $1 million. Bill Laimbeer received an additional fine of $100,000. Isaiah Thomas was suspended for 10 games and fined $50,000. John Sally and Mark Aguirre each faced a fine of $50,000. The incident was officially classified not as a brawl, but as an assault on a rookie. This classification, on the surface, appeared detrimental to the league. Had it been deemed a brawl, it would imply Joe Kwon was at fault as well. However, now that it was classified as an assault on a rookie, Joe Kwon was viewed as acting in self-defense, shifting the entire responsibility to Laimbeer and his associates. In truth, once the media exposed this incident, David Stern had no choice but to classify it in this manner to mitigate losses. Otherwise, if it were deemed a brawl, the league would face public backlash and incur even greater damages. The enthusiasm of those NCAA rookies for the NBA would undoubtedly be severely impacted. The penalties were remarkably severe. Arguably the heaviest fines in history. Laimbeer retired, and Thomas faced a significant suspension. Additionally, the league informed the Pistons that they would tacitly allow the team to provide some compensation to Joe Kwon. That afternoon, Joe Kwon received a one-year sponsorship contract from Ford Motor Company along with a check for $500,000. Furthermore, he was also handed the keys to a brand new Ford F-150 pickup truck, as well as the keys and rental agreement for a luxurious single-family villa in an upscale community. Ford's headquarters was situated in Detroit, and they had always been the Pistons' largest sponsor. With Ford's involvement, the sponsorship contract was beyond reproach, transparent, legitimate, and above board. On the 18th, Philip arrived in Detroit, beaming as he presented a large stack of sponsorship contracts to Joe Kwon, declaring, "Joe, your fame has skyrocketed. You are now the NBA's foremost warrior, the epitome of toughness, the bane of dragons. This surge in popularity has brought you tangible benefits. Look at this. Over $1 million. You are on your way to wealth." Joe Kwon was at a loss for words. Who would have thought that engaging in a brawl could yield such significant benefits? It seems that the bad boys have indeed become his benefactors. Philip added, "However, this is merely a short-term contract. If you wish to sustain your popularity, you must deliver an impressive rookie season. Otherwise, your current fame will dissipate swiftly." "I understand," Joe Kwon replied. On the morning of the 19th, he was discharged from the hospital. Yet, he had not fully recovered. He was merely returning home to recuperate, estimating that he would need approximately 3 weeks for complete healing, and he likely would miss the initial games of the regular season. In the afternoon, he first purchased a mobile phone, commonly known as a big brother in the country, then repaid a bank loan and transferred $50,000 to his father. This sum was sufficient to resolve the family's financial issues. He feared that sending too much would overwhelm his parents and could prove counterproductive. On the 20th, the official training camp of the league commenced. Thomas was still hospitalized, and John Sally had not yet fully recovered from his foot injury. Joe Kwon, too, was not fit to participate, leaving the remaining 11 to engage in the camp. "Iron Fist, you cannot train right now. Your injury has not healed," someone cautioned him. "I am aware. I came to speak with you," Joe Kwon replied. However, that morning, he had arrived at headquarters to converse with Joe Dumars. "Joe, do you believe the bad boys still have a reason to exist?" The mention of the bad boys enveloped Joe Dumars in a complex array of emotions. In truth, after the most formidable player, Rick Mahorn, was taken away, the remaining members were not capable players. Isaiah Thomas had previously declared that the bad boys were no longer in existence. Now, with the retirement of Laimbeer, it may indeed signal the true end of the bad boys era. "Joe, you cannot seek trouble with them any longer. They are the benefactors of this team. I have fought alongside them for many years. They have given everything for this team. I will not support you in causing them any further trouble. Absolutely not," he stated with solemnity. "As long as they do not trouble me, I can agree to that," Joe Kwon responded. Joe Dumars nodded, then offered a wry smile. That day, Bill was indeed excessive. "Thankfully, you managed to triumph against them 1-4. Now that Bill has retired and you are favored by the management, I will lend you my support." Joe Kwon gently patted Chiao Duomas on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, "I am still inexperienced and lacking in strength, with little to show for my efforts and no contribution to this team. My future remains uncertain. Perhaps I shall only become a mediocre player. Thus, Chiao, this team is now yours, and you have my unwavering support." Is Tai Kwon attempting to position him as Thomas's adversary? Chiao Duomas could only manage a wry smile once more. Thus, Chiao Duomas emerged as the undisputed leader, yet no one dared to overlook Joe Kwon's presence. Although Joe Kwon is still recuperating from his injuries, he visits the team daily, not only to bolster his presence, but also to engage in communication with his teammates. Mark Aguirre, wary of provoking Zhou Quan, recognizes that he is not a member of the Bad Boys and harbors no fondness for him. Fortunately, with Cho Dumas assuring him that Iron Fist will no longer trouble him, he breathes a sigh of relief. Zhou Quan possesses two distinct personalities. His outward demeanor is exceptionally gentle, causing no discomfort to others and making him quite easy to engage with. This quality significantly aids his integration into the team. With the assistance of Chauncey Billups and his inherent leadership qualities, he assimilated into the team within just a couple of days. In reality, there was no need for him to exert effort to fit in, as his teammates naturally gravitated towards him. Even the formidable Dennis Rodman dared not oppose him. Notably, the four newcomers, including Darnell Walker, who recently joined the Pistons, rallied closely around him, seeking his support, often disregarding Billups' counsel. He took the initiative to converse with each teammate, fostering in-depth communication, and diligently observed everyone's playing habits during practice, an essential duty for a point guard. On the morning of the 25th, the returning John Sally was astonished to discover that the team had transformed. It was no longer the domain of Laimbeer and Thomas, and no one feared them any longer. John Sally, he declared, I promised Joe I would not trouble you again, so refrain from causing any disturbances and do not give me a reason to confront you. Zhou Quan issued an immediate warning. What could John Sally do? With Rambis retired and Thomas likely unable to match the prowess of Iron Fist, he could only lower his head and acquiesce. On November 1, 1991, the regular season commenced, heralding the official start of the NBA's 1991-92 season. On this day, the Lakers announced that the legendary Magic Johnson would be absent from the game due to injury. Meanwhile, the Pistons faced the Bucks at home. But due to a disarrayed roster, the season opener ended in a disheartening defeat. In the following matches, the Pistons continued to struggle with a depleted lineup and waning morale, suffering consecutive losses that showcased their dismal start to the new season. Starting from the 7th, Zhou Quan began training with the ball. Yet he required several days for adaptation as the team physician prohibited him from participating in games immediately. That afternoon, the Lakers announced a significant development. The league's superstar, Magic Johnson, adored by countless young women, had unfortunately contracted AIDS and announced his retirement. This news sent shockwaves through many. In Los Angeles, numerous women, upon hearing this news, were filled with dread and rushed to hospitals for testing, particularly among the Lakers, from management to players, and even all staff and security personnel. There was a collective exodus to the hospital. It is conceivable that in the following days, countless men would also flock to medical facilities. As for me, I have taken precautions. Surely I am not at risk? Upon learning of the news, Zhou Quan felt compelled to visit the hospital for an examination. Having spent 2 years in Los Angeles, he succumbed to temptation and had several romantic entanglements at UCLA, including a brief liaison with a British actress. Much like him, countless players from the 4 major professional sports leagues in North America were seized by the urge to rush to the hospital in search of a doctor to issue a test order. On the 9th, the league officially imposed a ban, explicitly forbidding players from engaging in romantic relationships with cheerleaders. Furthermore, this stipulation was to be included in future player contracts. On the 10th, the Pistons suffered a defeat at home against the Wizards, marking their 5th consecutive loss. By this date, John Sally and Mark Aguirre's suspensions were lifted, and the team physician informed the squad that Zhou Quan was cleared to play. On the afternoon of the 11th, at 2 o'clock, the Pistons arrived in Chicago. Zhou Quan and Cho Dumas found themselves in the same room. After settling in, it was already 3:30 when there was a knock on the door. Brother Zhang, is that you? He called out as he approached to open the door. Upon seeing a man in his 40s, he smiled warmly and greeted, Xiao Shou. It's finally a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Healy nodded with delight, expressing his happiness. Having arrived in the United States in 1988, he had been a member of the basketball team at the University of Chicago. After learning about Zhou Quan, he had sought to connect with him, though they had never met until this moment. Come, let us go for a cup of coffee, he suggested. After Zhou Quan exchanged greetings with Joe Demars, he departed with Zhang Healy. Xiao Zhou, taking on 4 opponents and defeating the Bad Boys right after joining the team. You're incredible, Zhang exclaimed, his astonishment evident when he first saw the news. Upon settling down in the CAF, Zhang eagerly inquired, will you have a chance to play today? Zhou grinned. Thomas is still out, but I should get my opportunity tomorrow. The lineup is thin, and I might even start. That's fantastic, Zhang responded with enthusiasm. To be honest, he was stunned when he heard the news that day. Having spent 3 years in the United States, he was well aware of the formidable reputation of the Bad Boys, a team that once instilled fear throughout the NBA, yet he never anticipated Joe would dismantle them so effortlessly. On the evening of the 12th, at the United Center, at 6:30 p.m. in the visiting team's locker room, head coach Chuck Daly was preparing to announce the starting lineup. He glanced at the players, who were demoralized. Lacking the spirit that once characterized the Bad Boys, the team was truly finished. After their consecutive championships, they had lost their edge, and the recent locker room incident had sealed their fate. The starting lineup consisted of center John Salley, power forward Orlando Woolridge, small forward Dennis Rodman, shooting guard Joe Dumars, and point guard Joe Kwon. The Pistons boasted a roster of 15 players, including 7 guards, supplemented by swingman Mark Aguirre, effectively making it 8 guards. With Thomas absent, Dumars took the starting shooting guard position, and Aguirre served as Rodman's backup, leaving 5 guards remaining. Among these, Charles Thomas was a fringe undrafted player on a non-guaranteed minimum contract and lacked the caliber to start at point guard. Additionally, 2 veterans nearing retirement could not fill the role either. The remaining 2, apart from Joe, were Lance Blanks, a first-round pick from 1990 who had shown little potential last season and had been deemed expendable. Thus, despite the abundance of guards, only Joe Kwon was viable for the starting point guard position, which explained his earlier conversation with Jean. At 7:30 p.m., both teams announced their starting lineups. Pistons, John Salley, Orlando Woolridge, Dennis Rodman, Joe Dumars, Joe Kwon. Bulls, Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, John Paxson. The game was broadcast nationwide on TNT, with commentators Robert Gidley and Linger Wilson. At this moment, Wilson remarked with a smile, "Iron Fist starting, truly a well-deserved reward." Gidley chuckled. The entire league owes gratitude to the Dragon Slayer. Wilson laughed. Michael Jordan openly courting Iron Fist, yet he remains unresponsive, and the Pistons have rejected all trade offers. I must say, the Pistons management is clearly in disarray, showing no intention of making any roster adjustments. Indeed, their decline is evident this season. The Pistons are destined to falter significantly as they vie for the top draft pick, Gidley jested. At 7:40 p.m., the starting players from both teams met in the tunnel. With no microwave or lame beer present, Jordan was in high spirits, his face adorned with a smile. He relished witnessing the Pistons' downfall, having suffered greatly at their hands. Without this team, he might have ushered in his era 3 years earlier. "Hello, Iron Fist," he greeted Joe, extending his hand with cheerfulness. "Hello, Michael," Joe replied, offering a gentle smile as he briefly shook Jordan's hand. Observing their handshake, John Salley felt a pang of discomfort, his mood plummeting. Rodman and Dumars shared a moment of nostalgia. Though their feelings were not as sour as Sally's, they reminisced about Isaiah Thomas, who would never have shaken Jordan's hand. Following last year's Eastern Conference sweep, they had refused to shake hands with the Bulls, leaving the court under Thomas's leadership, symbolizing a staunch refusal to concede to their rivals, an attitude that resonated with their beliefs. "Iron Fist, don't you want to help me out?" Jordan, all smiles, openly solicited. "Thank you, but such occurrences will not transpire again with the Pistons. I am more than capable of handling them. If one attempt fails, I shall make several. The Bad Boys must learn to fear the master." Joe Kwon's smile was gentle, his tone equally mild. Yet his words bore an unexpected harshness that caused Jordan's heart to involuntarily tighten. Joe Kwon remarked, "Since the Pistons management has chosen me and is willing to nurture my talents, I am now a part of the Pistons. Although I may not belong to the Bad Boys faction, I find myself entangled in internal conflicts with the likes of Laimbeer and Thomas. Given that the Bulls are the Pistons' sworn adversaries, my sole purpose against you is to exhaust every effort to defeat you, rather than joining your ranks." Jordan's expression twitched several times, his smile evaporating entirely, as he gazed upon Joe Kwon's beaming countenance and absorbed the sharp and resolute words. He discerned the presence of another smile assassin, a youthful, audacious figure brimming with tenacity, one who had vexed him for years. Due to Joe Kwon's resemblance to the original Smile Assassin, Jordan had never particularly favored him. Now, his demeanor shifted to one of cold disdain, extinguishing any thoughts of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Rodman, Dumars, and John Salley erupted into laughter upon hearing Joe's proclamation, their previously dismal moods brightening instantly. Soon, the visiting team was announced. Joe Dumars designated Joe Kwon to be the first to take the floor. As he stepped out, the announcer boomed, "Now let us welcome the Warriors' Dragon Slayer, the Iron Fist Butcher, Joe Kwon." To the surprise of all, a thunderous cheer resonated throughout the United Center. Jong Heli, seated in the third row, clapped enthusiastically with the player ticket Joe had secured for him. This marked the debut of China's first genuine player on the NBA stage, though it was regrettable that the domestic audience remained largely unaware of the league's formidable stature. Zhou Quan leisurely made his way to the court. And just as he set foot on the playing surface, the system's virtual screen flickered to life. The regular season commenced. And congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. The host was congratulated again, this time for unearthing a maximum-level spatial imagination. Furthermore, due to the elevation of spatial imagination to its zenith, his basic panoramic vision was enhanced to full capacity, elevating his passing skill from level 80 to 90 and his organizational ability from level 75 to 85. Additionally, congratulations were in order for the host, as the precision of all striking sports was elevated to a first-rate standard. What is this? In an instant, a brand new world unfurled before his eyes. An overwhelming sensation unlike any other. Is this what maximum-level spatial imagination entails? What does full panoramic vision mean? Everywhere he looked, his gaze constructed a flawless three-dimensional visual model rich with the sense of mysterious space within his mind. He experienced a visual impact brought forth by this perfect three-dimensional perspective, feeling as though he had been reborn. The pinnacle of spatial imagination instantaneously compensated for the significant inherent deficiencies in his talent as a point guard, substantially raising his potential. Momentarily dazed, he struggled to complete a few minutes of warm-up, only finding clarity once seated on the bench. In that moment, he realized that his destiny and career would be irrevocably altered. A novice task was issued, instructing the host to deliver 6 assists in the current match, with a margin of error for turnovers set at 2, an acceptable standard for a point guard. The difficulty of the novice task was halved, with rewards doubled, yielding a reward of 1 for anticipation. In the next instant, the system reappeared. Could this system also issue tasks? Yet, fourfold rewards yielding merely 1 for anticipation suggested that future tasks would indeed be challenging. He calmed himself and perused the task details. A turnover margin of 2 implied that for 6 assists, a maximum of 3 turnovers was permissible. Exceeding this would forfeit the reward. At 8 o'clock, the match commenced, marking Zhou Quan's inaugural professional game. Meanwhile, far away in Detroit, Isaiah Thomas, having been discharged from the hospital and recuperating at home, invited his comrade Bill Laimbeer to watch the game together. As Zhou Quan took to the court, their emotions were a tangled web of hatred, anger, helplessness, and even anticipation. Laimbeer, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, "Isaiah, you were right. McCluskey truly aims to replace you. This kid seems like a reflection of you, just as ruthless. No, even more ruthless. He is a fusion of you and Rick Mahorn." Thomas scoffed. "He may be capable, but once on the court, he will be annihilated by Jordan." Laimbeer nodded, begrudgingly adding, "This little brat forced me into retirement. I cannot let this resentment go. Isaiah, you must not heed their words and reconcile with him." "That would tarnish our reputation," Laimbeer insisted. "What reputation do we have left to lose?" Thomas retorted, before continuing. "John and Mark informed me that Iron Fist and Joe have allied to dominate the locker room. Everyone obeys them. Even if I were to return now, it seems we could never return to the past. Damn, those guys are traitors. If Rick and Vinny were still around, it wouldn't be like this. Our bad boys era is over." Laimbeer trembled with rage. Thomas fell silent for a moment, then said softly, "Bill, our team is finished. I will never have another chance to defeat Jordan, and those talented young players will not wish to join us. We will be the scapegoats of the Pistons. We truly made a foolish mistake." Laimbeer fell into silence. At that moment, within the United Center, the game officially began. The centers jumped for the tip-off, and the Pistons commenced their offensive play. Zhou Quan received the ball in the backcourt, facing the formidable defense of John Paxson, the primary white point guard of the Bulls. Both players stood at an identical height of 188 centimeters, but Paxson weighed only 84 kilograms, whereas Zhou Quan boasted a robust frame of 95 kilograms. The 11-kilogram disparity is indeed significant. In the context of boxing's lightweight division, it could equate to at least 3 weight classes. Consequently, as Zhou Quan seized the ball, he controlled it with his right hand while using his left to shield his advance, leveraging his 95-kilogram mass and formidable strength of the 86th grade to surge forward. Although Paxson was not an all-star, he was undeniably one of the finest point guards of his era, at 31 years old and brimming with experience. He promptly retreated, employing a combination of defensive maneuvers to thwart Zhou Quan's momentum. Zhou Quan was not in haste to advance rapidly. He was savoring the exquisite experience of an expansive panoramic vision. This panoramic vista was composed of a series of frozen frames, where each gaze created a singular, immobile image. Countless continuously updated snapshots, akin to a film reel, coalesced through the human ability of visual persistence, thus forming a seamless panoramic view. As he progressed steadily, he simultaneously scanned his surroundings, left, right, forward, while excluding the rear. In his mind, he constructed a flawless three-dimensional visual model through his heightened spatial imagination, continuously refreshing the frozen frames to create a fluid panoramic perspective. It seemed that wherever his gaze landed, there was an eye above each individual, even those obscured by barriers, allowing him to perceive them. This exemplifies spatial imagination, capturing objects hidden behind obstructions through certain phenomena and subsequently establishing visual models within the mind. Each individual's visual aptitude is unique, rendering the world distinct in the eyes of every person, thus, the adage of one person, one world. Zhou Quan firmly believes that the world he perceives at present is the epitome of perfection and authenticity. Despite his fully developed spatial imagination and panoramic vision, he still must explore how to optimally harness these abilities during the competition. At this moment, he advances to the front court, progressing directly towards the arc top. Due to his considerable weight, his speed is somewhat limited, rendering him less adept at sideline breakthroughs. On the right wing, Joe Dumars is calling for the ball, position 3. 25 meters away, but Jordan stands in the way, obstructing the passing lane, making it unsuitable for a pass. Meanwhile, on the left wing, John Sally is also seeking the ball, 7.02 meters away, but with Cartwright blocking his path, he has not established a favorable position for receiving the ball. Similarly, Ulrich on the right low post is 7.15 meters away, guarded by the tenacious Grant, making a pass to him equally impractical. On the left wing, Rodman is moving towards the paint, 3.56 meters away, with Pippen trailing closely but slightly behind, creating an opening for a potential pass. Previously, his spatial imagination was insufficient, leading to a poor grasp of spatial dynamics, particularly in understanding the positions of teammates and opponents. He might have perceived a distance of 5 meters when it was actually 5.5 or even 6 meters. Now, however, he possesses an acute awareness of the spatial landscape, as if wielding an invisible ruler to measure everything. He can discern the precise distances between all players, a feat previously unattainable due to both obstacles and a lack of spatial imagination, which prevented him from accurately constructing a three-dimensional visual model in his mind. The primary duty of a point guard is to devise suitable tactics based on the unfolding game situation and, in due course, to pass the ball to the teammate most advantageous for offense. Taking a step back, he creates space between himself and the defender, promptly raising his left hand to signal a tactical gesture. This signifies a basic strategy where a low-post player moves up to set a screen for an off-ball cut by an outside shooter. Rodman initiates his movement from the left wing, cutting into the paint, yet his intention is not to score, but rather to position himself for a rebound. Pippen, well aware of Rodman's disinclination and ineptitude in offensive plays, does not closely shadow him, trailing just half a step behind. As Rodman makes a decisive move into the key from the left flank, Sally steps up, effectively obstructing Pippen's path. Seizing the moment, as Sally advances, Zhou Quan swiftly pulls the ball up with his right hand, securing it with a single grip. His left elbow nudges against John Paxson, applying just the right amount of force to disrupt Paxson's balance, rendering him ineffective in defense. In a flash, he utilizes this opportunity to launch the basketball with his right hand, sending it on a direct trajectory towards Rodman. As a point guard, it is imperative for him to comprehend each teammate's preferences, from their ideal catching positions to their favorite offensive techniques. This understanding is crucial for delivering an effective pass. Now, with his spatial imagination at its zenith, his observation and control of space have reached unparalleled heights. This capability is vital for passing, ensuring accuracy and appropriate force. In essence, he can pinpoint any location on the court with remarkable precision, as long as it lies within his line of sight, achieving an exactness that is unparalleled. His fundamental passing skills are exceptional. With large hands and strong control, his previous struggles with passing stemmed from limited vision and an inability to perceive positions accurately. The situation has transformed. His passing precision now resembles that of a missile guided by satellite technology. Rodman, upon receiving the pass, grasps it effortlessly, neither too high nor too low, neither too far left nor right, and with just the right lead, it is the optimal position for receiving the ball. Despite the rapid speed of the pass, it spins smoothly, eliminating any risk of mishandling. He experiences an uncanny sensation, as if Zhou Quan stands beside him, guiding the catch with meticulous care. Facing an open basket, he promptly takes a step and lays it up. Beautiful. Witnessing this pass, Zhang Heli in the audience feels a surge of excitement, convinced that the shot will surely score. Alas, the force was insufficient, and the basketball clanged against the rim before rolling out. Did he really miss an open layup? Zhang Heli exclaimed in disbelief. In the next instant, both Rodman and Cartwright leaped simultaneously to contest the rebound. Remarkably, Rodman's airborne maneuver is notably exaggerated, his legs spread wide apart, effectively pushing Cartwright aside and securing the rebound with ease. He then executes a second layup, this time successfully. The big bug relishes the opportunity to dominate the boards. Joe Kwon, unfazed by his lack of assists, chose instead to focus on Rodman's peculiar penchant for the game. He resolved to cultivate this skill, understanding that losing an offensive rebound in critical moments could prove catastrophic. "Dennis," he murmured as he approached Rodman, "today you should endeavor to penetrate the defense more. If Pippen underestimates your offensive capabilities, it's imperative that you demonstrate just how proficient you can be. Scoring over him will undoubtedly allow you to seize the media's attention away from Jordan." Rodman, who generally shunned offensive play, was initially inclined to refuse. But the glint in Iron Fist's eyes, half smiling yet intimidating, sent a shiver down his spine. He found himself apprehensive of the smiling assassin and lame beer. The thought of facing Iron Fist, who could effortlessly overpower both, was daunting. Okay, he reconsidered. Iron Fist's suggestion held merit. Wherever Jordan was, the media's spotlight invariably fell upon him. If he could manage to capture some of that attention while in Jordan's orbit, it would be an exhilarating experience. He nodded eagerly in agreement. On the sidelines, Chuck Daly expressed his satisfaction with Joe Kwon's recent pass. Joe Kwon's other abilities remain elusive at present, however. His passing skill should not be regarded as merely a B- grade, nor should his court vision be classified as C-. Of course, it is possible that this is merely a fleeting moment of brilliance in passing. The Bulls' offense unfolds as John Paxson advances the ball. Joe Kwon possesses a shoulder width of 52 centimeters, a measurement that coincidentally matches that of Jordan, for an individual standing at a height of 185 centimeters. This broadness exudes a robust and formidable upper body, significantly larger than that of Paxson. As Joe Kwon positions himself in front, Paxson finds it impossible to advance, necessitating a two-step maneuver to circumvent him. However, as he attempts to navigate around, Joe Kwon adeptly retreats into defense, once again placing himself in front. With his elongated arms, he deftly dislodges the ball, swiftly seizing the opportunity to reclaim possession by using his muscular physique to displace Paxson. "What a splendid defensive play!" exclaimed Wilson from the TNT commentary booth. "In the Grizzlies team, Iron Fist is renowned for his defensive prowess," added Jida. Observing from a distance, Jordan hurried over, but alas, he was already too late. Upon receiving the ball, Joe Kwon immediately exerted force and charged towards the basket. After a few strides, he leapt into the air, gripping the ball firmly in his right hand, and with all his might, he slammed it towards the hoop. The impact was audible, lacking sufficient vertical leap and height. He relied on his arms, which were remarkably long, and with a powerful jump, managed to thrust the ball into the net with a spectacular axe-style dunk. Jordan, trailing behind, attempted to block him, but was a fraction too late, resulting in a missed opportunity. Oh, what a moment! This dunk invigorated the Pistons' morale, prompting the bench players to rise and cheer enthusiastically for their teammate. What an impressive defensive play! Joe Kwon, despite his shorter stature, executed a dunk that was both explosive and skillful, showcasing his exceptional athleticism. No wonder he was selected in the first round. Zhang Heli, who was clapping incessantly, was filled with excitement, oblivious to the Bulls fans beside him who were glaring in his direction. As Joe Kwon passed Jordan, he smiled and quipped, "Michael, you almost blocked me there." Those were my words. Jordan's rage ignited, veins bulging on his forehead as he turned to glare at Joe Kwon's back, retorting sharply, "Rookie, you've successfully provoked me. Consider yourself marked." Black Jesus. Joe Kwon, without glancing back, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. That insufferable brat. Observing Joe Kwon's nonchalant demeanor filled Jordan with an intense frustration. "A formidable defense," shouted Joe Domas, rushing over in excitement. After exchanging a celebratory high-five with Domas, Joe Kwon smiled and said, "Jordan, I have provoked him. Parker cannot contain me. If he attempts to switch defense, you must intensify your offensive efforts. I shall pass the ball to you." "Okay," Joe Domas responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly nodding in agreement. With the score at 4-0, the Bulls launched their offensive. Jordan received the ball and advanced, Losing to the Pistons was the last thing he desired, and even in the absence of Thomas and Laimbeer, he was determined not to falter, especially now that Joe Kwon had riled him up. Today, he aimed to demonstrate to the rookie that Black Jesus was not to be trifled with. The Pistons employed the Jordan rules, an extreme defensive strategy against him. With Joe Domas positioned as the frontline defense, he served as the first line of defense, while the center and nearest perimeter players formed a secondary line behind him. Should Jordan breach both lines, they were prepared to bring him down. As Jordan advanced with the ball towards the right wing, Domas promptly forced him towards the left. As Jordan's right side breakthroughs were most potent, thus minimizing the threat by pushing him to the left. At that moment, John Paxson made an off-ball cut. Moving to the right wing, his organizational skills were average, reminiscent of Joe Kwon in his early days, yet his movement without the ball was commendable. Furthermore, his mid-range shooting was exceptionally accurate, surpassing even Jordan, making him the most reliable long-range shooter on the Bulls, with a shooting percentage higher than Jordan's. When positioned for an open mid-range shot, he was the player his teammates trusted most, to the extent that one might exaggerate his success as being infallible from mid-range. Within Coach Jackson's triangle offense, other players would create space for Paxson, allowing him to take open mid-range shots, a staple of their strategy. Although this was Joe Kwon's debut match, he was an astute player, well-versed in the capabilities of his opponents, a task he undertook before each game. Thus, when Paxson made his off-ball cut, especially to the mid-range area, Joe Kwon remained vigilant and did not let his guard down. He had no other expectations for his debut. First, to excel in defense, ensuring he contained his assigned opponent while providing help as necessary. Second, to facilitate the offense, aiding the teammate in the most advantageous position. And third, to pursue personal scoring opportunities judiciously, taking shots only when warranted and refraining from reckless attempts. Seeing that Paxson had no chance, Jordan, under Doma's pressure, took a couple of steps toward the arc and, with a sudden burst of energy, pushed past his defender. Changing direction sharply as he charged towards the right elbow with the ball, Joe Kwon was the closest and hurried to reinforce the defense, but it was too late. The mid-range jump shot from the free throw line was one of Jordan's most favorite scoring zones. Swish. From the right side of the free throw line, Jordan executed a sudden stop and jump shot, and the ball went through the hoop without touching the rim. "Rookie, you were almost able to guard me," Jordan taunted immediately after scoring. "Congratulations, Michael, you have bested me," Joe Kwon replied with a smile. Seeing Joe Kwon's unchanging grin felt like punching a cotton pile to Jordan. It was an unsettling sensation. He longed to wipe that insincere smile off the rookie's face with a punch, finding the smiling tiger utterly irritating. Soon, he would unleash a barrage of 40 to 50 points on him, and he would see if that smile could endure. "Let me take over." Noticing Joe Kwon receiving the ball, he realized that Paxson couldn't handle the iron fist and swiftly switched his defense. As expected, Joe Kwon received the ball and, upon noticing Jordan standing before him, smiled and began to advance. The difference in their heights was precisely 10 centimeters, while Jordan's wingspan extended to 212 centimeters. A disparity of 12 centimeters, enabling him to overshadow Joe Kwon and significantly enhance his defensive effectiveness. In terms of weight, Jordan tipped the scales at 98 kilograms, exceeding Joe Kwon by 3 kilograms. However, when it came to muscle mass, the shorter Joe Kwon surpassed Jordan, suggesting that despite weighing 3 kilograms less, he possessed greater strength. In terms of speed, Jordan, with a 100-meter dash time of 10.5 seconds, undoubtedly moved with greater swiftness. Joe Kwon was acutely aware of the physical advantages and disadvantages of both parties. It was futile to attempt to circumvent Jordan, whose superior speed and longer legs would allow him to retreat more swiftly. Consequently, when Jordan positioned himself in front, Joe immediately protected the ball with his left elbow and, leveraging his strength, pushed forward into a physical confrontation. This young man, short yet robust, possessed sufficient strength to dominate the entire league's backcourt. Jordan, feeling the pressure, found himself somewhat overwhelmed and had no choice but to retreat promptly to avoid being driven past. He attempted to poke the ball away, but Joe's arms were sufficiently long, and his ball control was too far back for Jordan to reach. As Jordan relinquished the physical contest, Joe's pace surged, and he crossed the midcourt in a mere 4.5 seconds. Through this encounter, he assessed his own strength to be at level 86, while estimating Jordan's to be between levels 80 and 83, placing him a tier below. Indeed, Michael could not withstand the challenge. His iron fist could very well be likened to a bulldozer at the point guard position. On the TNT commentary team, Robert Horry chuckled, while his partner, Lynn Greer Wilson, nodded in agreement, stating, "As a hockey player, physical confrontation is his forte. I believe there are very few, if any, guards in the league capable of matching his strength." With Jordan switching defenses, Pippen also shifted to guard Chauncey Billups, while the offensively challenged Rodman was left to be defended by the point guard Paxson, effectively rendered in a state of neglect. Taking a step back, Joe created distance between himself and Jordan before signaling the play. Observing this, Rodman on the left wing promptly made a cut towards the paint. Joe Kwon's gaze was firmly fixed on the right wing, simultaneously maneuvering the ball to his left hand in preparation to pass to Rodman. Upon noticing this, Jordan immediately shifted half a step to the left wing, blocking Joe Kwon's left side, while rapidly waving his arms, intent on thwarting the latter's pass to Rodman. "Be cautious of the pick and roll." Pippen, stationed on the right wing, quickly pointed towards the paint, vocally alerting his teammates. At that moment, Joe Dumars seized the opportunity to retreat a couple of steps, stealthily positioning himself beyond the three-point line on the right wing. With a keen peripheral vision on the right, Joe Kwon lifted the ball with his left hand and deftly flicked it behind him, sending the ball soaring towards Joe Dumars. Dumars raised both hands to his chest. This was his favored position for receiving the ball, as well as the optimal launching point for his shot. Receiving the ball in this position required no adjustments, allowing him to leap and shoot directly. If he received it elsewhere, he would need to recalibrate, resulting in a delayed shot. "Oh no," Pippen exclaimed, rushing towards the three-point line. However, it was too late. The pass was remarkably precise, landing directly in Dumars' grasp with incredible speed and almost no spin. Dumars caught the ball comfortably, without any need for adjustment, and sprang into action, while a leaping Pippen was a moment too late. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net, creating a splash of whitewater. "Splendid!" In the stands, Zhang Heli smacked his thigh in excitement. Chuck Daly's eyes lit up. This was an excellent pass, indicative of Iron Fist's consistent ability to deliver quality plays. However, he noted that it remained to be seen if this performance was a mere flash of brilliance, as any player could have a standout game or even a remarkable season before reverting to mediocrity. Nonetheless, he recognized one quality in Iron Fist: a strong tactical acumen, capable of delivering the ball to the most suitable teammate. Moreover, he reaffirmed that Iron Fist's vision was not as deficient as scouts had claimed. Additionally, his passing fundamentals were commendable, particularly due to his large hands. He exhibited strong control, delivering fast, spin-free passes that minimized the receiver's chances of mishandling the ball. With a score of 7-2, the Pistons led by 5 points on the road. Faced with the deficit, Jordan's expression turned serious as he shouted to Pippen, "Scotty, get your head in the game and watch your man." Pippen felt like cursing. He had thought that the rookie would pass to Rodman again, only to realize that the actual recipient was Dumars. Wasn't he equally fooled? At that moment, Joe Kwon interjected with a smile, "Hey Michael, don't blame Scotty. After all, you failed to guard my pass." Pippen burst into laughter, shaking his shoulders in amusement. Meanwhile, Jordan glared at Joe Kwon, grinding his teeth. "Rookie, you've really angered Black Jesus. What is that to me? I believe you can certainly dominate Jordan today, right?" Joe Kwon waved his hand dismissively, stepping aside. Joe Dumars stood in shock, pondering why Iron Fist provoked Jordan when the repercussions fell on him. Jordan, too, was bewildered. After all, it was Dumars defending him, not this rookie. 15 seconds later, on the right wing, Jordan faked out Dumars, driving inside and deftly evading Joe Kwon's help defense, soaring towards the basket to lay up against John Sally. Then gathering the ball mid-air, evading Sally's block and gliding smoothly beneath the rim. Bang! The next instant, he executed a powerful reverse dunk, shaking the Pistons' hoop with a thunderous impact. Oh! The entire United Center erupted in a frenzy. This was beyond human capability. I suspect this man possesses invisible wings. The entire right-wing defense was shattered by a single individual, prompting Joe Kwon to acknowledge the situation. John wasn't tough enough. Why didn't he just elbow Jordan and take him down? Had he forgotten our strategy? In Detroit, Lame Beer witnessed the play and seethed with anger. Thomas, his expression cold, remarked, "That rookie's defense was clean." Jordan breezed past him effortlessly, rendering his secondary defense useless. "Such a performance disgusts me." Lame Beer nodded in agreement, cursing, "Damn it. He should have tripped Jordan with his leg or knocked him over. He is stronger than Jordan. This softy should have made Jordan bleed. He even claims we are soft. Had we been on the court, Jordan's legs would be broken, and he'd be writhing in agony beneath us. That's what toughness looks like." At the United Center, Joe Kwon advanced the ball into the front court. Under Jordan's stern reprimand, the Bulls adopted a 100 defensive mentality. Arriving at the arc, Joe Kwon surveyed his teammates' movements. But the Bulls' defense was exceptionally tight, leaving no room for open shots or suitable passing opportunities. With no options available, he decided to take matters into his own hands, turning his body to back down Jordan. Despite Jordan's gritted teeth, he found himself pushed back a couple of steps. Pop. At that moment, Joe Kwon pivoted for a jump shot, but the experienced Jordan anticipated his move, quickly leaping to contest the shot, utilizing his significant height advantage to block it. Fortunately, Joe Kwon displayed agility, swiftly landing and repositioning himself to box out Jordan, regaining control of the ball without losing possession. "Come on, rookie, shoot again. Let me send you another rejection," Jordan taunted from behind, spewing trash talk. Utilizing size to overpower, Joe Kwon's offensive capability remained insufficient. TNT commentator Lingu Wilson remarked, "Without formidable individual ball handling skills, one lacks sufficient threat. Iron Fist has an excellent role model to aspire to, the 3-inch shorter smiling assassin. Despite severely spraining an ankle, Isaiah Thomas scored 25 points in a single quarter against the Lakers in the finals, showcasing exceptional offensive prowess." Robert Height nodded in agreement. Haha. Upon hearing this, Wilson burst into laughter. In Detroit, Thomas snorted, instinctively rubbing his nose, and angrily declared, "He wants me to teach him? Only if he lets me give him a beating first." On the court, with little time remaining on the shot clock, Joe Kwon, facing Jordan's elite defense and lacking the capability to create his own shot, had no choice but to pass to Joe Dumars. Under Pippen's defense, Dumars took a shot but missed. Jordan swiftly charged in to secure the rebound, bringing the score to 7-4 in favor of the Bulls. Subsequently, the Bulls intensified their defense, effectively curbing the Pistons' offensive efforts. With only Dumars possessing autonomous offensive capabilities, Joe Kwon was still too inexperienced to be considered a full threat. Together, they struggled to execute against the formidable defense of Jordan and Pippen. In the 6th minute of the first quarter, through a defensive counterattack strategy, the Bulls unleashed a 6-2 offensive surge, taking the lead at 9-10, with Jordan contributing 6 of those points, prompting Chuck Daly to call a timeout. During the first half of the quarter, under Jordan's defense, Joe Kwon managed only a single assist, an indirect assist, with 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 turnover from 2 attempts. However, 7 of the 9 points scored were related to him. The turnover occurred during a drive when Pippen suddenly doubled him, allowing Jordan to intercept the ball. Once the players settled down, Chuck Daly approached Joe Kwon directly, locking eyes with him as he said, "Joe, your defense has been commendable. You prevented John Paxson from getting a shot, which is excellent. However, your help defense needs improvement. You only managed to block Jordan once. I expect you to be more assertive. Can you make him bleed?" "What?" Joe Kwon thought he had misheard. "If he attempts to rush past you again, I want you to take him down, even to the point of drawing blood," Chuck Daly stated with a hint of cruelty, emphasizing each word deliberately. Joe Kwon cast a glance at the adjacent Xiao Dumas, whose demeanor betrayed no hint of deviation. This reassured him of the veracity of the coach's words. Yet, he had long since conveyed to McCloskey his aversion to embodying the role of the villain. Did Chuck Daly remain oblivious to this fact? Or was he, perhaps, testing the limits of his resolve? Thus, he asserted with conviction, "No, Coach Daly, the bad boys' era has concluded. I shall not inherit their style of play. I possess my own unique approach. Should physical altercations be necessary on the court, I would prefer to join the NHL, where one-on-one confrontations adhere to established rules, rather than engage in such conduct within the NBA." Chuck Daly's eyes reflected a sense of resignation. He believed that a fierce competitor like Iron Fist could easily replicate the essence of the former Bad Boys. However, Joe Kwon's response left him disheartened. Realizing that the revival of a new Bad Boys era was unattainable, and the legacy of his past glories might not endure, prompting a flicker of doubt in his mind. With a somewhat lethargic tone, he instructed, "Very well. I now urge you to enhance your drive towards the basket. Jordan cannot withstand your post play. His strength pales in comparison to yours, and his center of gravity is higher. You can aggressively charge through him, drawing the Bulls' defense, and then facilitate the ball movement. Of course, you may also call for a pick and roll, perhaps to exchange positions with Xiao Dumas and isolate John Paxson." Understood, Joe Kwon nodded in acknowledgement. The timeout concluded, and the Pistons initiated their offensive play. Joe Kwon, with the ball just beyond the halfway line, suddenly executed a swift change of direction and accelerated forward. Bam! Under Jordan's defensive maneuver, their shoulders collided, causing him to stumble momentarily. Zhou Quan took a brief pause, then, seizing the opportunity, he surged forward. After a few strides, he dribbled past the arc's peak. Just as Zhou Quan was about to penetrate the paint, the Bulls swiftly executed a double team, with Jordan hot on his heels. As Zhou Quan rushed to the free throw line, his right peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Joe Dumas moving towards the top of the arc, only to vanish from sight moments later. At that instant, his panoramic vision swiftly transformed into a prescient awareness. This prescient awareness, built upon the foundation of static panoramic vision, is enhanced by anticipation and experience, allowing for a dynamic foresight. When a target disappears from view, a player can, through experience and intuition, infer the target's next position, as if glimpsing the world of the immediate future. In a state of prescient awareness, it becomes feasible to pass without direct sight of the receiver, as the player can predict the next position of the recipient with remarkable accuracy. In the next moment, Zhou Quan's anticipation and experience birthed a vision of foresight. He perceived that Joe Dumas had shifted to a position 1 meter to the right of the arc's apex. However, he remained composed and acutely aware that his prescient awareness was rudimentary, his anticipation rated only at level 72, and his game experience at a mere 60. Thus, his ability to execute a no-look pass was still quite lacking, prone to errors. Consequently, at the free throw line, he abruptly halted, lifting the ball, while simultaneously turning his head to the right. As his gaze reacquired Joe Dumas, he realized with dismay that his prediction had been flawed. Dumas's actual position deviated by half a meter from his anticipated spot. In the next heartbeat, he made the pass. Dumas, spotting Iron Fist charging towards the arc, with Jordan in pursuit, immediately sensed an opening and instinctively moved towards the top of the key. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether Iron Fist could see his position. In the next instant, he observed Iron Fist making a backward pass. With a sharp sound, he dashed to the right of the arc's center, receiving the ball with both hands, perfectly positioned for a shot without the need for adjustment. He leapt effortlessly, releasing the ball just as Pippen lunged in from behind. Too late to intervene. However, due to Zhou Quan glancing back prior to the pass, a moment was lost, allowing Jordan, stationed above the free throw line, to pivot just in time to intercept the ball. At this juncture, Pippen seized the opportunity, racing down the court and successfully executing a layup. Just a fraction too slow. In the stands, Zhang Heli shook his head in regret. Had Zhou Quan's pass been a fraction swifter, Jordan would have been unable to keep pace. Zhou Quan felt a deep sense of regret. Had he not focused on passing to the player, Jordan would undoubtedly have been unable to block Joe Dumas. Unfortunately, his foresight was not yet sufficiently developed. In the future, he must exercise greater caution in his passing, avoiding the weakness of inadequate anticipation and striving to deliver the ball to teammates within his line of sight. He promptly engaged in self-reflection. Iron Fist. If you penetrate further into the paint before distributing the ball, Jordan will not have the time to react, advised the seasoned Joe Dumas. Zhou Quan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that he had indeed rushed earlier. He should have pressed on with his drive, further compressing the Bulls' defense to create greater space for the perimeter before distributing the ball. The time was 9:12, and the Pistons were on the offensive. Upon crossing the midline, Zhou Quan immediately accelerated. However, Jordan's extensive experience allowed him to withdraw a half step in advance, securing a defensive position that obstructed Zhou's path to the basket. With a resounding impact, he retreated 2 steps. As Jordan pursued, Zhou suddenly reignited his drive, advancing with quick, nimble steps while simultaneously swaying his shoulders. Then, he burst forward, slipping past on the right side. In his maneuver to bypass Jordan, he deliberately nudged his shoulder against him, aiming to destabilize his opponent's balance and diminish his speed in pursuit. This combination of feigned movements, abrupt directional changes, and a crushing drive showcased his mastery of the game, elevating his ball handling skills to an impressive level of 90. The synergy of these techniques was remarkable. The feint rendered Jordan incapable of accurately predicting Zhou's direction, while the swift step allowed him to exploit an opening for a decisive breakthrough. The forceful drive, utilizing body contact, prevented Jordan from effectively pivoting to follow. This unique approach to breaking through defenses was a culmination of strategies he had refined during his time with the Brown Bears, harnessing all his advantages to great effect. Alas, his center of gravity had been disrupted. By the time Jordan turned to pursue, he was already 2 steps behind, leaving him completely outmaneuvered. Zhou Quan, dribbling the ball past the free throw line, was immediately confronted by the formidable duo of Bulls center Cartwright and power forward Grant. In this moment, His exceptional panoramic vision revealed the position of Rodman, who was nearly obscured by the two towering figures. Yet, like a leaf heralding autumn, the subtle movements of Rodman's feet and the glimmers reflecting off certain parts of his body allowed Joe's remarkable spatial imagination to construct a visual model of Rodman in his mind. He discerned that Rodman was shifting towards the right wing, preparing to vacate the paint. Had Joe lacked such advanced spatial perception, he would have merely caught a glimpse of Rodman's feet, unable to form a complete visual representation, reliant solely on rough estimates. However, with his acute awareness, he could intuitively track Rodman's movement, enabling him to make the swiftest and most precise pass. With a deft turn, his back against the Bulls' imposing interior defenders, he feigned a pass to draw their attention, only to unexpectedly flick the ball behind him. Rodman, entering the paint from the left wing, noticed the two defenders obstructing his path and, unable to receive the ball or see Joe, opted to sprint to the right. Yet, as he took a step in that direction, a sudden thud caught his ear. A vibrant orange basketball ricocheted off Grant's foot, unexpectedly appearing in his line of sight. Instinctively, he clasped his hands together, perfectly catching the ball at his chest. In the next breath, he spun and executed a layup, effortlessly sinking the shot. Joe Kwon felt a surge of joy. This pass deepened his understanding of spatial awareness. "Oh, what an astonishing pass!" Wilson exclaimed from the TNT commentary booth, clearly taken aback. G-Da shook his head in agreement, noting that pass threaded the needle beautifully. Iron Fist possesses remarkable vision, able to spot his teammates' open position beyond the defenders. At 11-12, the Bulls initiated their offense. Bang! Rodman thwarted Pippen's mid-range shot, and John Holly snatched the rebound. Bang, bang, bang. Joe Kwon dribbled forward with the vigor of a bulldozer, pushing Jordan deep into the lane. He eschewed the pick and roll to bring back John Paxson, for he knew Jordan would falter against his advance. Should Paxson return, Jordan would be forced to guard Joe Dumars, thereby jeopardizing their offensive strategy. Jordan held a particular disdain for quick and agile smaller guards. Although he too possessed speed and agility, he found himself outmatched by those who were even quicker and more nimble. Now, he discovered that Joe Kwon, despite lacking in speed and finesse, was equally infuriating. He was simply too strong to withstand. Had Joe Kwon opted to shoot from the perimeter, he would have been easier to defend. Given the clear height advantage Jordan possessed, coupled with Joe Kwon's seemingly mediocre offensive skills. However, Joe Kwon's relentless drives without shooting posed a greater challenge. With a powerful thrust, Joe Kwon bulldozed past Jordan and into the paint. Amidst the crowd, he distinctly spotted John Salley behind the towering figure of Cartwright, as well as Rodman entangled with Pippen at the left block, and Grant entering the lane from the right low post alongside Salley. In this moment, his comprehension of panoramic vision and spatial awareness reached new heights. In truth, perceiving the positions of these players was not an extraordinary feat, but his ability to gauge the entirety of the court was remarkable. For instance, while there were 2 feet separating John Salley from Cartwright, Salley was obscured behind Cartwright, rendering him invisible. It would have been impossible to discern that narrow gap in the midst of chaos. Yet, it was as if a celestial eye were fixed upon Salley's head, allowing him to perceive the space with clarity. Having recognized the opportunity, he seized it. With a swift motion, he dribbled low, pressing the ball with his right hand, sending it crashing against the hardwood floor. The ball ricocheted at a sharp angle, deftly traversing through Cartwright's legs and into the 2-foot gap behind him. Salley, poised to receive the ball beneath the basket, was momentarily obstructed by Cartwright and was just about to vacate the area when suddenly, a basketball emerged from below, bouncing directly into his line of sight. Instinctively, he clasped the ball with both hands and caught it. Where did this ball come from? He was momentarily stunned, failing to react until the next instant when he leaped up for a thunderous dunk. With a resounding crash, the rim shook violently, leaving many spectators in awe. When had the ball reached Salley's hands? The congestion beneath the basket obscured the play, and the sequence that led to the pass remained elusive. "Let us review the footage," came the call from the TNT commentary team, led by Wilson. The replay displayed on the screen showcased the moment. The through-the-legs pass, with only a sliver of space for reflection, posed a risk of colliding with Salley's legs. Was it merely luck? Thomas and Detroit watched in astonishment. "A lucky play," Lambier remarked. Thomas shook his head. "I am not blind. This kid has executed several exceptional passes. If Rodman hadn't missed his first shot, he'd already have 4 assists. Many point guards struggle to achieve 4 assists in an entire game. We cannot deny his talent." On the court, the score stood at 13-12, with the Pistons having taken the lead. while the Bulls were on the offensive. In the ensuing possessions, Joe Kwon again penetrated the throng and delivered another exquisite pass to Rodman, assisting him in securing his 6th point of the first quarter, while Joe himself notched his 4th direct assist of the period. However, he also committed another turnover and a defensive foul. On the boards, he managed to snag 1 rebound, as he capitalized on the opportunity after driving in. As the first quarter reached its 10th minute, the score was tied at 19-19, prompting a substitution phase, and Joe Kwon exited the court for a breather. In the first 10 minutes, he had shot twice, making 1, accumulating 2 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 2 turnovers, and 1 foul. Wilson on the TNT commentary team analyzed, in the first 10 minutes, Jordan shot 5 times, making 3, with 2 of those being jump shots, and he converted 2 free throws for a total of 8 points. His desire to drive seems less pronounced today, with only 1 dunk attempt. On the defensive end, he blocked Iron Fist once, and under his defense, Iron Fist had not taken another shot, though he did record 3 assists. He effectively contained Iron Fist's outside shooting. Yet he currently lacks a solution for Iron Fist drives, Wilson noted. Michael must be wary of this, as Iron Fist's assist capabilities appear formidable. If he cannot contain Iron Fist's passing, it could lead to significant scoring opportunities for the opposing team, Gita remarked with a smile. Iron Fist's drive may not be rapid, but when combined with his weight and strength, Jordan's strategy of using his size to guard against smaller players proves challenging. However, the Bulls are renowned for their defensive traps. Even if Iron Fist manages to bypass Jordan, should the Bulls decide to double-team him, his relatively slow drive could easily be thwarted. Today marks a commendable debut for Iron Fist, living up to his status as the 17th overall pick, Wilson nodded. Gita added, his individual defense is commendable. He has effectively neutralized John Paxson's off-ball movement, with Paxson managing only a single shot, failing to score. Wilson continued, as a playmaking guard, Iron Fist has recorded 4 assists and 1 indirect assist in the first 10 minutes, contributing to 13 of the 19 points scored. His performance thus far has been outstanding, orchestrating the Pistons' offense with finesse. Moreover, I am particularly intrigued by his passing ability. I refer to the passes made in tight spaces. He attempted 3 such passes, succeeding twice. His skill in navigating and utilizing space in complex and confined environments is impressive. Simultaneously, he maintained exceptional court vision in these scenarios, which is crucial for his success in threading passes through the narrowest of openings. Joe Kwon sat on the bench, reflecting on the insights gleaned from the first quarter. His contemplation was not about trivial matters, but rather an analysis of the application of maximum spatial imagination and panoramic vision. Upon penetrating the defense, his view was inevitably constrained. However, outside the perimeter, his perspective was far more expansive. Yet, confronted by Jordan's relentless defense, the pathways for his downward passes were significantly obstructed, limiting him to lateral passes, which lacked sufficient threat. He believed that he should endeavor to penetrate more frequently, as his heightened spatial awareness could enable him to masterfully control and observe the space, thereby maximizing its utilization. If he harnessed this ability effectively, his penetration and distribution tactics could prove devastating. With 4 assists and 2 turnovers, his assist-to-turnover ratio was exactly 2. He resolved to minimize further mistakes. The first quarter concluded with a score of 21-24, the Bulls leading by 3 points. In the second quarter, Joe Kwon played for 8 minutes, managing only 1 assist and scoring 2 points on 3 attempts, a performance that fell short of his first quarter efficacy. Adhering to his earlier conclusions, he intensified his ball-handling penetrations, yet the Bulls ramped up their defensive intensity, applying more pressure on his drives. In those 8 minutes, he committed 1 turnover, resulting in a total of 3 turnovers by halftime. The score stood at 40-45, with the Bulls ahead by 5 points. Returning to the locker room, he embarked on another round of reflection. The Bulls' defensive strategy against his penetrations in the second quarter differed markedly from that of the first. Initially, they had closed in on him only after he entered the paint, whereas in the second quarter, they began their pressure as he approached the arc. The distinction between these 2 tactics was merely a step or 2, perhaps a second, or even half a second. Yet, this slight temporal difference allowed the Bulls to execute their pressure more swiftly and aggressively. In fact, the first quarter's strategy was more aligned with the Bulls' traditional defensive approach. The disparity in pressure tactics was evident in their control over open shots from the perimeter. During the first quarter, the pressure tactic did not ease on the Pistons' outside shooters. Once the ball handler penetrated the paint, They were ensnared in a tangle of bodies, severely diminishing their vision and eliminating passing options. However, because Zhou Quan consistently delivered precise passes amidst the crowd, Phil Jackson took notice and promptly adjusted the pressure strategy for the second quarter, initiating the double team earlier. This adjustment afforded the Pistons' perimeter shooters greater space. Yet, due to his inexperience, Zhou Quan failed to recognize the Bulls' tactical shift, stubbornly adhering to his own approach, disregarding the open opportunities for his teammates outside. By the time he committed himself, it was already too late. At this juncture, Chuck Daly approached Zhou Quan and advised Zhou, "I have a suggestion for you. When they initiate the double team early, you must maintain your vision, particularly regarding the wings. As soon as a teammate finds space, pass it without hesitation. Furthermore, in terms of tactical execution, consider your strategy in advance. Ensure your teammates position themselves according to your tactical requirements. As a point guard, you must command the strategic initiative, thus allowing you to anticipate where your teammates will position themselves." "I understand," Zhou Quan nodded in acknowledgement. "Iron Fist, hydrate," called out Joe Dumars, handing him a cup of water. "Your debut performance was quite commendable. In my first game, I recorded 5 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 turnovers, and 2 fouls. You, on the other hand, have achieved 4 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers. While your turnovers are slightly elevated, your assist performance is impressive. However, I came off the bench, facing less defensive pressure. Today, you are matched up against Michael Jordan, a relentless competitor who seeks to outdo others in every aspect. Given the intensity of their defensive pressure, your performance is already remarkable." Zhou Quan smiled and remarked, "However, I aspire to improve even further. Without higher expectations of oneself, there can be no substantial progress." Xiao Dumas was taken aback and involuntarily nodded in agreement. Chuck Daly sighed and said, "Zhou, you truly resemble Thomas. He embodies this very philosophy." This sentiment echoed Michael Jordan's approach as well, observed Xiao Dumas. Chuck Daly was momentarily surprised but nodded in concurrence. 15 minutes later, the third quarter commenced. Under the Bulls' vigorous defense, Zhou Quan's performance was somewhat strained, particularly in terms of organization. However, his individual offensive efforts fared better. He penetrated to the basket, drawing some fouls while managing to control his turnovers. He recorded 1 out of 3 shooting and made all 4 of his free throws, accumulating 6 points along with 1 assist and 2 indirect assists with no turnovers. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 59-82, with the Pistons trailing by 23 points, leading the game into garbage time prematurely. During this quarter, Jordan exploded with a remarkable performance, shooting 5 out of 9 and making 5 out of 6 free throws, amassing 15 points that overwhelmed Xiao Dumas. Pippen also delivered an impressive quarter with 7 points, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block. Together, the duo led the Bulls to a staggering 37 points in that quarter, while restricting the Pistons to a mere 19 points, thereby extending their lead by 18 points. As the fourth quarter began, Phil Jackson refrained from reintroducing the starters. On Chuck Daly's side, substitutes were brought in. Nevertheless, he still sent Zhou Quan onto the court, advising, "Zhou, take advantage of Jordan's absence and elevate your game. Focus on your organization, but also enhance your personal offensive efforts. You have only attempted 8 shots. That's far too few. In this final quarter, you must take at least 8 more shots." Zhou Quan was at a loss for words. "Coach Chuck Daly, are you suggesting that I should merely focus on accumulating statistics?" Indeed, Chuck Daly seemed to entertain such a notion. Zhou Quan faced immense pressure in Detroit. If his debut did not shine, the burden would only intensify. Both the team and the league now required Zhou Quan to deliver an exceptional performance to mitigate the lingering negative impact from before. As he prepared to face the Bulls bench players, without the formidable presence of Jordan looming over him and the relentless double teams, Zhou Quan found himself playing with much greater ease. He was matched up against the Bulls' backup point guard, B.J. Armstrong, a first-round pick at number 18 in 1989. Both shared the same height, yet B.J. weighed a mere 79 kilograms, falling short by 16 kilograms and lacking the physicality to effectively defend against Jill. Joe's defensive prowess stemmed from his strength, substantial physique, and commendable agility, particularly his impressive quickness, which reached a remarkable level of 90. Coupled with his long arms, he compensated for much of the height disadvantage in defense, enabling him to guard not only point guards, but also switch on his shooting guards and small forwards with confidence. On the defensive end, he pressured B.J. into difficult shots, While on offense, following Chuck Daly's earlier advice, he emulated Jordan's style by positioning himself low and isolating against B.J., utilizing his strength and size. He maneuvered close to the basket before taking a shot, leaving B.J. with no means of resistance, relying solely on weak side help to contend. As the final quarter concluded, he achieved a commendable 3 out of 7 from the field and 2 out of 3 from the free throw line, amassing 8 points, alongside 2 assists, a steal, and a block, thoroughly overwhelming B.J. and aiding his team in narrowing the deficit by 11 points. The Pistons ultimately succumbed to a 12-point defeat, concluding the game at 83-95. Joe Kwon's debut showcased his talent over 42 minutes, during which he achieved a shooting record of 6 out of 15 attempts, translating to a shooting percentage of 40. He made 6 out of 7 free throws, accumulating a total of 18 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. He emerged as the second leading scorer for the Pistons that evening, while Chauncey Billups, under Scottie Pippen's defense, managed only 11 points. The primary scoring contributor was Dennis Rodman with 20 points, 14 of which stemmed from assists or indirect assists. Following the match, TNT commentator Wilson elaborated on Jordan's performance, concluding that Iron Fist's debut was notably successful. His initial quarter was impressive, but his performance waned in the subsequent 2 quarters as the Bulls intensified their defensive efforts against him. In the final quarter, his performance notably diminished, leading to a significant drop in BJ's evaluation of him. Compared to the smiling assassin, his offensive capabilities appeared lacking, with insufficient efficiency and immature offensive techniques, particularly in clutch moments. However, his organizational skills and defensive prowess could be favorably compared to Isaiah Thomas, which is commendable. Overall, Iron Fist displayed exemplary defense and commendable passing abilities against the reigning champions, Jordan, in the Bulls' fierce onslaught, marking a successful first outing. Yet, this was merely a single game's performance. The season is long and further observation is warranted. Gita remarked that Iron Fist was somewhat unfortunate to face Jordan's Bulls in his debut, compounded by the aggressive double teams from Jordan's squad, which likely contributed to his less impressive showing in the second and third quarters. In truth, aside from his personal offense, I believe his performance was commendable. He limited John Paxson and BJ to just 2 points each while delivering 9 assists and 7 hockey assists, showcasing his passing ability effectively. Had he not faced the Bulls, his debut might have been even more spectacular, yielding superior statistics. Indeed, his strong passing ability and defense are his key strengths, making him a rare defensive stalwart among guards. If he were to gain an additional 10 inches in height, he would undoubtedly excel further. Wilson nodded in agreement. Zhang, let's stay in touch. Shao. Keep up the good work. If you perform well, I will recommend you for the national team. As Zhou Quan bid farewell to Zhang and returned to the locker room with his team, Pippen remarked, observing Zhou's retreating figure, "That kid will be quite a handful once he fully develops." Jordan echoed the sentiment, stating, "It's all right. The Pistons are in disarray. A team rife with internal strife poses no threat to us." Moreover, with Chauncey Billups nearing the twilight of his career by the time Zhou blossoms, Billups will be past his prime, and he alone will struggle to make an impact. Pippen pondered. What concerns me is if the smiling assassin and he cease their internal conflict. If they join forces, one as a starter and the other as a substitute, our position would be overwhelmed on both offensive and defensive fronts. At this, Jordan's eyebrows furrowed. He was acutely aware of the smiling assassin's capabilities. A formidable adversary he found challenging to contain. Had it not been for injuries, the last Eastern Conference Finals would not have been so straightforward. He could not suppress the smiling assassin. Only injuries could thwart that individual. In the visiting team's locker room, Chuck Daly summarized briefly before stepping outside to discuss Joe Kwan's performance with Mike McCloskey. Both were exhilarated, rekindling hope for the team. Previously, they had contemplated withdrawing following the breakdown of the Bad Boys, with McCloskey even drafting retirement plans. Yet, Joe's debut, particularly against Jordan, ignited a renewed sense of optimism. Vision and passing have been weaknesses in the scouts' evaluations, but today's display leads me to believe those assessments are flawed. Both skills appear to be of elite caliber. Of course, one game is insufficient for a definitive judgment, Chuck Daly reflected. His passing ability is quite commendable, and his organizational skills are decent, though he lacks experience. The intensified double teams from the Bulls in the second and third quarters revealed the shortcomings of a rookie. Jack, he possesses the potential to become a premier playmaker. especially with a defensive prowess that is often absent among typical guards. We should indeed intensify his development. While his ceiling may not reach that of Isaiah, it is certainly promising. After all, we have no other young talent to cultivate, so let us dedicate our efforts to him. His personal offense requires enhancement, and his offensive techniques are far from refined. The team must devise a plan to clearly communicate the skills we require from him. McCloskey nodded in agreement. We must ensure Isaiah assists Iron Fist in enhancing his personal offense, Chuck Daly asserted. Upon hearing this, McCloskey winced. Isaiah, with his stubbornness, would he be receptive? If he were, that day's altercation would never have occurred. Jack, what are your thoughts on the current state of the team? Chuck Daly suddenly inquired. You? McCloskey hesitated, initially uncertain of Daly's intent, but quickly grasped his meaning. He cautiously replied, rebuilding, or perhaps waiting for Thomas's return. I'm not certain. We need more time to observe. Until Thomas is back, we should maintain the status quo. Chuck Daly nodded in agreement, recognizing both their indecision. Isaiah, the kid's performance was adequate. The team will not abandon him. What are your plans? Inquired Lamebeer. Isaiah Thomas responded. His offensive skills are still lacking, and he has minimal game experience. McCloskey mentioned that I should mentor him. Are you really considering bowing to a rookie? Have you lost your edge, the fearless, smiling assassin? You are disappointing me, Lamebeer exclaimed. Isaiah, you should fight back and reclaim the team. His abilities pale in comparison to yours. Lamebeer's eyes widened in anger. Thomas shot him a dismissive glance, stating, No, I intend to challenge him directly, to arrange another encounter for you. At that moment, he pulled a hockey glove from his back pocket, tossing it lightly. I've even prepared the glove for you. Damn it. Lamebeer glared at the glove, irritation radiating from him as he snatched it and slammed it onto the floor, glaring fiercely at Thomas. Isaiah, are you provoking me? Don't think a 1T retaliate. Please, you've already beaten me several times. Remember that time I ended up in the hospital due to your punches? Thomas retorted irritably. Who told you to provoke me? Lamebeer chuckled awkwardly. Disinterested, Thomas leaned back against the sofa, arms behind his head, and pondered aloud. We may have crossed a line that day, don't you think? You fool. I was merely seeking to defend your honor. Why would I target him otherwise? He can't possibly take my place. Are you blaming me now? Lamebeer seethed, grinding his teeth. Thomas continued, I still despise him, and I loathe him even more than Jordan. After all, Jordan never laid a hand on me or caused me such humiliation, whereas this rookie has utterly ruined my life. But Bill, he then lowered his arms and looked seriously at Lamebeer. The pressure now lies entirely with me. You have retired. Your fate is sealed. Bill, do you think there is still a path forward for me? My reputation has become irreparably tarnished, tainted beyond redemption. I am labeled a coward, a weakling, a veteran who suppresses newcomers, the very object of disdain among all NCAA athletes. Even now, my juniors harbor contempt for me. This is the identity I bear. I am faced with a choice. Either reconcile with him or retire, much like you. However, I refuse to consider a trade. I have no desire to join a second team, not in this lifetime. My reputation is in shambles, and I doubt any team would be willing to take me on. What do you think? Please tell me, what course of action should I pursue? Fight back, reclaim your position. Why should you seek reconciliation? He was the one who attacked us, and we suffered greatly, Rabbis declared with fervor. This situation has escalated. The league is watching me, and management supports him. How can I possibly retaliate? Perhaps you could bring a gun and help me eliminate him? Thomas replied coldly. Rambis opened his mouth in disbelief. Do you think I've lost my mind? He still has many good days ahead, and his father has a substantial inheritance awaiting him. Killing him is something even a madman would not contemplate. Bill, you may not realize that several of my sponsors have already abandoned me, resulting in monumental losses amounting to tens of millions of dollars. They have forsaken me because I am no longer the fearless, smiling assassin I once was. I am now merely a coward, a veteran who stifles newcomers, a scoundrel. At this point, Thomas was nearing a roar, the veins on his forehead bulging. Such staggering losses? Rambis was taken aback, for this rogue had little understanding of sponsorships. So, Bill, do you think I am willing to bow to him? If I could defeat him, I would challenge him right now. Thomas's bloodshot eyes bore into Rambis as he inquired. Of course not, Rambis replied, visibly unsettled by Thomas's intense gaze. Yet, at that moment, Thomas slumped back against the sofa, sighing as a result of this incident. Multiple NCAA athletes who were initially set to enter next year's draft have publicly declared their intention to withdraw from the NBA draft. The most troubling among them is O'Neal. the overwhelming favorite to be the first overall pick, who has stated he will reconsider his options. This you already know. Thus, Bill, the league is pressuring me. Unless I choose to retire like you, I have no other path. Then retire. Do not bow to that rookie, Rambis retorted angrily. Thomas's demeanor darkened instantly. And after a moment's pause, he replied, but I loathe the idea of retiring under such a tarnished reputation. I do not wish to be swept aside by Jordan's dominance upon retirement. You understand, since the last time I was swept in the Eastern Conference Finals, my standing in history has plummeted. The media's assessment of me has diminished significantly. As a point guard who was swept by Jordan in the Eastern Conference Finals, who will remember me in the future rankings of historical point guards? I could have been in the top 3. But now I fear I may not even make the top 10. Rambis was infuriated, cursing, it's all just vanity. You, for the sake of hollow recognition, would bow to that rookie? The entire league would mock you for it. Damn it, I do not wish to see you again. Leave. Thomas snapped back. This is my home. Have you lost your mind? You are the one who should leave. Rambis paused, stunned, before angrily storming out. Thomas made no effort to stop him and coldly remarked, Bill, that kid visited me in the hospital that day. I believe he was subtly expressing a desire for reconciliation. What did you say? Rambis turned in surprise, shaking his head. Impossible. That kid holds all the advantages. Why would he seek reconciliation? Thomas chuckled derisively. Haven't you noticed? He is under tremendous pressure in Detroit, especially after tonight's game, with 6 consecutive losses. Many fans are criticizing him. Do you think he has no reason to seek reconciliation? Now that you mention it, it seems plausible, Rambis mused. So, Isaiah, you can assert some control over him. There is no need for you to bow to him. Thomas replied curtly, control him? You just said he holds all the advantages, and everyone supports him. How can I exert control? He might very well throw that damned glove at me again. Besides, who said I need to bow to him? That is merely your assumption. If he wishes to reconcile, I also seek reconciliation. As long as we do not instigate further conflict, from the media's and fans' perspective, it is a reconciliation. And what about your standing on the team? Rambis inquired. Standing? Thomas first forced a smile, then spoke coldly. Chauncey Billups will not contest my position. He is still too inexperienced, particularly in offense. What grounds does he have to challenge me? Once I return, I will be the core on the court. The starting point guard position is undoubtedly mine. Rambis scoffed. Core player and starting position? What does that matter? Back in the locker room, you will still have to tread carefully, otherwise. That rookie will not be easy to deal with. Thomas felt a surge of frustration, but could not muster a rebuttal. In the newsroom number 2 of the United Center, Joquan sat alongside Chauncey Billups and Rodman. The marquee star, the smiling assassin, was absent, at the behest of management. Chuck Daly had sidelined him to accord him star treatment. This was also a requirement from the league to provide Joquan better treatment, mitigating the negative impact of the previous incident. This marked Joquan's first encounter with the media as a Piston, but he possessed ample experience from his time at UCLA. Remaining calm and composed. Iron Fist, can you elaborate on the details of the recent locker room altercation? A reporter from the Los Angeles Times inquired. He smiled gently. What has passed is of little significance to revisit. In truth, similar incidents are quite common in the other 3 major leagues. I believe the NBA and MLB are somewhat better in this regard, not as severe. I think young individuals aspiring to join the NBA need not be overly concerned. Rambis is but one, and what awaits you may just be a mischievous prank, but it will never be as severe as my experience. I also wish to convey a message to Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq, it has been a while. Thank you for your support. Furthermore, I urge you not to squander your talent. I know your abilities will one day dominate this league, and I hope to see you at next year's draft. Standing in the corner, McCloskey nodded in approval. Joquan's response delighted him. The league has been under considerable pressure lately, and the Pistons have borne a heavy burden as well. This response could shift media attention towards other leagues, particularly the NFL, which is 100 times more violent than the NBA. This response, which considered the broader picture, was beneficial for both the team and the league, showcasing a high emotional intelligence far superior to a response fixated on personal grudges. Iron Fist. The Pistons are currently on a 6-game losing streak. Do you anticipate the return of the smiling assassin? A reporter from the Detroit sports newspaper asked. Joquan smiled at the reporter, fully aware that the media in Detroit held a rather unfavorable view of him, largely due to Thomas's substantial influence in that city. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, regardless of the circumstances, he and I are still part of the same team. With our current roster being incomplete, I naturally look forward to his return for the sake of the team. Will you reconcile with him? The reporter inquired, diminishing his customary gentle smile. Zhou Quan adopted a serious demeanor and resolutely replied, "If the team requires it, I certainly can." "Thank you." The reporter chuckled, visibly relieved. As a fan of the smiling assassin, he understood the precarious situation Thomas found himself in. If Iron Fist was unwilling to reconcile, the immense pressure might force Thomas to face a fate akin to that of Lame Beer, compelled to retire in a dismal and disgraceful manner, burdened by a tarnished reputation and hastily concluding his professional career. In the corner, McCloskey and Chuck Daly shared a laugh. "Jack, Zhou is a person of great understanding and generosity, capable of considering the larger picture. He possesses an innate leadership quality." Thomas and the others truly lost their senses that day, committing an act of folly, Daly remarked quietly. McCloskey nodded, adding, "If Thomas reconciles with Zhou, our strength will be somewhat restored. Though we lack Lame Beer, the capabilities at the point guard position have notably improved. Dennis, you scored 20 points and grabbed 15 rebounds today, leading the team in both scoring and performance. What fueled your explosive scoring ability, showcasing such star-like prowess?" a reporter asked, with a cheerful demeanor. Rodman shook his head and replied, "I simply love rebounding, but that doesn't imply I lack offensive skill. Tonight's stellar performance serves as proof." Beside him, Joe Dumars scoffed. "Iron Fist practically spoon-fed you the ball. All you had to do was put it in the basket." Following the press conference, the Pistons embarked on an overnight journey to Miami, where they were set to face the Heat the following evening. Prior to boarding the plane, Joe Dumars made a phone call to Thomas, who sighed in relief, sensing a potential turning point in his predicament. On the flight, the atmosphere among the Pistons was buoyant, with both management and players in high spirits. Dumars shared Zhou Quan's willingness to reconcile with everyone, and John Sally, along with Marc Aguirre, expressed their delight. Zhou Quan occupied a prominent seat beside Xiao Dumas, engrossed in his system. Having secured the task reward, his current anticipation had risen to 73. "Zhou, are you not concerned that Isaiah might return to usurp your starting position?" Xiao Dumas inquired with curiosity. Zhou Quan smiled, tilting his head as he spoke to his companion. "Progress arises from competition and pressure, whether on a national scale or an individual one." Xiao Dumas nodded in understanding, perceiving this notion of pressure as mere belligerence, akin to the fierce spirits of Iron Fist and Thomas, as well as Jordan. Ding ding ding. At 9 o'clock on the morning of the 13th, Zhou Quan and Xiao Dumas were jolted awake by the ringing phone. "My." Zhou quickly propped himself up to reach for the handset. Xiao Dumas yawned, glanced at his watch, noting it was only 6 in the morning. Feeling a pressing urge, he decided to relieve himself. "Hello, this is Zhou Quan." "Hello, is this Xiao Quan?" "Old Zhou, it seems to be Xiao Quan's voice, speaking in a foreign tongue that I cannot comprehend." A very familiar voice resonated on the other end. It was his mother, Lin Yufan. Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed, "Mom, Mom, it's me, Xiao Quan." "Ah, Xiao Quan, it's you." Lin Yufan's voice quivered with emotion. "Xiao Quan, it's Dad." "Brother, it's Xiao Jun, elder brother, it's Xiao Yezi. When are you coming home?" "Mom gave me 20 yuan as pocket money today, hee." Several voices chimed in on the phone, his father and younger siblings. It turned out that the family had received a remittance and had just installed the phone, eagerly calling as soon as it was operational. After a few minutes of conversation, Lin Yufan, reluctant to end the call yet mindful of the costly international charges, ultimately urged him to hang up. "Is that your family's phone?" Xiao Dumas, having returned to bed, inquired, having discerned the familial references in Zhou Quan's words. "Indeed." Zhou Quan nodded, setting down his mobile phone, and remarked, "I have been in the United States since '89, and I have not returned for over 2 years. You could bring your family to live in Detroit. With your current financial situation, it would be entirely feasible," suggested Xiao Dumas. "My agent has also recommended it, but the cultural differences between China and the U.S. are vast. My family would struggle to adapt, and living here would present challenges," he replied, shaking his head. In truth, he was reluctant to have his family come over. The environment here can be quite harsh for Chinese individuals, and there is rampant racial discrimination against Asians, particularly with the growing African American population in Detroit, which raises significant safety concerns. Currently, the family's financial situation is stable, and life in China is quite satisfactory. Money allows one to thrive anywhere, and occasional visits here are pleasant, but long-term residence is unnecessary. On the evening of the 13th at the Heat's home arena, the Heat joined the league in '88, marking their 4th season, yet they had not reached the playoffs in the previous 3 years. Their current record stands at 2 wins and 2 losses, having played 2 fewer games than the Pistons, who are languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Although the Heat are not particularly strong, the Pistons are in an even worse state, compounded by the fatigue of back-to-back games, leading to the Pistons suffering a dismal 7 consecutive losses to start the season. Joe Kwon played for 35 minutes in his first back-to-back game, delivering a rather mediocre performance, even less impressive than the previous match. He made 4 out of 13 attempts, resulting in a shooting percentage of 37. He also converted 2 of 3 free throws, accumulating a total of 10 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 3 turnovers, and 2 fouls. The following day, at 1 p.m. on the 14th, the Pistons returned to Detroit, where they would face the Jazz, led by the dynamic duo of the Black and White Assassins on the 15th. In an effort to salvage the team, McLaughlin, seizing the moment, took the initiative to invite the smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas and Joe Kwon to lunch, intentionally leaking the news to the media at the airport. At a renowned upscale restaurant shortly after 2 p.m., Joe Kwon once again encountered the esteemed Isaiah Thomas. Upon meeting, both exchanged a subtle, disdainful huff. Yet their faces bore angelic smiles. Reconciliation, that is merely a facade. True reconciliation is far more elusive. A handshake, McLaughlin quietly reminded the two. Joe Kwon proactively extended his hand, leaning in to whisper softly, "Isaiah, does your face still ache?" As they shook hands, the sound of cameras clicking filled the air, capturing the moment of reconciliation between the two. When Thomas grasped Joe Kwon's hand, he flinched at the remark, his jaw tightening as his smile grew ever brighter. He leaned in and replied, "Kid, don't get too pleased with yourself. Your injury is only a few days old. Mark my words, veteran, once you return, behave yourself. Do not bully the newcomers, and don't attempt to usurp Chao Dumas's position. Otherwise, I assure you, your face will ache again." Joe Kwon's face twitched slightly as he smiled at the media outside, whispering a few words before releasing his grip. McCloskey listened intently, glancing left and right, perceiving that these two individuals resembled a pair of twins, merely differing in complexion. "Isaiah, how do you feel about your luck lately?" a reporter inquired. Thomas's expression darkened instantly. "Damn luck, isn't that a question with an obvious answer?" he stammered. "I believe everything will improve. Have you truly reconciled with Iron Fist?" The reporter pressed on. "Of course," Thomas replied after a brief silence. "Isaiah, you were not selected for this summer's Olympic basketball team. Some media outlets attribute this to Michael Jordan, who replaced you with John Stockton. What is your perspective?" Another reporter questioned. "I don't know. You might as well ask the Basketball Association," Thomas retorted, his countenance growing even gloomier. This was a thorn in his heart, as rumors circulated that Jordan had declared to the association that it was either him or no one else, ultimately leading to his replacement by Stockton. Now, his animosity extended not only towards Jordan, but also towards the one who took his place, John Stockton. Yet, the deepest resentment was reserved for the rookie before him. "Iron Fist, what prompted your willingness to reconcile?" a reporter asked. Joe Kwon solemnly elucidated, stating that all considerations should stem from the needs of the team and its supporters. "As players, the interests of the team and the fans are our foremost concern. Personal grievances hold little significance. The minor discord between Isaiah and myself is merely a trivial matter, now long past. We are men, and such petty issues ought not to trouble our minds. In China, we have a saying, 'No fight, no acquaintance,' which implies that misunderstandings can lead to a deeper understanding of one another, fostering friendships in the process. My situation with him reflects this. Despite our misunderstandings, once we come to know one another better, we are both willing to set aside our prejudices for the sake of a shared objective, striving together for the team's success." An hour later, the news of Joe Kwon reconciling with Isaiah Thomas spread throughout the media, with the league's official promotion amplifying it across the nation. Joe Kwon seized the opportunity to cultivate a grand and sophisticated persona, leading to a significant decline in the criticisms from Detroit fans, which alleviated the pressure he faced. This shift in perception is a pivotal reason for his reconciliation with Thomas. Aspiring to become a star, he recognizes that the support of fans is paramount, particularly from the local community that the team represents. On the afternoon of the 15th, the Pistons arrived at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Located 80 kilometers from the city center, this venue, which cost $70 million to construct and opened in 1988, has the capacity to accommodate 22,000 spectators, featuring 180 luxury suites, 1,000 club seats, and 3 restaurants. Throughout the 1980s, especially in its latter half, The Bad Boys era became a hallmark of the NBA's external marketing strategy, epitomizing a raw and unrefined toughness. This characterization serves as the most fitting description of the Bad Boys. Today, nearly all teams in the league attempt to emulate the Bad Boys ethos, embodying attributes of resilience, strength, and tenacity, which have come to symbolize the 1990s. From 1983 to 1988, the Pistons boasted the highest attendance in the league, surpassing teams such as the Bulls, Celtics, Lakers, and Knicks, with an average attendance reaching an impressive 21,400, a testament to the formidable influence of the Bad Boys. Joe Kwon stood in the center of the expansive arena, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was reluctant to embody the role of a villain, however. This did not diminish his acknowledgement of the achievements and influence of the notorious Bad Boys. He was acutely aware of their formidable strength. In the latter half of the 1980s, this was a team that other franchises dared not confront, a team that instilled fear in the hearts of many, basking in the glory of back-to-back championships. Had it not been for Jordan reaching his zenith, they might have had the opportunity to forge a dynasty of 3 consecutive titles. Regardless, they were undeniably a great team. Now, as he stood here, he had vanquished the Bad Boys, compelling Laimbeer into retirement and forcing the Smile Assassin to bow his head in humility. Yet, if he could not uphold the legacy of the Pistons, his own fate would be far from favorable. History might even suggest that the Bad Boys had the potential to continue their glory, only to have that opportunity squandered because of him. Thus, the weight of expectation upon him was immense. The legacy of back-to-back championships was no light burden, after all. Jordan had to toil for many years before claiming his first title. Joe Kwon needed to secure at least 1 championship as a core player, if not 2, to demonstrate that he had not hindered the Bad Boys. If he were to prove himself superior to the Bad Boys, an entire dynasty was imperative. The thought of the Smile Assassin heightened his psychological burden. He had never underestimated Isaiah Thomas, nor did he possess the standing to do so. Strength alone did not equate to superiority. In terms of basketball prowess, he felt he fell short of Thomas by 18 levels. Isaiah Thomas, the Smile Assassin, stood a mere 182 centimeters tall, an undersized player who had humbled Jordan, left Bird disheartened, and caused Magic to falter. He was, without question, the greatest small player of this era. Were it not for the brawl, even now, Isaiah Thomas would remain an object of his admiration and a benchmark for his aspirations. In essence, he, too, wished to emulate Isaiah Thomas and etch his name into the annals of NBA history. The pressure he felt from having defeated such a figure is easily imagined. His disdain for Thomas paled in comparison to that for Laimbeer, who had forced him to acknowledge a lineage he could not accept. He was from Wooling, and 50 years prior, on the eve of the Battle of Wooling, 4 of his family members had perished at the hands of Japanese soldiers. In his generation, the bitterness of that hatred endured. To be coerced into admitting he was Japanese was the greatest humiliation he could endure. At that moment, someone emerged from the player's tunnel, revealing himself to be Isaiah Thomas. It had been 40 days since the altercation. His external wounds had mostly healed, allowing him to move freely, though he was still unable to train. His visit today was primarily to assert his presence, fearing that prolonged absence would diminish his influence within the team. "Isaiah, it's wonderful to see you," Joe Dumars exclaimed, rushing over with a smile. "Joe," Thomas acknowledged with a nod, raising his chin high and maintaining his characteristic angelic smile, striving to uphold his former demeanor. Isaiah, along with Mark Aguirre and John Sally, approached, accompanied by Rodman and 3 role players from the previous season's Pistons roster, who, despite their reservations, came over to greet him. Meanwhile, others, including a fringe player from the last season and 4 newcomers, such as Darnell Walker, did not approach, forming 2 distinct groups on the court. Although there were few people around Joe Kwon, he displayed no signs of displeasure, maintaining an angelic smile upon his face. He radiated confidence, believing that his social skills outshone those of the Smile Assassin, who seemed somewhat out of place. Over the past few days, Joe Kwon had cultivated good relationships with those around him. Even if they did not assist him, they would not oppose him. He speculated that, apart from John Sally and Mark Aguirre, others, including Rodman, would not genuinely stand by the Smile Assassin's side. The rationale was simple. During the critical moment of the last confrontation, they had refrained from action, and they were even less likely to do so now. As Thomas conversed with others, his gaze drifted toward Joe Kwon, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. He felt a sense of relief. At least 7 individuals remained united by his side, particularly as Joe Dumars continued to treat him with the same regard as before, granting him the strength to contend with iron fist. Just then, 3 players approached to greet him, smirking and nodding before making their way toward Joe Kwon. The score shifted from 8-6, suddenly becoming 5-9. Even Joe Dumars and Rodman exchanged a few words before stepping back slightly. Although they did not approach Joe Kwon, they maintained a distance, leaving only two individuals by Thomas's side. Amused by the unfolding situation, Joe Kwon burst into laughter. "Damn it," Thomas exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. At that moment, Joe Kwon abruptly ceased his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "All right, veteran. This is your final warning. If you attempt to undermine the unity of the locker room and forge factions here, I will not hold back." Thomas seethed with resentment, thinking, "I am forming factions, but what are you doing?" Joe Kwon surveyed the crowd with a grave expression and remarked, "We currently face a disheartening streak of 7 consecutive defeats. If we persist in this manner, the outcome for all will be dire, including you, Isaiah Thomas, myself, and the management and ownership of the team. The standing of our key players will plummet, role players will struggle to find new opportunities, and those on the fringes will lose their jobs. The market will become utterly desolate, with tickets failing to sell, a significant decline in commercial sponsorships, and operations becoming increasingly arduous. The club may resort to layoffs, and the remaining staff will face salary reductions. The Pistons could very well devolve into a quagmire due to our collective failures." As he spoke, the gravity of his words weighed heavily on everyone present, from management to players, and even the surrounding staff and security personnel. They began to gravitate towards Joe Kwon, their gazes fixated upon him. They understood that if this trajectory continued, the grim scenarios he outlined would inevitably materialize. A vision flashed before Isaiah Thomas. He saw himself leaving the Pistons in disgrace, leaving behind a wasteland and countless disappointed souls. This was his hometown team. He would rather retire or reconcile with his adversaries than abandon it. He had poured everything into this team, and he was unwilling to see it reduced to ruins. The only path that lay before us now was singular. Joe Kwon's voice resonated as he raised his right hand, suddenly forming it into a fist. Fixing his gaze upon the crowd as he declared, "We must unite, coalesce into a single fist. Only through collective effort can we extricate ourselves from this dire predicament. Are you all willing to strive together?" The audience exchanged glances, their eyes gravitating towards the smiling assassin, Thomas. A moment of silence enveloped the palace of Auburn Hills. Isaiah Thomas parted his lips, and amidst the anticipation of the crowd, finally uttered a succinct affirmation, "I am willing." "Oh, yes, I am willing. I too am willing." Instantly, the arena erupted into a chorus of exuberant cheers, as if the Pistons had been resurrected, the morale of the entire team soaring to unprecedented heights. Joe Kwon approached and extended his hand toward Thomas, who likewise reached out, their hands clasping firmly together. "This was a genuine reconciliation," McCloskey exclaimed with joy. "We have welcomed a new team leader," Chuck Daly remarked. McCloskey was taken aback for a moment but quickly nodded repeatedly, his excitement evident as he said, "Indeed. This is a true leader, one who can set aside personal grievances and unify everyone for the greater good. Chuck, I do not require his potential to reach Isaiah's level. His leadership capabilities alone suffice to guide this team." Chuck Daly chuckled. "If Iron Fist's offense is lacking, let Isaiah teach him. If that fails and he truly lacks offensive talent, we can position a scoring guard beside him once Isaiah and Joe Dumars have aged. He can focus solely on orchestrating the offense and defense." "That is precisely my consideration," McCloskey replied with a smile. "You're too slow, fool. Your release is tardy. Be more decisive and accelerate your shooting rhythm. Moreover, your ball release point is too low, increasing the likelihood of turnovers. You must readjust your shooting habits. Idiot. Dribble lower and exert more force. Your wingspan exceeds mine. Don't allow anyone to steal the ball from you. Hey, rookie, your shooting mechanics are flawed. Your hand movements are inadequate, which will affect your accuracy. This is an incorrect shooting posture. You need to practice anew. Damn it. Your stop and pop transition is too clumsy and lacks rhythm. Additionally, you aren't jumping high enough. You need to enhance your lower body and core strength. Be fiercer on defense. You need the ferocity to make your opponent bleed. Don't look at me. I know you dislike causing injury to your adversaries and prefer not to be the villain. But you must embody that intensity. You should possess the tenacity to annihilate your opponent, instilling fear in them. You must intimidate your rivals. The moment they dare to pass by you, leap upon them with every means at your disposal to thwart them. This is absurd, Iron Fist, with your pathetic skills. You aspire to lead the Detroit Pistons? You are still far from that goal." During the training session, Isaiah Thomas stood by, occasionally raising his voice in admonition. After a prolonged period of being chastised, he could no longer contain himself and retorted, "Old bird. When did I ever claim I wanted to be the leader of the Pistons?" Thomas, equally irritable, replied, "Everyone here is aware of it. Even the very floor beneath your feet knows, except for you." Laughter erupted among the players and those surrounding the court. "What do you think, Joe? Isaiah wouldn't seek revenge on purpose, would he?" "I believe Iron Fist's offense surpasses mine," Dennis Rodman whispered to Joe Dumars. "Better than yours isn't exactly commendable. It merely suggests it isn't too dreadful," Joe Dumars quipped with a smile, adding, "No, he is indeed pointing out Iron Fist's shortcomings. Iron Fist possesses a great deal of magnanimity. Isaiah is merely assisting him, and he won't be offended." At 6:30 that evening, the Jazz arrived at the Palace of Auburn Hills. The Jazz, a formidable Western Conference team, had made it to the playoffs for 8 consecutive seasons, finishing 5th in the previous season's Western Conference standings, only to be eliminated in the second round by the Trailblazers with a score of 4-1. Having previously recorded a 4-3 win-loss record, placing them 3rd in the West. Several reporters followed the Jazz into the Palace, seizing the opportunity to pose questions. "Carl, with Laimbeer's retirement, how do you feel about it?" inquired a TNT reporter. "It's unfortunate. I lost a worthy adversary due to a rookie." Karl Malone responded with a chuckle. As one of the infamous bad boys, and given that one was in the East while the other was in the West, they shared a mutual respect, and with Laimbeer's forced retirement, Malone felt a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. "Mr. Stockton, Isaiah is here as well. You have taken his Olympic spot. Do you have anything to say to him?" a local reporter asked. Stockton, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "I apologize. I did not take anyone's spot. They were short-handed and called upon me." At this moment, Karl Malone interjected, his demeanor serious. "John is more than qualified for the Olympic basketball team. He does not need to take anyone's place. If Isaiah Thomas wishes to confront John, let him direct his ire at me." At 7:30, both teams announced their starting lineups. The Jazz, Mark Eaton, Karl Malone, Blue Edwards, Jeff Malone, John Stockton. The Pistons, John Salley, Orlando Woolridge, Dennis Rodman, Joe Dumars, Joe Kwon. At 7:45, the starters took the court. "So, you are Iron Fist?" Karl Malone scrutinized Joe Kwon from his elevated stance. "Dr. Iron Elbow, greetings," Joe Kwon replied politely with a smile. Malone's face twitched. That was his nickname. But few dared to use it to his face, typically referring to him as the mailman. "You are called Iron Fist. I wonder how hard your punches truly are." "I hope to have the chance to witness it," he said with a frosty demeanor. A gentle smile appeared on Joe Kwon's face as he nodded and said, "I will certainly seize the opportunity." The mailman's expression stiffened. At that moment, the visiting team took the court. John Stockton tugged at Karl Malone, and the two of them made their way out in succession. Lastly, the towering figure of Mark Eaton emerged, and before he departed, he remarked to Joe Kwon, "Rookie, you have provoked Karl. This is quite an unfortunate situation for you." "Really? How did I manage to upset him?" Joe Kwon asked, astonished. "He is a superstar. This league is a realm for the greats. As a newcomer, you ought to exhibit greater humility towards him," Mark Eaton advised. "Understood. Thank you for your guidance," Joe Kwon replied, suddenly enlightened. Satisfied with Joe Kwon's demeanor, Mark Eaton exited the scene. Joe Dumars quickly cautioned, "Iron Fist, be cautious when driving in. Mark Eaton's blocks are inconsequential. At worst, you might endure a few swats, which is trivial. However, you must be wary of the mailman's elbows. His strength far surpasses Bill's. He resembles Bill in some ways, but is even more ruthless." "I understand," Joe Kwon smiled. A minute later, summoned by the announcer, he took to the court. This was his 3rd game and his first at home. Though this individual had done nothing wrong, he had inadvertently driven Laimbeer to retirement, tarnishing Thomas's reputation. Yet, he chose to reconcile with Thomas and spared the team from ruin. "How should I regard him? Only after he brings us 2 championships will I acknowledge him. For now, I shall not applaud him." In that moment, thousands of Pistons fans gazed at Joe Kwon, their emotions a tapestry of complexity, rendering the atmosphere somewhat hushed as they turned their attention to a particular section. Laimbeer and Thomas sat in the stands, acutely aware of the multitude's gaze. The former feigned ignorance, while the latter pondered for a moment, then stood up and began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The solitary applause of one person was faint and lonely, but soon the Pistons management and staff began to join in, followed by a portion of the fans. Gradually, more and more fans participated, until half of them were clapping, creating a scene that was relatively enthusiastic. Joe Kwon has begun to wave continuously at the fans. signifying that his actions are indeed justified. Reconciling with Isaiah Thomas serves the interest of all parties involved, including himself. Had he chosen otherwise, he would have been met with an incessant barrage of boos and insults, thereby tarnishing his image as a petty individual who cannot forgive even when justified. Through this incident, he has begun to cultivate a positive reputation among Pistons fans, alleviating prior negative sentiments. Moving forward, he must strive to deliver commendable performances to solidify his fan base. Isaiah, you truly lack shame. You are no longer the fearless warrior you once were. As Laimbeer looked on with disdain, he raised his middle finger towards Thomas, declaring, "Everything is for the team." Thomas, with an almost saintly glow upon his face and a resolute tone, responded, "Just as you have fought against me. Did I ever harbor hatred towards you? Bill, Iron Fist speaks the truth. Our conflict is an internal matter that should unite us against external challenges. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have fought. Let us leave the past behind." Laimbeer huffed in frustration. For the first time, he perceived Thomas as genuinely foolish. Such words are uttered by victors. Yet here he was, a beaten man, daring to claim that one must fight to truly know another. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that his own troubles with Iron Fist stemmed from a single remark by Thomas, leading to a significant setback. Perhaps he too lacked wisdom? As Zhou Quan walked forward, he lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. The Eastern Conference Finals had been a sweep. A violent incident had marred the locker room. Thomas had yet to return, and the team had suffered 7 consecutive defeats, truly a blow to the basketball market. Tonight, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, attendance barely reached 50%, with only a little over 10,000 spectators, and ticket prices had plummeted, no longer reflecting the former glory of being the league's top draw. As he settled back onto the bench following warm-ups, the system's virtual screen suddenly activated, and in the blink of an eye, everything transformed. He found himself still at the Palace of Auburn Hills, facing the Jazz, but instead of sitting among the audience, he perceived the scene from a divine vantage point high above the court. Below, the game unfolded, and to his astonishment, he beheld Isaiah Thomas and Laimbeer. Yet, when he glanced at the bench, he saw no sign of himself. In a panic, he searched for his own body, but it was absent, only his consciousness remained. What was happening? He was utterly bewildered. Had his consciousness transcended time and space? A glance at the scoreboard revealed the date, November 15th, 1991. Today, he was stunned. Had he traversed into an alternate reality? The game continued, and he watched as Thomas relentlessly challenged Stockton, ultimately overwhelming him with a remarkable performance, 22 attempts, 15 successful shots, amassing 44 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, while Stockton managed 20 points, 2 rebounds, and 13 assists from 10 attempts, making 6. Once the game concluded, his consciousness swiftly transitioned again, placing him above another court. The match had just commenced, featuring the Jazz and the Pistons, but this time it was the Jazz's home ground. With fans fervently cheering for their team, he witnessed Thomas once more challenging Stockton, scoring 6 points within 5 minutes, and then executing a screen and roll maneuver to drive toward the basket. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. The mailman, Karl Malone, charged forward, delivering an elbow to Thomas as he attempted a layup. Thomas cried out in pain, blood briefly visible on his face as he crashed to the floor, incapacitated. Then, he was confronted with a sight that infuriated him. After Malone's brutal hit on Thomas, the league's most notorious villain, Laimbeer, made no move to confront Malone, instead running to argue with the referee. Rodman stood idly by, while Chuck Daly vociferously berated the officials, and Malone remained unchallenged beneath the basket by any of the Pistons players. No, there was one. Darnell Walker sprang from the bench, eager to confront Malone, but he was quickly restrained by the referee. Just then, darkness enveloped him again, and his consciousness returned to its original timeline, back on the bench, seemingly with no flow of time having occurred. The despicable Bad Boys Brigade was nothing but a bunch of cowards. He scornfully surveyed his teammates. Joe Dumars was to be expected. Always the nice guy, never one for brawling, but Rodman and John Sally, both labeled as tough guys, merely watched as their leader, Thomas, was elbowed without daring to approach Malone. Well, Rodman hadn't fought that day either. That guy only talked a big game without backing it up. Yet he failed to comprehend why John Sally had the audacity to throw a punch at him but wouldn't dare challenge Malone. True, Malone was a fearsome giant, known for his ferocity, while he was but a small rookie. However, his disdain was not directed at Rodman or Sally, but rather at Laimbeer, a genuine coward. He shied away from one-on-one confrontations and, After his close friend was brutally struck by Malone, he merely sought to argue with the referee. What good would that do? It was just a regular season game, of little consequence. Ejecting Malone would change nothing. It was sheer cowardice, a privileged brat unwilling to take risks. One who feared the strong and bullied the weak. He could not fathom how such a coward, relying solely on dirty tactics, commanded such disdain across the league. Were this the NFL or NHL, he would have been beaten into submission long ago, regardless of his father's wealth. At that moment, a task prompt appeared on the virtual screen. In an alternate parallel universe, Isaiah Thomas believed John Stockton had usurped his Olympic position, leading to a deep-seated resentment that resulted in repeatedly overwhelming Stockton, ultimately provoking Karl Malone and causing severe injury, 47 stitches to the face. Current mission: to combat the NBA's malevolent forces, decisively defeat the notorious John Stockton. Task rewards: 1. The support of Isaiah Thomas. 2. A random enhancement of one attribute surpassing that of Isaiah Thomas. Joe Kwon scrutinized the task at hand and couldn't help but internally scoff. Was this not simply an invitation to provoke Karl Malone, only to await the assault of his infamous elbow? He had just witnessed Thomas navigate through a screen, advancing from the right elbow toward the basket, deftly evading Mark Eaton, and as he soared for a layup from the right side of the hoop, the mailman ascended from the left, delivering a vicious blow with his right elbow that sent Thomas crashing to the ground. It was clear that Malone had intended the collision. His bone density was formidable, yet should that elbow connect with one's face, one might find themselves bleeding profusely, perhaps requiring as many as 47 stitches. "Joe, what is the maximum bench press of the iron elbow, doctor?" he inquired, pivoting his attention. "I believe it's around 230 kilograms, Joe Dumars replied. Joe Kwon pondered this. 230 kilograms translated to a striking force of at least 200 to 300 pounds, and combined with the hardness of that bone, enduring an encounter with the iron elbow doctor would be no small feat given that there were no consequences for failing the task. Perhaps it was wiser to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. At 8 o'clock, the match commenced. In the jump ball, the 224-centimeter Mark Eaton deftly redirected the ball, initiating the Jazz's offense. Positioned at the midcourt like an imposing wall, Joe Kwon stood firmly before Stockton. John Stockton, standing at a mere 182 centimeters and weighing only 77 kilograms, certainly less than 80, was one of the finest point guards of his era. His success was not attributed to natural talent, for he possessed none. Instead, he relied on perseverance, intellect, hard work, skill, and a touch of grit. Upon seeing Joe Kwon blocking his path, he swiftly altered his direction, attempting to break through from the right side. As Joe Kwon was about to retreat defensively, he suddenly realized that his left foot was being stepped on, followed by an elbow colliding with his left arm. In the next instant, Stockton surged past him from the left. Indeed, it was a foul, he inwardly exclaimed, and hastily turned to pursue. Stockton maneuvered past the arc, and the Pistons quickly contracted their defense. He weaved through the crowd, drawing in defenders before passing the ball to the mailman on the left wing. Upon receiving the pass, the mailman leveraged the ball's momentum, using an elbow to intimidate Orlando Woolridge before executing a jump shot. Swish. The net rippled as he scored 2 points. The Pistons were on the offensive. Joe Kwon advanced with the ball, crossing the midline, where Stockton stood in his path. With a swift pivot, he unleashed a burst of speed, deftly maneuvering past his opponent with a 90-level acceleration step, sending the retreating Stockton crashing to the ground. Sliding over 2 meters on the hardwood. This was the home court. The referee's whistle remained silent. Joe surged past Stockton, charging towards the top of the arc and straight into the paint. The mailman, Malone, stood stoically in his way. Undeterred, Joe executed a sudden stop at the free throw line and leaped for a jump shot, releasing the ball with one hand. "A floater," bellowed the commentator, the bearded John Rowe. Simultaneously, another commentator, the bespectacled Long John Lance, exclaimed, "A pass." As Malone moved to provide assistance, Pistons forward Orlando Ulick found himself wide open, standing at an impressive 206 centimeters. He was most adept at playing small forward, his sturdy legs supporting a lean upper body, making him a formidable dunker. Although he was unguarded, the towering Mark Eaton loomed in the paint. Despite his age, the colossal figure was still a formidable shot-blocking machine, so Ulick refrained from entering the key, instead lurking in the low post on the right side, awaiting his opportunity. That moment arrived as he noticed Iron Fist rising for a shot, prompting him to dash towards the basket. After his first step, he saw the ball coming. Joe Kwon comprehended Ulrich's offensive prowess. It was not a mere toss, but a meticulously calculated pass, lofted into the air with precision to the right of the basket. As the ball reached its destination, Ulrich soared into the air. With a resounding clap, he caught the ball with both hands and, in one fluid motion, slammed it down towards the hoop. Mark Eaton, positioned beneath the basket, initially anticipated a layup, but upon realizing the angle was amiss, he swiftly adjusted his stance and leapt to contest the shot. Alas, he was too late. With both hands firmly gripping the ball, Ulrich emphatically crushed it into the net, overpowering Eaton's left hand. The Palace of Auburn Hills erupted in thunderous applause. The commentator, the exuberant John Lowe, exclaimed with fervor, "What a spectacular alley-oop! A magnificent collaboration! I thought it was a layup, but it was not. Our rookie exhibited a calmness akin to that of Isaiah Thomas, and he is indeed someone to watch." On the free throw line, Joe Quan stood poised, while Stockton, having just regained his footing, was approached by Karl Malone. With a sidelong glance, he observed the mailman. A superstar known for his reckless fouls, aware that anything could transpire on the court. Caution was paramount. Should the mailman deliver an elbow, he would find himself in dire straits. As Stockton advanced the ball over half court, Joe Quan met him, sealing off the left side and directing him towards the right wing. At that moment, shooting guard Jeff Malone positioned himself to Joe Quan's left, prompting Stockton to utilize a screen and surge through on the right side. Bang! Under the formidable strength of Joe Quan, he forcefully pushed aside Jeff Malone, catching up to Stockton, effectively disrupting the Jazz's pick-and-roll strategy. Jeff Malone weighs 93 kilograms and stands at a height of 193 centimeters, yet his muscle mass does not compare to that of Joe Quan, resulting in a lesser degree of strength. Joe Quan positioned himself to the left of Stockton, using his body to push him outward while his long arm suddenly reached from behind to poke at the ball. Weighing only 77 kilograms, Stockton was unable to withstand the 18-kilogram weight difference, causing him to lose his footing and fumble the ball. "Splendid! The iron fist struck the ball," exclaimed the bearded commentator John Lowe. With a swift motion, Joe Dumars seized the opportunity to snatch the ball and launched a counterattack, ultimately scoring a basket. "John, watch out for that rookie," warned the mailman, Karl Malone, as he whispered to Stockton while casting a glance at Joe Quan before sprinting toward the front court. In the Jazz's front court, Joe Quan once again stood in Stockton's path, who made a wide move toward the left wing, with Joe closely trailing behind. This time, it was not Jeff Malone setting the screen, but rather the mailman Karl Malone who emerged from the inside to provide a screen for Stockton. None of the Jazz's three perimeter players possessed the strength to rival the iron fist. Thus, the screen's effectiveness is lacking, necessitating the mailman's personal involvement, chuckled commentator John Lowe. The small forward Edwards weighed a mere 91 kilograms, even less than Jeff Malone, added the bespectacled analyst, Rangier Lance. Stockton navigated around the screen to the left wing, but the mailman's substantial physique made it difficult for Joe Quan to maneuver around him quickly, prompting Ulrich to swiftly switch defense. After a few steps, the mailman received a return pass at mid-range, leaping into the air to shoot, his left elbow elegantly lifting as he released the ball. Before each battle, Joe Quan meticulously studies his opponents, particularly focusing on the notorious mailman, whose ruthless style demands thorough examination. He familiarizes himself with the mailman's penchant for using his elbows, mentally preparing himself for the encounter. As he leaps into action, he has no intention of blocking. Instead, he crosses his arms protectively over his chest, adopting a cruciform defense. When the mailman thrusts his elbow forward, it strikes precisely against Joe's crossed arms. In that fleeting moment, Joe exerts all his strength downwards. Alas, the mailman, affected by the force of the downward pressure, experiences a significant distortion in his airborne posture, resulting in a desperate shot that misses entirely. The ball is promptly retrieved by Rodman. "Goodness, is this a game of basketball or a brutal clash?" Joe Quan muttered a curse under his breath as he received the ball from Rodman, swiftly shaking off the mailman and propelling himself forward. However, the Jazz's defense was quick to respond. Jeff Malone and small forward Edwards rushed back to thwart his fast break. The iron fist thwarted the mailman's elbow, as our diminutive point guard resolutely stood his ground, preventing the mailman from succeeding. The exuberant John Big Beard Rowe roared passionately, and his cries echoed through the Palace of Auburn Hills, met with fervent cheers and applause. At the top of the arc, Jeff Malone positioned himself in front, prompting Joe Quan to signal for a pick-and-roll with Joe Dumars, substituting Stockton back into the play. He dribbled towards the right wing, with Stockton trailing closely behind, attempting to push him outward, but he could not budge him at all. Upon reaching the three-point line on the right wing, Zhou Quan immediately gestured for center John Sally to move into the paint. Subsequently, as Sally entered the lane, Mark Eaton had no choice but to follow suit. While Zhou Quan settled into the low post on the right wing, preparing to isolate against Stockton. Although his offensive skills rated a modest 75, far from being fully developed. His back-to-basket technique rated an impressive 80, thanks to his bulk and strength, which afforded him an advantage in physical confrontations. Aware of his size disadvantage against Zhou Quan's post-up game, Stockton resorted to subtle tactics. Opting not to engage closely but instead using his elbow to press against Zhou Quan's lower back, while his other hand clandestinely squeezed Zhou Quan's soft waist. Yet, such maneuvers proved futile against Zhou Quan's strength. The disparity in size rendered all such efforts ineffectual. Under the dual pressure of Zhou Quan's relentless advances, he successfully penetrated the paint area. After a forceful third attempt, he collided with Stockton, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without missing a beat, he pivoted and executed a jump shot, but Mark Eaton's attempt to block came a moment too late. Thud! The basketball thundered through the hoop, resulting in a close-range basket. Once more, Zhou Quan overpowered Stockton, his weight and strength presenting an overwhelming advantage from the perimeter. Chuck Daly, delighted yet contemplative, began to ponder the developmental trajectory for Zhou Quan. To nurture talent, one must first establish a clear direction. How to define Zhou Quan's role is a critical question, as it bears significant implications for his future growth. Missteps could lead to dire consequences. The Jazz initiated their offense, utilizing the dynamic duo's pick and roll. Stockton seized the opportunity to penetrate the key, drawing defenders before unexpectedly dishing the ball to the open Jeff Malone, a remarkable scorer. Malone's sole deficiency was his lack of a three-point shot. As the 10th overall pick in the first round of the 1983 draft, he was now in his 9th season. Boasting an impressive 5 seasons averaging over 20 points per game, this season had maintained that pace as well. Swish. In such an unguarded position, Jeff Malone did not falter. He caught the ball and executed a jump shot, sinking a mid-range jumper. The score stood at 4-6, with the Jazz trailing in this away game. As the Pistons prepared to mount their offense, Zhou Quan dribbled the ball as he approached the arc's peak. Just a step away, Stockton leaned forward, retreating while defending. At the arc's apex, Zhou suddenly shifted his shoulders. Left? Right? In that fleeting moment, Stockton failed to make an accurate prediction and could only step back. But just then, Zhou accelerated past him, breaking through from the right side, his left shoulder colliding forcefully with Stockton's right. Thud. Stockton was jolted backward, crashing to the floor and sliding uncontrollably. Damn. The mailman, observing intently, felt a surge of concern for his frail comrade, who had already been knocked down thrice since the game commenced. At this rate, injury was inevitable. In that instant, Zhou seized the opportunity, darting past the arc, crossing the free throw line, and charging into the paint, compelling the Jazz's defense to collapse inward. Yet, he hesitated not, plunging headlong into the throng. In the paint, the 4 towering big men, along with 2 small forwards, formed a dense cluster of 6 players. And with him, they totaled 7, a veritable crowd. Harnessing his boundless spatial imagination, he discerned myriad narrow openings among the bodies, all ripe for exploitation. In this fleeting moment, the thought struck him. Bang, bang, bang. As he dribbled, he executed a swift pivot, squeezing between Edwards and Rodman, then yanked right, evading the mailman stationed directly in front of the hoop, before suddenly altering his direction downward. Now with the ball firmly in hand, he ceased dribbling. Slipping through the narrow gap between Mark Eaton and the mailman, finding himself beneath the basket with a clear path before him, all defenders were left behind. In the next heartbeat, he launched himself sideways, twisting midair to face the basket, single-handedly preparing to slam down. It was done. The mailman and Mark Eaton, attempting to block, were a fraction too late. Boom. The resounding echo of the slam reverberated through the arena as Zhou executed a thunderous dunk beneath the rim. The entire palace of Auburn Hills erupted in a frenzy, cheers and applause crashing down like thunder. Zhou Quan was filled with exhilaration as he raised his fist in a vigorous gesture. Scoring a dunk brought him immense joy, particularly because his height and vertical leap were not exceptional, making such feats a rarity. However, his excitement stemmed not merely from this singular basket, but from the advancement in his technique and his enhanced understanding of spatial dynamics. The basketball court, though expansive, was limited in its painted area, often crowded with numerous players. The challenge lay in creating a formidable threat within such confined spaces. This was the direction he aimed to develop further, accelerating his speed, enhancing agility, Perfecting the synergy between body and ball and refining his ball handling skills were essential. Otherwise, he might spot openings that his physique and technique could not exploit. Good lad. Iron Fist has single-handedly shattered the Jazz's defenses. He is our future, bellowed the exuberant John Loeys, the bearded commentator. It seemed he could discern every gap within the throng, possessing remarkable observational skills. In the stands, the smiling assassin, Thomas, was equally astonished by Iron Fist's ball-handling prowess. Damn rookie. Below the basket, the mailman glared at Joe Kwon, who was celebrating with his teammates, a glint of anger in his eyes. The score was 4-8 in favor of the Jazz, as Stockton made another drive. He resorted to his usual tricks, stepping on Joe Kwon's foot once more. Yet this time, Joe Kwon decisively opted to retaliate, grasping Stockton's jersey with his left hand. He yanked forcefully, sending Stockton sprawling to the floor, his face meeting the ground and his mouthguard flying out, eliciting a cry of pain. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Damn it. The mailman could no longer contain himself and charged forward. Witnessing the furious mailman, no Pistons player dared to intervene. They merely watched him approach Joe Kwon. Hey, mailman, don't act rashly. The referee quickly positioned himself in front of him. You little brat, was that intentional? The mailman exclaimed, pulling Stockton up from the floor, noticing his brother's nose bleeding, and pointing an accusatory finger at Joe Kwon. Joe Kwon displayed a gentle smile yet nodded affirmatively, stating, He intentionally stepped on my foot for the second time. I indeed pulled him down deliberately. Do you have any objections? The mailman erupted in fury. Mark Eaton was taken aback, astonished that this rookie dared to provoke the mailman. Did he presume the mailman to be as docile as Lambio? Yet, he could not help but admire Joe Kwon's audacity, the fearless spirit of a fledgling. Such a novice would inevitably suffer greatly at the hands of the mailman. At that moment, the fans in the palace of Auburn Hills became animated, for during the era of the Bad Boys, their favorite spectacle was brawls. Which also explained why the Pistons had the highest attendance in the league during those years. They were aware of the Iron Fist prowess and were now eagerly anticipating a confrontation between the Iron Fist and the mailman, wishing to witness the Iron Fist fighting skills. The head referee felt a headache brewing. Rookie, are you not merely adding fuel to the fire? He promptly admonished the two, step back, or I shall not hesitate to issue you a technical foul. Damn it. A flash of anger flickered in the mailman's eyes as he retreated. Hush. With the mailman's withdrawal, a cacophony of boos erupted from the palace of Auburn Hills. In the stands, Thomas wore a continuous smile. He relished the sight of Stockton suffering under the Iron Fist, which brought him great satisfaction. Simultaneously, he was delighted by the Iron Fist's audacity to confront the mailman directly, for few in the league dared to challenge the mailman head-on. This rookie will pay dearly for his audacity against the mailman, Lambier remarked from the sidelines. Thomas turned to glance at Lambier, curling his lips in disdain. He understood this fellow all too well. Had it been Lambier, he would not have dared to confront the mailman, considering his affluent background. He had no need to court danger and usually shied away from fights. On the court, the referee made a ruling, assigning Joe Kwon a defensive foul. Jerry Sloan called a timeout to allow the team doctor to attend to Stockton's nose. It appeared there was a fracture in the nasal cartilage, but it was not of grave concern. The team doctor assessed the situation, applied a hemostatic spray inside, and fitted Stockton with a transparent mask. John, I will make that kid pay, the mailman seethed, feeling responsible for Stockton's injury, as he had failed to protect his teammate adequately. Jeff, blue from now on. You are to switch off on the Iron Fist, Jerry Sloan instructed. Understood, coach, the two responded promptly. As the timeout concluded, the Jazz prepared to inbound from the sideline. With 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Stockton utilized a screen to shake off Joe Kwon, running to the top of the arc to receive the ball. Noticing Joe Kwon pursuing him again, he quickly moved to the right wing, where Jeff Malone set another screen. However, Joe Kwon swiftly maneuvered around Jeff Malone and caught up with Stockton, who, unable to shake off his defender, had no choice but to pass the ball to Jeff Malone. Bang! Jeff Malone faked a drive before shooting in front of Joe Dumars, but the shot missed. Dennis Rodman snatched the rebound above the mailman's head, and upon landing, the two became entangled, both crashing to the floor. Before falling, Rodman tossed the ball to the approaching Joe Kwon, who, upon receiving it, found himself ensnared by Jeff Malone as the Jazz capitalized on the opportunity to regroup defensively. Arriving at the front court, Joe Kwon saw Jeff Malone still blocking his path and immediately dribbled towards the right wing. Joe Dumars, recognizing the situation, rushed over to set a screen. Thus, Joe Kwon switched back onto Stockton, signaling to John Sally below, who promptly entered the paint and cleared out the low post. The Iron Fist prepared to engage in a one-on-one with Stockton once more. Big bearded John Rowe is thrilled, he exclaimed. Bang! Joe Quan, without any hesitation, suddenly exerted force backward in a powerful arch. Stockton, too light in stature, was sent sprawling to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the mailman rushed forth from beneath the basket, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Bang! As Joe Quan turned, he caught sight of Ulrich and noticed the messenger approaching. Swiftly, he deftly pushed the ball towards the floor, causing it to bounce and perfectly collide with Ulrich's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Ulrich immediately pivoted and leaped, sending the ball toward the backboard. However, at that moment, the towering Mark Eaton, standing at 224 centimeters with a wingspan of 250 centimeters, did not even jump. With a powerful sweep of his hand, he pinned the ball against the backboard. Alas, the Pistons fans, who were ready to cheer, could not help but let out a disappointed sigh. The game continued, and at the end of the first quarter, the underdog Pistons led by 7 points with a score of 18-25. Joe Quan played the entire quarter, persistently challenging Stockton one-on-one. He made 4 out of 7 shots, converting both free throws, accumulating 10 points while also securing 2 rebounds, delivering 3 assists, and achieving 2 steals, albeit with 1 turnover. Among his 4 baskets, 2 were layups, executed with the audacity of a warrior breaching enemy lines, navigating through a throng of defenders with remarkable difficulty. Nonetheless, his less reliable quick-stop jump shots consumed more energy, yet proved to be more efficient overall. Scoring 10 points in a single quarter bolstered his confidence in his offensive prowess. Although the system still rated his offensive capability at a modest level of 75, he believed that such an evaluation should reflect a median, varying with the strength of his opponents in actual competition. Stockton, despite being one of the most formidable point guards of the era, found himself outmatched in terms of physicality. Joe Quan was able to contain him effectively. Despite Stockton's slight stature, his speed was not particularly overwhelming, and in moments of physical confrontation, Joe Quan gained a significant advantage. Throughout this quarter, Stockton played for 10 minutes, succumbing to the floor 7 times under Joe Quan's deliberate pressure, nearly falling once every 3 possessions. Thus, despite Stockton's strength, Joe Quan effectively neutralized his opponent, delivering an impressive performance. In the second quarter, Stockton did not re-enter the game, having suffered considerably under Joe Quan's onslaught and requiring time to recuperate. During this segment, Joe Quan played the final 7 minutes against the Jazz's backup point guard, Eric Murdoch. His performance was somewhat diminished compared to the first quarter. Murdoch, standing 3 centimeters shorter and weighing 86 kilograms, almost 10 kilograms heavier than Stockton, exhibited greater physical resilience, albeit still lighter by 9 kilograms. The relentless engagement affected Joe Quan's performance. Additionally, the fatigue accumulated from the first quarter compelled him to conserve energy for the latter half when he would again face Stockton. Nevertheless, he maintained control of the ball, refraining from driving to the basket, and after a missed attempt from the perimeter, he focused on orchestrating the offense. By halftime, the score stood at 42-47, with the Pistons holding a 5-point lead. Joe Quan, in a mere 19 minutes of play, managed to achieve an impressive stat line of 11 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 2 turnovers, and 2 fouls, having successfully converted 4 out of 8 field goal attempts and 3 out of 4 free throws. Shortly thereafter, the third quarter commenced. Stockton re-entered the fray, and both teams deployed their primary lineups. As the match began anew, Stockton imparted a lesson to Joe Quan, executing a fierce steal that disrupted his possession. Fortunately, Joe's relentless pursuit thwarted any potential counterattack from his adversaries. What a lapse in concentration! Joe Quan swiftly reflected on his lessons. His performance against Stockton in the first quarter had led him to become somewhat overconfident. Stockton repositioned himself at the arc, orchestrating the offense. The mailman set a screen, and Joe prepared for Stockton's anticipated drive, retreating defensively without closely marking him. Yet, unexpectedly, Stockton launched a 3-pointer from the top of the arc. Swish. The ball rippled through the net, delivering yet another lesson to Joe. Knowing full well that Stockton boasted a staggering 3-point shooting percentage of 47 this season, why didn't he stay tighter on him? Joe, keep a close watch on your opponent. Chuck Daly, observing from the sidelines, erupted in a roar towards him. With the score at 45-47, the Pistons mounted an offense. Stockton switched to guard Joe Dumars, but Joe, undeterred, maneuvered through the screen to reclaim his matchup, initiating a one-on-one that troubled Stockton. Having endured 7 falls in the first quarter, the pain lingered, compelling him to reduce his defensive intensity, which inadvertently granted Joe greater freedom of movement. Seizing the opportunity, he charged into the paint, executing a spin move, and just as he was about to slip past the mailman through a narrow gap, he noticed the mailman's motion. In the midst of his turn, the mailman swung his right elbow towards Joe's head. Joe stood nearly 20 centimeters shorter than the mailman. In fact, while dribbling, his head was at the mailman's chest level, rendering the elbow's movement initially invisible to him. But that was in the past. Now, he could see it clearly. His fully developed spatial imagination equipped him with an almost omniscient awareness. His vision extended in every direction, as if he possessed countless vantage points. When the mailman pivoted to throw the elbow, Joe, through his perceptive gaze, captured several motions of the mailman's body, instantly constructing a comprehensive visual model of him in his mind, encompassing his entire form. He vividly perceived the mailman's elbow swinging toward him. This is the power of an all-encompassing panoramic vision. Even when only part of an object is visible, one can piece together a complete visual model in the mind based on certain visual fragments. With a sudden burst of clarity, Joe ducked instinctively as the mailman's right elbow grazed past his scalp. Damn it! Joe Quan hurled the ball aside and forcefully shoved the postman's chest with both hands. Caught off guard, the postman, whose center of gravity was compromised due to inadequate lower body strength, was promptly knocked to the ground. One-on-one, all of you, get lost. Joe Quan bellowed at the approaching Jazz players. You scoundrels. The mailman, enraged, rose to charge forward. Suddenly, a conflict erupted on the court, eliciting gasps from the spectators. At that moment, the overhead screen replayed the scene where the mailman attempted to elbow Joe Quan. Meanwhile, with a deft sidestep, Joe Quan evaded the mailman's advance, pushing him once more, nearly toppling him over. Just as he intended to capitalize on the mailman's unsteady balance, he was seized from behind by Mark Eaton. With a swift reaction, Joe delivered a kick, causing Mark to yelp in agony as he clutched his foot while collapsing to the floor. Just in time, the mailman charged at Joe, who narrowly dodged the attack. The Jazz players showed no regard for the rules of one-on-one confrontations, yet none from the Pistons dared to assist. They were too intimidated to approach the mailman. Rodman stood frozen beneath the basket, Ulrich cowered, while Joe Dumars vociferously implored the referee, "Sir, intervene and stop the mailman." The referee, exasperated, wished to admonish them. He was a basketball official, not a seasoned boxing referee unafraid of peril. With the players entangled, he hesitated to intervene. Instead, he stood aside, sternly commanding, "Cease this at once, or I shall eject you from the game. I mean it." At that moment, a cacophony of boos erupted from the palace of Auburn Hills. "Get him. He just elbowed Iron Fist. Go on, take that scoundrel down." Countless Pistons fans, enraged by the replay of the mailman's foul, shook their fists and roared in protest. The mailman swung his right fist, but Joe quickly ducked and slid to the side, positioning himself at the mailman's right front. As the mailman's punch missed, Joe seized the opportunity to deliver a vicious body blow to his liver. This area, vulnerable and unprotected by muscle, is a prime target in boxing, a technique famously employed by Tyson, who would often provoke opponents into swinging wildly before exploiting their openings. Joe had meticulously honed his spatial awareness to an exceptional level, allowing him to master control over the arena. Had his physicality matched his skill, he could have reached the pinnacle of boxing prowess, achieving unparalleled accuracy in his strikes. This precision encompassed the very essence of combat. In their previous altercation in the locker room, Joe's initial blow had felled Thomas, though he had miscalculated and failed to strike the liver accurately, resulting in Thomas seizing him and enduring a painful onslaught from John Sally and Aguirre. Now, however, with his striking accuracy refined to an elite standard, he landed a precise blow directly to the liver. With a pained cry, the mailman crumpled to the ground, his ribcage ablaze with agony. But the more intense suffering emanated from his liver, causing him to writhe on the floor, utterly incapacitated. Joe Quan was uncertain whether he had struck the mailman in the liver, and he needed to approach and assess the situation of the injured player, contemplating whether to deliver a few more blows. He was restrained by the referee, who clasped him around the waist, while other officials rushed forward to shield him. The referee's whistle pierced the air repeatedly, signaling a halt to the game. Goodness! The smile assassin, Thomas, was overcome with emotion, trembling with excitement. Had he not been seated in the stands, he would have charged onto the court to engage in a brawl. Beside him, Lame Beer glanced at the fallen mailman. Feeling a twinge of fear, he understood that he dared not provoke such a fierce individual. Yet, this formidable figure had been felled by Iron Fist with a single punch. filling Lambeer with pride for his earlier audacity in confronting Iron Fist. On the court, Zhou Quan glared fiercely at Rodman and Ulrich, his previously gentle demeanor evaporating, replaced by an aura of ferocity as he bellowed, "What are you cowards afraid of? With me at the forefront, if he dares to strike, we shall retaliate. Anyone who dares to cause a ruckus on Pistons territory must learn that in the palace of Auburn Hills, even if he is a tiger, he must bow at our feet. You spineless wretches, you had the courage to draw blood from Jordan. Do you lack the audacity to do the same to the mailman?" Rodman and the others shuddered, instantly recalling the image of Zhou Quan single-handedly overpowering Lambeer and the other three, with such a fierce fighter in their midst. What was there to fear? Their courage surged, and they promptly moved behind Zhou Quan. Well said. At that moment, Chuck Daly on the sidelines and the Smile assassin Thomas in the stands erupted in exhilarated cheers. "This is our rookie, the Iron Fist Slaughterer, the strongest enforcer from NCAA. The future leader of the Pistons, our most tenacious leader," exclaimed the exuberant John Sally. "Iron Fist, Iron Fist, Iron Fist," echoed the Pistons fans in unison. And in that instant, Zhou Quan became a symbol of toughness in their eyes, his reputation soaring to new heights. Team Doctor, the referee, observing the mailman in agony, writhing on the floor, realized the gravity of the situation. This was no feigned injury. He was genuinely hurt. He urgently called towards the Jazz bench. The Jazz team physician rushed onto the court, and after a brief examination, his face drained of color. He turned to Jerry Sloan, exclaiming loudly, "Jerry, the mailman's liver has sustained a blow, causing severe pain. Additionally, he has fractured 2 ribs. There is no internal bleeding at present, but he must be transported to the hospital for further examination. The rib fractures could have injured the liver." Furious, Jerry Sloan, who had been vociferously berating the referee and the official scorekeepers, froze in disbelief at the news. "What? Hurry, get into the hospital. The mailman cannot afford any mishap," he urged with urgency. The mailman was swiftly carried away, with an ambulance and emergency medical personnel ready at the venue. After the mailman was taken out, Sloan stormed over to the score table, roaring anew, "Did you see that? That damned rookie nearly killed the mailman. He also stomped on Mark Eaton's foot. And just before that, he broke Stockton's nose. He is not playing basketball. He is fighting. Does he think this is a hockey rink? He is no warrior. He is a true delinquent, 100 times worse than Lambeer, and he deserves severe punishment." The score table attempted to manage Sloan's outburst, warning that further disruptions would lead to his ejection, while the referee had already made his decision. Zhou Quan engaged in a physical altercation, resulting in a technical foul, disqualification from the match, and ejection from the arena. Additionally, during the interruption of the game, Darnell Walker from the Pistons bench left his seat and rushed onto the court, also receiving a technical foul and being expelled from the game. The mailman executed an elbowing maneuver, compounded by the brawl, resulting in a defensive foul and a technical foul, leading to his disqualification as well. "Darnell, well done." Zhou Quan then realized Walker's actions and patted him on the shoulder. "We are teammates. We cannot allow you to fight alone," Darnell Walker chuckled. Zhou Quan cast a disdainful glance at Rodman and his companions, exclaiming, "You are vastly superior to these weaklings." Rodman and the others bowed their heads, rendered speechless. As they departed the court, the entire Pistons fanbase rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for them, akin to bidding farewell to a heroic warrior. Upon their return to the locker room, Isaiah Thomas burst in, addressing Zhou Quan with fervor, "Iron Fist, your performance tonight was exceptional. From this moment on, I am truly in awe of your prowess. Let us erase the past grievances." Zhou Quan smiled gently, shaking his head as he remarked, "I truly dislike violence. Fighting is only a last resort." Thomas and Darnell Walker simultaneously rolled their eyes and retorted, "Hypocrite." As he turned on the shower, Zhou Quan activated the system. With the completion of his task, he had garnered Thomas's support and randomly drew upon Thomas's superior attributes, acquiring an enhancement in neural reaction speed, which now elevated his capabilities to level 91. In the end, the Pistons emerged victorious, halting a 7-game losing streak. However, with a record of 1 win and 7 losses, they remained at the bottom of the league. Zhou Quan did not attend the post-match press conference, but instead granted an interview in the locker room. A white reporter from ABC television, with ill intent, inquired, "Iron Fist, from the replay footage, we observed that although the mailman exhibited an elbow movement, there is no substantial evidence to suggest he intentionally elbowed you. You, however, resorted to violent retaliation rather than adopting a peaceful approach. Furthermore, considering your previous injury inflicted upon John Stockton and the recent locker room altercation. It is troubling that within a mere 40 days, a series of violent incidents have transpired in your presence, resulting in 7 individuals harmed by your actions. Given this pattern of violence associated with you as the central figure, could it be inferred that your inherent nature is one of aggression? Is it the case that your affiliation with the Grizzlies and your role as an enforcer stem from an innate propensity for violence? The reporter's inquiry evidently captivated the attention of all present. Joe Kwan's teammates turned their gaze, and other journalists began to gather around. Joe Kwan smiled gently and gazed at the reporter, his tone soft and polite as he remarked, "If, and I emphasize if, your wife were to be mistreated, would it be due to her having submissive tendencies? And if I were to strike you here, would that also imply you possess a penchant for masochism?" A ripple of laughter erupted in the room, some unable to contain their amusement. The white reporter's face flushed crimson with rage, his anger nearly palpable, as he wished to shatter Joe Kwan's insufferable smile with a single punch. At that moment, Thomas squeezed through, pushing aside the reporter, expressing his displeasure. "Are you all asking nonsensical questions to torment our rookie? Perhaps you long for Bill's return, hoping he will scold you out with the most disparaging words?" His comments caused many reporters to flinch, for most had previously faced the brunt of Bill Laimbeer's harsh words. They recalled the 1989 championship victory over the Lakers, when they were mercilessly berated by Laimbeer in the locker room. In his presence, their dignity was non-existent. There was nothing Laimbeer wouldn't do, and they never wanted to face that reckless scion of wealth in the Pistons locker room again. With Thomas's intervention, the subsequent locker room interviews proceeded without incident. The following day, the Jazz announced the mailman's injuries. 2 lower ribs were fractured, the liver sustained minor lacerations, and there was slight internal bleeding, necessitating at least a 2-month recovery. This news sent shockwaves throughout the league. Though the mailman had inflicted far fewer injuries than Laimbeer, he was renowned for his ferocious elbows. His reputation was not unfounded. The mailman was never absent, and his elbows were always timely. Yet now, he had suffered greatly under the iron fist. Upon hearing this news, players raised their glasses in celebration. However, the league officials found themselves in a predicament, as the Jazz filed a complaint seeking disciplinary action against Joe Kwan. Yet, the lingering repercussions of the previous locker room violence incident made it ill-advised to penalize Joe Kwan. Fortunately, the Pistons also lodged a complaint, clearly indicating the mailman's attempt to elbow Joe Kwan, and they pushed for the league to take action against the mailman as well. Ultimately, the league resorted to a compromise, glossing over the entire matter. At 1 o'clock, the Philadelphia Digital team's charter plane landed in Detroit. They had just faced the Green team on the road the previous night, and now they were set for a back-to-back matchup against the Pistons, marking their 3rd consecutive away game. As Barkley disembarked from the plane, he yawned repeatedly. Sleep had eluded him during the flight, as the news of the mailman's broken bones had filled him with adrenaline and excitement. "Hey, Isaiah, it's Charles." After passing his luggage to a teammate, Barkley took out his mobile phone to call Thomas. "Charles, what do you need?" Thomas inquired. "Do you have Iron Fist's contact information?" "I'm quite interested." Barkley chuckled. "Don't you dare recruit him, or I want to let you off the hook," Thomas retorted sternly. "Haha, of course not." Barkley denied it. Yet a thought crossed his mind. Why not recruit Iron Fist? Michael was already openly courting him, so why shouldn't he? Just months prior, he had been eliminated by Jordan in the Eastern Conference semifinals, with his team's weakness evident in their inability to defend against the Bulls. Iron Fist's solid defense and organizational skills would be a perfect fit. He quickly obtained Joe Kwan's mobile number from Thomas and dialed it without delay. "Hello. This is Joe Kwan." After 3 rings, the call connected. "Iron Fist? This is Charles Barkley. I presume you know who I am. I'm quite the superstar." Barkley exclaimed exuberantly. "Barkley? Oh, hello, I certainly know you. We have a game tonight." Joe Kwan was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the materials beside him. He was currently engrossed in research on Barkley. Aside from being slightly weaker in defense, this short and stout individual possessed an extraordinary ability to soar and evade, skillfully playing over the heads of the 3 leading centers while also dominating the boards. He was truly one of the league's superstars, marked by a distinct personality and garnering significant media attention. "You are quite impressive, truly remarkable. You managed to retire Laimbeer, and now you've broken the mailman's bones. Let me tell you, Iron Fist, one must be this tough in the NBA. Otherwise, any lowly player will climb over you and demean you." That said, Barkley continued, "You are a fantastic young man, precisely to my taste. Why not join me? Together, we can create something spectacular." Zhou Quan felt a sense of familiarity with the final statement, chuckling softly as he replied, "Charles, I appreciate your invitation, yet I believe the Pistons have their own merits. By the way, if you find yourself dissatisfied in Philadelphia, perhaps you should consider Detroit. Should you come here, I will persuade Thomas and Chauncey Billups to let you take the lead." Barkley was momentarily taken aback, pondering who was truly courting whom. Nevertheless, the prospect of being offered the position of leader so readily was indeed compelling, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. Zhou Quan picked up a fountain pen and noted down Barkley's telephone number in his address book. This was the first superstar he had contacted, and he felt a certain affinity. He intended to reach out more frequently in order to broaden his network. That afternoon, the league officials announced the rookie rankings for the week. Zhou Quan participated in 3 matches, averaging 33 minutes with a stat line of 13 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, 7 steals, 3 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. He made an impressive debut this week, securing the 4th position in the rookie rankings. Following the 1st overall pick Larry Johnson, the 4th pick Dikembe Mutombo, and the 3rd pick Billy Owens. Prior to the evening's game, Zhou Quan took the initiative to visit the opposing team's locker room to pay his respects to Barkley. After their handshake, he produced a pair of black hockey gloves from his back pocket. Barkley stepped back in alarm, exclaiming, "Hey, kid, we bear no animosity. So don't throw that thing at me. I want to catch it." Zhou Quan chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "These gloves were worn by me during the championship match of the Brown Bear team this year. I now present them to you. How marvelous." Barkley beamed as he accepted them, marveling, "The gloves of the NCAA's most formidable enforcer. I shall treasure them, and, when you achieve great renown, I will bring them forth for auction." He rummaged through the locker room and produced a baseball cap, reluctantly handing it to Zhou Quan while declaring, "Iron Fist. This was a gift from my first girlfriend. I shall bestow it upon you." Zhou Quan's smile faltered, and he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl his hat at Barkley. "Do you take me for a fool?" Barkley chuckled heartily and clarified, "I was merely jesting. This is a special commemorative edition released after the Minnesota Twins secured the MLB championship last year. I went through great lengths to acquire it, and now it is yours. Charles, it seems that your height is quite comparable to mine, doesn't it?" Zhou Quan felt somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Barkley's official height listed as 198 centimeters? That hardly surpasses him by much, perhaps a mere 195 centimeters. In an instant, Barkley took a step back. Angered and embarrassed, "I stand at a bare height of 198 centimeters, while you are merely 185 centimeters. What do you mean by almost? I tower over you by a significant margin, a considerable margin. Do you comprehend what a considerable margin entails? It means I am a head taller than you. If that brings you joy, so be it." After exchanging a few idle remarks, Zhou Quan took his leave. Once he departed, Barkley returned to the locker room, where a throng of teammates immediately bombarded him with questions. "Charles, what did that rookie want with you? Charles, is that a hockey glove? Did Iron Fist challenge you to a duel? Did you accept? Hey, Charles, can you take on Iron Fist? Charles, we ought to have retained Rick Mahorn. I worry that if a conflict arises, you alone won't be able to handle Iron Fist." Barkley chuckled and, raising the hockey glove in his hand, replied with a grin, "This is a gift from Iron Fist, his championship glove, so you need not worry. We are friends. And he wouldn't throw punches at a friend." At this point, his demeanor shifted, and he spoke earnestly. "Moreover, even if it came to fighting, would I fear him? He has dealt blows to lame beer, and I have done so as well. But he fought 4 opponents alone, while you only took on 1. Furthermore, you have yet to confront the mailman." A voice piped up softly. Who said that? "Step forward. Do not think your stature will render you invisible to me." Barkley, being shorter and unable to see the speaker amidst the crowd of teammates, bellowed in exasperation. The Philadelphia locker room erupted in laughter. Zhou Quan strolled down the somewhat dimly lit corridor when, all of a sudden, a virtual screen materialized before him. "Dear host, please achieve an average of 13 points. 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 5 blocks, 8 turnovers, and 2 fouls in the forthcoming 10 matches. The reward for this task will be an increase of agility by 1 and speed by 1. Upon observing the situation, Zhou Quan immediately began to calculate in his mind. Based on the statistics of assists and turnovers, it was imperative that in the forthcoming 10 matches, his assist-to-turnover ratio must reach 2.5, meaning he could afford only 1 turnover for every 2.5 assists. In terms of other statistics, they closely mirrored his average performance from the previous 3 games, with noticeable improvements in rebounds, assists, and steals. This indicated that the system demanded not only a consistently stable performance from him, but also a gradual enhancement. As for the rewards, they were undoubtedly substantial. If he could maintain his current weight and strength while enhancing his agility and speed, his explosiveness would similarly increase, transforming him into a formidable anomaly among guards. Just imagine, when a 95-kilogram tank could maneuver like a sports car, executing sharp turns, who could possibly stand in his way? Returning to the locker room, Joe requested a schedule from the assistant coach to review the upcoming opponents for the next 10 games. Aside from the Philadelphia 76ers, he noted that they would face the Pacers and the Knicks twice, while also contending with the Hawks, Supersonics, Cavaliers, and Rockets once each. A sense of concern washed over him. These teams exhibited performances superior to that of the current Pistons. The Pacers, Knicks, 76ers, Supersonics, Cavaliers, and Rockets all boasted formidable guards, presenting significant challenges. At 7:30, the starting lineups were announced. For Philadelphia, Charles Shackelford, Barkley, Almond Gentry, Jose Hawkins, and John Dawkins. For the Pistons, John Sally, Orlando Woolridge, Dennis Rodman, Joe Dumars, and Joe Quan. At 8 o'clock, the game commenced with Philadelphia on the offensive. Joe Quan faced off against John Stockton, the 10th overall pick in the 1986 draft, sharing his height of 6 feet 1 inch and weighing a mere 75 kilograms, lighter than Stockton. Last season, he suffered a significant injury, participating in only 4 games. The season prior, he averaged 14, 3 points, 7, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, 1, 5 steals, and 2, 6 turnovers, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 48, 9 and a 3-point shooting percentage of 33, 3, with an average of 0.8 3-point attempts per game, and an assist-to-turnover ratio of 2.85, approaching the caliber of an exceptional point guard. Upon crossing half court, he advanced toward Stockton, extending his long arms like a robust spider, effectively blocking the path ahead of him. Philadelphia's shooting guard, Jose Hawkins, swiftly moved to provide support, seizing the ball and retreating to the right wing beyond the 3-point arc, launching a shot over Joe Dumars. Aware of Hawkins' nearly 40% 3-point shooting accuracy this season, Dumars leapt to contest the shot. Thud! The ball fell short, clattering off the rim. My goodness! The rebounding savant, Rodman, anticipated the trajectory, swiftly maneuvering into position and snatching the rebound above Barkley's head. Joe Quan received the ball outside and swiftly pivoted, driving forward with determination. John Dawkins, possessing greater speed, sprinted ahead in an attempt to obstruct him, yet Joe executed a subtle change of direction that sent his opponent sprawling. Oh, what a spectacle! The Palace of Auburn Hills erupted in a chorus of cheers. That's right, a tank-like charge, he is bulldozed through, exclaimed the exuberant commentator, John Lowes. Joe Quan, with the ball in hand, charged toward the arc, executing a sudden stop. The returning Jose Hawkins was compelled to abandon his defense of Joe Dumars to assist. At this moment, Dumars surged from the left wing into the paint, extending his hands toward Joe. Without hesitation, Joe executed a single-handed throw. Bang! In the next instant, with a thunderous alley-oop dunk, the Philadelphia rim was shattered, and the Palace of Auburn Hills erupted in jubilant cheers. At the ABC commentary booth, Landis Oak chuckled heartily, remarking on the stark disparity in weight and strength between the 2-point guards. Even an exceptional playmaker like Stockton struggles against Iron Fist. John Dawkins is in for quite a challenge today. Lewis Williams nodded in agreement, noting, in the annals of the league, no point guard has possessed the sheer mass and strength of Iron Fist. Much like Magic Johnson, he wields a unique advantage at the 1 position. Hope laughed, adding, speaking of Magic, he certainly has had his share of misfortune. Let us wish him well and hope for his swift recovery. Indeed, best wishes to him, Williams replied, before steering the conversation back to the game. Regarding that recent rebound, Barkley failed to outmaneuver Rodman. After all, he too is a formidable rebounder. Hope promptly flipped through a stack of prepared notes and stated, since the 86-87 season, they have faced off 21 times, with Barkley consistently leading in rebounds. However, last season, as Rodman entered the starting lineup and his minutes increased, he surpassed Barkley in rebounding. This season, Rodman averages an impressive 16 rebounds per game, showcasing remarkable ability. Yet, this does not necessarily imply Rodman is definitively superior in rebounding, as he primarily focuses on securing boards and defense, while Barkley's efforts are more diversified. On the court, after several exchanges, the score stood at 2-8, with the Pistons leading at home, prompting Philadelphia to call a timeout. Head coach Jim Lynam recognized the source of the issue. His point guard was being effectively contained, and the ball had shifted to shooting guard Hawkins, hampering the team's offensive organization. Compounding the problem was Hawkins' poor shooting touch, having missed both of his attempts thus far. Additionally, the team had failed to secure any offensive rebounds, which further exacerbated their predicament. "Charles, it is now your responsibility to control the ball," he instructed. "Moreover, we must intensify our efforts to secure offensive rebounds and protect our defensive boards." Following the timeout, the game resumed. As Philadelphia initiated their offense, John Dawkins advanced to the front court, where Barkley immediately moved to receive the ball on the left wing, beyond the three-point line. Utilizing a screen, he evaded Ulrich and drove toward the sideline, preparing to engage in a one-on-one against Rodman, who was now defending him. Barkley, with his formidable frame, gradually maneuvered closer to the painted area. Despite Rodman weighing only 100 kilograms, his defensive prowess was formidable enough to contend with centers 20 kilograms heavier. However, the sheer force of Barkley's frame proved challenging. Despite Rodman's diligent defense, he struggled to withstand the pressure. With a swift motion, Barkley pivoted and executed a jump shot, successfully scoring. The scoreboard now read 4-8, as the Pistons prepared for their offensive play. Joe Kwon advanced to the front court, directly maneuvering to the lower left wing, where his right-handedness afforded him a distinct advantage for one-on-one confrontations. In the past, Jordan often operated from the left wing, as it allowed him to face the court, enabling him to promptly assess the situation during double teams. Had he positioned himself on the right wing, his line of sight would have been compromised. Having successfully executed a play moments ago, he found himself in a similar position once more, but this time, Philadelphia was quick to respond with a double team. Barkley emerged from the interior, joining the confrontation ahead of him. As Joe Kwon perceived the situation, just as Barkley's enormous hand reached out, he swiftly pivoted downwards, maneuvering past Dawkins with determination. He dribbled towards the paint, penetrating the cluster of bodies. In his line of sight, several openings became vividly apparent. He noticed a slender gap between Almond Gilliam and Charles Shackelford, where a flash of red and white, the colors of the Pistons jersey, emerged. A teammate stood poised in the space of 1.5 feet between the two defenders, providing ample opportunity for a pass. With a sharp thud, as the ball was lifted, he executed a swift turn, his back against Gilliam, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the basketball skimming along his hip, striking the floor before vanishing behind Gilliam's posterior. Ulrich, obstructed by two interior defenders, suddenly felt an object collide with his vision, impacting his abdomen. He glanced down. Was it the ball? Reacting slightly too slowly, he brought his hands together but failed to secure the ball on his first attempt. It ricocheted off Gilliam's back. On his second attempt, he grasped the ball, quickly leaping for a delicate floater, which found its mark. Gilliam and Shackelford, witnessing the ball's entry, were momentarily bewildered. Could there possibly be a second basketball on the court? However, when they turned to look at Joe Kwon, they saw him standing with empty hands. At that moment, the palace of Auburn Hills erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. What a brilliant assist! An astonishing pass! The bearded John Long roared with excitement. Just last time against the Bulls, he had delivered an identical assist to John Sally. The bespectacled Ranger Lance chuckled, remarking, "Ha! Look at those two guys from Philadelphia. They're still in a daze, oblivious to how the ball vanished right before them. Someone should kindly enlighten them." The battle on the court continued unabated. Joe Kwon relentlessly pursued John Dawkins with intense defensive pressure, aiming to stifle his performance and thereby disrupt Philadelphia's organizational capabilities. He had meticulously analyzed the game statistics for Philadelphia this season, discovering that they ranked as the Eastern Conference's least effective team in terms of assists, averaging a mere 21.4 assists per game, and their scoring average languished in the lower tier, positioned fourth from the bottom in the East. This indicates a significant deficiency in their organizational proficiency and offensive efficiency. The Pistons, lacking the offensive prowess of the smiling assassin, also struggled offensively. To secure a victory, Joe Kwon understood that he must effectively neutralize John Dawkins, dismantle Philadelphia's organizational structure, diminish their offensive efficiency, and then orchestrate his own team's attacks. Moreover, with the formidable Charles Barkley on the boards, the Pistons recognized that Philadelphia's interior lacked height, with their tallest player measuring only 208 centimeters. And the team collectively ranked last in rebounding within the East, presenting an additional advantage for the Pistons. As the game progressed, John Dawkins found himself effectively neutralized by Joe Kwon, leading to Philadelphia's loss of their primary playmaker. The remaining four players were left to fend for themselves, resulting in a dismal offensive performance. Although Barkley possessed some organizational skills, he was not a true point guard and struggled to unify the team. When he received the ball, his primary inclination was to pursue his own scoring opportunities, only considering a pass when he found himself unable to shoot. Shooting guard Hawkins, upon receiving the ball, similarly prioritized his own shot, mirroring Barkley's tendency to take numerous attempts. As the final whistle blew, the score read 84-96. With the Pistons triumphing by a margin of 12 points, securing their second consecutive victory, yet still languishing at the bottom of the league with a record of 2 wins and 7 losses. Jo Kwon played for 41 minutes, focusing primarily on organization and defense. He made 3 of 7 field goal attempts and converted all 6 free throws, accumulating 12 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls. In contrast, his counterpart, John Dawkins, spent 38 minutes on the court, making only 2 of 10 shots, failing to score from beyond the arc, 0 of 3, and finishing with 4 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 5 turnovers, and 1 foul. Barkley had an impressive performance, sinking 11 of 21 attempts and converting just 1 of 4 free throws to secure 23 points. Hawkins managed 5 of 15 from the field, hitting 1 of 4 from three-point range and 2 of 3 from the line, totaling 13 points. The Pistons collectively recorded 26 assists, while Philadelphia managed only 17. A significant factor in the Pistons' victory was their dominance on the boards, securing 49 rebounds, with Rodman claiming 17 alone, compared to Philadelphia's 39, where Barkley could only muster 9 rebounds. Iron Fist, come to Philadelphia and join us. You would fit perfectly into our lineup. Before parting ways with Barkley, Flying Pig made another attempt to recruit Jo Kwon. He was acutely aware of his team's shortcomings and organization, and although Jo had only participated in 4 games, he had already demonstrated commendable organizational skills and exceptional defense, proving too formidable for ordinary guards. Such a robust point guard was precisely what the team required. Oh, Charles, I find it hard to believe that you all can reach the playoffs this season. Jo Kwon shifted the topic. Barkley, predictably incensed, retorted, that's impossible. Last season, we reached the second round, and this season, we will advance even further. Jo Kwon could not help but chuckle, remarking, in the previous 9 matches, you secured 5 victories and suffered 4 defeats, yielding a mere 55.5 win rate. Your organizational skills are lacking, your rebounding is inadequate, and your offense is subpar. I dare say this win percentage will continue to decline. By the way, my words prior to the match proved effective. I shall take my leave now, but rest assured, I shall return to decisively best you next time. With that, Barkley turned on his heel and departed, showing no sign of regret. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, Jo Kwon was preparing breakfast when his pager suddenly chimed. Catherine? Upon glancing at the device, he noticed a name alongside a phone number, instantly recalling a delicate and ethereal visage. Last August, Catherine had come to America for a vacation and happened to attend one of his ice hockey matches in Los Angeles, where he had impressively knocked out his opponent twice, capturing her attention. Likewise, he had been drawn to her in the stands. After the game, they became acquainted. Both harboring mutual affection, it was not merely infatuation but rather an instantaneous connection that blossomed into a month-long romance before Catherine returned to England, thus concluding their brief liaison. Life had grown busy, compounded by several hours of time difference, and their communications dwindled to sporadic exchanges. The number on the pager was not Catherine's original contact, but likely a new means of reaching out to inform him of her updated information. He abandoned his breakfast and strode into the living room to retrieve the telephone, dialing Catherine's number as he returned to the dining area. Hello, Catherine. It is splendid to hear your voice, he exclaimed upon recognizing the familiar tone from the other end. Humph, Jo, you have not contacted me in half a year. You entered the NBA without a word to me. Do you not think of me at all? Catherine replied with a playful huff. Jo Kwon sighed and earnestly remarked, Catherine, I truly hesitate to call you, for I fear I may never forget you. Jo, if you continue to weave such deceitful words, I might just believe you. After all, you tricked me in the same manner last year, Catherine retorted, her tone laced with irritation. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Very well, my dear. Then do come to America and punish me. On a serious note, Jo, my career in the UK has not been progressing smoothly. I aspire to make films. I no longer wish to be a model or act in television dramas, Catherine expressed. Films? Do you wish to venture into Hollywood? No, you mustn't come, he inquired. Why not? Catherine asked, her displeasure evident. I fear that our past affections may reignite, and in doing so, my other girlfriends would lose their chances. Which would be quite unfair to them, Zhou teased. Despite knowing his words were mere jest, Catherine's heart soared, and she laughed, then let it reignite. Zhou, I hereby reserve you. I shall make sure all your other girlfriends depart. Very well. When do you intend to come and make the deposit? He queried. At the latest. By next year, though I may appear at any moment, Catherine replied. By the way, I've heard that you've just entered the NBA and have already been involved in 2 violent incidents. Is it still the same as when you joined the Brown Bears? She added. Zhou Quan remarked. Indeed, as a Chinese individual, I find myself in solitude, whether with the Bears or the Pistons. Establishing my foothold would be impossible without these fists. No one offers me assistance or protection thus. I must rely solely on my own strength to fend off those who wish to humiliate me. Overhearing this, Catherine sighed and comforted him. How unfortunate. Just wait for your sister to arrive. I shall protect you. Zhou Quan's face darkened at the playful teasing from the beautiful woman. At noon, Zhou Quan traveled with the team to an away game, landing in Indiana at 3 in the afternoon. After settling into the hotel, it was already 4:30 when Reggie Miller arrived to pick him up. Iron Fist, you've once again taken down the mailman. You broke his rib with a single punch. Are your fists truly made of iron? I never anticipated this. I reckon no one in the league would dare provoke you now, Miller exclaimed as they entered the car. Reggie, do you think I relish violence? I am compelled to act. Otherwise, that fellow might turn my head into a pulp. Zhou Quan replied helplessly. Miller laughed heartily. I heard you've reconciled with Isaiah Thomas. Is that true? That guy is no simpleton. He is formidable. If not for injuries, Jordan might not have triumphed over him this year. He has quite the temper. After you've thrashed him, do you think he'll easily forgive you? It is indeed a genuine reconciliation, Zhou Quan nodded with a smile. Arriving at an upscale restaurant, the two continued their conversation. Reggie Miller introduced Zhou Quan to various facets of the NBA, including amusing anecdotes, eventually leading to discussions about the Bad Boys and their history with Jordan. Iron Fist. By joining the Pistons, you've inherited the legacy of the Bad Boys and their rivalry with Jordan. So long as you achieve results, you will undoubtedly become a target for him. That petty individual holds grudges fiercely, so you must tread carefully, Miller cautioned. Currently, my abilities are insufficient and far from being a target. Isaiah will return soon. Jordan's sights will still be set on him. That is certainly the case. You are only barely at the level of a second-tier point guard. Miller nodded, then sighed. As of now, the only player in the league whom Jordan fears and resents is the smiling assassin. Only the Bad Boys have managed to give him a run for his money. After conversing for a while longer, Miller suddenly remarked on Zhou Quan's passing skills, saying, Iron Fist. I've noticed in your recent games that you enjoy penetrating the paint in search of passing opportunities. However, your speed in breaking through is not particularly swift, making it easy for opponents to collapse on the paint. In every game I've watched, you seem to be double-teamed each time you drive in. Zhou Quan nodded and remarked, Indeed, my breakthrough speed is rather slow. As I penetrate, although I compress the opponent's defense, the paint becomes crowded. However, I simultaneously draw their defensive attention, which affords my teammates nearer the basket opportunities. Once they receive my passes, their shooting percentage improves significantly. You see, our team's interior players lack the ability to create their own shots, and their finishing capabilities are limited. If I pass the ball to them from the perimeter and allow them to initiate their own offense, the efficiency tends to be quite low. In truth, during my penetrations, I typically do not venture too deeply. I remain around the free throw line or slightly below, leaving some space for my teammates. Miller nodded, then shook his head, saying, Passing amidst a crowd often leads to a high turnover rate. It is easy to lose the ball and commit passing errors. That said, I have noticed that your turnover rate when passing in such situations is relatively low, which indicates your proficiency in that style of passing. Your court vision is commendable, and your ball handling skills are impressive, demonstrating a strong synergy between you and the ball. You show great courage in driving in, excelling in high-pressure situations, and your passing possesses notable creativity and imagination. Generally, my assist-to-turnover ratio is subpar, with a significant number of turnovers. By the way, Reggie, how's the situation for your team today? Zhou Quan refrained from delving into personal matters, as his current capabilities were still lacking, particularly in predictive skills. He could only pass to positions within his line of sight, rendering his ability to deliver blind passes rather feeble. Reginald Miller's Pacers and the Pistons were both situated in the Eastern Central Division, making them significant rivals. Thus, He could not afford for Miller to fully grasp the extent of his abilities. Presently, the league comprises 27 teams, with 14 in the East and 13 in the West, divided into two major divisions. The Eastern Conference is further segmented into the Central and Atlantic divisions, with the Pistons, Bulls, Pacers, Cavaliers, Bucks, Hawks, and Hornets all belonging to the Central Division. This implies that each season, the Pistons must face the Pacers 4 times, necessitating that Miller not uncover all of Joe's strengths. The senior had previously mentioned that he had studied all of Joe's games, undoubtedly perceiving the Pistons as contenders. Miller shook his head, remarking, "You are 2 wins and 7 losses. We are not much better off, with 3 wins and 7 losses, just half a game ahead. Misery loves company." Joe Kwon chuckled in response. Miller's side, currently, we lead the Eastern Conference in average points scored, ranking 3rd in the entire league with 112. 2 points, surpassing the Bulls who have only 109. 9 points. However, our average points allowed ranks 2nd in the East and 3rd in the league, a staggering 110. 3 points. Our defense is lacking. Iron Fist, I truly wish to recruit you. Mitchell Williams' defense pales in comparison to yours. Joe Kwon chuckled. I have observed that your offensive play is indeed commendable, with an average of 29. 2 assists per game, ranking 1st in the Eastern Conference and the league. Your shooting accuracy stands at an average of 49, surpassed only by the Bulls' 58. However, your defense is lacking. Once the playoffs commence, you will falter. Miller shook his head in agreement. After dinner, Miller and Joe Kwon arrived at the Pacers' home arena. It was now 6 o'clock, and the Pistons had already reached the venue. After reuniting with the team, they began their preparations for the game. At 7:30, the starting lineups were announced. Pistons, John Salley, Orlando Woolridge, Dennis Rodman, Joe Dumars, Joe Kwon. Pacers, Rick Smits, Dale Davis, Chuck Person, Reggie Miller, Mitchell Williams. At 8 o'clock, the game officially commenced. John Salley, standing at 211 centimeters, appeared inadequate in the presence of the 224-centimeter Rick Smits, as the Pacers won the tip-off. Joe Kwon faced Mitchell Williams with great caution. He had conducted a thorough analysis of this opponent, who shares his height and weighs 79 kilograms. Williams, selected as the 23rd overall pick in the 2nd round of the 1988 draft by the Pistons, suffered a significant injury during his rookie season and was subsequently traded in his 2nd year. Last season, after being traded to the Pacers, he transformed into a starter during the latter half of the season, averaging merely 24 minutes per game while achieving 11 points and 4.8 assists. Notably, despite the limited playing time, he still managed to average 2.1 steals per game. This season, with an average of 35 minutes on the court, he boasts impressive statistics of 15 points, 8.2 assists, and 3 turnovers, positioning him as a contender for the steals title. His assist-to-turnover ratio of 2.7 approaches an exemplary standard, showcasing his consistent passing ability. Williams is a penetrating point guard, lacking a 3-point shot, who swiftly maneuvers past Joe Kwon as soon as he enters the front court, driving towards the basket from the right wing. Joe Kwon swiftly closed in, positioning himself to the left of his opponent, engaging in direct confrontation, using his body to force the adversary outward. Williams narrowly avoided a blunder, resorting to a right pivot to retreat beyond the 3-point line, marking a failed initial breakthrough. At this juncture, Joe Kwon's fellow rookie, the 13th overall pick Dale Davis, emerged to set a screen for Williams. Leveraging the wall, Williams again penetrated the sideline, executing a swift change of direction before maneuvering past the switching Ulrich, driving into the paint via the right elbow area. Rick Smits entered the key, and Williams delivered a lob pass, which Smits caught, executing a close-range hook shot over John Salley, successfully scoring for the Pistons. Joe Kwon advanced with the ball, while Williams retreated, defending meticulously. Seizing the opportune moment and attuned to the rhythm of Joe's dribbling, he suddenly crouched and executed a deft steal, accomplishing the interception in an instant. What a remarkable play. Joe Kwon swiftly turned around to pursue the defense. Williams, with the ball in hand, advanced a few steps before attacking the basket, leaping for a layup. Thud. Joe Kwon pursued fervently from behind, leaping recklessly to block the shot, sending the ball soaring against the backboard. Alas, the fast break layup was thwarted. A missed opportunity that could have uplifted the team's spirit, evoking a significant sigh from the home crowd of the Pacers. Caution was warranted. His ability to steal the ball was noteworthy, as Isaiah had suffered a similar fate at his hands last year. The urgent defensive effort from Joe Dumars secured possession of the ball, which he promptly passed to Joe Kwon, offering a brief word of caution. Understood. Zhou Quan reflected on the recent experience of being intercepted, recognizing that Williams' reckless and sudden attempts to steal the ball were indeed a form of risky play. Should such a steal fail, the repercussions could be dire, warranting a more strategic approach. He recalled Reggie Miller's words, suggesting that Mitchell Williams' defensive skills were inferior to his own, which likely explained the situation. With renewed focus, Zhou Quan advanced, his attention fully engaged, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on Williams. As he approached the mid-court line, Williams attempted another audacious steal. With a reflex speed rated at 91, Zhou Quan quickly reacted, pulling the ball back with his right hand before seamlessly transferring it to his left. In that moment, as Williams lunged from his right, Zhou Quan stepped left, effortlessly evading the defender. With the opponent bypassed, a clear path lay ahead. He sprinted with all his might, covering ground to the arc in 3 swift strides. Coming to a sudden halt, he composed himself before leaping gracefully to release a 3-point shot. This marked his inaugural 3-pointer in the NBA. Typically, he shied away from long-range shots in the presence of defenders due to his low shooting percentage. However, he could not let this open opportunity slip away. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. As the Pacers initiated their offense, Zhou Quan adapted his defensive strategy based on Williams' tendencies, opting for a step-back approach. Given that Williams averaged only 0.4 3-point attempts per game, this tactic would enhance the effectiveness of his defense against screens. Observing Zhou Quan's retreat, Williams assessed the basket but felt uncertain. The defender was not far off, compelling him to drive the ball instead. However, Zhou Quan, having created sufficient space, sidestepped effectively to block Williams' path. With a swift motion of his left hand, he nudged the ball away, fortuitously dislodging it, and quickly maneuvering to reclaim possession. Although his stealing technique was rated at only 80, his long arms, combined with considerable strength and mass, often yielded commendable results. As Williams hurried back on defense, Zhou Quan dictated the pace, advancing into the frontcourt and awaiting his teammates' positioning. He moved to the left wing, prompting the Pacers' defense to shift in response, leaving the right wing exposed. At that moment, Joe Dumars, having executed a clever reverse cut to shake off Reggie Miller, made a decisive cut towards the basket. Miller, quick to respond, pursued but found himself a step behind. Zhou Quan observed the situation on the weak side, yet his opportunity to pass was fleeting. Otherwise, Miller would close in on Dumas, and the Pacers' interior defense would swiftly seal off the paint. In essence, only a singular pass could seize the opportunity for a cut on the weak side. A surgical pass was required, traversing the Pacers' defenses along the most direct and rapid route, delivering the ball to the cutting Dumas. At that moment, Zhou Quan's panoramic vision shifted abruptly, revealing a potential passing lane. The pass point was just 1 step to his right, and the receiving point was 1 step to the right of the basket, with 3 defenders positioned in between. However, this passing corridor was ephemeral, as the defenders could easily obstruct the route, and Dumas would soon arrive at that receiving point. In the next instant, the ball was lifted from the floor. Zhou Quan sidestepped to the right and, with his right hand, propelled the ball outward with force. At that precise moment, as he positioned himself, the route appeared before him. Bang! In a flash, as the basketball was snatched from the air, he swiftly pushed it forward. The ball sliced through the air with a whisper, almost in a straight line, penetrating the corridor. Dumas, rapidly cutting towards the basket, remained focused on the strong side, eager to receive the pass, bracing himself for the catch. Just as he neared the basket, poised to cross beneath it, the opportunity for the cut was about to vanish when, out of the corner of his left eye, he caught a glimpse of an orange basketball darting through the crowd. Snap! He received the ball and executed a layup, while the defenders failed to react in time. Oh, what a razor-sharp pass! The ball soared past us, yet they could not muster any response. The commentator could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "A surgical pass? Remarkable!" Reggie Miller, trailing behind, witnessed this pass with wide eyes. Glancing at Zhou Quan with admiration, this underclassman's passing prowess and vision were impressive. He noted that Zhou Quan had passed after sidestepping, meaning that Zhou had perceived this passing lane from his original position, which was hard to believe. He would rather attribute it to coincidence. Yet, in truth, Zhou Quan had genuinely seen it. After delivering the pass, Zhou Quan experienced an odd sensation. The pass point had been just 1 step to his right, a position he should not have been able to see. He could only perceive it because, at that moment, his line of sight had shifted to an angle beyond that step. It was as if his vision possessed countless cameras, and when one angle was obstructed, he could simply switch to another. Though he did not fully comprehend this ability at present, it stemmed from his exceptional spatial imagination and panoramic vision, a result of a meticulously constructed three-dimensional visual model in his mind, allowing him to observe from multiple perspectives. However, he had not recognized this ability in previous games. What had been different just now that triggered this capability? Caught up in the game, he had no time to ponder these questions. He set them aside, determined to focus on finishing the match first. The Pacers launched their offense. Joe Kwon opted for a step-back defense, compelling Williams to forego ball-handling breakthroughs and thus limiting his potential. Reggie Miller swiftly seized the ball, assuming control of the game. This scenario mirrored that of the Philadelphia 76ers. Once Joe Kwon effectively neutralized John Dawkins, neither Barkley nor Jose Hawkins could orchestrate the team's offense, resulting in a significant loss of organizational functionality and ultimately, the game. The current situation echoed this as well. Upon taking charge, Miller prioritized offensive execution. When his attempts at a frenzied assault faltered, the Pacers, operating in disarray, began to lag behind. Eventually, realizing the need for a strategic shift, Miller relinquished the ball back to Williams. Although Williams was incapable of executing a drive-and kick strategy, he remained proficient in perimeter passing. Joe Kwon's step-back defense did not impede his ability to distribute the ball. Nevertheless, the Pistons triumphed in the end, clinching the game with a narrow victory of 101-96. Joe Kwon played for 46 minutes, achieving a shooting record of 6 out of 14, including a three-pointer, and made 5 out of 6 free throws, accumulating 18 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls, with 3 victories and 7 defeats. The Pistons surpassed the Pacers, Magic, and Wizards, currently ranking 11th in the Eastern Conference, 4th from the bottom. After securing 3 consecutive wins, the team's morale began to recover. Back in the locker room, as Joe Kwon showered, he pondered over a particular pass. After a prolonged reflection, he remained unable to grasp it, even as his teammates finished showering. It was not until Chao Dumas called him to attend a press conference that he realized he had been showering for nearly an hour. "Hey, Iron Fist, did you forget to wash your skin?" Chao Dumas asked with a peculiar expression. Rodman chuckled. "Iron Fist, looking so clean. Are you trying to impress someone? If you have an extra, share it with me. I have some men's cologne, top brand. I can lend you to spray. Get lost. My girl is never for sharing." Joe Kwon retorted, slightly annoyed. Rodman muttered, "If you won't share, I'll just pay for my own. I'll get 10. On the way to the press hall, Joe Kwon reflected on his earlier thoughts. He believed the most accurate explanation for his recent performance was that he could observe the perfect three-dimensional visual model constructed in his mind from a divine perspective, akin to having countless cameras capturing various angles. The fact that he had not discovered this ability before today might simply be due to his lack of familiarity with it. Now that he had unearthed this skill, he would be able to more easily identify passing opportunities and deliver more precise, surgical passes. However, there were times when his body could not keep up, causing him to miss opportunities. On November 19th, the Pistons returned to Detroit. The following day, they faced the formidable challenge of the Supersonics from the Western Conference. Influenced by their 3-game winning streak, the attendance at the Palace of Auburn Hills reached 70, the highest since the season began. Isaiah Thomas is set to return at the end of the month, and the management anticipates that the team's strength will improve, further increasing attendance. At 8 o'clock, the starting lineups were announced. Supersonics: Benoit Benjamin, Sean Kemp, Michael Cage, Ricky Pierce, Gary Payton. Pistons: John Sally, Orlando Woolridge, Dennis Rodman. Chao Dumas, Joe Kwon. The game was broadcast live nationwide by ESPN, with commentators Rock Howard and Larry Winston. Howard remarked, "Last season, the Supersonics finished 8th in the Western Conference and were eliminated in the first round by the Trailblazers. So far this season, they hold a record of 6 wins and 3 losses, a 66.6 win rate, placing them 3rd in the West. Their performance is better than last season and superior to the Pistons, yet the Pistons have recently stabilized with 3 consecutive victories, promising an exciting game tonight." Winston analyzed. The Pistons selected Iron Fist, who has played 5 games thus far, resulting in 3 wins and 2 losses. His individual performance has earned him the 4th spot in the latest rookie rankings, showcasing great potential. With the 17th pick in the first round, the Pistons have made a savvy choice, and General Manager McCloskey has a keen eye for talent, having selected the successor to the smiling assassin. Howard chuckled. Iron Fist is a bit too eager to take over, having personally eliminated Isaiah Thomas. Winston laughed as well, shaking his head. This is a topic we shall not dwell on. What I wish to emphasize is, after my careful observation and analysis, Iron Fist is an anomaly at the point guard position, second only to Magic Johnson. Howard nodded solemnly. He possesses no disadvantages in height at the point guard position, and his weight and strength far exceed those of other guards. Generally, point guards weigh around 80 kilograms, with few reaching 85 kilograms, but he weighs 95 kilograms, making him an absolute heavyweight with the highest muscle content among guards in the league. Offensively, he can overpower opponents, even in switches, like against Jordan. His brute force is unmatched. With his excellent passing skills and broad vision, any defensive double-teaming would be a costly mistake. While his offensive performance is currently average, it prevents defenders from double-teaming him, allowing him to gradually approach the paint through overpowering drives. Defensively, thus far, no point guard has managed to overwhelm him, as none can breach his defensive barrier. His substantial weight and broad shoulders create a formidable defensive presence. Smaller guards must take additional steps to circumvent him, granting him ample time and space to recover defensively. When matched against taller shooting guards, although he may face a height disadvantage, his exceptional wingspan compensates for it, and his robust physique allows for strong physical confrontations, affecting the opponent's shooting rhythm. I must assert that if he were to reduce his weight to maintain a maximum of 90 kilograms or less, his agility, speed, and jumping ability would undoubtedly improve, significantly enhancing his mobility. At that point, he would retain his substantial weight and competitive edge at the point guard position, coupled with newfound agility, making him an even better player. Winston noted, in these 5 games, he averages 7 assists, 2 steals, and 8 turnovers. His assist-to-turnover ratio is an impressive 2.5, showcasing above-average performance with 2 steals that aren't derived from risky ventures, indicating strong defensive capabilities. Howard added, currently, he controls 41 of the Pistons' possessions, averaging 7 assists, which is commendable. His usage rate stands at only 17.2, indicating he does not take many shots, focusing primarily on assists, which is a rational approach given his relatively low offensive efficiency. Winston concluded, I would like to highlight that during this 3-game winning streak, Iron Fist has excelled defensively, effectively limiting the opposing point guards and laying the foundation for his team's victories. Today, he will be matched against Gary Payton, last year's 2nd overall pick, who stands at 193 centimeters, 5 centimeters taller than Iron Fist, and weighs 82 kilograms, 13 kilograms lighter. Howard interjected, in terms of passing stability, Payton surpasses Iron Fist. In terms of shooting percentage, Iron Fist barely reaches 40, while Payton stands at 45, indicating that the latter's scoring is more consistent. Payton's defense is decent, though his stealing ability is somewhat lacking. As for the critical aspect of playmaking, I believe their skills are comparable, as indicated by their assist numbers. Winston nodded. Payton also relies on defense, much like Iron Fist. While I believe Iron Fist's defense is formidable, I do not think it exceeds Payton's. Steal statistics do not encompass all aspects, as Iron Fist's greater weight allows him to forcibly displace the ball handler upon contact, rendering it difficult for them to regain possession, thus facilitating his ability to steal the ball more easily than Payton. Indeed, Howard agreed. Both entered the league around the same time, with comparable experience and skill, equally matched in offense and defense. They are undoubtedly comparing themselves in private. Payton is known for his trash talk, while Iron Fist excels in physical confrontations, exhibiting remarkable determination. Today's matchup promises to be a fierce battle. Winston suddenly chuckled. A friendly reminder to Gary Payton, rein in the trash talk and avoid crossing Iron Fist's boundaries, or no one will be able to save you. Indeed. Lammer and the smiling assassin, along with the mailman, have already demonstrated the repercussions of provoking Iron Fist, Howard chuckled. At that moment, Joe Kwan and his teammates stood in the player tunnel, facing the 5 starters of the Supersonics, with Gary Payton directly opposite him. Before his eyes, a task prompt appeared: defeat Gary Payton, Anticipation 1. Anticipation, a valuable asset. He felt a surge of joy. If his anticipation could reach an elite level, his perceptive vision would undoubtedly improve. Why is this fellow staring at me without uttering a word? I have not wronged him. Gary Payton felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed Iron Fist's unwavering gaze upon him, leaving him uneasy and apprehensive. There was no denying it. Although Iron Fist had just entered the league, his notorious reputation as the NCAA's foremost enforcer preceded him. His accomplishments since joining the Pistons had been nothing short of spectacular. Lammer and the mailman were both feared figures throughout the league, Yet now they had both fallen to iron fist, one retired, the other confined to a hospital bed. At that moment, Joquan turned off the screen and noticed an odd expression on Peyton's face, prompting his curiosity. "Gary, what's the matter?" "Nothing," Peyton replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as the pressure dissipated, restoring his composure. "Rookie, I hear you're quite the player?" Sean Kemp eagerly inquired. "Rain Man, would you care to test your skills?" Joquan turned his gaze towards Camp, his hand reaching for his pocket. "Don't throw your gloves. I'm merely inquiring," Camp exclaimed hastily. No matter how reckless he might be, it was all confined to the court. The examples of the postman and Ramber stood as cautionary tales. Who would dare to recklessly challenge the iron fist of the boxing world? Joquan indeed pulled an ice hockey glove from his pocket, shaking it in his hand as he remarked, "It's nothing. I won't carelessly discard this. Even if I were to throw it to you, you could simply refuse to catch it. I could never compel you." The crowd wore expressions of disbelief. What purpose does an ice hockey glove serve while playing basketball? Sean Kemp also appeared displeased. "I could decline, but would that not render me a coward? I would rather endure a beating than become the next lame beer." At 8:30, the game commenced. The jump ball initiated an offensive for the Supersonics. At the top of the arc, Joquan positioned himself in front of Gary Payton, using his right hand to press against his opponent's waist while his left hand feigned a block, occasionally making sudden jabs to disrupt Payton's focus and hinder his offensive organization. Payton, robust and capable of withstanding physical challenges, typically thrived against other point guards. However, against Joquan, he was left with only a height advantage. Unable to penetrate from the front, he swiftly altered his approach, dribbling towards the right wing. Yet, after merely 2 steps, he found himself at a position 2 meters to the right of the arc. With a sudden pivot, he thrust his left elbow against Joquan while sharply changing direction, driving towards the right elbow area. His ball-handling breakthrough attracted the Pistons' interior defense, and at that moment, Kemp seized the opportunity, entering the paint from the right low post. Payton lofted the ball towards the basket's right side. In the next instant, Sean Kemp soared into the air, demonstrating to the fans the essence of explosiveness, vertical leap, and unparalleled talent. The resounding impact of his alley-oop dunk echoed dramatically, reverberating through the arena. "Damn beast!" shouted the crowd in a chorus of disdain. After scoring, Sean Kemp was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Adrenaline surged through him, and his blood raced to his brain. True to his nature, he began to taunt. This time, however, he did not direct his provocation at the interior players but deliberately approached Joquan, pointing at him with both hands, his body quivering with intensity as he exclaimed, "Oh, oh, 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 get lost, you imbecile." Joquan stepped forward, forcefully shoving Kemp to the ground. "Oh, oh, oh." In the commentator's booth, the bearded John Lovis exclaimed in fury, "Rain Man dares to provoke Iron Fist. Their positions are entirely disparate. This is a grave error. Iron Fist, showcase your might and let him know you are not to be trifled with. Take him down." In the stands, Isaiah Thomas rose, shaking his fist and shouting, "Take him down." Under his leadership, the entire palace of Auburn Hills erupted in a chorus of roars. Provoking the wrath of the crowd, Sean Kemp was momentarily taken aback, hastily closing his mouth and retreating behind his teammates. "Hurry up," Payton urged Kemp, pushing him to exit swiftly. Joquan refrained from taking further action, gesturing for his teammates to serve the ball. The palace of Auburn Hills exhibited a degree of disappointment, yet they had come to understand Joquan. He was a man audacious enough to swing iron fists at both Lame Beer and the mailman, but not a villain by any means. They speculated that perhaps it was the provocation from the Rain Man that had not crossed the threshold of his resolve. Their intuition proved accurate, faced with such taunts. Had it been on the ice rink, he would undoubtedly have cast off his gloves in defiance. However, this was the NBA, where violence was strictly prohibited, and thus he was compelled to adhere to the league's regulations. As long as his boundaries were not transgressed, he would resolve conflicts through the medium of basketball. Yet, should those limits be breached, the examples of Lame Beer and the mailman served as a stark reminder, whether on or off the court. He would not hesitate to unleash his fists to rectify the situation. The Pistons launched their offensive. Joquan advanced with the ball into the front court, confronted by Payton's defense. Instead of employing the trifecta of breakthrough techniques he used against Jordan, he opted for a singular approach, the overpowering drive. These two methods bear no hierarchical distinction, rather. The difference lies in their suitability. Jordan's physique surpassed his own, yet his strength proved insufficient for the efficacy of the overpowering drive. In contrast, facing Payton, Zhou's substantial advantage in both size and strength rendered the overpowering drive most appropriate. Simplicity often yields the greatest effectiveness. With a rhythmic thump of dribbling, he pressed his left elbow against Payton, pushing inward. As he advanced, his gaze oscillated left and right, constructing a flawless visual model of everything around him, save for what lay behind, within the confines of his mind, which he continually updated. Although Payton's defense was formidable, he remained a sophomore, still far from Jordan's caliber, and was forced to retreat under Zhou's relentless pressure, left with little recourse but to defend while yielding, awaiting assistance from his teammates. At that moment, as Zhou propelled himself to the free throw line, the Supersonics' defense constricted, initiating a double team in the paint. This created an opportunity for the Pistons on the perimeter, as Rodman surged into the paint to seize a rebound while his defensive counterpart collapsed into the key. Chauncey Billups found a sliver of space beyond the three-point arc on the right wing. Whoosh! Zhou Quan advanced another half step, then suddenly unleashed a powerful shot. As the ball soared upwards in an instant, he seized it with one hand and flicked it outward, directing it straight towards Joe DeMars. Ricky Pierce, who was merely 2 steps away, hurried back on defense, but it was already too late. DeMars, comfortably receiving the pass, did not need to adjust his stance. He leapt and released the ball effortlessly. Swish! The net rippled as the three-pointer found its mark. Damn! Payton couldn't help but curse. The defensive lapse was attributed to his failure to contain Zhou Quan, who penetrated the paint and compressed the team's defense, allowing the Pistons to find an open shot from beyond the arc. Thus, this missed assignment could not be solely placed on Ricky Pierce. It was a collective oversight. Ricky DeMars is the primary offensive threat for the Pistons. You cannot allow him to be open, admonished the Supersonics interim coach, Jones, with authority, glancing towards the sidelines. Ricky Pierce nodded in acknowledgement. The score stood at 2-3, with the Supersonics on the offensive. Payton brought the ball closer to the arc, while Zhou Quan extended his defense, guarding against penetration rather than the shot. He was aware that Payton had not yet perfected his three-point shooting, averaging only 0.3 attempts per game with a meager 17% success rate, thus he allowed him some leeway. Observing the lack of defensive pressure on his three-pointer, Payton decisively leapt into the air, launching his shot. Zhou Quan was well prepared, immediately taking a leap to block the shot. Although his height was inferior to Payton's, his wingspan compensated for this disadvantage, altering the opponent's shooting angle. After a forceful adjustment, the ball soared just 2 centimeters above his fingertips. Thud! It fell short, striking the rim and rebounding into the hands of Rodman. Payton shook his head in disappointment. Zhou Quan's block had indeed affected his shot, indicating that attempting a three-pointer should not be taken lightly. Zhou Quan seized the basketball and advanced into the front court, where Payton closely shadowed him with relentless defense. In response, he deftly passed the ball to Joe DeMars. Although the team entrusted him with the possession, he was not devoid of intelligence. His skills were still developing, and his experience was insufficient. Clinging stubbornly to the ball would only render him a ball hawk, disappointing his teammates. Thus, he often relinquished the ball to DeMars for handling, refraining from monopolizing it. DeMars was unequivocally acknowledged by him as the team leader, not merely a shooting guard, but also capable of playing point guard with commendable playmaking abilities. As the most valuable player of the 1989 NBA Finals, he remained in his prime, averaging 20 points, 4 assists, and 5 rebounds this season. The ball in his hands posed no risk. Suddenly, DeMars's mid-range shot fell short. Although Rodman played as a small forward, he predominantly occupied the paint on offense, currently jostling for position alongside the Rain Man, both gazing upward to track the trajectory of the ball. It clanged off the rim and backboard, rebounding. Rodman, demonstrating keen anticipation, swiftly repositioned himself to the left front side of the basket, effectively boxing out the opposing center, Benjamin. Meanwhile, the Rain Man remained obliviously beneath the hoop. As the basketball ricocheted to within a step of the left front side of the rim, Rodman and Benjamin leaped almost in unison. Rodman's vertical leap was exceptional, yet it was his explosive quickness that set him apart, making him one of the league's elite. Even the Rain Man, with his historically remarkable leaping ability, could not outpace him. Most formidable of all was his capacity for consecutive jumps. It was rumored that his vertical reach could soar to 90 centimeters, a key factor in his remarkable rebounding prowess. With a resounding smack, he snatched the offensive rebound over Benjamin's head, securing the possession. Zhou Quan had already positioned himself behind Rodman. Upon noticing this, Rodman swiftly turned and passed the ball to him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Quan first dribbled to the left wing, drawing Payton's defense towards him. Suddenly, with a deft spin, he surged back into the paint. At that moment, Rodman displayed remarkable awareness, sidestepping to block Payton's advance. Swish. In the vicinity of Zhou Quan, there was no defender within arm's reach. He decisively executed a jump shot from the left side of the paint, effortlessly sinking the ball. The score stood at 2-5, with the Supersonics on the offensive. Having suffered a setback under Zhou Quan's prowess, Payton found his own shot thwarted while failing to defend against his opponents. This left him somewhat irked. His matchup with Iron Fist was something he had anticipated eagerly. After Iron Fist's triumphs over Lammer and the Mailman, his reputation had surged, eclipsing Payton's own and rivaling that of many star players. Moreover, Iron Fist was a promising rookie point guard. Defeating him in direct confrontation would significantly bolster Payton's renown. In simpler terms, he aspired to overshadow Iron Fist. Yet, finding himself at a disadvantage was a source of frustration. Unable to contain his irritation, he resorted to trash talk. As he advanced the ball up court, he taunted Zhou Quan, who was retreating while defending. "Rookie, it's time for me to get serious. I'm about to expose your weaknesses." Zhou Quan wore a faint smile on his face, his gentle demeanor exuding a comforting aura. It was this quality that had allowed him to swiftly capture Catherine's heart, leading her to fall for him at first sight. However, beneath that amiable smile, his words were rather ungracious. "Gary, your mouth reeks. I presume you consumed 2 or 3 kilograms of something foul. What are you referring to?" Payton inquired casually. "Excrement," Zhou Quan replied earnestly. Payton was so furious that he felt as though he might vomit. No, it was more than that. His stomach acid surged up to his throat. At that moment, Zhou Quan swiftly advanced a step, skillfully snatched the ball away, and then, using his momentum, pushed past Payton. After securing the ball, he immediately charged towards the basket. An irate Payton clawed and flailed as he pursued him. With a resounding thud, Zhou Quan surged into the paint from the free throw line, launching himself into the air for a ferocious axe-like dunk that reverberated through the Sonics' hoop. Oh, the palace of Auburn Hills erupted in a frenzy. Magnificent! A fast break leading to a thunderous dunk. Iron Fist delivered yet another spectacular display of self-service. The exuberant John Rawls exclaimed. The bespectacled Langle Lance added. It was evident that the two had exchanged verbal jabs, but judging by the circumstances, Gary Payton seemed momentarily taken aback. It appeared Iron Fist had the upper hand. "Gary, would you like to hear a nickname I've come up with for you?" Zhou Quan inquired. "I don't want to hear it," Payton retorted, aware that Iron Fist would not bestow upon him anything pleasant. "I knew you would want to hear it," Zhou Quan replied. Zhou Quan paid no heed to Payton's response and continued to speak to himself. "How about Feces Bucket? You needn't thank me. I know you relish this nickname. It belongs to you now." Payton, infuriated, immediately pressed his forehead against Zhou Quan's and exclaimed, "Kid, what do you want?" Oh, has a conflict erupted? How could Payton dare to provoke Iron Fist? Has he lost his mind? He would be brutally beaten. On the ESPN commentary platform, Rock Howard exclaimed in shock. Upon witnessing Payton's provocation towards Zhou Quan, Rodman and the others instantly recalled Iron Fist's reprimand after he had broken the postman's ribs, and without hesitation, they surged forward to stand behind Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan pushed forward with both hands, causing Payton to stumble back 2 steps. He then advanced a step, placing his left hand against Payton's chest while his right hand tapped lightly on Payton's forehead. With a smile, he remarked, "Behave yourself, Gary. This is the palace of Auburn Hills. Anyone, yes, anyone, including the Mailman or Jordan, who dares to provoke us here in any manner beyond basketball will face severe repercussions. And I assure you, there will be no leniency. So, do you wish to continue provoking me?" Gazing at the fierce intensity concealed beneath Zhou Quan's angelic smile, Gary Payton felt his bravado swiftly dissipate, replaced by a calm resolve. With a grunt of frustration, he recognized that he would do well to heed the words of the Iron Fist, and thus he retreated a step, willingly breaking the contact. "Now, that is more like it." Zhou Quan offered a succinct commendation before earnestly advising, "Remember, when you find yourself outmatched by your opponent, do not hastily provoke him. Refrain from granting him the opportunity to unleash his fury upon you. Such actions will only lead to your own humiliation." After receiving this admonishment from the novice, Payton's face turned pale with anger, prompting him to quickly lower his head and depart. Subsequently, he resolved to exert himself diligently, aiming to demonstrate to Iron Fist that the essence of basketball lies within the game itself, not in trash talk or brawls. Regrettably, being only a sophomore, he, like Zhou Quan, had not yet fully matured and was psychologically affected, which hindered his performance. Nonetheless, The Supersonics boasted a superior strength and a significantly more robust interior lineup, resulting in a higher quality of inside offense. Consequently, the match concluded with the Supersonics emerging victorious. The Pistons faltered due to their lack of offensive capability, struggling both from the perimeter and in the paint. With a record of 3 wins and 8 losses, they fell behind the Pacers, who triumphed this evening, relegating them to 12th place in the Eastern Conference standings. Zhou Quan triumphed in his individual confrontation, yet succumbed in the overall contest, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The smile upon his visage considerably diminished. This evening, he graced the court for 42 minutes, achieving 5 successful shots out of 11 attempts, converting 1 out of 3 three-point attempts, and netting 3 out of 4 free throws, culminating in a stat line of 14 points, 6 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Among his 10 assists, he delivered 2 surgical passes. It is not to imply that only those 2 opportunities existed throughout the game. He discerned numerous such chances, yet his neural responses and physical capabilities faltered, resulting in the squandered majority of opportunities. This marks his inaugural occasion of achieving double-digit assists, as well as his first double-double, thus setting 2 modest milestones in his career. In contrast, his opponent, Payton, played for 35 minutes, recording 3 successful shots from 9 attempts, converting 1 of 2 free throws, and accumulating 7 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 4 turnovers, and 2 fouls. Nonetheless, we emerged victorious. Rookie, our battle shall persist, and you will continue to fall before us. During the match, Payton raised his chin in defiance, issuing a challenge to him. Zhou Quan smiled gently and said, "Farewell, master of verbal warfare." Payton's forehead twitched with veins, but he reassured himself, "It's fine. I am the victor. I am not angry. As long as you refrain from calling me a trash can." Watching Payton leave, gritting his teeth, Zhou Quan's smile faded somewhat. He placed great importance on victory and defeat, contrary to his seemingly carefree demeanor. Unfortunately, the outcomes of the Team S games were beyond an individual S control. Even the great 5-time scoring champion Michael Jordan had struggled for 7 seasons before claiming a single championship title. Yet in terms of personal strength, Payton currently could not surpass him, and he firmly believed that this opportunity would not present itself again, for both he and Payton would continue to improve. On his way back to the locker room, he activated the system. The rewards had already been distributed, and his anticipation skill had risen to level 74. He mused that should his anticipation reach its maximum level in the future, he would possess an unparalleled foresight. If his physical abilities could keep pace, he would not miss any open opportunities. 20 assists in a single game? That way, he could perhaps lead a team of underdogs to the finals. In the locker room, the head coach began summarizing the game. Thus far, our performance on both the offensive and defensive ends has been acceptable from the perimeter. Yet our interior play leaves much to be desired, particularly in low-post defense. We must devise strategies for improvement. After a thorough analysis, Daly suddenly turned to Rodman and said, "Dennis, you need to mentally prepare yourself for playing power forward." He could no longer tolerate Ulrich in that position. He lacked the necessary toughness. When Laimbeer was around, the Pistons' presence under the basket was the most intimidating in the league, but now, anyone could waltz in and enjoy themselves. The Pistons' paint had become as accessible as a streetwalker. Power forward? Rodman felt a surge of joy. He preferred this position as it brought him closer to the basket, allowing him to seize more rebounds. Zhou Quan found Daly's idea quite commendable. Although Ulrich stands at an impressive height of 206 centimeters, he is primarily a dunker and excels more in the small forward position. He lacks the defensive prowess of Rodman, and with Ulrich playing power forward, the Pistons' interior defense has significantly diminished. Despite Rodman's lack of height and modest weight, his defensive capabilities are truly remarkable, and he possesses exceptional ability to withstand opposing players, even holding his own against centers. Thus, he is indeed a more suitable candidate for the power forward position than Ulrich. "Mike, if you would be so kind, I would like some information on Mark Jackson." On the morning of the 21st, the team had no scheduled training, but Zhou Quan made his way to the headquarters to meet with the archive administrator in hopes of obtaining some. "Certainly, Iron Fist. I shall prepare it for you right away." The administrator, Mike, promptly set to work, and after a short span of 10 minutes, he retrieved the requested materials from a mountain of documents. "Do you have any game footage? I mean, edited clips?" Zhou Quan inquired upon receiving the materials. "Unfortunately, we do not," Mike replied, shaking his head. "Mark Jackson is not particularly renowned as a superstar. While his abilities are commendable, Isaiah could easily exploit him in a game, which is why there are no edited highlights of his performances. Joe Kwon found himself in an awkward position. Someone Thomas could easily overpower was someone he had to approach with caution. This highlighted the disparity between him and the smiling assassin. Upon returning home, he meticulously examined the data on Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson, a 6 feet 1 inch African-American point guard weighing 82 kilograms, was 3 centimeters shorter than Joe. His physical attributes were rather ordinary, far from exceptional. Selected as the 18th pick in the first round of the 1987 draft, he was not particularly renowned. However, he was a remarkably proficient point guard, averaging 11, 3 points, 8, 6 assists, 1 for steals, and 2, 6 turnovers last season. An assist-to-turnover ratio of 3 is considered excellent, while a ratio of 2 is deemed adequate. Jackson achieved a commendable 3, showcasing his elite passing stability. Joe noted Jackson's offensive technique of backing down opponents, akin to Charles Barkley's signature move. By leveraging his naturally robust physique and lower body strength, he effectively backed down defenders, often yielding results even against players in positions 2 and 3. This technique had only recently become a staple of Jackson's game, as he had previously embraced a more streetball style. If this individual could incorporate backing down into his regular arsenal, then Joe could undoubtedly do the same. Although he had some proficiency in backing down, his lack of considerable bulk meant he relied primarily on his weight and strength to dominate opponents. It was evident that he needed to enhance his backing down skills, making it a signature aspect of his game. He resolved to improve his lower body strength through targeted training before honing his backing down technique. After bidding farewell to the Supersonics, he was met by the Knicks. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the Knicks arrived in Detroit. Both teams had suffered at the hands of the playoff-bound Bulls, sharing a sense of camaraderie in their misfortune. But now they faced each other in a battle for survival. The Knicks were coached by Pat Riley, a legendary figure who had led Magic Johnson and the Lakers during the Showtime era. After departing from the Los Angeles Lakers in 1990, he took a year off before joining the Knicks this season. Once settled, he picked up the materials prepared by assistant coach Jeff Van Gundy regarding the Pistons and began reviewing them. He was already quite familiar with the Pistons. In the 1989 finals, his Lakers were swept by the Bad Boys of Detroit, marking not only a humiliating defeat but also depriving him and Magic Johnson of the opportunity to establish a three-peat dynasty after their previous consecutive championships. Had they secured that title, both his and Magic's historical standing would have soared significantly. The memories of that series lingered vividly in his mind. He didn't need to examine other materials and instead turned directly to Joe Kwon's profile. Mark Jackson was undoubtedly talented, but the previous coach had chosen to disregard him for 2 years. Upon taking the helm, Riley reinstated him, and Jackson performed commendably. However, after a while, Riley realized that Jackson did not quite fit his tactical framework and contemplated seeking a different point guard. It wasn't that Jackson lacked skill. Rather, he was too unadorned and lacked flair. This was more a reflection of Riley's preferences than a flaw in Jackson's game. He had grown accustomed to the flamboyance of Magic Johnson in the Showtime era, rendering Jackson's straightforward style somewhat unappealing to him. The Lakers should have opted for a more assertive choice. Both Jerry West and Mr. Buss had made an erroneous decision. As he perused Joe Kwon's profile, he shook his head. In merely 6 games, Joe had showcased his prowess and potential to the league. The Pistons had struck gold by selecting him with the 17th pick. Riley now believed Joe deserved a top 5, if not top 3, lottery selection. His basketball IQ was commendable, his defense was top-notch, and his offensive potential was yet to be fully realized. He exhibited exceptional organizational skills, a keen sense of the game, remarkable leadership, and a knack for making incisive passes while penetrating defenses. His vision was superb, and he possessed an impressive ability to break through, even against Jordan's defenses. If this assertive player were to possess the finishing prowess of the smiling assassin, combined with his penetration skills, his offensive capabilities would undoubtedly soar. Particularly in the last 2 games, Joe had delivered several surgical passes, demonstrating his keen ability to seize opportunities. While his passing style may not have been as flamboyant as Magic's, it was nonetheless effective, swift, and precise, akin to a guided missile, often resulting in astonishing assists. The only shortcoming in his play as a point guard was his insufficient awareness of players behind him, which limited his ability to anticipate their movements. Consequently, he seldom executed behind-the-back or no-look passes, primarily relying on direct passes. It was regrettable that Riley wanted to trade Joe, but he had already set his sights on power forward Charles Smith. Last season, Smith had averaged 20 points, 8, 2 rebounds, 1 steals, and 2 blocks for the Clippers. The decision loomed. He could only trade for one of the two. Ultimately, he opted for Smith, lacking the necessary assets for a deal involving Show. Even if he were to trade Smith, he would have to include Mark Jackson in the deal, a plan he had already laid out for the end of the season. On the morning of the 22nd, agent Roger Phillip arrived in Detroit, accompanied by a strength trainer, whom he introduced at Joe's home. This is Hugh Swerton, 36, with a master's degree, who has been engaged in physical and strength training for 4 years. I believe he possesses commendable skills, at least at an elite level, though he currently lacks high-profile clients and has yet to make a name for himself. You might consider giving him a try, Phillip explained. Hello, Mr. Swerton. Please, take a seat. Hello, Joe. You can call me Hughes. With the two exchanging pleasantries, Phillip excused himself to prepare coffee. After Swerton settled in, Joe, seated across from him, earnestly inquired, Hughes, my current goals for strength training are to enhance my lower body strength, primarily to improve speed, jumping ability, and agility. Additionally, I hope that increased lower body strength will provide better protection for my joints. I would like to reduce my upper body strength somewhat, aiming to lower my overall weight to 90 kilograms. Can you accommodate this? Swerton replied sincerely, Joe, Mr. Phillip has already discussed your requirements with me. I have considered them, and I can certainly meet these expectations. Please trust in my capabilities. In fact, these demands are not particularly high. I can offer even more. For instance, core strength is something you haven't mentioned, but enhancing your core will enable you to maximize your overall strength. Moreover, a stronger core will reduce your risk of injury. You are correct, Hughes. I also wish to develop my backing down technique, so training for my back muscles will be part of the regimen. I hope to maintain a healthy lower back. No problem. This pertains to the training of core strength. Joe, we need a thorough discussion, after which I will formulate a detailed training plan based on your requirements and my suggestions. Following our conversation, Joe Kwon decided to hire Swerton as his personal strength trainer, with an initial annual salary set at $50,000. This level is neither excessively high nor low. Currently, the average monthly income in the United States is approximately $2,000, and $4,000 represents a significant increase. Furthermore, should Swerton prove his capabilities in the future, Joe Kwon is open to adjusting his salary accordingly. Additionally, the working hours are not overly demanding, allowing Swerton the opportunity to take on other clients, provided it does not interfere with Joe Kwon's training sessions. At that moment, Phillip emerged with a cup of coffee and inquired, Joe, I will expedite the arrangement of your training facility. Do you have any specific requirements? No particular requests. Just ensure it is not too far from here, Joe Kwon replied. That is quite manageable. This is an upscale community with numerous fitness facilities. We can easily rent a training room here, Phillip responded with a smile. That evening, the Palace of Auburn Hills was ablaze with lights. Joe Kwon drove to the arena, and upon exiting the parking lot, he encountered a group of Knicks players. He recognized some of them, including the sinister and ruthless locker room leader Charles Oakley, the taciturn yet imposing Patrick Ewing, the somewhat foolish John Starks, the embodiment of cinematic excellence Gerald Wilkins, the portly Mark Jackson, and the seasoned all-star Vander Weg. Kid, what are you staring at? Oakley halted, fixing Joe Kwon with a menacing gaze. I am Joe Kwon. Welcome to the Palace of Auburn Hills. Joe Kwon replied with a smile. Iron Fist? Is this the same amiable young man who shattered Lamoureux's face and obliterated the postman's liver? Oakley inquired with curiosity. Kid, why don't you pursue boxing? He asked, intrigued. Do I have a masochistic tendency? Joe Kwon responded. Joe Kwon silently scoffed, reflecting that both his neural reaction speed and spatial imagination were never suited for the sport of boxing. He would have been utterly defeated in the ring. Even now, despite having achieved a peak level of spatial awareness, he remained hindered by his sluggish neural response. The NCAA's leading enforcer may have been able to contend with figures like Lambeau and the Postman, but that did not imply he could hold his own against a professional boxer, for hockey fighting was a far cry from the art of boxing. Basketball is my passion. It is an integral part of my existence, he proclaimed without hesitation, offering an impressive rationale. Oakley shrugged, adopting a cautionary tone as he warned, Kid, I am an amateur boxer, so keep your distance and do not provoke me or my associates, or you shall face the consequences. Joe Kwon's face radiated an angelic smile as he promptly replied, Very well, old bird. As long as you do not provoke me and my people, I assure you, I shall not disturb you and yours. Oakley raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. After all, to carve out a reputation as a formidable enforcer in the NCAA, one must possess the prowess to take down the likes of Lammer and the mailman. Should he appear weak before Oakley, the latter would undoubtedly suspect he was facing a counterfeit Iron Fist. Yet, curiosity compelled him to inquire, and what if we were to provoke you? Zhou Quan maintained a gentle smile upon his face, yet his words were laced with sharpness as he declared, I hope you possess greater fighting prowess than the postman. Do not let a single blow from me bring you to your knees. And do not be like that coward Lambert, afraid to face me one-on-one. Oakley's face twitched violently. He was certain that this individual was the real deal, not a counterfeit, a true Iron Fist rather than a mere imitation. Do not presume that defeating those two fellows signifies your strength. They were merely pretenders. They may be ruthless and devious, but can they truly fight? He snorted disdainfully, the ferocity in his gaze intensifying. As one of the notorious four evildoers, he would not permit a novice to act with impunity before him, even if this novice had bested Lambert and the postman. Charles, allow me to teach him a lesson. A nearby door panel eagerly interjected, its voice booming. And who might you be? Zhou Quan regarded the man resembling a door panel with curiosity, standing approximately 2 meters tall. This muscular behemoth possessed arms as thick as tree trunks, robust enough that one could envision a horse racing upon them. His shoulders were broader than Zhou's own, rendering him akin to a door in stature, albeit far more imposing. Truth be told, such physique lacked aesthetic appeal. Zhou was not fond of his own door-like form, as his excessively broad shoulders made him appear even shorter. Noticing Zhou Quan's disdainful gaze, the man felt a surge of irritation. What is the matter? Do you look down on me? He declared with indignation, introducing himself as Anthony Mason. Zhou Quan nodded and inquired, Anthony, how do you intend to teach me a lesson? Anthony Mason, however, chuckled mischievously and replied, let's arm wrestle. A burst of laughter erupted from the group behind Oakley. Zhou Quan was taken aback as he inquired, are you the designated jester for the Knicks? Anthony, step aside. Oakley retorted angrily. Anthony Mason shrugged indifferently and retreated after casting a glance at Oakley. Let us proceed. After Mason's interruption, Oakley lost his desire to provoke further conflict and led the group away. Does anyone know the attendance for tonight? Zhou Quan casually asked as they arrived in the locker room, where most teammates were present. I do. Iron Fist. It's around 60%. As I just heard from the staff, Darnell Walker replied. With a superstar center tonight, and it's only 60%? It appears our performance needs to improve. We must at least secure a spot in the top 8 for better attendance, Zhou Quan remarked, shaking his head. Tonight, I will grab 20 rebounds, Rodman exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Zhou Quan cast a glance at Rodman and smiled. Big Bug, I heard your party last night was quite splendid? Rodman stiffened for a moment and chuckled. Iron Fist, I assure you it will not affect the match. Zhou Quan smiled and said, Dennis, you once expressed your willingness to strive together. If you fail to accomplish what you just mentioned, I assure you, you will come to regret uttering those words. Rodman felt a dryness in his throat. Iron Fist was never harsh with him, yet he found himself intimidated by that gentle smile. The reason? Behind that smiling visage lay a fist stained with blood. He vividly recalled the image of Iron Fist wiping the blood off his hands after striking Lambier. He had no desire to provoke Iron Fist. Head coach Chuck Daly was quite pleased with the atmosphere in the locker room. Joe Dumars was the nominal leader, but it was Iron Fist who truly commanded respect, exerting a greater influence over the locker room than Lambier and Thomas combined. Iron Fist rarely unleashed his fists, maintaining cordial relations with his teammates. His powerful presence kept even the likes of Rodman, known for his rebellious nature, and the fierce John Sally, in check, dissuading any thoughts of rebellion. After the locker room brawl, he thought the Pistons were finished, but in retrospect, it was an unexpected transition that caught everyone off guard. The process was simply too sudden and intense. Now, the Pistons had finally regained their composure. Due to John Sally's injury, he would be benched tonight, with William Bedford stepping up as the starting center. At 7:30, the starting lineups were announced. For the Knicks, Ewing, Charles Oakley, McDaniel, Gerald Wilkins, and Mark Jackson. For the Pistons, William Bedford, Dennis Rodman, Orlando Woolridge, Joe Dumars, and Zhou Quan. This game would be broadcast nationwide by TNT, with commentators Robert Hightower and Linger Wilson. At this moment, Wilson analyzed, the Knicks have a record of 5 wins and 5 losses, slightly better than the Pistons, but their winning percentage stands at only 50, indicating room for improvement. The Pistons are short-handed and clearly outmatched by the Knicks, having their 3-game winning streak interrupted. Tonight they are likely to face another loss. If the Pistons wish to break into the top 8, They must await the return of the smiling assassin. Hightower added, Pat Riley has just joined the Knicks, and their style has undergone some changes. However, Coach Riley is not crafting a glamorous lineup akin to the Lakers. He is tailoring a tough, hard-nosed style to fit the Knicks' roster characteristics. Yes, reminiscent of the Bad Boys style. Wilson chuckled. With Laimbeer retired, the Bad Boys are now a thing of the past. Both Joe Dumars and Iron Fist are refined gentlemen. They are no longer the Bad Boys. Thus, when referring to this team, we can only call them the Pistons, not the Bad Boys. Hightower shook his head. I acknowledge Dumars as a gentleman, but Iron Fist is neither a bad boy nor a gentleman. What then is he? Wilson inquired curiously. He is a knight who bravely faces all challenges. I believe you would never direct his fist at the weak, Hightower replied earnestly. At 8 o'clock, the game commenced. Ewing and John Sally jumped for the ball, and the Knicks initiated their attack. Mark Jackson advanced into the front court, observing Zhou Quan blocking his path. Unperturbed, he dribbled closer to Zhou, eventually pivoting to assume a back-to-the-basket position. He was aware that Zhou's bulk surpassed his own, yet he felt confident in his lower body strength. With his ample backside and backing down technique, he believed he could effectively maneuver against most small forwards, including Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan was taken aback. You think I'm like any other point guard? He retorted. Your lower body strength may be sufficient to move a small forward, but that is only because their center of gravity is significantly higher than yours, and their weight exceeds yours while their muscle mass is lesser. My center of gravity is not lower than yours. In fact, my mass is greater, and my muscle mass surpasses yours as well. Even if my lower body strength is not quite as formidable as yours, it is not drastically inferior. You may be able to push around a small forward, but I can hold my ground against a big man. If you manage to move me today, I shall lie on the ground and concede defeat. As soon as their chests made contact, Mark Jackson realized he was in for a challenge. He could not budge Zhou Quan at all. Instead, he felt his own center of gravity destabilizing under the opposing force. The offensive technique he had honed during the offseason relied on backing down, drawing close to the basket, using his left shoulder to shield against the defender, and executing a right-handed layup. This tactic was also intended to attract double teams, providing opportunities for open passes. However, since he could not push Zhou Quan, neither his offensive strategy nor the double-team maneuver could materialize. Yet, this did not deter him. He quickly called for a pick-and-roll from his shooting guard, Wilkins. Wilkins promptly moved in, using the screen to shake off Zhou Quan and reposition himself on the right wing to back down Joe Dumars. Dumars weighed 86 kilograms, 4 kilograms heavier than Wilkins, but his muscle mass was higher, and his strength even surpassed that of Wilkins, coupled with a lower center of gravity and a robust physique. Dumars could not withstand Wilkins's backing down. Indeed, Wilkins managed to push Dumars gradually toward the sideline. However, Dumars was no pushover. He was the finals MVP, a two-time All-Star, and a two-time member of the all-defensive first team, excelling on both ends of the court. Sensing he could not hold his ground, he suddenly pulled back and swiftly darted from Mark Jackson's left side to attempt a steal. His timing was deliberate, as Rodman was closing in from the inside for a double team. While backing down, Mark Jackson constantly moved his head to survey the paint area and the weak side. Yet during this process, he intermittently lost sight of the paint. By the time he noticed Rodman's advance, Rodman was already a step behind him, and at that moment, Dumars made his move for the steal. Caught off guard, Mark Jackson's center of gravity was momentarily disrupted, rendering him unable to pass the ball, and in the next instant, the double team had arrived. At that moment, Zhou Quan swiftly sprang into action, abruptly turning to sprint towards the front court. With a swift motion, Xiao Dumas successfully intercepted the ball and, noticing Zhou Quan's movement, promptly passed it forward. Zhou Quan received the ball beyond the halfway line, with the tenacious Wilkins trailing behind, yet he was 2 steps too slow to catch up. With a resounding thud, he seized the opportunity for a thunderous dunk. For a diminutive point guard, this was an unparalleled chance, executed with a powerful axe-like slam that reverberated throughout the arena. The commentator, the boisterous John Rowe, exuberantly exclaimed, "Chaudhry's defense remains formidable. Even Jordan would not dare to be reckless before him." Rodman's timely double team showcased his improving defensive and rebounding prowess, alongside his notorious trash talk. The iron-fisted fast-break dunk underscored the fact that even a short point guard could soar. With the score at 0-2, the Knicks commenced their offensive play. Pat Riley shouted from the sidelines, "Mark, be cautious. Their backcourt is no pushover. I need your steadiness, not turnovers." "Understood," Mark Jackson promptly replied. For someone lacking in innate talent, his diligence was paramount to his success, and he could not afford to be complacent. Having finally found a glimmer of opportunity to shine under Riley's guidance, he was determined not to fall back into obscurity. Against rookies, leverage your experience, Riley reiterated emphatically. Nodding in agreement, Jackson refrained from calling for a pick, instead positioning himself near the arc. As Joquan approached, he executed a sudden pivot, veering towards the left wing. Arriving at the left wing three-point line, he deftly utilized small forward McDaniel's screen, momentarily shedding Joquan's defense, and surged into the side, heading straight for the paint. However, his speed was not remarkable, and Joquan quickly regained ground. At that moment, Ewing secured his position in the low post on the left, prompting Jackson to pass the ball and make his exit, drawing Joquan away. There exists a consensus in this league. No one can single-handedly defend against the three dominant centers, including their own. To contain them, one must first withstand their presence and await assistance for a double team. Chuck Daly assigned Rodman to confront Ewing, with nearby players ready to assist. Weighing in at 100 kilograms, Rodman boasted considerable muscle mass due to his height, granting him substantial lower body strength and stability, enabling him to effectively guard a typical center. This was precisely why Daly positioned him as a power forward, enhancing his capacity to defend against Ewing. As Ewing received the ball, Rodman immediately lowered his stance and applied full pressure. Ewing, finding it difficult to push back, opted to distribute the ball to small forward McDaniel as Ulrich descended upon him. As McDaniel caught the ball just inside the three-point line, Joquan, standing at an imposing 201 centimeters, closed in, leveraging his height advantage, and without hesitation, took the shot. Joquan leaped from the right side with all his might to attempt a block, yet he fell short and did not make contact with the ball. Splash! The water rippled as a long two-pointer found its mark. The Pistons launched their offense. Joquan advanced the ball to the front court. Due to his lack of speed, he rarely opted for breakthroughs from the flanks. However, this time he deviated from his usual position at the arc, shifting to the right wing and exchanging places with Joe Dumars. Backing down, as Joquan pivoted and pressed against Mark Jackson. Wilson on the TNT commentary team expressed his astonishment. Is Iron Fist attempting to defeat Mark Jackson using his own signature technique? Bam! Bam! With consecutive back thrusts. Mark Jackson was pushed back 2 steps, clearly unable to withstand the force of Joquan, who outweighed him by 13 kilograms and possessed greater muscle mass. In this direct confrontation of strength, Joquan emerged victorious. Mark Jackson's backing strategy mirrored that of Barkley. As long as no double team approached, he would continue to press, shooting as he neared the basket. Now, Joquan replicated this tactic, much to Mark Jackson's ire. Damn rookie, he thought, infuriated by such shamelessness. He attempted to poke the ball away, but his wingspan was inadequate, and Joquan's broad shoulders presented a significant obstacle, rendering his efforts futile. Joquan maneuvered close to the paint area, unimpeded by any defenders. At last, he pivoted and executed a jump shot. Mark Jackson leapt to block, but was a fraction late. Swish! The net rippled as he successfully made a shot from 4 meters out. The Knicks launched their offense. Ewing, confronted by a double team, performed a quick bunny hop before releasing his jump shot. Alas, it missed. Rodman soared through the air to secure the rebound and passed it to Joquan. The score stood at 2-4, with the Pistons now on the offensive. Joquan once again maneuvered to the right wing, while his teammates dispersed, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one with Mark Jackson. Although this attempt did not result in a score, Rodman seized the offensive rebound and promptly passed the ball back to Joquan. Chet, having lost the defensive rebound, Oakley's temper flared. Upon receiving the ball, Joquan executed a feigned shot, effortlessly deceiving Mark Jackson, and drove into the paint. Confronted by the formidable Oakley beneath the basket, he coolly leapt from 2 steps away, shielding himself with his left elbow to guard against Oakley's aggressive maneuvers, while gracefully releasing a delicate floater with his right hand. Swish! Oakley was unable to block it, as the ball sailed cleanly through the hoop. Damn it! Oakley cursed, having relinquished the defensive rebound and allowing a rookie to score right before him. He shot Joquan a sinister and menacing glare. Marvelous! It appeared as though we were witnessing the emergence of another smile assassin as Iron Fist netted 3 consecutive shots, showcasing an explosive offensive display today. The exuberant John Long shouted in delight. In the stands, the genuine smile assassin, Thomas, clapped with a smile, eagerly anticipating his return. With his addition, this Pistons team should possess no less strength than last season, making a playoff berth seem highly probable. However, He harbored some concerns about whether he would reclaim his starting position upon his comeback. Judging by current performances, Iron Fist was indeed impressive but still fell short of his capabilities, particularly in offensive prowess. Once he returned, the starting point guard position should rightfully belong to him. Yet, in the current context, the Bad Boys era had faded. Although he and Joe Dumars remained, the team was in a state of semi-reconstruction. Iron Fist was being groomed as the future leader. If the management genuinely intended to rebuild the team, it was likely he would not reclaim the starting point guard role. On the court, Ewing executed a smooth spin and sank a basket, bringing the score to 4-6 in favor of the Pistons. As Joe Kwon repositioned himself to the left wing, the others spread out, readying for a one-on-one against Mark Jackson. Unable to contain himself any longer, Pat Riley shouted decisively, "Double team him." Joe Kwon refrained from executing his post moves outside, where he could easily be double-teamed, and instead transitioned to the low post. Center William Bedford drew his defender away to the free throw line, leaving Ewing to occupy the left low post, where he began to back down against Mark Jackson. In the low post, his vision was remarkably expansive. His panoramic perspective allowed him to survey the entire court with remarkable clarity. Under the influence of his imaginative spatial awareness, his peripheral vision was equally potent, as clear as his direct line of sight, an effect unattainable by others. Thus, as he faced upwards to initiate his back down, he was acutely aware of everything happening in both the weak side and the paint, even through his peripheral vision, which was as discerning as his direct gaze. As he edged closer to the paint, Oakley suddenly sprang into action, charging from beneath the basket. Like Rodman, Oakley was seasoned and astute. He noted that Joe Kwon had yet to glance toward the paint, fixating only ahead, leading him to believe that Joe was inexperienced. However, he did not rush to double-team prematurely. Instead, he aimed to position himself for a swift double-team after Joe secured the ball, minimizing the distance required to execute the trap, thus denying Joe any opportunity to pass. Unbeknownst to him, Joe had already detected Oakley's impending double-team through his peripheral awareness. Just as Oakley lunged behind him, Joe deftly lifted the ball with his right hand, executing a sudden bounce pass. Mark Jackson reached out in an attempt to intercept but, with arms too short, failed to make contact. Thud. The basketball struck the floor of the paint and, upon rebounding, was seized by Rodman. Ewing, positioned just below the free throw line, hurried toward the basket but was a moment too late. Bang! Rodman leapt for a layup, and the ball thundered through the rim. While he intended to secure additional offensive rebounds for a better statistical performance, he hesitated, fearing the potential repercussions of losing possession and inciting Joe's ire. In the subsequent game, Ewing appeared to lack the formidable prowess expected of a premier center. He rarely penetrated the defense, with most of his offensive efforts consisting of jump shots, resulting in infrequent trips to the free throw line. His impact seemed diminished as his shooting efficiency hovered just above 40%. Joe Kwon understood quite well. He seized the opportunity to inquire of Joe Dumars. "Joe, is Ewing's reluctance to drive inside attributable to the regular season?" A peculiar expression flickered across Joe Dumars' face as he shook his head and replied, "No, it's more likely that he fears Beal. In previous matchups against us, he rarely ventured inside, preferring instead to rely on his jump shots from the perimeter." Joe Kwon remained speechless, although Lan Biao was a scoundrel and a coward. His intimidating presence was undeniably formidable. Despite Yu Ming not exerting himself, he indeed stepped up today, demonstrating remarkable initiative on the offensive end. He frequently maneuvered to the left wing, where he showcased his prowess against Mark Jackson, executing drives, shots, and passes with unparalleled finesse, leaving Jackson utterly bewildered. He commenced the game with 3 successful shots from 3 attempts, followed by another 3 out of 7, and 2 successful free throws, culminating in a first-half performance of 6 out of 10 shooting, amassing 14 points along with 5 assists, a truly formidable display. His low-post play on the left wing echoed the signature moves of the legendary Michael Jordan, who once rendered the entire league helpless with his scoring, averaging an astounding 37.1 points per game during the regular season and prompting the league to introduce rules to curtail his isolation tactics. Presently, Joe Kwon's offensive capabilities may fall short of Jordan's by several tiers. However, his passing and assisting skills, even in his rookie season, eclipsed those of Jordan, leaving Pat Riley in a quandary. Even with double-teaming strategies, effectively curbing Joe Kwon's low-post offensive maneuvers proved elusive. In addition to Joe Kwon's impressive performance, Joe Dumars also shone brightly, racking up 11 points in the first half with an impressive shooting percentage of 62. Furthermore, this marked Rodman's inaugural stint as a power forward. In just 19 minutes of play, he astonishingly secured 10 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive. Thanks to the outstanding contributions of these players, the Pistons established a commanding 16-point lead over the Knicks by halftime. McCloskey sat behind the home team's bench, engaged in occasional whispers with Isaiah Thomas. As the day of the smiling assassin's return drew near, a pressing question loomed before him, the matter of the primary point guard's position. Jo Kwon's performance has brought him immense joy. Despite his lack of experience, underdeveloped skills, and not yet reaching his physical peak, his current display indicates that his choices were indeed prudent. He eagerly anticipates Jo Kwon's future endeavors, curious to witness the heights he may achieve. Previously, he believed that Jo Kwon's potential was inferior to that of Thomas, yet this notion has since dissipated. Perhaps Jo Kwon could genuinely evolve into the next smiling assassin. However, the growth of any player necessitates nurturing, providing ample playing time, granting a starting position, and allowing sufficient opportunities for practice against formidable opponents constitutes the most effective method of development. In essence, to expedite Jo Kwon's maturation, it is imperative that he assumes the role of starting point guard, even if it means sacrificing the team's immediate performance for several seasons to facilitate his growth. Yet, Isaiah Thomas is only 30 years old. Despite significant injury challenges, his prowess remains intact, and he continues to be the team's marquee star. Having him serve as a backup to Jo Kwon would not only dishearten Thomas, but also alienate the fans. While Pistons fans currently exhibit a favorable attitude towards Jo Kwon, should Thomas return and take on a supplementary role, their sentiments could undergo a dramatic shift. At present, the outlook of the team, from the owner to the management, coaching staff, and even Jo Kwon himself, has evolved since the beginning of the season. Initially, they harbored hopes that the bad boys could regain their morale and restore their former glory. However, following the abrupt and violent incident in the locker room, and with the bad boys being thoroughly dismantled by Jo Kwon, such aspirations have vanished, leaving everyone in a state of despair. Nevertheless, after Jo Kwon's debut, where he performed admirably against Jordan, the perspectives of him and Chuck Daly began to shift. After that game, Daly inquired about his views on the current team, essentially questioning whether the team should be rebuilt around Jo Kwon or await Thomas's return to rekindle past triumphs. These two visions, while centered around the same players, would yield markedly different outcomes. Jo Kwon and Thomas both occupy the position of point guard, yet one must inevitably assume a role as a substitute. With Jo Kwon as the focal point for rebuilding, Thomas would find himself relegated to the bench. Should the decision be made to await Thomas's return and attempt to rekindle past glories, Jo Kwon would be forced into a secondary role. If the pursuit of former triumphs takes precedence, the investment in Jo Kwon's development would significantly diminish. At the very least, prior to Thomas's decline, Jo Kwon would not receive ample opportunities. Now at the age of 19, he stands at the pinnacle of his potential growth. If he is not nurtured during these formative years, he may find his ceiling established in the coming years, despite the possibility of enhancing his skills and experience. The ultimate height of his future potential would remain constrained, unable to sustain the team's aspirations. Thus, the endeavor to revive past glories could ultimately stifle Jo Kwon's authentic growth. When both Thomas and Chauncey Billups exit the scene, the Pistons would forfeit this opportunity for reconstruction. Can the Pistons genuinely reclaim the splendor of back-to-back championships through this strategy? Even if such a revival is achievable, is it truly worthwhile to barter Jo Kwon's future for it? This dilemma has occupied the mind of McCloskey, leaving him in a state of indecision. Throughout this period, including the ongoing match, Jo Kwon has participated in 7 games, achieving a record of 3 wins and 3 losses in the first 6. With the current game likely to secure a victory, the impressive rookie has demonstrated considerable leadership capabilities. His personal performance has been remarkably stable, placing him fourth on this year's rookie leaderboard and showcasing substantial potential, particularly in organizational skills. McCloskey has assessed Jo Kwon's organizational potential to be of an S-grade caliber, indicating a promising path toward becoming a top-tier point guard. Conversely, Thomas has been in a state of decline since last season, impacted by injuries. Can the Pistons genuinely continue to build around Thomas while relegating Jo Kwon to the bench? Might this strategy squander a pivotal rebuilding opportunity? Faced with these two possibilities, he finds himself unable to reach a conclusion. On that day, he refrained from directly addressing Daly's inquiry, as he harbored uncertainties about Jo Kwon's true potential. This is a crucial matter. While Jo Kwon and Thomas have reconciled, mishandling this situation could potentially reignite internal discord. However, he is now reasonably confident that, at least in terms of organizational capabilities, Zhou Quan possesses the potential to become a premier playmaker. With Thomas's return imminent, it is time for him to assert his stance. After careful contemplation, he feels compelled to initiate a dialogue with them. Isaiah McCloskey gestures for Thomas to rise, and the two proceed to the player tunnel, distancing themselves from several security personnel before he speaks. Isaiah, what are your thoughts regarding your return? You know what I am eager to ascertain. The moment has finally arrived. Isaiah Thomas's smile falters slightly. He, too, has been pondering the implications of his return and finds it difficult to accept the prospect of becoming a substitute. If the team prioritizes the development of Iron Fist and seeks to rebuild through him, Thomas would serve as a pivotal supporting figure, relegating himself to a secondary role. In such a scenario, if Iron Fist growth accelerates, he could ride that wave. However, should Iron Fist progress falter, Thomas would merely become a stepping stone, ultimately squandering the final years of his career. In truth, for someone like him, who is reluctant to part ways with the Pistons, the choices are quite limited. Reconciling with Iron Fist signifies a compromise, and he recognizes that further compromises may lie ahead. If he, Chauncey, and Iron Fist were to occupy the starting lineup together, it could be feasible, albeit with height disadvantages. Should one of them transition to the bench, it would present a commendable option for the team. With Mark Aguirre in the substitute lineup, the addition of either Thomas or Iron Fist would elevate the reserves to a level capable of bridging the gap to the starting unit. If the team were to position him as the starting point guard while relegating Iron Fist to the bench, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous outcome for him, as he feels confident in competing against Jordan with the current roster. Do I truly possess that confidence? He mused, instinctively touching his ankle and knee. Isaiah Thomas is acutely aware that due to severe injuries, he has already lost his peak performance during the previous season, which is why the team faced a sweep at the hands of Jordan in the Eastern Conference Finals. Even with the addition of a rookie, could they truly triumph over Jordan? While he might claim confidence, the reality is that he lacks the assurance. Others may be unaware, but he is fully cognizant, and the management should be too, that the current Pistons lineup has long since lost its assertive edge. A team devoid of ambition and tenacity finds it exceedingly challenging to compete with someone as fiercely driven as Jordan, which is precisely why the Pistons suffered a sweep. McCloskey does not rush Thomas for an answer. He has pondered this for an extended period, and certainly, so has Thomas. Isaiah, before you return, please share your answer with me, he states. A flicker of defiance crosses Thomas's face as he turns away, casting a cold glance at McCloskey, disdainfully remarking, Jack, you underestimate me. You have already made your decision, haven't you? McCloskey cannot help but sigh. Thomas's sensitivity is palpable, and had it not been for such sensitivity, the severe clash with Iron Fist would not have occurred. Yet he nods, affirming, yes, Isaiah, I have made my decision. A fleeting look of disappointment crosses Thomas's eyes, but he quickly responds, don't tell me. Let me provide you with my answer. McCloskey is taken aback, a wry smile escaping him. Thomas is ever the assertive and aggressive figure, regardless of the circumstances. With a resolute expression, Isaiah Thomas raises his chin high and coldly declares, upon my return, I wish to join the substitute lineup. McCloskey feels a stirring of emotion, momentarily rendered speechless. After a moment's reflection, he finds words of consolation for Thomas. Isaiah, playing as a substitute will significantly alleviate the defensive pressure and responsibilities you face. With reduced playing time, your career will undoubtedly be prolonged. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I fear I may waver otherwise. With that, Thomas strides towards the corridor leading to the home team's locker room, his steps brisk, soon disappearing into the dim light. Perfect. The issue has finally been resolved, and McCloskey let out a sigh of relief. Just as Thomas had stated, he has indeed made a decisive choice. The team will be rebuilt around Zhou Quan as its cornerstone, abandoning the notion of continuing the glory with Thomas at the helm. The reasons for this relinquishment stem from Thomas's injuries, the Eastern Conference defeat at the hands of Jordan, the retirement of Lame Beer, and the loss of spirit from the Bad Boys era, which left him devoid of confidence in reviving past triumphs with Thomas as the focal point. The uncertainty of the future made it difficult for him to forsake Zhou Quan's potential. Now that the dilemma has been addressed, the team's developmental path has been established. The Pistons will prioritize nurturing Zhou Quan, even if it means sacrificing a few seasons in the process. With Thomas and Chauncey Billups on the roster, a playoff berth should not pose a problem, and after several seasons of playoff experience, Zhou Quan's growth rate is expected to be commendable. with hopes that he possesses ample potential to be unearthed. Meanwhile, Thomas stood outside the locker room. Inside, the atmosphere was lively and jubilant. With a 16-point lead over the Knicks at halftime, and everyone was brimming with excitement, he lingered at the doorway, hesitating to push the door open, feeling an overwhelming sense of emptiness and profound disappointment. In the presence of the silent killer, the staff members outside were cautious, none daring to utter a word. Just then, the door swung open from within. "Isaiah, why don't you come inside?" The question came from Chauncey Billups, who was taken aback upon seeing Thomas lingering at the entrance. Nodding slightly, Thomas stepped slowly into the familiar locker room. "Isaiah, what happened?" Joe Kwon sensed that something was amiss with the expression of the killer, prompting him to rise and inquire immediately. Thomas approached Joe Kwon, a flicker of resolve crossing his face as he solemnly declared, "Iron Fist. The future of the team has just been determined, officially decided moments ago." Joe Kwon harbored doubts. However, he quickly realized that Thomas's imminent return and the competition for the primary point guard position were pivotal to the team's future. Thomas's remarks were likely in reference to this matter. In this regard, Joe was more resolute than both McCloskey and Thomas, having already made his decision. His conclusion was that if the team relegated him to a bench role, it would indicate a continued reliance on Thomas as the core player, thereby diminishing the investment in his development. Consequently, he would seek to depart from Detroit. This notion had never been disclosed to anyone, including his agent, Philip. He possessed a system that would continue to elevate his potential, and his growth rate was expected to be swift, at least faster than the average player. Thus, he could not afford to squander time, particularly during these recent years, which were the most opportune for development. However, his progress also required an environment conducive to growth, with a starting position being the ideal nurturing ground. Absent this, he would have no choice but to leave for a team where he could secure a starting role, whether it be a weaker or smaller team. "What is your decision?" he inquired. "I have decided." Isaiah opened his mouth, but the words faltered on his lips. He understood that once uttered, his words could not be retracted. At that moment, a flicker of hesitation and inner turmoil crossed his mind. Joe Kwon discerned a flicker of reluctance in Thomas's eyes, a sentiment he fully comprehended. It is truly remarkable for a superstar, at the age of 30, whose prowess has merely waned slightly, to voluntarily relinquish a primary position. Furthermore, the animosity between him and Thomas runs deeper than that which exists between Thomas and Jordan. Though Thomas chose reconciliation, his decision to step down from the starting role today is born of necessity rather than genuine resolution of their grievances. At this moment, Joe Dumars also realized the gravity of the situation, standing aside in a state of bewilderment. The others sensed that a significant event was unfolding and rose to their feet. Coach Chuck Daly felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against waiting any longer, pulling open the door. Upon exiting, he encountered McCloskey and promptly closed the door behind him, inquiring, "Jack, what has Isaiah decided?" "He has chosen to give Iron Fist a spot on the bench," McCloskey replied with a brief smile. Daly was taken aback, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. Thomas's decision meant that the notorious bad boys, meticulously crafted by him and McCloskey, had finally, completely, and irrevocably faded into the past. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Isaiah Thomas clenched his teeth, determination once again illuminating his face as he addressed Joe Kwon. "Iron Fist, my decision is that from now on, that rascal Michael Jordan is your responsibility. Eliminate him for me, do not let me down, and do not allow him to revel in his triumph." Upon uttering these words, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Deep within, he sighed, recognizing that for the sake of the team and to redeem his reputation, he must set aside his animosity with Iron Fist. He understood that true reconciliation with Iron Fist was the only path forward. Otherwise, he would be seen as a capricious scoundrel, his reputation irrevocably tarnished. "Jordan, henceforth, let you alone bear the weight of my enmity towards you and Iron Fist," he thought bitterly. "Do I care?" Before him, a vision of Jordan appeared, nonchalantly uttering those very words, provoking a visceral frustration within him. Alas, Joe Dumars could not help but sigh. His elder brother, the ever-smiling assassin who had always led him into battle, the same smiling assassin who had dared to challenge the entire league, was now stepping into the twilight of his career. The other players were equally engulfed in confusion. The smiling assassin, the soul of the bad boys, the extraordinary talent who scored 25 points in a single quarter of the finals, who had brought Jordan to his knees, caused Bird to falter, and led Magic to defeat, was now yielding his position at the age of 30 to a rookie, willingly retreating into the shadows. Zhou Quan took a deep breath, composed himself amidst his excitement, and gazed at Isaiah Thomas with a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Isaiah Thomas raised a hand to silence Zhou Quan, stating, "You need not speak. I wish for you to demonstrate your intentions through your actions." Zhou Quan nodded, and indeed, he refrained from saying anything further to Thomas. Thus, in the Pistons' locker room, akin to the sudden eruption of the violent incident, another pivotal event unfolded, one that would determine the future of the Pistons. Shortly thereafter, the second half commenced. An exhilarated Zhou Quan continued to exhibit exceptional form, leading the team alongside Chauncey Billups to triumph over the formidable Knicks. He played the entire 40 minutes, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of 50 with 9 successful shots out of 18 attempts, marking the highest single-game shooting efficiency of his career. He also converted all 5 of his free throws, accumulating a remarkable tally of 23 points, 4 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, 3 turnovers, and 2 fouls, his first time scoring over 20 points and achieving a 2010 statistic. Chauncey Billups contributed 27 points, while Rodman secured an astounding 22 rebounds. Their collective performances were instrumental in the Pistons' victory over the Knicks. Zhou Quan was awarded the title of Player of the Game, a first for him. On the sidelines, he participated in a live interview with TNT. "Iron Fist, this marks your first career game scoring over 20 points, your first 2010, and your inaugural shooting percentage reaching 50, along with your highest assists in a single game. Surely, you must be feeling exhilarated. What is the one thing you wish to express at this moment?" the reporter inquired. Zhou Quan, wiping the sweat from his brow while catching his breath, maintained his customary smile and remarked, "Personal statistics hold significance, yet the triumph of the team is paramount. Although we currently find ourselves trailing, we shall strive for every victory and aim to advance into the top 8 of the Eastern Conference. The playoffs will be our ultimate goal." Applause erupted from the nearby stands, where numerous fans remained, overjoyed by his words. "The Iron Fist, the smiling assassin, is poised for a return. Who among you will assume the role of the starting point guard?" a reporter inquired once more. Zhou Quan hesitated for a moment, glancing at the nearby fans who were watching him, and concluded that it was better to address the matter sooner rather than later. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "We have come to an agreement. Isaiah, considering the broader context, will return as a substitute." A gasp erupted from the nearby fans. "What is happening? What did Iron Fist say?" Those who had not heard began to inquire. "God, how could Isaiah possibly relinquish his starting position? This is unacceptable. He is not old yet. And Iron Fist has no right to demand Isaiah take on a backup role." Whispers of internal discord began to circulate. Did Iron Fist threaten Isaiah with his fists? Surely he could not have coerced Isaiah into surrendering his starting position. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to reconcile. Could it be that Isaiah's injury has worsened? Iron Fist displayed remarkable composure. This must have been Isaiah's own decision. Soon, Zhou Quan's statement reached more fans, who began to express their thoughts, their attention swiftly focusing on Isaiah Thomas. Thomas was making his way from the stands to the court, joining Zhou Quan, along with Joe Dumars and others. As they gathered together, the on-site host quickly handed a microphone to Thomas, who paused for a moment before addressing the crowd. "Friends, I understand what you are thinking, but I regret to inform you that it is not as you imagine. Our locker room is currently very stable. The reason for my decision is dictated by reality. As you know, my injury is severe, and its timing is unpredictable. It could flare up tomorrow or in the playoffs. Do you wish to see the team swept by Jordan again? I certainly do not. I refuse to witness our opponents sweep us on our home court. As happened in the Eastern Conference Finals, we need to look to the future, and Iron Fist's emergence has illuminated that path. He embodies resilience, unwavering determination, and toughness, qualities befitting a true warrior. He once said, 'Let us work together to lift this team from its current quagmire.' I was the first to agree. I pledged to collaborate with him for the betterment of this team. Such a person is precisely the future we need. Do you not agree?" As he spoke, he gazed at the fans, seemingly awaiting their response. "Isaiah, is anyone pressuring you?" "I mean the management," a middle-aged male fan shouted. No one can pressure me. Nor has anyone done so. I have stated before, this is my own choice, Thomas replied, shaking his head. A collective sigh swept through the palace of Auburn Hills. Finally, it has stabilized, McCloskey thought with delight as he stood at the players' tunnel. With a record of 4 wins and 8 losses, the Pistons remained in 12th place in the Eastern Conference, trailing behind the Pacers. After facing the Knicks, the Pistons would embark on an overnight journey to confront the Cavaliers the following day. The Cavaliers, with a record of 5 wins and 5 losses, boasted a stronger lineup that outmatched the Pistons, featuring the 1986 #1 overall pick Brad Daugherty, who had a 2010 performance, alongside multiple-time All-Star Larry Nance, both formidable opponents. On this day, the news of Isaiah Thomas voluntarily relinquishing his starting point guard position sent shockwaves throughout the league. Even Michael Jordan expressed astonishment during a phone interview, stating, "This caught me off guard. I can hardly believe it. He is such a proud individual. How could he willingly become a rookie's backup? Especially when Iron Fist's current abilities do not match his." Michael, do you believe the addition of the smiling assassin to the bench will pose a threat to the Bulls? A reporter pressed. Jordan pondered, his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that last season, Thomas had averaged 16.2 points and 9.3 assists. If that player were to become a substitute and could replicate even 70 to 80% of last season's performance, he could indeed pose a significant threat from the bench. But then again, how could a limping smiling assassin and a rookie point guard possibly thwart the Bulls? Absurd. Without hesitation, he retorted, "How could that be? Just him? I even doubt the Pistons will make it to the playoffs." Michael, the media suggests that you were the one who pushed him out of the national team. Is that true? A reporter pivoted, posing a question Jordan had not anticipated. "I do not hide my conflicts with him. If you insist on attributing that to me, so be it. I have no qualms about taking the blame for it. Let it be said that I did it." Jordan responded with an air of indifference. His comments swiftly made headlines, appearing across various news outlets and television broadcasts. This is MJ, exuding immense confidence. Despite the slander, he remains unfazed. As a fan of Jordan, I take pride in his formidable presence, which empowers me to look down upon the fans of other stars from a position of superiority. Jordan's fans were electrified as the sales of MJ's 8th-generation sneakers skyrocketed. In Detroit, Thomas seethed in frustration. However, due to the incident involving his brutal punch and the previous defeat to Jordan, his reputation had been severely tarnished, and his popularity plummeted. Outside of Detroit, he found himself with dwindling support, having succumbed to Jordan in their rivalry. In Cleveland, the fatigued Pistons suffered yet another defeat in a back-to-back game, now standing at 4 wins and 9 losses, languishing in 12th place in the Eastern Conference. The Cavaliers' primary point guard, the multiple-time All-Star Mark Price, was sidelined due to injury, leaving Joe Kwon to face his draft class peer, the 11th overall pick, Terrell Brandon, a player standing at a modest height of 177 centimeters. Despite being drafted higher, Brandon could only serve as a bench player for the Cavaliers, with significantly lesser playing time and statistics than Joe Kwon. Consequently, he exerted himself in a bid to shine against Joe Kwon. In this back-to-back matchup, Joe Kwon also struggled with fatigue, consciously scaling back his offensive efforts to focus primarily on facilitating and defending. Under his vigilant defense, Brandon's performance was dismal, shooting 1 for 8. With merely 1 assist, he played only 24 minutes before being benched, ultimately recording 2 points, 1 assist, for turnovers, and 3 fouls. In contrast, Joe Kwon managed to shoot 2 for 5 from the field and 3 for 4 from the free throw line, amassing 7 points, 6 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, 3 turnovers, and 2 fouls. The Cavaliers' management was left regretting their poor decision during the draft. On the 26th, the Pistons were set to face the Hawks on their home turf. The Hawks boasted the legendary Dominique Wilkins, a superlative swingman capable of holding his own against Jordan, averaging 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 3.8 assists this season. Alongside him, the likes of Dr. J, Jordan, and the Glide formed an elite cadre of scoring guards, all vying for every accolade with fierce determination. In addition to Wilkins, the Hawks also featured the impressive center Kevin Willis, who was enjoying a remarkable season with averages of 18.3 points and 15.5 rebounds. Previously, the Hawks had recorded a commendable 7 wins and 5 losses, significantly outperforming the Pistons, making victory for Detroit a daunting task. At 7:30, both teams announced their starting lineups. Pistons, John Sally, Dennis Rodman, Orlando Woolridge, Joe Dumars, Joe Kwon. Hawks, John Koncak, Kevin Willis, Wilkins, Stacey Augmon, Romeo Robinson. Joe Kwon's opponent tonight is the 10th overall pick in the first round of 1990, Robinson, who shares the same height and weighs 88 kilograms, boasting a robust physique, though his abilities are not particularly exceptional. His proficiency in three-point shooting is average. He rarely attempts them, currently holding a shooting percentage of 45.6, which is slightly higher than Joe's 42, according to strength trainer Swilden. Joe's poor shooting is attributed to the excessive strength of his upper body muscles related to shooting, lacking in flexibility and coordination, compounded by insufficient core strength, which adversely affects his shooting feel. At 8 o'clock, the game commences. Willis and Selly engage in the jump ball, and the Hawks launch their offense. Robinson possesses a high muscle mass. However, he is self-aware enough to recognize that in the face of Iron Fist, he is at a disadvantage in both weight and strength. Thus, upon advancing to the front court, he promptly passes the ball to Wilkins. Wilkins chooses not to take the first shot himself, instead passing to Willis in the low post on the right wing. Kevin Willis, a contemporaneous draft pick with Jordan, stands at 213 centimeters and weighs only 100 kilograms. He was the 11th overall pick in the first round of 1984, and this season marks his highlight year, although his shooting percentage is somewhat low. As an interior player, he generally relies on jump shots, with a shooting percentage of only 48.3. With a thud, Willis backs into Rodman, attempting to maneuver the ball, but to no avail. He is not surprised. Rodman is significantly shorter, yet comparable in weight, with a much greater muscle mass and undoubtedly superior strength, possessing a much lower center of gravity, making it entirely natural that he could not budge him. In the next moment, he pivots for a jump shot. Rodman strives to contest the shot, but as the defender, he is at a disadvantage, reacting too slowly to effectively block it. Swish. The ball glides through the net as Willis successfully nets a mid-range two-pointer. Turning back, Joaquin brings the ball up court, signaling for a play. As his gesture is made, John Selly in the low post on the left wing swiftly races to the free throw line, drawing away Kaufman, thereby clearing the low post for Joaquin. Joaquin positioned himself low and promptly initiated a post-up against Robinson, all the while keeping his gaze forward, utilizing his panoramic view to survey the entire court. He could not withstand it. Robinson was repeatedly pushed back, ultimately retreating beneath the basket. Bang! Joaquin executed a deft jump shot just before the double team arrived, the ball ricocheting off the rim and gracefully finding its mark for a close-range basket. The Hawks initiated their offense, with Wilkins snatching the ball from Robinson's grasp once more. Positioned at the left wing, he feigned a shot before driving forward with determination. As Ulrich was momentarily deceived, Joaquin began to descend from the arc. When Wilkins surged in from the left elbow, Joe swiftly sidestepped, positioning himself strategically in front of the oncoming player. However, Wilkins, a veritable athletic marvel, exhibited extraordinary agility, pivoting sharply and gliding past Joe with ease. Rodman was drawn away by Willis, and although John Selly was stationed beneath the basket, he found himself entangled with Cowens. Seizing this opportunity, Wilkins soared into the air, as if sprouting wings, and launched himself towards the hoop. With a resounding crash that echoed through the arena, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the Hawks' home crowd. Truly an impressive display of athleticism. Joaquin felt a twinge of envy. Were he to possess such physical prowess, he too would undoubtedly opt for an explosive aerial style of play, as the sensation of soaring through the air while playing must be delightful. At that moment, in the ESPN commentary booth, commentator Nari Portland remarked with admiration, often, and indeed, universally, choice outweighs effort, a truth vividly exemplified in the case of Wilkins. How so? His partner, Mike Yash, inquired eagerly. Portland responded, Wilkins was immensely gifted. Yet he happened to be born at an inopportune time. Yash chuckled. What difference does that make? Portland shook his head and elaborated. Wilkins is a swingman. In the shooting guard position, he faced the legendary Dr. J, with the likes of Glide and Air Jordan following closely behind. As for small forwards, he contended with Larry Bird and later Chris Mullin and Scottie Pippen. The competitive landscape in any position was extraordinarily daunting. From all perspectives, during his era, he was overshadowed by luminaries such as Barkley, Pippen, Jordan, Isaiah Thomas, Karl Malone, and a plethora of other superstars, leaving Wilkins submerged in the brilliance of their stardom. Now, Mike, tell me, was his timing a poor choice? Yash smiled ruefully, conceding, it seems so, based on your argument. Portland continued, the same principle applies to team selection. For nearly all players, the first team they join upon entering the league largely determines their career trajectory and the extent of their success, with few escaping this rule. This principle is known as the beginning determining the end. The beginning determines the end? Yash pondered this phrase, sensing a kernel of truth and a hint of philosophy. Portland chuckled. Consider Wilkins, who was chosen by the Jazz but declined to join them. Instead, he opted for the Hawks, who lacked the financial resources to assemble a formidable roster, leaving him to struggle in this quagmire. Had he joined the Jazz, alongside the dynamic duo, he might have established a dynasty. This underscores the significance of choice and the importance of the beginning. In contrast, the smiling assassin Thomas chose the Pistons and secured back-to-back championships. Had he not been swept by Jordan or knocked down by the bad boys, his historical standing would remain elevated, albeit his reputation has since waned. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that his choices and beginnings were astutely made. Conversely, Jordan selected the Bulls, who assembled a championship-caliber roster for him, resulting in considerable success, including numerous accolades such as championships and MVP awards, while Wilkins remains empty-handed. Though the Bulls, Hawks, and Pistons are not major markets, the divergent paths of Wilkins, Thomas, and Jordan illustrate the critical distinction that choice and beginnings entail. "You certainly have a way with words," Yash chuckled, shaking his head. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 22-18, with the Pistons leading by 4 points. In the first 10 minutes of the opening quarter, Joe Kwon made 10 attempts to initiate low-post confrontations against Lamar Robinson. He encountered double teams on 4 occasions, resulting in 1 turnover and 2 unsuccessful attempts. However, he succeeded in scoring 2 baskets, drew a foul that awarded him 2 free throws, and contributed with 2 assists and 2 indirect assists. Thus, from 10 offensive possessions, he achieved a remarkable success rate of 7, either directly or indirectly. His personal statistics reflect a commendable performance, shooting 4 out of 2 from the field and 2 out of 2 from the charity stripe, culminating in 6 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover within the quarter. This efficiency indicates that he was in good form today. Jordan has also performed admirably, hitting 2 out of 4 from the field, making 1 out of 2 three-pointers, and converting 2 out of 2 free throws, thereby accumulating 7 points, 1 assist, and 1 steal in the first quarter. The contributions of both players were pivotal in maintaining the team's lead. However, in terms of rebounding, Rodman struggled due to an injury, being overshadowed by Kevin Willis, who dominated the boards with 6 rebounds in 11 minutes compared to Rodman's mere 2 in 8 minutes, a stark contrast. Nonetheless, while Rodman may have faltered in rebounding, he managed to score 4 points in the quarter. In the second quarter, the bench players did not perform up to expectations, resulting in the Hawks suffering a greater deficit, losing the quarter by 8 points. By halftime, the Pistons had extended their lead to 12. With a score of 50-38, Joe Kwon played for 8 minutes, contributing 3 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. In the third quarter, Wilkins launched an offensive barrage in an effort to close the gap. However, the Pistons also performed admirably, with Joe Kwon scoring 2 points and providing 4 assists in that quarter. The two teams ended the quarter with a score of 25-27, and the Hawks managed to narrow the deficit to 2 points, trailing by 10 as the third quarter concluded. In the final quarter, the Pistons maintained their grip on victory, finishing the quarter tied with the Hawks at 28 points each, ultimately securing a 10-point victory. This marked their 5th win of the season, bringing their record to 5 wins and 9 losses. Coincidentally, with the Bucks losing, the victorious Pistons and Pacers ascended 1 position each, occupying the 11th and 10th spots in the Eastern Conference, respectively. Joe Kwon played for 40 minutes in this match, achieving an impressive offensive efficiency with 6 successful shots out of 11 attempts, alongside 4 successful free throws out of 5, culminating in a double-double of 16 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists, 2 steals, 3 turnovers, and 2 fouls. Rodman, on the other hand, played for only 30 minutes, securing 11 rebounds, while his opponent Willis captured a remarkable 20 rebounds. Following this game, the Pistons hurried back to Detroit overnight, and the Hawks did the same. On the 27th, in a back-to-back match, the Pistons faced the Hawks once more at home, triumphing over their rivals and securing their 6th victory in a row. Following this victory, their record improved to 6 wins and 9 losses, raising their winning percentage to 40, still holding the 11th position in the Eastern Conference. Their next game is scheduled for the 30th, where they will challenge the Knicks on the road, marking the return of the smiling assassin. On the morning of the 28th at 10 o'clock, Joe Kwon engaged in strength training with his trainer, Swilden. This strength training is a meticulous sculpting of muscle, arduous and monotonous, requiring the muscles to be subjected to countless repetitions to achieve the training objectives. As a point guard, he needs explosive power and speed rather than bulky muscles. His previous musculature did not meet these requirements, thus necessitating this transformation through strength training. With 2 hours in the morning and another 2 in the afternoon, despite only 4 hours of training in total, he felt utterly exhausted afterward, reluctant even to move a finger, as if every tiny muscle in his body had been thoroughly worked. He felt the need for some medicinal relief to prevent internal injuries. This was his first experience, but once his body adapted to such strength training, he would gradually acclimatize. Observing Zhou Quan lying motionless on the floor, Swilden chuckled. I heard that Jordan has been doing this type of training since '86, which is why he rarely gets injured. Is that true? Zhou Quan inquired. Swilden replied, Indeed. Strength training can enhance your resilience against injuries. Stronger muscles reduce the likelihood of being hurt. Robust and flexible muscles also serve to protect the joints, providing substantial support. Zhou Quan rose to his feet, nodding resolutely. Then I shall persevere. On the 29th, he engaged in another 2 hours of strength training in the morning, before making his way to the headquarters at noon to reunite with the team. The smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, made his official return, yet upon seeing him, Zhou Quan discerned that the man's spirit seemed far from exuberant. Did he not wish to return? Shaking his head, Zhou concluded that this was unlikely. Thomas likely struggled to accept his new role as a substitute. Following 2 consecutive championships, coupled with the toll of injuries, the once indomitable vigor had dissipated. Now, having relinquished his starting position, it was evident that his vitality had waned, and even with his return, he could not reclaim his former prowess. At 2 in the afternoon, the Pistons arrived in New York. After settling into their hotel, it was already 3:30. In response to media requests, the team organized a press conference at the hotel. Naturally, the returning Thomas was the focal point, with the media's attention almost entirely fixed upon him. Isaiah, by relinquishing your starting position, have you not also surrendered your core status? Is this change a consequence of that unfortunate incident in the locker room? The first question came from a reporter from the New York Daily News, rendering Thomas and the entire Pistons organization uneasy. No, everyone knows it is due to my injuries, Thomas asserted. Have you decided to retire? The reporter pressed. Not at all, Thomas replied, shaking his head. After being swept by Jordan in the Eastern Conference, you refused to shake his hand and left directly. Was that not an act of disrespect? Do you admit to being defeated by Jordan? The reporter continued. Next, the host interjected, signaling to the staff to confiscate the reporter's microphone, before turning to a reporter from the Los Angeles Daily News. Isaiah, you chose to reconcile with the bad boy, but do you truly harbor no resentment? One might say that because of him, both you and Lame Beer have seen your reputations tarnished. The Los Angeles reporter posed another uncomfortable question. Thomas hesitated for a moment before firmly shaking his head. We have genuinely reconciled. Is there no underlying tension? The reporter pressed again. None. Thomas's voice grew colder, tinged with impatience. Iron Fist, why did you not choose to leave the Pistons? A sports reporter from New York inquired. Why should I choose to leave? Zhou Quan responded, a look of confusion on his face. The reporter, astonished, retorted. Your experiences in the Pistons locker room alone provide ample reason for departure. No one could have stopped you, not even the owner of the Pistons. A gentle smile graced Zhou Quan's face as he shook his head and chuckled. If we were to act as you suggest, then neither the NFL nor the NHL would possess a single intact team. In fact, both leagues would have long since crumbled. The teams could be embroiled in conflict every single day, and I am acutely aware of this. For me, that altercation is of little significance. I refuse to allow an inconsequential incident to become a pivotal moment in my career. It lacks the weight to dictate my future. You are quite peculiar. The journalist remarked helplessly. No, I am not peculiar. Your perception of my oddity stems from your exaggerated view of that event. Shaking his head, Zhou Quan smiled with unwavering confidence. As I mentioned, it is trivial to me. Such occurrences are part of my daily reality. I am well acquainted with them and possess the capability to manage them. On the ice, I am the appointed enforcer responsible for resolving conflicts, and the outcome is that I have indeed settled it. You are also the instigator of the conflict, the journalist replied with a wry smile. Indeed, that is also the enforcer's duty. It is the primary responsibility, Zhou Quan replied with a grin. Now it was the turn of the smiling assassin beside him to offer a bitter smile. Truly, the enforcer's role on the ice is to deliberately provoke conflict and subsequently resolve it. Challenging an expert in their domain while assuming the guise of an amateur is a folly of the highest order. Madison Square Garden, number 30. Zhou Quan returned here for the second time. His first visit was for the draft in April. At 6 o'clock, after dinner, the team reconvened in the locker room, with the game scheduled for 8, allowing time for casual conversation. Isaiah, Zhou, step outside for a moment. Chuck Daly summoned the three. who found Mike McCloskey waiting for them outside. "Jack, what's the matter?" Thomas inquired, glancing at McCloskey. In the Pistons organization, the owner remained somewhat detached. While the true decision-maker was this venerable gentleman, the source and legacy of the Bad Boys, a general manager with a military background. McCloskey pondered for a moment before addressing Thomas, saying, "Our objective is clear. We must expedite the development of Iron Fist. I plan to dedicate at least 2 seasons to nurturing his potential." He then turned his gaze towards Joe Kwon, stating, "Joe, your organizational skills are indisputable. The team expects you to continue exploring this potential while simultaneously enhancing your individual offensive capabilities and finishing skills. Although you may not aspire to embody the bad boy persona, I envision you becoming an offensive-minded point guard akin to Isaiah, someone who can orchestrate the offense, elevate teammates, and rise to the occasion when it matters most. Much like Isaiah did in Game 6 of the '88 Finals, scoring 25 points in a single quarter. At this juncture, he cast a poignant glance at the somewhat despondent Thomas and spoke with deep nostalgia. In that game, Isaiah suffered an ankle injury and struggled to rise from the floor on several occasions. Yet, when the team faced a deficit, he resolutely stood up, delivering an astonishing 25-point performance in a single quarter, showcasing the indomitable spirit of our bad boys to the world. Though we ultimately lost that game by a mere point and subsequently the finals, we all take immense pride in that performance to this day. As McCloskey concluded his remarks, Chuck Daly nodded in agreement, while Joe Dumars gazed at Thomas with admiration. Isaiah Thomas, meanwhile, straightened his posture. The lost vitality within him seemed to awaken once more, and a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. Joe Kwon discerned from their reactions that the path to establishing himself within the Pistons was still exceedingly arduous. The journey to supplant the legendary smile assassin in the team's hierarchy remained a daunting endeavor. This franchise was far from lacking in accolades. Indeed, it was emblematic of the league during the latter half of the 1980s. Following the era of the Black and White Titans, the league transitioned into the age of the Bad Boys, a style that all teams continue to emulate. The indelible mark of the Bad Boys on this organization was profoundly entrenched. To leave an impression of his own on such a storied team proved to be an immensely challenging task, verging on the impossible. Nevertheless, he held steadfast to the words of his mentor. The struggle against both man and fate is a source of boundless joy, and the greater the challenge, the more resolute his determination to confront it. At that moment, McCloskey fixed his gaze on Joe Kwon and inquired, "Iron Fist, do you possess the confidence to perform as Isaiah did?" Joe Kwon took a deep breath and nodded resolutely, declaring, "I will not emulate him, but I am utterly confident that I can achieve my utmost potential." "Emulate? Utmost potential?" McCloskey murmured, nodding thoughtfully. Chuck Daly and Joe Dumars harbored a degree of skepticism. They recognized Joe Kwon's potential, yet to claim the title of the best meant surpassing Isaiah, an implausible feat. Meanwhile, a flicker of disdain crossed Thomas's eyes. He could reconcile with Joe Kwon, relinquishing his core status and ceding his primary position, yet to acknowledge that Joe could outshine him was an impossibility. This pride belonged to him. Legends like Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan had all succumbed to his prowess, and such a legacy would never allow him to concede that anyone, especially a rookie of no significance, could surpass him. At that moment, McCloskey interjected, "Joe, effective today, your playing time will be adjusted to 35 minutes. As a rookie, you may encounter the rookie wall, and we must prepare for that in advance." "Okay." Joe Kwon nodded. Physical fitness was one reason. The second was that Thomas had returned, and maintaining his playing time at 35 minutes was already commendable. Besides him, Joe Dumas and others would undoubtedly need to allocate some time as well. McCloskey added, "Furthermore, I hope you can sustain your shooting attempts at an average of 15 per game." 15 attempts? With renewed spirit, Joe Kwon reflects on the evolution of the Pistons' offensive dynamics. Since the previous season, Joe Dumas has emerged as the primary scoring asset, averaging 16.2 attempts per game, while Thomas follows with 13.9. This season, Dumas maintains at 16.2 attempts, whereas Thomas has transitioned to a bench role, likely leading to a decrease in his shooting opportunities. Currently, Thomas is afforded 15 attempts, positioning him as the second highest shooter on the team. This scenario introduces a considerable pressure. Should his offensive efficiency falter, such a volume of attempts could severely compromise the team's overall offensive effectiveness. Observing the gravity in Joe Kwon's expression, McCloskey offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Joe, do not burden yourself with pressure. As I mentioned earlier, we will invest at least 2 seasons in your development. Feel free to take your shots." "All right," Joe replied. Joe Kwon nodded resolutely. The attitude of the Pistons management warranted his commitment and dedication to the team. At that moment, Chuck Daly added, in terms of performance, "It is imperative that we secure a playoff berth. Without the trials of the postseason, one cannot truly claim to have been tested. During the regular season, no one will confront you with their full strength." Everyone nodded in agreement, including Joe Kwon. His debut was against Jordan, where he delivered a commendable performance. However, did Jordan truly exert himself in defending against him? Perhaps not. McCloskey remarked, "In the latest rookie rankings, you are placed third, following Larry Johnson and Mutombo, both of whom boast impressive double-double averages. I hope you can maintain this position throughout your rookie season and strive for a spot on the all-rookie first team." Joe Kwon nodded in acknowledgement. At 7:30, the starting lineups were announced. For the Pistons, John Salley, Dennis Rodman, Orlando Woolridge, Joe Dumars, and Joe Kwon. For the Knicks, Ewing, Charles Oakley, McDaniel, Gerald Wilkins, and Mark Jackson. This game was broadcast live nationwide by ABC. Commentator Lannis Opp expressed his dismay, stating, "The return of the smile assassin to the bench, and not just temporarily, is indeed a regrettable and shocking development. This marks the twilight of a legendary career." In reality, he had not aged. He still possessed ample skill, capable of being a starting point guard on any team. His partner, Lewis Williams, nodded in agreement. The Pistons' early rebuilding may be a double-edged sword. While Iron Fist has performed adequately, he lacks the extraordinary talent of a prodigious youth. In my view, his future remains uncertain, and I believe the Pistons management is overly optimistic about him. Premature rebuilding is not a sound decision. Opp countered, however, the return of the smile assassin significantly strengthens the bench, restoring the Pistons' potential to reach the playoffs. Williams continued, "The Knicks have an impressive record of 8 wins and 5 losses, yielding a winning percentage of 61.5, placing them 5th in the East. The Bulls lead the league with a formidable 12-2 record. Currently, the Pistons stand at 6 wins and 9 losses, with a mere 40 winning rate. Even with the smile assassin's return, it remains a daunting challenge for the Pistons to break into the top 8. Opp analyzed, presently, the 8th seed in the East is occupied by the Heat, with a winning percentage of 47. The Eastern Conference is robust while the West appears weaker. Thus, the Pistons face considerable obstacles in securing a playoff position, particularly with Thomas being removed from the starting lineup, although this bolsters the bench. The strength of the starting lineup remains compromised, and Thomas cannot fully unleash his capabilities from the bench. At 8 o'clock, the game commenced. Joe Kwon once again faced off against the robust point guard, Mark Jackson. From the outset, he frequently shifted to the left low post to engage in one-on-one confrontations with Jackson. After savoring the advantages of low post isolation, he significantly reduced his drives to the basket. His penetration speed was rather average, making him susceptible to double teams, although he could occasionally deliver commendable passes within the paint. The overall effectiveness was often lacking, rendering low post isolation a more favorable strategy. However, today, Pat Riley was unyielding, instructing nearby players to double-team Joe Kwon in the low post from the very beginning. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 22-26. With the Pistons trailing by 4 points, leading to an early substitution phase for the team, Joe Kwon was replaced by the smiling assassin. In the first 8 minutes, he recorded 4 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, 2 turnovers, 1 block, and 1 foul, shooting 1 of 3 from the field and making 2 of 2 free throws. From the ABC commentary booth, Williams analyzed that Iron Fist had a total of 8 ball-handling plays, 3 of which were on the perimeter and 5 in the low post. Half of these were self-created shots, indicating a lack of personal offensive efficiency, while the other half were passes, resulting in a decent assist rate. Out of the 8 possessions, he succeeded 4 times, suggesting that the overall offensive efficiency of the team was somewhat acceptable. The Knicks played exceptionally well today, and the Pistons also performed admirably. Or noted that Iron Fist faced double teams in 5 out of his 8 possessions, with 1 resulting in a foul. The other 4 were passes, with no attempts made while being double-teamed. This data reveals his lack of courage to shoot under pressure and indicates that his current ball-handling offensive capability is insufficient, lacking confidence to take shots when double-teamed. I reiterate my disapproval of placing the smiling assassin in the bench lineup. Iron Fist is currently unable to support the Pistons effectively. Last season, the Pistons reached the Eastern Conference Finals, and if they maintain this lineup, I believe making the playoffs this season will be quite challenging. Thomas came off the bench and immediately hit a 3-pointer, reducing the deficit to 1 point, which invigorated the Pistons' momentum. On the bench, Zhou Quan gazed at the smiling assassin on the court, whose commanding presence is something he has yet to possess. At that moment, head coach Chuck Daly was not focused on the game. He approached Zhou Quan and said, "Zhou, you have rarely driven to the basket in these past games, relying instead on low-post isolation. Why is that? It's less likely to be double-teamed there." Zhou Quan naturally replied, "Is it really so difficult?" Daly retorted. Zhou Quan was on the verge of nodding in agreement when he suddenly froze. In the recent 8 offensive possessions, 5 had been executed in the low post, 4 of which faced double teams. Was it not challenging to be double-teamed? Daly shook his head and remarked, "I understand that you are attempting to emulate Jordan's low-post isolation game, but your current offensive prowess pales in comparison to his. Moreover, in his prime, the effectiveness of his low-post tactics diminished significantly following the advent of countermeasures against isolation plays. Consequently, it ceased to be his primary offensive strategy. Instead, he focused on driving and jump shooting rather than low-post isolation. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from relying excessively on low-post plays. You may incorporate it to diversify your arsenal, but it should not serve as your principal offensive approach. When you occupy the low post, your teammates in the paint are compelled to position themselves elsewhere, effectively distancing them from the basket. If you cannot replicate Jordan's formidable low-post offense, it may indeed weaken the overall offensive capability of the team." Zhou Quan nodded, acknowledging the insight. Daly continued, "However, this is merely a suggestion. You must explore and ultimately cultivate your own offensive style." Zhou Quan nodded thoughtfully. His greatest asset at present is his fully developed spatial imagination and panoramic vision. Thus, his offensive strategies must leverage his utmost strengths. This implies that both organization and offense should adeptly utilize space to create optimal organizational and offensive capabilities. In the final 4 minutes of the first quarter, with a score of 33-32, Isaiah Thomas and Mark Aguirre collaborated to gain a 1-point lead. Thomas, with 2 successful shots out of 4, contributed 5 points, while Aguirre scored 6 points from 3 successful attempts out of 4, together amassing an impressive 11 points, showcasing formidable offensive prowess. From the circumstances of these 4 minutes, the partnership between the smiling assassin and Mark Aguirre has the potential to form the most lethal backup guard line in the league, Williams remarked from the ABC commentary booth, noting their long-standing friendship as the first and second picks of 1981. If granted more playing time or integrated into the starting lineup, the Pistons' offensive capabilities would significantly improve, Opine asserted. Williams added, recalling that midway through the previous season, Aguirre graciously ceded his starting position to Rodman, whose inclusion in the starting lineup enhanced defensive energy and rebounding, ultimately aiding the Pistons in clinching the championship. Thus, Aguirre's role as a substitute is justified, as this has been proven effective. However, regarding Thomas's exit from the starting lineup, I must express my skepticism. I currently fail to perceive this as a sound decision. His sentiments echoed with many Pistons fans. You are focused on the current record, while we prioritize the cultivation of a strong foundation. Bill Davidson, the Pistons owner, murmured to himself, reflecting on Williams's words as they resonated through a suite in the Palace of Auburn Hills. With the Pistons situation having stabilized, he relinquished any thoughts of altering the team, all thanks to Zhou Quan's influence. Zhou Quan chose to reconcile with Thomas, even publicly urging O'Neal to reconsider entering the draft, thereby contributing significantly to the stability of the NBA. This broad perspective is something he greatly admires. Currently, the team has no alternative options. He is willing to devote himself entirely to nurturing Zhou Quan. As for re-establishing Thomas as the core of the team, McCloskey had approached him about it, but he rejected the idea. The smiling assassin has lost his edge, and coupled with injuries that have affected his performance, a return to glory remains but a distant dream, far from reality. In the absence of Zhou Quan, it would be unavoidable to continue centering the team around him. But with Zhou Quan's emergence and his demonstrated strong leadership abilities and promising potential, the team ought to decisively embark on a rebuilding phase. They must not be blinded by temporary achievements. The future is what truly matters. Concurrently, he feels pleased for Thomas. Although Thomas has made significant mistakes, he is now able to step back from a primary role for the greater good, which brings him some solace. As the game progresses into the second half, with 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Pistons lead by 3 points and still possess the ball. Zhou Quan, with the ball in hand, initiated an offensive play, utilizing a screen set by Joe Dumars to elude Mark Jackson, advancing from the arc towards the basket. Meanwhile, Dumars sprinted to the left wing, awaiting an opportunity. As Joe penetrated the paint, he was met with the formidable defense of Oakley and Ewing. At that moment, Zhou discerned a chance. The gap between Ewing and Oakley was not entirely sealed, allowing him to surge through. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he executed a bounce pass, sending the ball through Oakley's legs. Simultaneously, Zhou forcefully maneuvered between the two defenders, retrieving the ball that rebounded off the floor from his own pass. In the next instant, he soared for the layup. "Oh, what a remarkable display of separation," exclaimed Williams from the ABC commentary booth, astonished. In a fit of rage, Oakley retaliated, pivoting to deliver a forceful elbow from behind, sending Zhou crashing to the hardwood. A roar of approval erupted from Madison Square Garden. Under Pat Riley's guidance, the Knicks had adopted a gritty and resolute style of play this season, winning the admiration of New York fans who relished the sight of Oakley's rough tactics. "Damn it, what a play!" Zhou Quan, having suffered a painful fall that left him with cracked teeth and a sore back, rose immediately in a fit of rage, deliberately uttering an insult that Oakley could comprehend. As an enforcer in hockey, his primary duty was to incite conflict when the team found itself at a disadvantage, devising strategies to eliminate the opposing team's scorers from the game. Thus, he possessed a wealth of experience in provoking adversaries, instigating altercations, and ensuring that his opponents would strike first. In simpler terms, he was a professional at inciting conflict. "Dare to insult me?" A glint of menace flickered in Oakley's eyes, his treachery swiftly transforming into ferocity as he launched a punch. "Oh, the fight has begun," exclaimed Williams from the ABC commentary booth in astonishment. Zhou Quan swiftly dove low, his fist slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, and in the next instant, he unleashed a powerful right hook aimed at the abdomen. Bang! Oakley, a seasoned amateur boxer, deftly evaded the blow after missing with his left punch, skillfully sidestepping just in time to avoid the right hook. He then quickly retreated a step, creating distance between himself and Zhou Quan. This was the very confidence that allowed him to confront Zhou Quan. When it came to fighting, he feared no one. Unlike those fools who only knew how to swing wildly. Perish. In Zhou Quan's eyes, a fierce glint flashed as he stepped forward, launching a powerful jab that forced his opponent to shift defensively. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a ferocious rear hook. Oakley, having indeed trained rigorously, managed to evade this heavy swing with a swift dip, aided by Zhou's moderate athleticism, which rendered his speed somewhat average. However, Zhou's relentless offensive onslaught compelled his adversary into a defensive stance, allowing him to execute a combination of punches, culminating in a formidable left hook. His exceptional spatial imagination elevated his awareness to an extraordinary level, enhancing his striking precision to an elite standard. In the realm of boxing, mastery over spatial control is paramount. Without it, one merely becomes a target. The left hook was delivered under the pretense of forcing his opponent to duck. A calculated strike within a series of preemptive combinations that landed with remarkable accuracy. Bam! Just as Oakley evaded the heavy swing, a solid fist struck him squarely on the jaw, delivering an impactful blow that sent shockwaves through his mind, rendering him momentarily unconscious. Thud! He fell backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Oh! A wave of astonishment swept through Madison Square Garden as countless spectators struggled to comprehend the scene. A single punch knockout? Goodness! At the ABC commentary booth, Williams and Obb stared in disbelief. One of the notorious four, the vicious Oakley, had been knocked out just like that. Iron Fist. Having learned their lesson from Zhou's previous reprimand, Rodman and others were poised to rush in, only to find the confrontation had already concluded, leaving them momentarily stunned. "Go!" shouted the oblivious John Stockton as he surged forward amidst the chaos. Yet, upon reaching Zhou Quan's side, he froze, witnessing Oakley being floored by a single punch. When Zhou's fierce gaze fell upon him, he instinctively halted, flustered and at a loss for reasons to retreat. Ewing and the others mirrored his bewilderment, all paralyzed by fear, avoiding Zhou as if he were a ferocious tiger. "We're going to," exclaimed Anthony Mason of the Knicks bench, his enthusiasm propelling him onto the court. A staff member attempted to intervene but was knocked aside as Mason barreled onto the floor like a raging bull. However, as he burst onto the scene, he beheld the Iron Fist delivering the knockout to Oakley. "Damn, old Oak can't take a hit. Never mind, I'll handle this. I shall become the ultimate warrior of New York." Unfazed, he pressed on towards Zhou Quan. Meanwhile, Pat Riley stood calmly, confident that Oakley, Ewing, and the muscle-bound Mason he had personally recruited from Europe could subdue the Iron Fist. Yet, only Mason was permitted to advance, while the others were restrained. In the next instant, Riley's mouth fell agape as he witnessed Oakley collapse. "Let's help," shouted the smiling assassin and Darnell Walker from the Pistons side, eager to rush to the fray. "Trust the Iron Fist. Don't be rash." Chuck Daly quickly intervened. Moments later, as Joe Quan knocked out Oakley, he pointed to the arena and remarked, "See, I told you so." "There's another one." Darnell Walker gestured towards Mason. "Leave it to the Iron Fist. He knows what he's doing," Chuck Daly replied calmly. "Hey, stop." Joe Quan swiftly defused the conflict in no more than 2 seconds. By the time the main referee registered the situation, the altercation had already concluded. However, he soon noticed an individual rushing in from the sidelines. Quickly, he positioned himself in front, vociferously admonishing. Without paying any heed, Mason surged past the referee and charged directly at Joe Quan, delivering a ferocious blow akin to a hammer strike. Towering at 2 meters and weighing in at 115 kilograms, with a bench press maximum of 200 kilograms. He was aptly described as robust as an ox. His thick, elephantine arms swung menacingly toward Joe Quan's head, should he be struck. It was likely that Joe Quan would be rendered unconscious on the spot. Joe Quan swiftly evaded the attack, utilizing his exceptional spatial awareness to narrowly avoid Mason's right fist, which grazed his nose before striking nothing but air. The less time spent dodging, the quicker the counterattack, and this is the inherent advantage of his heightened spatial perception. In the next instant, he sidestepped to Mason's right front, simultaneously twisting his torso to unleash a ferocious liver punch. Thud. Mason, who had experience in baseball and football but lacked boxing training, was unable to evade the blow after his initial miss and was struck squarely in the liver. Ugh. At the moment of impact, his body stiffened, overwhelmed by a sudden jolt of pain in his liver, yet he gritted his teeth and endured it. Goodness. Joe Quan was taken aback. The opponent was remarkably robust. To endure a blow to the liver and respond in such a manner? In the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment when his adversary momentarily stiffened, Joe unleashed a flurry of punches that struck Mason's head repeatedly, leaving him dazed. With a resounding thud, Mason collapsed after enduring 3 heavy blows. The crowd on the Pistons side erupted in exuberant cheers. Meanwhile, Madison Square Garden reverberated with a cacophony of boos. "Useless fool. If you can't fight, don't bother. Oakley, stand up and keep fighting. Hey, you, the one by the backboard, stop playing dead and get back up to face Iron Fist. Don't disgrace us New Yorkers." Countless fans from New York rose to their feet, voicing their indignation with fervor. Joe Quan stood firm, with Oakley and Anthony Mason beneath him, surveying the arena. Upon spotting the referee, a gentle smile graced his face as he remarked, "Sir, they initiated the altercation. I was compelled to retaliate." The referee managed a wry smile, astonished that within mere seconds, he had managed to knock out 2 opponents. With such fighting prowess, why not pursue a career in professional boxing? At the ABC commentary booth, Williams shook his head, stating, "Mason is exceptionally strong. Yet he is neither a professional boxer nor even an amateur. He lacks specialized training for his neck, rendering his ability to absorb blows inadequate." Opal chuckled. "Just look at Iron Fist's neck, well-trained and as thick as his head. Enduring a few heavy hits should pose no challenge for him." Williams responded with a grin, thus. Oakley sustained only 1 punch, and Mason absorbed merely 3, while Iron Fist remains invincible on the NCAA hockey rink. Regardless of Joe Quan's explanations, he ultimately faced expulsion from the game. Naturally, Oakley and Anthony Mason were also ejected from the arena. Joe Quan strode into the players' tunnel and immediately approached Oakley and Mason, who were being assisted inside. "Iron Fist, this time I'll let it slide, but next time we shall engage in an arm wrestling match," Mason exclaimed eagerly. "You certainly are clever." Joe Quan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Mason chuckled with pride. "I am a scholar, unlike you muscle-bound brutes. If it weren't for the pursuit of fame, I would have recklessly charged at you for a brawl." Joe Quan disregarded Mason and approached Oakley with a smile, inquiring, "Old bird, that was merely a warm-up. Shall we continue?" A glint of ferocity flashed in Oakley's eyes. The effects of his previous punch had nearly worn off. He growled softly, "Fine, let us do this. Am I afraid of you?" With that, he swung his fist forward. Upon witnessing this, Mason swiftly retreated, clearly opting out of the confrontation. 2 minutes later, Oakley lay sprawled on the ground, his face smeared with blood and his abdomen bruised from several blows, unable to rise. 10, 9, 8. Mason quickly crouched down, beginning to count down for Oakley. "Are you out of your mind?" Oakley seethed with anger, wishing he could pin Mason down and deliver a beating instead. "Are we still fighting?" Joe Quan inquired. Oakley, filled with resentment, replied, "Iron Fist, consider this round yours." Zhou Quan nodded with satisfaction and remarked, admitting defeat is sufficient. If one refuses to concede, one must be compelled to do so. In dealing with individuals like you, fists serve as the ultimate argument. Oakley's face twitched in frustration. Yet he found himself powerless against superior strength. Then we shall return another time. You may choose the venue, whether in the arena or beyond. Zhou Quan politely nodded towards the two, leaving behind a remark as he headed toward the visitor's locker room. Boss, this guy is not just a pretty face. He can truly fight. Look at his neck. That's the result of bridge and reverse bridge training. We should avoid provoking him in the future, Mason cautioned. His jovial expression replaced by a shrewd glint in his eyes. Oakley, fuming, shot Mason an angry glare and retorted, Today I was careless. Next time. You'll see how I teach him a lesson. You were knocked out with a single punch. You couldn't withstand his strength, Mason replied dismissively, undeterred by Oakley's ire. From tomorrow on, I too shall train my neck. I want it to be as thick as his, then I won't have to fear him. Boss, let me remind you once more, in the future, try to avoid those with necks and heads as thick as his. Get lost. Oakley snapped back. There are others with thick necks, like those with goiters. Upon returning to the locker room and showering, Zhou Quan habitually checked the system. To his surprise, he discovered that he had completed an unlocking task. Congratulations, host. You have completed the unlocking task. Defeat the 4 great villains and eliminate the League's evil forces. Training task mode activated. The notion of defeating the 4 great villains intrigued him. He had previously fought Lambert and the Mailman, and today he had taken on Oakley. While he had not directly fought Stockton, he had managed to trip him, resulting in a broken nose, which the system also counted. Next, he examined the newly issued training tasks. Training tasks issued. Please choose one of the following options. 1. Complete 100,000 shots. All shooting skill levels 1. 2. Complete 3,000 stop and pop jump shots. Basic shooting skill 1. Stop and pop jump shot 1. This task can be completed consecutively 8 times. 100,000 shots? He calculated that if he shot 500 balls a day, it would take 200 days to complete this training task. However, the reward of merely increasing all shooting skills by 1 level did not seem worthwhile. Mastery of all shooting techniques was beyond his reach at present. Prioritizing a singular skill was essential for survival. Thus, he decided to opt for the second task, completing 3,000 stop and pop jump shots. If he managed 300 each day, would allow him to finish in about half a month, making it significantly more advantageous than the first task. Currently, his basic shooting skill stood at level 86, including mid-range shooting, and his stop and pop jump shot was at level 80. The hand position for his stop and pop shots was essentially mid-range, indicating that this task primarily targeted his mid-range shooting. In the league today, outside scoring mainly revolved around driving to the basket and mid-range shots. If he could penetrate the defense, that was ideal, but if not, the stop and pop jump shot was the next best option. This was also his primary scoring method. In the following days, he needed to fully commit to completing the second task 5 times to elevate his basic shooting skill to level 91, which would also enhance his mid-range shooting, while improving his stop and pop jump shot to level 85, achieving a solid mid-tier standard that should increase his shooting percentage. Once he finished his shower and dressed, the match had concluded. Ultimately, the Pistons triumphed, completing a double victory over the Knicks. With a record of 7 wins and 9 losses, they ranked 10th in the Eastern Conference. Isaiah Thomas came off the bench to play 34 minutes, shooting 15 times with 8 successful attempts, including 2 out of 4 from three-point range and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, accumulating 20 points, 1 rebound, and 4 assists. Marc Aguirre played for 23 minutes, shooting 11 times with 5 successful attempts, including 1 out of 4 from three-point range and a perfect 5 for 5 from the free throw line, scoring 16 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 steal. Joe Dumars emerged as the team's leading scorer, playing 35 minutes, shooting 16 times with 9 successful attempts for a shooting percentage of 56.2. Also going 6 for 6 from the free throw line to tally 24 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. That night, the Pistons returned to Detroit, preparing to face the formidable center Hakeem Olajuwon and his Rockets in a back-to-back game. Last season, the Rockets finished 6th in the Western Conference, but were swept in the first round by Magic Johnson's Lakers. This season, they boasted a record of 9 wins and 4 losses, ranking 2nd in the West, trailing only the Trail Blazers, showcasing a formidable performance. However, the Rockets' strength lay primarily in the prowess of Olajuwon, their sole all-star, as he single-handedly propelled the team forward, generating ticket sales for the franchise. Olajuwon was an early representative of the one-man team in the league. His abilities were honed through constant adaptation to various mediocre teammates, rendering him increasingly versatile and compatible with any playing style. Since the start of the new season, the Rockets had achieved 7 wins and 2 losses in their first 9 games. However, Olajuwon had entered the injury list due to an irregular heartbeat starting from the 10th game. In the last 4 games, they managed 2 wins and 2 losses, indicating that his presence directly influenced the team's performance. On December 1, 1991, the league announced the Player of the Month for November, Clyde Drexler. The core of the first-place Trailblazers was awarded this honor for the first time in his 9th season, highlighting the significance of this accolade. Concurrently, the league updated the MVP rankings, with Michael Jordan leading, followed by Drexler in second place. The Bulls held the best record in the league, with the Trailblazers in second place. The competition between these two iconic players was fierce. Additionally, Joquan maintained his position as third among rookies. His average statistics were nearing the system's requirement for 10 games, scoring an average of 15.5 points due to increased shooting attempts, though his offensive efficiency had slightly declined. Moreover, the league announced disciplinary actions regarding the on-court altercation at Madison Square Garden the previous night. Oakley and Anthony Mason each received an additional 1-game suspension and a fine of $3,000. Joquan laughed heartily upon reading the verdict. Bias and favoritism, he mused. In a New York hospital, Oakley seethed upon seeing the news. Mason happened to be in the adjacent room and came to visit, advising, "Boss." The last time the Pistons' locker room had a negative impact on the league, Iron Fist helped mitigate that negativity, gaining the league's favor. This time, "We were the ones to strike first. The league won't penalize him. We should wait until next season to trouble him. This season, the league will surely protect him. Before the draft, they won't target him, especially since O'Neal hasn't declared for the draft yet. If we provoke him now, O'Neal might just fly away." "You're quite clever," Oakley retorted grumpily. Mason, unimpressed by Oakley's demeanor, scoffed, "Of course I'm clever. I'm a scholar, unlike you muscle-bound Mexican donkeys." On that noon, the Knicks announced the injury reports for Oakley and Mason. The former would be sidelined for at least a month, while the latter would miss 2 weeks, both requiring concussion evaluations. That day, Joquan commenced training on his sudden stop jump shot. After a while, he inadvertently glanced at the system and discovered a counter for his training, realizing he had practiced approximately 50 times, yet the counter only displayed 41. Was it due to improper shooting form? This seemed the only plausible explanation, as a flawed stance would undoubtedly affect shot quality, indicating the system's stringent standards. Furthermore, strength training continued, with a tightly packed schedule that tested his physical endurance. That evening, the Pistons triumphed over the Mavericks, who were without their star player, achieving an 8-9 record and raising their win rate to 47, thus surpassing the Hawks and Heat to secure the 8th position in the Eastern Conference. On the 3rd, the Pistons suffered a defeat at home against the visiting Pacers, resulting in a split series with 1 win and 1 loss. With an 8-10 record, the Heat also lost their match, allowing the Pistons to retain their 8th place in the East. Following that game, Joquan completed the 10 tasks assigned by the system. In these 10 games, he averaged 37, 2 minutes, scoring 14, 6 points, 5, 1 rebounds, 8, 2 assists, 2, 1 steals, 0, 5 blocks, 2, 7 turnovers, and 2, 1 fouls. The system's requirements were 13 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 0, 5 blocks, 2, 8 turnovers, and 2 fouls, which he precisely met. Throughout these 10 games, his assist-to-turnover ratio reached 3, a benchmark for an excellent point guard, and he believed he should maintain this level. However, his shooting percentage was somewhat low at 41.7, revealing significant potential for improvement. The rewards included a 1 increase in speed and agility, bringing his speed to level 89 and agility to level 91. Additionally, he had entered the 3rd day of training on the sudden stop jump shot, excluding the non-standard shots. He managed to complete approximately 250 repetitions daily, which was currently his limit. Any more would compromise his game performance. Calculating, each training session would require at least 12 days. Considering rest and adjustment, it would take about half a month to complete 1 session. To achieve 5 consecutive sessions would necessitate 2 to 2.5 months. On the 4th, the highly regarded potential first overall pick in the NBA draft, Shaquille O'Neal, who had previously stated he would carefully consider his draft decision, granted an interview to the media. I have observed some changes within the league. They have shown more leniency towards rookies. The Pistons have treated Iron Fist well, which reassures me. Thus, after careful consideration, I have officially decided to enter the 1992 NBA draft. Upon receiving this news, even David Stern could not help but feel immense joy, as the negative impact from the previous locker room brawl was finally alleviated. On the 5th, the Pistons faced a formidable Cavaliers team at home and suffered another defeat, while the Heat similarly faced a losing streak, remaining in the 8th position in the East. That night, the Pistons traveled to Washington, preparing for a back-to-back game. On the 6th, they secured a victory against the Bullets, bringing their record to 9-11. Still holding on to the 8th spot in the East. On the 7th, the Pistons returned to Detroit, resting for 2 days before heading to Phoenix on the 9th. Jo Kwon is no stranger to this city nestled in the desert, as the University of Arizona, Arizona State University, and UCLA are all members of the NCAA Pacific 10 Conference. The University of Arizona is located in Tucson, in close proximity to Phoenix, while Arizona State University is situated within Phoenix itself. During his time with the Bears, Jo had numerous opportunities to compete here, as he participated in both the basketball and ice hockey teams each season. On the 10th, the Suns' home arena, known as the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, an aging venue, hosted the game. Suns owner Jerry Colangelo is in the process of constructing a new arena, which broke ground in 1988 and is slated to open next June. Sponsorship has been secured, with American Airlines as the naming sponsor, and the new venue will be referred to as the American West Arena. Last season, the Suns ranked 3rd in the Western Conference, but were eliminated in the first round by the Jazz. Currently, their record stands at 12 wins and 9 losses, a winning percentage of 57, placing them 7th in the West, yet they trail the Spurs and the Supersonics by merely 1 victory. In the visiting team's locker room, Jo Kwon held a piece of paper containing information about Kevin Johnson. Johnson, an African-American point guard, was the 7th overall pick in the first round of the 1987 draft, standing at 182 centimeters and weighing 82 kilograms. He averaged 20 points and 10 assists over his first 3 seasons, an achievement that places him alongside Oscar Robertson and Isaiah Thomas, as only the 3 of them in NBA history have accomplished this feat of consecutive seasons, averaging over 20 points and 10 assists. This season, he is averaging 19, 7 points, 10, 7 assists, 1, 5 steals, and 5 turnovers, with an assist-to-turnover ratio of 3.05, demonstrating that his performance remains at an elite level. His leadership and scoring abilities are formidable. Whether executing a clutch score or threading the needle with precision, he excels in both offense and defense. Renowned for his astonishing speed and dubbed Black Lightning, he is adept at explosive dunks, having famously dunked over Hakeem Olajuwon, and he epitomizes aggressive basketball. In terms of accolades, he is a 2-time All-Star, a 3-time All-NBA second-team member, and has received 1 Player of the Month award. Had he not been in the same conference as Magic Johnson, he would have likely amassed even more prestigious honors. Truly impressive, Jo mused. If it weren't for the comparative scarcity of accolades, his prowess could easily rival that of Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah, having noticed Jo's admiration, remarked, "Iron Fist. Are you prepared to face the heat from him tonight? This guy is exceptionally talented, capable of holding his own against the likes of Magic and Jordan. He is not far behind me and is still in his prime." Jordumas quickly interjected, "That may not be the case, Iron Fist. You possess your own advantages. Your strength may be the most effective strategy against him." Jo Kwon smiled and nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a viable strategy. His understanding of Kevin Johnson was not newly acquired. He had begun delving into opponent data the previous day, though he found no effective solutions, given the stark disparity in strength. At that moment, Coach Chuck Daly remarked that the Suns were averaging 112.1 points per game this season, ranking 2nd in the West. And if they were in the East, they would trail only the Pacers, who averaged 112.2 points, showcasing their formidable offensive prowess. "Coach, what is our average?" Jo Kwon inquired. Daly responded, 96.5 points, the lowest in the league, even trailing the Mavericks and the Nuggets. "We are one of the 3 teams in the entire league averaging below 100 points. He then shifted his tone, smiling as he added, "Of course, our average points allowed is also the highest in the league. Only the Bulls, Knicks, and we are among the 3 teams with an average points allowed below 100. All from the East, while no Western team has such a statistic. However, there was nothing to celebrate. Currently, our average points allowed stood at 98.1, exceeding our average points scored, a source of shame for all, including Jo Kwon, who who lowered his head along with the other players. Assistant coach Leroy Wilkins commented, "Bill's retirement has significantly diminished our defensive energy. Otherwise, our defense would be even better. However, Iron Fist compensates for Thomas's absence on the perimeter. Now that Thomas has returned, our bench's perimeter defense will improve. Coupled with Rodman's prowess at power forward and John Sally's exceptional defense, our overall defense will rise. We remain the top defense in the league." Daly shook his head, saying, "Iron Fist and Isaiah indeed elevate our point guard position to the best defensive spot in the league, and Rodman enhances our interior defense and rebounding. Yet, Bill's intimidating presence in the paint cannot be replaced. They dared not challenge us before. Now, they are emboldened to attack our rim." When he spoke these words, not only he but also Thomas, John Sally, and Rodman, the veterans of the Bad Boys, felt a surge of pride as he referred to them collectively, not individually, encompassing the entire league. In those days, with Lame Beer on the Pistons, no one dared to recklessly assault their rim. The message was clear: dare to enter, and I shall retaliate, for no one wished to jeopardize their career for a single offensive attempt. Of course, not everyone refrained. There was one individual, one team, unafraid of the challenge: Michael Jordan and the Bulls. Every game between them was an epic clash, charged with an atmosphere akin to a battlefield, igniting fervor in all. Regrettably, they lamented that the first regular season matchup against the Bulls this season, lacking Lame Beer and Thomas, had lost its former intensity. Iron Fist, though tough, could not embody the same ferocity that instilled fear in Jordan. Without Lame Beer and Thomas, Jordan lacked the killer instinct he once displayed against the Pistons, appearing more composed. Daly continued, "Our perimeter defense is now stronger than before, allowing us to adopt the Bulls' style of play to enhance our defense. What enables the Bulls to maintain their points allowed below 100? It is the perimeter defense of Jordan and Pippen, along with their swift rotations and double teams. When opponents penetrate, they do not immediately double team, they deliberately lag a step, allowing the ball handler to drive in. It is only when the ball handler genuinely commits and encounters interior defense that they seize the opportunity to trap, at which point the ball handler's vision is compromised, rendering them unable to pass out. If opponents attempt to distribute the ball before entering the paint, the Bulls have yet to double team, leaving the offensive perimeter without open opportunities, thus eliminating passing chances." Leroy Wilkins exclaimed, "Indeed, we can learn from the Bulls' approach. Our perimeter defense is now formidable. Joe, Isaiah, Iron Fist, all are elite perimeter defenders. With John and Dennis in the paint, we can forge an impenetrable defense." Chuck Daly replied, "Currently, our primary issue lies in offense. Iron Fist's individual scoring efficiency is somewhat lacking, and this issue cannot be swiftly resolved. We can only hope Iron Fist matures quickly." All eyes turned to Joe Quan, who remained unashamed, feeling no embarrassment. As a rookie, not every newcomer possesses the innate system of a Magic Johnson or a Jordan. He was simply an ordinary rookie, starting from a significantly lower point, striving to catch up. At 8 o'clock, the starting lineups were announced. Suns: Andrew Lang, Tom Chambers, Tim Perry, Jeff Hornacek, Kevin Johnson. Pistons: John Sally, Dennis Rodman, Orlando Woolridge, Joe Dumars, Joe Quan. This game was broadcasted only locally, without national coverage, with commentators Ramos Rudy and Morandi Fernando on site. Rudy did not discuss the game at hand, but remarked, "Morandi, we are halfway through the season, and currently, the Bulls stand at 15 wins and 3 losses, boasting a winning percentage of 83.3, while the Trail Blazers linger at 69. The Bulls are a force unto themselves, presenting a formidable presence, reinforcing the notion of an East-West disparity." Fernando added, "Overall, while the East appears stronger, with 4 teams boasting over a 60 winning percentage, the 6th, 7th, and 8th teams in the East have not surpassed 50. However, every team in the West exceeds a 50 winning percentage. Thus, in reality, the East strength is chiefly due to the Bulls' exceptional performance, with over 80 winning. In terms of overall strength, I believe the West is superior. Such comparisons hold merit." Rudy chuckled. In the players' tunnel, after greetings, Joe Quan scrutinized his opponent, Kevin Johnson. He appeared robust, full of energy, with a sharp gaze that exuded aggression. Character shapes play style. Kevin Johnson's demeanor was likely equally combative. Joe Quan, reminded of Isaiah Thomas, speculated privately. The once smiling assassin now seemed diminished, his spirit altered following setbacks. Otherwise, he would not have chosen reconciliation with Joe or relinquished his starting position. At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly materialized before him. "Rookie task. Please ensure you make the all-rookie first team this season. Earn Rookie of the Year honors. Achieve an assist-to-turnover ratio of 2.5. Attain a field goal percentage of 43 and a true shooting percentage of 51. Rookie task rewards doubled. Memory 5, neural reaction speed 5. What the hell? Jo Kwon, a man of such refinement and grace, could not help but utter a curse. The most formidable challenge lay in the competition for the Best Rookie award. Not to mention Mutombo, the current first overall pick, Larry Johnson, boasts statistics nearing 20 points and 10 rebounds, making competition seem insurmountable. What further provoked his exclamation was the realization that the rewards, while indeed bountiful, remained tantalizingly out of reach. Particularly concerning was the reaction time, currently rated at 91. A leap to 96 would allow him to pivot toward a career in professional boxing. Tomato? Kevin Johnson, taken aback, stared at the rookie for a moment before exclaiming, "Do I resemble a tomato?" Beside them, Jeff Hornacek whispered, "Kevin, perhaps he has taken a liking to you? Get lost." "I am only interested in women," Kevin Johnson retorted, shoving Hornacek playfully. "So am I." At this moment, Jo Kwon regained his focus and overheard the conversation between the two. With a smile, he remarked, "Novice, what were you just pondering?" Kevin Johnson, maintaining a serious expression, inquired. Kevin, I merely lost my train of thought," came the reply. Jo Kwon provided an explanation, and suddenly inquired, "By the way, Kevin, I just noticed that all your cheerleaders are incredibly enthusiastic and strikingly beautiful. Surely, you must have a favorite among them. Could you share with us whom you admire?" It was evident that he was not the only one intrigued by this question. The others quickly gathered around, creating a circle of 10 starting players from both teams. A few security guards, observing the scene, exchanged glances, amused by the group's fervor. After all, following the previous incident with the magician, they had likely undergone medical examinations just as we had. As the visiting team took the court, they were met with a chorus of boos before each player prepared for the game. "Iron Fist, do you enjoy eating tomatoes?" After the warm-up, Joe Dumas unexpectedly posed the question as they returned to the bench. "It's mediocre," he replied. "Then why did you mention it in front of Kevin Johnson?" Joe Dumas asked, puzzled. "It's in Chinese. The pronunciation is similar to that of tomato," Jo Kwon elucidated. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I tend to use that word when I am particularly excited, exhilarated, or infuriated." "Is that so?" Joe Dumas exclaimed towards Jo Kwon. Indeed, Jo Kwon's expression was somewhat dark. "What does it mean?" Isaiah Thomas inquired curiously. "Go to hell," Jo Kwon earnestly stated. "Taekwon, why are you scolding me?" Thomas replied in anger, "Damn it. It means to go to hell, doesn't it?" Jo Kwon gently clarified, "Damn it." Thomas cursed with a look of frustration. Jo Kwon, with a scowl upon his face, chose to remain silent. In a moment of uncontainable amusement, the Pistons bench erupted into laughter. "So, Iron Fist, were you just cursing Kevin Johnson?" After a brief chuckle, Joe Dumars finally grasped the situation. "No, I merely recalled an incident that irked me, prompting an outburst. It was not directed at him." Jo Kwon quickly clarified to dispel any misunderstandings. At 8:30, the game commenced in earnest. The jump ball was executed, and the Pistons initiated their offensive play. Jo Kwon, with the ball in hand, ventured to the left wing, deviating from his accustomed position at the arc's apex. This alteration in his approach stemmed from the realization that penetrating inward from the top necessitated a sidestep dribble, thereby obscuring his rear vision, a nuance he had previously overlooked. Positioned at the wing, however, his line of sight could encompass half the court, affording him a superior perspective compared to that from the low post. Ulrich, playing as a small forward, maneuvered to the arc to swap positions with him, initiating his advance from the left wing three-point line with a powerful, ground-shaking drive. What remarkable breadth his shoulders possess. Kevin Johnson mused, recognizing this as a testament to innate talent. From his vantage point, Jo Kwon's shoulders appeared broader than his own, naturally enabling him to maintain a greater mass compared to other point guards, thus securing an undeniable advantage in strength and confrontation. Moreover, the added width of his shoulders, when coupled with additional muscle, creates a more formidable defensive presence. Should he attempt to penetrate past Jo Kwon, it would likely necessitate an extra step, thereby complicating the drive. In truth, Jo Kwon's shoulders are merely a few centimeters broader than those of the average point guard. Why, then, the need for an additional step? It is because foregoing that extra maneuver would allow Jo Kwon to intentionally collide his shoulder against the opponent's, a standard form of contestation. Once such a confrontation arises, the considerable mass and strength of Jo Kwon paired with his formidable defensive prowess, significantly heightened the likelihood of failure for the ball handler's drive. A fact well understood by Kevin Johnson. Unless one possesses superior strength in confrontation relative to Zhou Quan, breaching his defenses becomes a daunting task. Even those capable of matching him in strength would find that a forceful advance would grant Zhou Quan precious time and opportunity to reposition and defend. Zhou Quan advanced 2 meters into the left wing beyond the three-point line, leaving merely a meter to the paint. He had effectively compelled the Suns' defense to shift entirely to the left. In that moment, the Suns had no choice but to double-team him. With an eagle eye, he instantly discerned his teammates' open position. Tim Perry, the forward for the Suns, descended from the free-throw line to assist in the double-team, while Ulrich, lacking a three-point shot, seized the opportunity to cut toward the basket. Simultaneously, Joe Dumas on the right wing made a swift move towards the top of the arc whoosh. With a deft push from Zhou Quan, the ball soared toward the arc's pinnacle, landing seamlessly in the hands of Joe Dumas. The precision of Iron Fist's pass was truly delightful. As Dumas received the ball, his spirit soared with joy, akin to a sumptuous meal being delivered directly to one's lips. Zhou Quan was the one serving the feast, requiring no adjustments as he leapt effortlessly to take his shot. The rhythm of the subsequent offensive play, following such a quality exchange, was remarkably swift, leaving the defenders unable to mount any effective resistance. By the time Jeff Hornacek caught up from the side, the ball had already zipped toward the basket, rendering his defensive action sluggish, devoid of any opportunity to block. Swish. In the next instant, the splash echoed as the three-pointer found its mark. What a splendid pass. The commentator, Fernando, could not help but express his admiration. His partner, Rudy, remarked, "It was indeed Iron Fist's ball-handling breakthrough that compressed our defense, while Ulrich's cut in from the arc further constricted our defensive formation, allowing Dumas to find an open opportunity at the top of the arc." Thus, the synergy between Iron Fist's pass and Dumas's offensive play was only natural. On the court, the Suns were in the midst of their offensive maneuver. Kevin Johnson, who had been overwhelmed on the defensive end, swiftly changed direction after receiving the ball. Intent on penetrating Zhou Quan's defense, he aimed to exploit his lightning-like acceleration to outpace the slower Zhou Quan, executing a dramatic change of direction. He received the ball at center court and, upon encountering Zhou Quan's presence, suddenly veered right. Utilizing a teammate's screen to successfully shake off Zhou Quan and began his rapid drive from the right wing. Zhou Quan swiftly pivoted and pursued along the center line. Upon crossing the halfway mark, he aligned himself with Kevin Johnson, while at that moment, Joe Dumas had also switched his defense, closely trailing behind Johnson. Unfazed, Kevin Johnson had no intention of slowing down. As he approached the right wing three-point line, he astonishingly accelerated once more, driving relentlessly towards the basket. Zhou Quan retreated from the arc to defend the basket, while Joe Dumas pursued closely behind, forming a formidable double team against the lightning-fast drive towards the hoop. Just then, Kevin Johnson executed a sudden pivot and delivered a back pass. The ball soared past the trailing Joe Dumas and flew towards the right wing three-point line, where the newly arrived Jeff Hornacek had already positioned himself. Crack! He caught the ball and released his shot. Swish! The net rippled as he sunk the three-pointer. Oh, what a roar! The home crowd of the Suns erupted in jubilation. The commentator, Fernando, excitedly proclaimed, "The same offensive strategy, penetrating with the ball to compress the opponent's defense, then creating open opportunities beyond the arc." Rudy chuckled. "The distinction lies in Kevin Johnson's drive, which is a lightning-fast surge, whereas Iron Fist's attack resembles a tank-like bulldoze." The score stood at 3-3 as the Pistons prepared to attack. Zhou Quan continued his relentless advance on the left flank, compressing the opponent's defensive line. Joe Dumas initiated his move from the right, and at the arc's peak, Ulrich executed a screen, obstructing Jeff Hornacek. Seizing the opportunity, he darted to the left wing, finding himself unmarked. At that moment, Zhou Quan deftly passed the ball back, and upon receiving it, he leaped into action. Swish! The sound of the net echoed as he once again netted a three-pointer. With consecutive successful open three-point shots right from the start, Joe Dumas exuberantly raised his fists, then rushed over to celebrate with Zhou Quan with a high five. The Suns launched their offense. Kevin Johnson resorted to his usual tactics, attempting to shake off Zhou Quan before utilizing his lightning speed to prevent the Pistons from establishing a defensive formation. However, this time, the Pistons matched his pace. As he surged towards the right wing three-point line, half of the Pistons players had promptly returned, compelling him to stabilize the tempo while awaiting his teammates' positioning. Now, it was a battle of formation. exclaimed the live commentator, Fernando. At that moment, Tom Chambers approached Zhou Quan from behind, setting up a screen. Then swiftly maneuvered to evade Zhou Quan, driving into the side wing. Zhou Quan, lacking defensive pursuit, found himself at a disadvantage due to his inherent sluggishness. As he attempted to circumvent Chambers, it became evident that he could not catch up to the Lightning, thus it seemed wiser to forego the chase. Meanwhile, Rodman continued to press on, albeit unable to match Lightning's speed, yet maintaining defensive pressure from behind, ensuring Lightning had no opportunity for a sudden stop and jump, thereby preserving his chance of success. As Lightning barreled into the paint, he was met with the formidable defense of John Sally, the final barrier. Yet overcoming this obstacle would prove challenging. In a sudden twist, he changed direction, evading Sally, and immediately leapt, releasing the ball mid-drift toward the hoop. A drifting shot, Fernando exclaimed with excitement. Alas, the shot missed its mark. Rodman surged in from behind, skillfully anticipating the positioning, seizing the defensive rebound with precision. Suns head coach Simmons called out to the nearest Hornacek, instructing him to relay a message. Jeff, inform everyone not to overcommit. Allow Iron Fist to shoot, for his offensive prowess is unlikely to trouble us. Hornacek nodded in agreement. As the Pistons launched their offense, Zhou Quan, upon penetrating from the flank, discerned that the Suns had ceased their double teaming. Even as he approached the paint, no defenders sought to converge upon him. You want me to shoot? I shall not oblige. He quickly grasped the opponent's defensive strategy and resolved to counter it. Armed with a profound understanding of his own finishing ability and the likelihood of scoring against Kevin Johnson, he decided against shooting from outside the paint and instead charged forward. With a sudden burst of strength, he barreled past Johnson, dribbling decisively into the paint. This forced Andrew Lang to step forward defensively, while Tom Chambers, the Suns' power forward, positioned himself to thwart any advance toward the basket. In that moment, Zhou Quan's imagination soared. Envisioning Sally behind Lang and Chambers, hands raised in anticipation of receiving a pass. It was as though he possessed the gift of foresight. Despite the physical barriers created by the two defenders, he caught a glimpse of Sally's elbow movement and some visual cues from his head and feet, allowing him to construct a comprehensive mental model of Sally's positioning. In the next instant, Zhou executed a sudden stop, positioning himself right before Lang. At the precise moment the ball was drawn upward, he accelerated downwards, and with a resounding thud, the basketball exploded upward, passing through Lang's legs and disappearing behind him. On cue, John Sally, ever prepared, had encountered similar passes in prior games and practices. Hearing the distinct sound of the ball, he instinctively awaited the orange sphere, which rebounded off the floor and landed squarely in his grasp. With a powerful leap, the rim reverberated as he scored. Iron Fist, that was an exceptional pass. Sally shouted exuberantly at Zhou. Remember, always be ready to receive. I can help you achieve 20 points in a single game. Zhou smiled in response. As the Suns resumed their offensive, Kevin Johnson continued to advance rapidly. This time, he could not shake Zhou, who successfully halted his progress, forcing the Suns into a more structured offensive approach. Upon reaching the frontcourt, to avoid being impeded by Zhou once more, he utilized Tom Chambers' screen to attempt to drive. However, this time, Rodman swiftly switched defenses, effectively obstructing Johnson's path and compelling him to return the ball to Chambers. Anticipating this move, Zhou had already prepared himself. Aware that Johnson might opt for a return pass to exploit the height differential with Chambers, he knew that should Chambers receive the ball, he would possess a significant mismatch advantage. With this in mind, Zhou seized the opportunity, stepping in front of Chambers and intercepting the pass with precision. Chuck Daly nodded approvingly at this defensive play, offering applause as encouragement. The Pistons' offense continued to unfold. Zhou Quan initiated a ball-handling offense from the left flank. As he advanced to the edge of the paint, merely a step away, he noticed that Andrew Long and Tim Perry remained entrenched beneath the basket. Seemingly apprehensive that he might, as in their previous encounter, deliver a pass into the paint after their defensive rotation. This time, however, Kevin Johnson had gleaned wisdom from the past. He refrained from a staunch confrontation, instead retreating half a step as he neared the paint, thereby denying Zhou Quan the opportunity to leverage his formidable physicality to drive past him, thus affording him ample chances for both penetration and shot execution. Zhou Quan observed John Sally and Rodman closely positioned behind Andrew Lang and Tim Perry, leaving no room for a pass. These two fools. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, then suddenly dribbled backward a step and released a jump shot. Kevin Johnson quickly advanced to contest, leaping to block the shot. Though he failed to make contact, he altered Zhou Quan's shooting angle. Thud. The ball fell short, striking the rim and bouncing back. My word. Rodman sprang into action as if propelled by springs, leaping up to seize the ball and, before even touching the ground, flung it back to Zhou Quan. After Zhou Quan made his move, he stepped back 2 paces, creating a distance from Kevin Johnson, just in time to receive the ball. At that moment, he noticed that due to the scramble for the rebound, the 4 players beneath the basket were no longer tightly matched as before, allowing for some space. He spotted John Sally in a position to receive the pass and promptly pushed the ball forward with one hand, sending it soaring towards the paint. How high it soared! The outermost Tim Perry leaped, but although the ball had already crested and was descending, it was still far out of reach. Nearby, Andrew Lang also jumped but failed to touch it. The ball sailed over the heads of the two, continuing its descent, and John Sally, 2 feet behind them, leapt perfectly to catch the ball. With a swift turn, he effortlessly placed it into the basket. A splendid play. The smiling assassin on the bench could not help but exclaim in admiration. The pass was delivered with such height, precisely evading the 2 defenders in front and finding its way to John Sally. It was a masterstroke of calculation. Any higher and Sally would have missed it, going out of bounds, and any lower and it would have been intercepted by the 2 defenders. This guy has already made 4 assists. And it's not even half a quarter yet, murmured Mark Aguirre. Isaiah Thomas was too preoccupied to engage in conversation. The better Zhou Quan performed, the slimmer his chances of reclaiming his starting position. Though he had relinquished his role as a starter and a core player, he still harbored a flicker of hope. If Zhou Quan faltered, perhaps the management would contemplate trading him, reinstating him as the leader of the Pistons. However, at this juncture, that hope seemed almost non-existent. Aguirre glanced at the silent Thomas and subtly shook his head. If this were 2 years ago, the smiling assassin, still brimming with tenacity, would have never bowed down, even under a fierce onslaught. The current Thomas, however, was no longer the smiling assassin, but rather the smiling angel. With a score of 10-3, the Suns were on the offensive. Upon receiving the ball, Kevin Johnson signaled for a timeout. That kid has an exceptional passing ability. Defending against him is quite challenging. Returning to the bench, he remarked with a furrowed brow, the offense is indeed lacking, but his assist capabilities are remarkably impressive. He did not wish to overly praise Zhou Quan, but with 4 assists in less than half a quarter, he could only provide such an assessment. He could limit Zhou Quan's scoring, but he could not hinder the opponent's passing. Zhou Quan possesses an exceptional wingspan and large hands, which greatly enhance the quality of his one-handed passes. However, he finds himself unable to displace his opponents or disrupt their center of gravity, allowing them to pass at will. His defensive style does not favor risky steals. When closely guarded, he risks being pushed aside, enabling him to penetrate the paint, where he can either pass or shoot, creating even greater challenges for the defense. Head coach Simmons remarked that the strategy should be to focus on other players, denying Zhou's teammates opportunities for open shots, thus compelling him to take shots from outside the paint. Should he drive in, they would then double-team him. Kevin Johnson nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the only viable approach. Subsequently, the Suns substituted the underperforming Jeff Hornacek with Dan Majerle, tasking him with the defense against Zhou Quan. Majerle, a swingman standing 198 centimeters tall and weighing 98 kilograms, possesses commendable speed, enabling him to keep pace with Zhou. His physicality and tenacity in defense are formidable, excelling in close-quarters engagements, even causing some trouble for Jordan. While Majerle's defense against Zhou proved somewhat effective, he still lacked the physical strength to match Zhou's prowess. Despite the minimal weight difference of merely 3 kilograms, Zhou continued to power his way into the paint, albeit with greater difficulty. Thus, like Kevin Johnson, Majerle could limit Zhou's scoring but was unable to thwart his passing. With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Zhou was substituted out, having made only 1 of 3 attempts in 10 minutes, accumulating 2 points, 1 rebound, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. Although his personal scoring could be deemed a failure, his assists, alongside Rodman's 6 rebounds in the first quarter, significantly contributed to the team's substantial lead of 27-18. Ahead by 9 points. The competition continued among the bench players, with the smiling assassin, Thomas, and Mark Aguirre joining forces to overcome Hornacek and Majerle. By the midpoint of the second quarter, the Pistons had surged ahead by as much as 15 points. Ultimately, the Pistons triumphed over the Suns, claiming victory by 17 points, marking a significant win. Zhou Quan played for 34 minutes, and the Suns' perimeter defense was indeed commendable, limiting him to just 2 successful shots out of 6 attempts. Including free throws, he managed to score only 8 points, yet he delivered an impressive 14 assists, setting a new personal record for his career. John Sally displayed remarkable enthusiasm today, frequently receiving Zhou Quan's exquisite passes. In his 34 minutes on the court, he achieved 7 successful shots out of 9 attempts and converted 5 out of 6 free throws, amassing a total of 19 points. As a role player, his offensive performance surpassed the usual standard. Additionally, he made significant contributions on the defensive end, recording 2 blocks, one of which was against Kevin Johnson, and participated in 11 instances of help defense, showcasing a fierce defensive presence. This, of course, was partly due to the Suns' lack of strength in the paint. As their starting center, Andrew Lang also performed as a role player, scoring only 5 points and grabbing 5 rebounds on 2 out of 6 shooting in 36 minutes. Dennis Rodman excelled in rebounding today, securing 23 boards, which was a key factor in the Pistons' victory. The Smile Assassin came off the bench for 24 minutes, making 5 out of 11 shots, including 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and converting 2 out of 3 free throws for a total of 13 points. His partner, Aguirre, added 10 points, and together, they contributed 23 points from the bench, which was also crucial for the team's win. Upon returning to the locker room, Zhou Quan faced criticism. Chuck Daly believed he had taken too few shots, barely scratching the surface of what he should have attempted. Daly sternly remarked, "Zhou, when we are in the lead, you should be more daring in your shooting. Remember, taking a shot in a game carries more weight than shooting 10 times in practice." "I understand," Zhou replied. Zhou Quan nodded in agreement, realizing that sometimes playing the game the right way can also be a mistake. The mantle of the Pistons' three-point shooting king still rested upon his shoulders, with a record of 10 wins and 11 losses, yielding a win rate of 47.6. The Pistons remained in 8th place in the Eastern Conference, trailing the 7th-seeded Nets and the 6th-seeded Pacers by merely half a game. Following their match against the Suns, the Pistons embarked on a nocturnal flight to Los Angeles, where they would face the Clippers in a back-to-back game the following day. The Clippers, with a record of 11 wins and 10 losses and a win rate of 52.3, occupied the 9th position in the Western Conference, closely shadowed by the 8th-seeded Lakers, separated by only half a game. Thus, the Clippers were poised to seize the opportunity presented by the Pistons' fatigue from back-to-back games, aiming to secure a victory that would elevate them past the Lakers and into the playoff contention. The Clippers, often referred to as a team of stars in a black hole, had an owner, Sterling, reluctant to invest, preferring to rely on star power to sell tickets, which deterred many stars from joining. During the draft, the Clippers had extended an invitation for a workout to Zhou Quan, who, under the advice of Philip, chose not to attend. On the afternoon of the 11th, the Pistons arrived at the Clippers' home arena for practice. The Clippers' home ground, the USC Galen Center, was a familiar locale for Zhou Quan, as both USC and UCLA are situated in Southern California, and he had often played and socialized there with friends in the past. As the evening approached, the game commenced. While the Clippers' starting lineup performed moderately, their bench displayed exceptional prowess, collectively scoring 101 points. Charles Smith, the forward whom Pat Riley had aimed to trade for Mark Jackson, excelled with an impressive performance, shooting 9 out of 17 in 29 minutes, amassing 23 points through a combination of field goals and free throws. James Edwards, a former championship member of the Pistons, contributed 14 points from the bench, while fellow substitute Doug Rivers added another 12 points. Together, the Clippers' 3 primary substitutes contributed 49 points, with all 5 bench players totaling 53 points, accounting for 52.48 of the Clippers' overall score, despite their playing time constituting just 46.25. Their performance markedly outshone that of the starting lineup. However, despite the Clippers' bench's outstanding display, the Pistons emerged victorious in this contest. Although it was a back-to-back game, Joe Dumars was nothing short of extraordinary, delivering a stellar performance with 36 points on 57 shooting over 43 minutes, earning the title of the game's leading scorer. Zhou Quan played for 32 minutes, achieving 6 out of 14 shooting, with a shooting percentage of 42.8. In addition to 8 free throws made out of 7 attempts, he accumulated 19 points, 7 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Although his personal offensive performance could only be deemed passable, his assists were remarkably exceptional, showing no signs of fatigue from the back-to-back games. The smiling assassin came off the bench for 21 minutes, displaying an insatiable desire to score, making 7 out of 14 shots, failing to hit his lone 3-point attempt, and converting 4 out of 6 free throws for a total of 18 points along with 4 assists. Dennis Rodman, once again, exhibited his rebounding prowess by grabbing 18 rebounds, raising his average to 17. 2 rebounds per game. If he maintains this level of performance, the title of rebounding champion will undoubtedly belong to him. However, the Pistons' victories stem not from rebounding, but from their assists, tallying a collective total of 29 assists compared to the Clippers' 18. With an even record of 11 wins and 11 losses, the Pistons managed to elevate their winning percentage to 50. Concurrently, both the Pacers and the Nets suffered defeats, allowing the Pistons to ascend to the 5th position in the Eastern Conference. They are the only team among the Eastern Conference's top 8 with a .500 record, while 4 teams above them boast winning percentages exceeding 60, and the remaining 3 teams fall below 50. On the 12th, the Pistons continued their road trip, arriving in Portland to challenge the Trail Blazers. Previously, the Blazers held a record of 13 wins and 8 losses, with a winning percentage of 61.9. Having been dethroned from the first position in the West, now occupied by the Jazz. During the afternoon's practice, Jo Kwon successfully completed his first training task of the abrupt stop jump shot, enhancing his fundamental shooting skills and jump shot capabilities by 1 level. 3,000 repetitions to improve by 1 level? He harbored doubts. Without the system, such a training volume should yield even greater improvements. Thus, he pondered whether the system's function was to enforce such upgrades. After much contemplation, he found it perplexing. Enforced enhancement seemed implausible, as shooting skills require a foundational level, and physical attributes must be adequate. In other words, if his physical condition lagged, his shooting technique could not improve indefinitely. However, once technical skills reached a high level, further advancement became exceedingly challenging. Progressing beyond a pinnacle in skill is arduous. Even if physical attributes support a higher technical level, various factors can hinder achieving enhancement. He speculated that the true value of the system's training tasks might lie in its enforced upgrades once a high skill level has been attained. If future tasks consistently required 3,000 repetitions for a single upgrade, such system tasks would be invaluable. That evening, the Pistons faced off against the Trail Blazers. In this match, Jo Kwon dominated his counterpart, Terry Porter. Porter, the 24th pick in the first round of the 1985 draft, possesses commendable talent, having been an All-Star reserve in 1991, averaging 18.1 points, 5, 8 assists, 1, 5 steals, and 2, 3 turnovers this season, with an assist-to-turnover ratio of 2.5. Standing at 191 centimeters and weighing 88 kilograms, he was formidable, yet Jo Kwon's strength proved superior. Jo first disrupted Porter's game through staunch defense, holding him to 0 for 4 shooting in the first quarter, which unsettled Porter, leading him to finish the game with only 9 points on 4 for 14 shooting. Below 30 efficiency, including a solitary 3-pointer. In contrast, Jo also shot 14 times, making 6, achieving a shooting percentage of 42.8. Coupled with free throws, he garnered 16 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Besides his performance, 3 teammates scored over 20 points: Joe Dumars, Isaiah Thomas, and Rodman. With a formidable collective offensive and defensive display, the Pistons triumphed over the formidable Trail Blazers, securing their 12th victory. That night, the team hurried to Salt Lake City. On the evening of the 14th, at the Delta Center, the postman was adamant about taking the court to confront that damned kid. "No, Carl, don't act impulsively. Your bones haven't healed properly yet. You absolutely cannot play," admonished Jerry Sloan, the head coach. At around 6 o'clock, tensions flared in the home team's locker room as the postman argued with Sloan, having been injured by Jo Kwon exactly a month prior, despite his robust physique. He required at least 3 more weeks before returning to play. However, this game represented the last match of the season between the two teams, and he was determined to participate, leading to a heated dispute with Sloan. "Carl, do not allow your desire for revenge to cloud your judgment. You must understand that if you provoke that guy again, you know what he is capable of, right? Have you considered what happens if you get injured again?" "It is very likely," Sloan cautioned sternly. The postman retorted angrily, "Last time, it was an accident. No, even if you were cautious, you could easily find yourself injured by his fist again. He excels at fighting. 1 punch can knock you out. He possesses the skills of a professional boxer. And you should be aware of that. Carl, you must think of the entire team. You are the leader, and everyone is watching you. You cannot act on impulse." Sloan interrupted, his voice laced with frustration. In a fit of rage, the postman turned and struck a metal locker, leaving a significant dent in the door. He resolved that once the season concluded, he would train in boxing to confront that guy one-on-one. Then, no one would be able to stop him. Suddenly, the door to the visiting team's locker room swung open, and a nervous Pistons staff member leaned in, exclaiming, "Iron Fist, the postman is coming." He appeared aggressive, as if seeking confrontation. What? A group of Pistons players immediately stood up, all eyes turning to Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan rose to his feet, and, as he made his way towards the door, he inquired, "Is it just him?" The staff member promptly replied. Zhou Quan nodded and exited the locker room. Behind him trailed a procession of Pistons players, with Darnell Walker leading the way, followed by the smiling assassin and John Sally. As they stepped outside, the mailman approached. With an iron fist, a deep growl resonated as the fierce mailman broke through the dimly cascading lights, appearing before Zhou Quan. "Mailman," he acknowledged. The mailman glared intensely at Zhou Quan, his jaw clenched tightly. After casting a glance at the others, he commanded, "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked away. "You all stay here." Zhou Quan issued a brief command before departing. Can you guess if the postman intends to challenge Iron Fist to a duel? Surely. He is destined to lose. Iron Fist would surely defeat him, Rodman inquired with excitement. If he desires a duel, why does he seek to avoid us? Chodomas questioned. He fears he would be outmatched and humiliated, Darnell Walker remarked. Laughter erupted among the group. Upon reaching a secluded corner, the postman halted, turned, and glared fiercely at Zhou Quan, uttering through clenched teeth, "Let us engage in a boxing match. You may choose the time, and I shall select the venue." Zhou Quan replied with a smile, "Before the next season begins." The postman, having already contemplated this, promptly responded, "Okay." Zhou Quan nodded thoughtfully, and after a brief consideration, remarked, "The boxing match will undoubtedly be disallowed by both the league and the team. This matter must remain confidential and cannot be revealed to anyone. Furthermore, I shall seek out a boxing gym in Los Angeles where we can settle this matter." The postman immediately shook his head and declared, "No. I must publicly defeat you to redeem my previous humiliation." Zhou Quan scolded, "You fool. Do you wish to be suspended by the league?" The mailman retorted coldly, "I couldn't care less. Are you afraid? Afraid? Even if I were to stop playing basketball, I have numerous paths ahead of me. Notify me in advance, and have your agent get in touch with mine." Zhou Quan, filled with rage, laughed as he uttered a parting remark and turned to leave. "Just wait and see." The postman, with bloodshot eyes, fixated on Zhou Quan's retreating figure for a good 10 seconds before finally turning away. "Iron Fist, what business does the postman seek with you?" As Zhou Quan returned to the locker room, a cacophony of voices erupted around him. "He wishes to be struck by me once more. He wants to engage in a public boxing match before the commencement of the new season," he remarked with a smile. "What?" Chuck Daly's voice resonated as he appeared in the doorway. "This is unacceptable. Iron Fist, neither the league nor the team will permit such nonsense. Do not act recklessly." Mike McCloskey's voice followed, emerging from behind Daly. "I cannot refuse his challenge. That would be the mark of a coward," Zhou Quan retorted. Daly and McCloskey stepped inside, the latter wearing an expression of resignation as he said, "Iron Fist, you have been poisoned by the spirit of the Cavaliers." Daly inquired, "Iron Fist, does the mailman intend to box you before the new season begins?" "If I am not mistaken, he is planning to utilize the off-season for boxing training. Have you taken this into account?" Zhou Quan nodded and remarked, "There is absolutely no issue. Despite his imposing muscular physique and impressive bench press strength, he is incapable of inflicting significant damage. His punch speed is rather sluggish, and he lacks bodily coordination. During the off-season, he may practice his boxing technique, but it will not alter his physical attributes. With my current prowess, I can easily handle him." Daly and McCloskey exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. However, given that Zhou Quan had previously knocked out the postman with a single punch, they still held a degree of confidence in the Iron Fist boxing abilities and were not overly concerned. McCloskey stated, "If this matter were to leak, the league would undoubtedly intervene, and what awaits you might be a suspension." Zhou Quan nodded and remarked, "I am aware of that. If the alliance can thwart the postman, that would be most advantageous. I have no interest in violent endeavors." A hearty laughter erupted from the crowd. Daly and McCloskey exchanged wry smiles, feeling helpless. They contemplated intervening to prevent Zhou Quan from facing the postman in the match, yet feared that such actions might backfire and further strain their relationship. Thus, they acquiesced to Zhou Quan's decision. Later, at 8:15, the visiting team took the stage, and Zhou Quan was met with a hellish away game. As he emerged first, the entire Delta Center erupted like a volcano, a cacophony of boos converging into a thunderous roar that persisted unrelentingly. Zhou Quan gazed around, only to behold countless faces flushed with suppressed emotion, each adorned with a pair of eyes as sharp as daggers, seemingly eager to pierce him with their gaze. The mailman stood before the home team's bench, fixating on Zhou Quan with a fierce intensity, yet remained silent. 2 hours later, in the absence of the mailman, the Pistons emerged victorious from this place, securing their 13th win and achieving the longest winning streak of the season with 5 consecutive victories. Zhou Quan's performance reached its pinnacle as he shot 8 out of 19 attempts, achieving a shooting percentage of 42, and converted 4 out of 6 free throws. He once again surpassed the 20-point mark, while also delivering 10 assists, marking his second occurrence of a 2010 statistic. He believes that after a month and a half of rigorous training, his shooting has become more consistent, and his offensive efficiency has improved by 2 to 3 percentage points compared to when he first entered the league. However, his technical level within the system has not progressed. It appears that while his skills remain unchanged, it is his experience that has grown, allowing him to better showcase his existing abilities. On the 15th, the team returned to Detroit. After rising in the morning, he proceeded to his private training facility, where he engaged in a new round of stop-and-pop shooting drills following a warm-up. In the afternoon, he dedicated 2 hours to strength training. During a break, trainer Swerton weighed him, revealing a reduction of 200 grams. He quickly checked the system, noting that his weight remained unchanged at 95 kilograms, with all other statistics also intact. Subsequently, the Pistons mounted a vigorous comeback, securing 2 consecutive victories at home, culminating in a 7-game winning streak, bringing their record to 15 wins and 11 losses. With a winning percentage of 57.7, on the 19th at noon, the league announced the rookie rankings for the 3rd week of the month, with Zhou Quan still positioned in 3rd place, following Mutombo and Larry Johnson. Throughout the season, he has participated in 21 games, averaging 35.3 minutes, with a shooting record of 5.46 out of 13 attempts, a shooting percentage of 42, and 5.2 out of 5.8 free throws, achieving a remarkable 90 success rate. His averages stand at 16.1 points, 5.2 rebounds, 8.1 assists, 2.1 steals, 0.6 blocks, 2.9 turnovers, and 2.5 fouls. The Pistons have heavily invested in his development. He ranks second among all rookies in shot attempts, with Larry Johnson leading at 15.3 attempts per game. However, Johnson is a power forward with a shooting percentage exceeding 50, thus outperforming him in terms of efficiency and statistics. Fortunately, there remains ample time for him to catch up, and his data and efficiency are expected to improve gradually. On the morning of the 20th at 7 a.m., the Lakers, having just suffered a defeat to the Timberwolves, arrived in Detroit, preparing for a back-to-back challenge against the Pistons that evening. Transitioning from a Western to an Eastern venue, the Lakers' stamina would be severely tested. This Lakers team, having lost Magic Johnson, is now led by All-Star James Worthy, and their current record stands at a commendable 16 wins and 8 losses. With a recent streak of 5 wins and 2 losses, climbing from 8th to 4th in the Western standings, General Manager Jerry West traveled with the team. While the players slept on the plane, he, however, found himself unable to rest, feeling rather unwell upon disembarking. Upon reaching the hotel, his inability to sleep persisted as he clutched 2 statistical sheets, frequently comparing the data. These sheets have been in his possession for the entire night, and he has scrutinized them countless times, revealing the depth of his obsession that he cannot seem to shake off. With Magic's retirement due to health issues, he had traded for starting point guard Sadarl Srit from the Supersonics, who is currently averaging 37 minutes, 15 points, 3 rebounds, 7.2 assists, 2 steals, and 2.2 turnovers per game, showcasing commendable performance. The trade assets he utilized included the Lakers' first-round pick at 25 and a second-round pick, along with 3 solid role players. Yet, compared to the rookie Zhou Quan, these statistics hold no allure for him. While Srit's potential pales in comparison to Magic Johnson's, he nonetheless possesses the caliber of an elite point guard on both offense and defense, making him a valuable asset for years to come. Indeed, he acknowledges his miscalculation. Seated on a solitary sofa in his room, he murmured to himself. Reflecting on it now, had he used the 25th pick in the first round to trade up, the Lakers' chances of acquiring Zhou Quan would not have been less than that of the Pistons. Given that Zhou is a local rookie, the first team he tried out for was the Lakers, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of belonging to them. And he has missed out on a significant opportunity. That evening, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the score was 86-113. As the Pistons unleashed a formidable offensive and defensive performance, defeating the Lakers, who were without Magic Johnson, and achieving a resounding victory. Joe Kwon played for 35 minutes, facing off against the equally tall, yet lighter, 79-kilogram threat. It was akin to a tank overpowering a sports car as he decisively dominated the matchup. With 15 attempts, he made 8 baskets and converted 6 out of 7 free throws, amassing an impressive tally of 22 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, and 3 steals, an outstanding double-double performance on both ends of the court. In stark contrast, Sret, the Lakers' primary point guard, managed only 4 successful shots out of 10 attempts, concluding the game with a mere 8 points, 3 assists, 1 rebound, 1 steal, and a staggering 6 turnovers, showcasing a significant drop in his usual standard. Although Sret's speed surpassed that of Joe Kwon, his attempts to penetrate the defense proved ineffective. Either he faltered under physical confrontation, resulting in errors, or he took too long to maneuver around, allowing Joe Kwon ample time to retreat and establish defensive positioning. On the defensive front, Sret was clearly outmatched, being knocked down by Joe Kwon multiple times, ultimately surrendering his will to compete. Jerry West was astonished by Joe Kwon's performance during the game, particularly noting the disparity in their matchup with Sret, which seemed to reflect a one-sided dominance. After the game concluded, West approached the Pistons bench, extended his hand to Joe Kwon, and smiled, saying, "Hey, Joe, do you remember me?" "Mr. West, hello," Joe Kwon replied politely, shaking his hand with a smile. Chuck Daly was not one to be trifled with. Joe Kwon, being somewhat of a Los Angeles local, was aware that the Lakers were the first team he tried out for. Upon seeing West come over to engage, he swiftly approached, pulling West towards the players' tunnel, exclaiming, "Jerry, let us go. I'll buy you a drink." West chuckled wryly, resigned to follow along. "Come on, let us head back to the locker room." Joe Kwon greeted his teammates as they proceeded towards the players' tunnel. "Iron Fist, you have outplayed their primary point guard. He is a veteran, while you are merely a novice with immense potential. He covets your talent." Upon entering the tunnel, Joe Dumars could not resist commenting. Dennis Rodman, who had seized 18 rebounds today, exclaimed without guile, "The Lakers have plenty of money, Iron Fist. They might just recruit you. Huh. You could return to the glamorous world where you would find countless sponsors. You are destined for greatness. You truly belong there." The others turned their attention, pausing in the players' tunnel, particularly the enigmatic Boston Strangler, who regarded them with an odd expression. "My rookie contract has just begun, and the team has invested in my development. Rest assured, I have no intentions of leaving," Joe Kwon stated candidly as he surveyed them. "That's reassuring," Joe Dumars sighed in relief. Rodman, too, felt a sense of quiet relief. He did not wish for Joe Kwon to depart. Before turning professional, he had been a meek, timid, and introverted airport security guard with no prospects and even contemplated suicide. However, at the Pistons, he encountered Chuck Daly, who every Christmas would invite him to celebrate the holiday at his home, instilling in Joe Kwon a paternal affection for him. He understood the profound attachment Coach Daly had for the team, and with the hope of rebuilding resting upon Iron Fist, he could only imagine how disappointed Coach Daly would be if Iron Fist chose to leave. He had long recognized this possibility and did not wish for Coach Daly's departure. Nor did he want Iron Fist to leave. Moreover, being beside Iron Fist, he felt an unprecedented sense of courage and security. Ever since Iron Fist had taken down Lambier, he had experienced this newfound strength. As long as Iron Fist stood before him, he felt emboldened to strike back at those who humiliated him, transcending mere trash talk. Isaiah Thomas, uncertain of whether he desired Iron Fist to stay or leave, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Joe Kwon declare his commitment. He was only slightly surprised by his own reaction. Perhaps he had grown older and had resigned himself to the current circumstances. "Let us proceed." Joe Kwon waved his hand and walked ahead. "Go, John Sally quickly echoed. "Iron Fist, shall we go for a drink together?" Darnell Walker inquired with a smile. "I believe hosting a party would be more delightful. I intend to invite a few more ladies," Rodman exclaimed with an excited chuckle. Joe Kwon found their suggestion quite agreeable. With Christmas approaching and the next game scheduled for the 26th, a few days without competition provided the perfect opportunity to unwind. "Isaiah Joe, what about you?" he inquired. "Let us go together," Joe Dumars replied, and Thomas nodded in agreement. Thus, 2 hours later, a group of Pistons players flooded into one of Detroit's finest nightclubs. "That girl is remarkable. She dances splendidly. I am particularly fond of that Mexican lady, her skin like rich chocolate," someone remarked, with a half-open bottle in hand. The group of hormone-driven young men settled down and began to comment on the women on stage. "Hey, Isaiah, big guy. Hey, John. Hey, Iron Fist." Occasionally, Familiar faces came over to greet them, and it was no surprise to see them enjoying themselves there. Iron Fist, it seems you don't have a girlfriend? Joe Dumars asked curiously as he sat beside Joe Quan. I broke up with my last girlfriend, and I haven't found a new one yet. I'm currently in a dry spell. However, a lovely girl has expressed interest, and she could show up at any moment, Joe Quan replied with a smile. Haha, did you hear that? A girl has booked Iron Fist. Darnell Walker, sitting next to Joe, exclaimed loudly. Oh, Iron Fist, who is she? Is she from Detroit? Has she put down a deposit? Deposit? I've received the principal. She is my ex-girlfriend. Joe Quan chuckled. Oh, so it's an old flame rekindled, haha. Laughter erupted among the group. In the following days, Joe Quan immersed himself in strength training, and by Christmas Day, after nearly a month of rigorous workouts, he had shed 350 grams. Opening the system, his injury resistance had risen from level 85 to 86, his stamina from 90 to 91, and his jumping ability from 88 to 89, marking the initial success of his strength training. Joe, from now on, your weight will decrease at a slower rate, Swilton remarked. I understand. Swilton had devised a year-long strength training regimen for him, emphasizing the gradual sculpting of his physique. After a year, his weight would stabilize at 90 kilograms, still retaining considerable strength and competitive advantage on the court while boasting enhanced agility, improved jumping ability, and better overall health. His training regimen was more intricate and demanding than Jordan's. While Jordan focused solely on muscle gain, he was sculpting existing muscle, reducing absolute strength, and enhancing speed and endurance. That evening, the Christmas showdown featured only 2 games, the Celtics challenging the Bulls on their home court and the Lakers facing the Clippers away. Joe Quan watched the game between the Bulls and the Celtics. He had faced Jordan on the court but had yet to compete against Larry Bird. It was rumored that Bird's physical condition was deteriorating, and he might soon retire. Joe hoped to play a match against Bird before his retirement. As expected, Bird's performance in this game was subpar. He played for 34 minutes, making only 4 out of 10 shots, scoring 8 points, with 8 rebounds and 4 assists. Meanwhile, Jordan found himself without a worthy opponent and lacked the motivation to attack, playing just 35 minutes, shooting 6 out of 14, and finishing with 14 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 121-99, with 6 players scoring in double digits. After Christmas, the Pistons faced a back-to-back series, successfully defeating the Magic in both home and away games, achieving 2 consecutive victories post-Christmas, coupled with their previous 7-game winning streak. They now boasted a 10-game winning streak, recovering from a dismal start of 5 consecutive losses, bringing their record to 18 wins and 11 losses, a winning percentage of 62, and securing the 5th position in the Eastern Conference, just half a game behind the 4th-place Celtics. On the 28th, Joe completed his 2nd round of emergency stop jump shot training, elevating his shooting fundamentals to an impressive level of 88, with the emergency stop jump shot reaching 82. On December 30th, the Pistons suffered a defeat at home against the Suns, halting their winning streak, bringing their record to 18 wins and 12 losses, still maintaining the 5th position in the East. As 1991 came to a close, the calendar turned to 1992. On New Year's Day, the league announced the rookie rankings, with Joe Quan firmly holding the 3rd position. Suns shooting guard Jeff Hornacek was honored as the Player of the Month, boasting averages of 21, 9 points, 5, 7 rebounds, 5, 1 assists, 1, 7 steals, 0, 4 blocks, 2 turnovers, and 6 fouls, with a shooting percentage of 49.2. This marked Hornacek's first significant accolade. Additionally, the league announced the commencement of the 1992 All-Star voting campaign. Several star player sponsors, particularly those associated with sneaker endorsements, began to mobilize efforts to support their athletes in the All-Star voting. Joe Quan harbors no aspirations for this year's All-Star game. It is Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars who shine as the luminaries of the Pistons, and he has yet to earn his place among them. On this day devoid of matches, he is scheduled to fly to Houston at noon. In the morning, Joe Quan engages in strength training, preparing to commence his 3rd round of sudden stop jump shot practice upon arriving in Houston. At 10 o'clock, his agent, Philip, calls. Joe, I have good news. Several sneaker brands are interested in you. Is that so? He responds with a hint of delight, inquiring, Philip, which brands? Nike, Converse, Adidas, Skechers, and Reebok, 5 in total, Philip replies. Joe Quan felt somewhat puzzled, as if he had stumbled upon something peculiar. He inquired, Rogue, Skechers, is this a shoe-selling company? Philip, feeling a bit awkward, replied, Joe, it has just been established. It is a company from California. What? Joe Quan harbored suspicions regarding Philip's acceptance of funds from Skechers. Philip hastily explained, Indeed, Joe, their company has expressed considerable interest in you. Given your background from UCLA, you are regarded as a local talent in Los Angeles. Skechers, being a nascent entity, hopes to penetrate the Los Angeles and California markets through you. Joe chuckled, All right, negotiate well for me. Secure a more substantial financial arrangement. Haha. Philip continued, Joe, you are undoubtedly the most sought-after rookie this year, unparalleled in attention. Even the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, pales in comparison to your visibility. Moreover, you are a key focus of the Pistons' future development. I aspire for you to secure a lucrative cash contract from these companies, one that includes your own exclusive sneaker line. Joe smiled eagerly. Yes, I too desire my own signature sneaker contract. It is important to note that an exclusive sneaker is not synonymous with a signature shoe. It merely entails standard sneakers adorned with a distinctive logo and color scheme, thus termed as exclusive sneakers. Such footwear is typically accessible to players of modest renown, primarily those who are pivotal to their teams, and even many leaders within teams may only attain such contracts. Presently, he possessed a sneaker contract with Adidas, acquired post-draft. Yet it was the most basic equipment contract, devoid of any cash remuneration. Such contracts can be terminated at any time without liability, leaving him with only the ability to utilize the sneakers provided by Adidas without any financial compensation. As the season progressed, the All-Star voting commenced. On the Pistons roster, Thomas and Joe Dumars garnered significant votes, with Detroit fans remaining loyal to them. Joe Quan's influence in the city remained minimal, which he had anticipated. On January 10th, the Jazz announced the return of the mailman, Karl Malone, from injury. Malone had been sidelined since November 15th, missing nearly 2 months and 30 games, marking the longest absence of his career. On the 13th, Joe completed his third round of stop-and-pop jump shot training, elevating his shooting to level 89 and his stop-and-pop jump shot to level 83. After a 2-day hiatus, the fourth round commenced. By January 18th, the Pistons had commenced the new year with a remarkable record of 7 wins and 1 loss, totaling 25 wins and 13 losses, achieving a win rate of 65.7, thus ascending to third place in the Eastern Conference, surpassing both the Knicks and the Celtics. During this period, Joe Quan has intensified his shooting as per the team's requirements, averaging 14 attempts per game and achieving a scoring average of 17 points. His assists have reached 8.5, making double-doubles a frequent occurrence for him, much to the team's satisfaction. His organizational skills have particularly elevated management's expectations, although his shooting percentage remains at a modest 42. What does a 42 shooting percentage signify? A comparison clarifies this. The Pistons' overall shooting percentage this season stands at 46, and shows attempts have considerably hindered the team's performance. Otherwise, their record could have been even better. He holds himself to a high standard, focusing on improving offensive efficiency rather than merely increasing his scoring average, striving to shed the title of the team's volume shooter. That morning, Joe Quan's agent, Roger Phillip, was in Los Angeles negotiating with Adidas regarding Joe's sneaker contract. Although termed a negotiation, the power dynamics were skewed, leaving Adidas in a dominant position. They chose a small conference room in their Los Angeles branch and sent only a departmental vice manager to handle the meeting, rendering Phillip quite powerless. My player wishes to have his own signature shoes, he began, only to be swiftly interrupted by the Adidas representative. No, that's impossible. He is merely a rookie, and a point guard at that. He lacks any dazzling offensive style and fails to attract a significant fan base. More critically, he is Chinese, which limits his marketability in America. Detroit's consumer capacity is rather low. He is only entitled to a standard cash contract, which is already a commendable offer. Phillip shook his head in resignation. There are 3 types of sneaker contracts: signature shoe contracts, cash contracts, and the least favorable equipment contracts. The latter merely allows free use of sneakers, and Joe is currently on such a contract with Adidas, which can be terminated at any time. The most prestigious is the signature shoe contract, a rarity in the league. Very few all-star players attain it, and even fewer superstars. This elite contract is the hallmark of immensely influential superstars, and without it, one cannot be deemed a true giant. Currently, only a select few, such as Jordan, Olajuwon, Bird, Magic, and the Smile Assassin, possess such contracts. Indeed, even some superstars, like Barkley, have not secured their own signature shoes despite years of effort. Given Joe's current recognition and capability, he is well aware that obtaining such a top-tier contract is utterly unattainable, a reality that both he and Philip have not even contemplated. The cash contract represents the standard for frontline players in the league. Out of 400 players, only 70 to 80 manage to secure this. Such contracts yield between $50,000 to $100,000 annually, but do not include a signature shoe, only ordinary shoes provided by the company. A select few, perhaps classified as minor stars, like Joe, might receive between $100,000 to $200,000, possibly even with their own shoes, albeit not custom-made. Just ordinary shoes adorned with a specific logo and color scheme. Philip understands that given Joe's current standing, he can only aspire to such a contract, which is what he is currently negotiating for. Unfortunately, even this contract seems to be beyond Adidas's willingness to offer. The negotiation was brief, with Adidas maintaining a firm stance, and Philip did not press further, bringing the discussions to a swift conclusion. He then prepared for negotiations with several other companies, though he secretly preferred Skechers, as they had already promised Joe a cash contract for a signature shoe worth $30,000 annually, which would be the best cash contract available. The only concern was Skechers' recent establishment, raising doubts about the quality of their shoes, prompting him to negotiate with other companies first. He prioritized Joe's safety in sports, relegating the most sincere offer from Skechers to the end of his discussions. At around 2 in the afternoon, the Bulls arrived in Detroit. With their arrival, the atmosphere in the city seemed to shift. Since the previous day, media coverage had continuously highlighted the Bulls and the historical rivalry between the two teams. Yet the previous Eastern Conference Finals sweep remained conspicuously absent from discussions. As the Pistons' performance improved, their momentum gradually returned, restoring their competitive edge. The visiting Bulls appeared less relaxed than during their last home game, their demeanor serious as they exited the airport. "Michael, do you have confidence in leaving Detroit with a victory?" a reporter shouted as they surged forward. Currently, the Bulls boasted a record of 32 wins and 5 losses, far surpassing the Pistons, yet Jordan felt the mounting pressure from Detroit, reminiscent of the pain of being suppressed by the bad boys for many years. Having broken free from that confinement, he was determined not to return to the past. Thus, he heightened his vigilance towards this Pistons team. Though Lammer had retired, the addition of Iron Fist had bolstered the Pistons' defense. While Iron Fist's style was not characteristic of the bad boys, his presence significantly enhanced their perimeter defense, which Jordan believed was now equally formidable as that of the Bulls. Furthermore, with Thomas entering the bench, the Pistons' second unit had become the strongest in the league, explaining their recent surge in performance. However, since last year's sweep of the bad boys, Jordan felt he had slain a dragon and shattered the constraints that had held him back. His skills, physical attributes, and experience were at their peak, and his confidence soared, exuding an unstoppable aura. When posed with the reporter's question, a fierce determination flashed across his face as he resolutely declared, "Any time I choose. I am confident I can leave here with a victory. No one from the Pistons can stop me. In the palace of Auburn Hills, I am God." This statement quickly circulated across television news in the United States, transcending mere sports coverage, as numerous general news channels aired this interview segment. In the palace of Auburn Hills, I am the one true God. Before his television, the smile assassin, Isaiah Thomas, abruptly stood up, hurling curses at Jordan on screen. Yet, as he reflected on his current role as a bench player, no longer the leader or core of the Pistons, he felt an overwhelming wave of dejection wash over him, leaving him frozen in despair. "Isaiah, I believe you can absolutely request the team to start you tomorrow. You deserve it, and they must grant you that respect," his wife suggested. Thomas silently nodded, devoid of the enthusiasm to engage in conversation. "In the palace of Auburn Hills, I am God? How arrogant." Joquan also caught a glimpse of Jordan's words on the television news. He recognized Jordan's prowess. Throughout his first 7 seasons, he had claimed 5 scoring titles, and it was highly likely that he would secure another this season, alongside 2 MVP awards for selections to the All-NBA First Team and 5 accolades for All-Defensive Team. An impressive array of accolades that Joe had yet to attain. Yet, could the Bulls truly be invincible? If they were, how did the Pistons manage to clinch their 2 championships? The bad boys had suppressed the Bulls for 3 consecutive years, effectively keeping Jordan from breaking through the Eastern Conference, illustrating that Jordan's team was not invulnerable. The palace of Auburn Hills deity? If he were to elevate Jordan to such a status, it would only suggest that he was inferior to the big shot, and the Pistons management had made a grievous error in their judgment. Thus, he resolved to thwart Jordan's ascension to supremacy at the palace of Auburn Hills by any means necessary. With this thought in mind, he picked up some documents from the table to peruse. These contained comprehensive information about the Bulls, from player profiles to tactical strategies, even including details about Phil Jackson. The primary center, Bill Cartwright, stood at 216 centimeters and weighed 115 kilograms, a second overall pick from 1979, who was now 34 years old and nearing retirement. Classified as a role player, Grant, at 208 centimeters and 110 kilograms, nicknamed Cobra, had a strained relationship with Jordan. He excelled at driving to the basket and mid-range shooting. Lacking a three-point game, yet was a formidable defensive presence, a quintessential blue-collar player. Pippen and Jordan were well known, with point guard John Paxson being an ordinary role player. Analyzing these five key players of the Bulls, Jordan, Pippen, and Grant formed the critical vertices of the triangle offense, often referred to as the Big Three. Jordan was adept at penetrating defenses and was the primary force attracting double teams, thereby creating open opportunities for his teammates. Grant specialized in cutting to the basket, frequently capitalizing on the space created by Jordan. Pippen possessed exceptional ball handling skills, adept at orchestrating plays as a small forward, and was proficient at distributing the ball after driving, typically finding open teammates or setting up Jordan for scoring opportunities. The other two primary players were merely average role players. Joe Kwon pondered for a considerable duration. Given the current starting lineup of the Pistons, which boasts both offensive prowess and defensive strength along with rebounding capability, he believed they could hold their own against the Bulls, provided that Michael Jordan does not unleash a spectacular performance. Should Jordan indeed explode, which is highly probable, the Pistons, despite a slightly inferior starting lineup, have a bench that can compensate for any shortcomings. Thus, he genuinely felt that they possessed the strength to compete. However, the sole aspect he deemed unreliable was his own offensive efficiency. To triumph over the Bulls, he must not take excessive shots. Another point of concern was the performance of Joe Dumars. Under the intense defensive pressure from either Jordan or Pippen, if Dumars fails to deliver an excellent performance, the Pistons would find themselves in a precarious situation. Turning to a page of data he had obtained from the headquarters database, he examined the statistics comparing the encounters between Jordan and Dumars. To date, they had faced each other 50 times, with Jordan averaging 30 points per game at a shooting percentage of 47.5, while Dumars averaged only 15 points with a shooting percentage of 45. The 15-point deficit would necessitate contributions from other positions. Yet, at this moment, he too represented a liability. The combined shortcomings of himself and Dumars would create a significant void, requiring the bench to bridge this substantial gap. On the evening of the 19th, the Palace of Auburn Hills was filled to capacity. Recently, as the team's performance improved, the attendance had noticeably surged, frequently reaching an impressive occupancy rate of 80 to 90%. With the arrival of their archrivals, the venue was completely packed. At 6:30, Joe Kwon arrived at the Palace, greeted by throngs of Pistons fans clad in red, white, and blue jerseys, and he felt an intense atmosphere of competition permeating the air. During his previous visit to the United Center, he had not sensed such an ambience, perhaps due to the absence of Laimbeer and Thomas. However, this time, the situation seemed reminiscent of the past. As he walked down the dimly lit corridor, he encountered the Bulls emerging from the dining area at the foot of a staircase. Michael Jordan led the group, sporting sunglasses and a cigar, exuding an air of grandeur. Upon noticing Joe Kwon, he smirked, removed the cigar from his mouth, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke directly toward Joe Kwon's face. Then, with his cigar-clenching right hand, he pointed dismissively at Joe Kwon's head and, looking down from his elevated position, proclaimed, "Kid, last time you took down Laimbeer and Thomas and helped me settle a score. So I showed you some mercy and allowed you a respectable debut. But tonight, I will make you understand what it feels like to cross Black Jesus." Huh. Joe Kwon suddenly burst into laughter, reaching into his pocket. "What are you doing?" Jordan, his eyes twitching behind his sunglasses, contemplated making his exit. Engaging in a brawl was not his forte. If Iron Fist were to throw down the gauntlet, would he accept or decline? The other Bulls players watched Joe Kwon's pocket with mounting tension, acutely aware that they lacked any enforcer capable of matching such a formidable fighter. "This is a gift from Coach Daly, and I haven't finished it yet." Joe Kwon rummaged through his pockets and produced a half-smoked cigar, smiling as he said to Jordan, "Could I borrow a light?" "What?" Jordan replied, momentarily taken aback. Joe Kwon grasped Jordan's right hand and attempted to ignite the cigar, yet after an extended struggle, Jordan's hand had grown numb while his cigar remained unlit. "Let go," Jordan exclaimed, finally breaking free from Joe Kwon's grip. irritation evident in his voice. "I have a lighter. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Joe Kwon felt a twinge of surprise. Jordan's strength appeared to exceed the level he had previously estimated. Could it be that this fellow had truly held back last time? Jordan retrieved an exquisite copper lighter from his pocket. Joe Kwon took a moment to examine it. It seemed to be handcrafted and remarkably refined. He ignited his cigar and casually tucked the lighter back into his pocket. "That lighter is mine," Jordan remarked, his lips twitching in irritation. That trinket was a keepsake worth over $10,000, and it had been so easily taken by Iron Fist. He couldn't bear to part with it. "Oh, I almost forgot." Joe Kwon swiftly retrieved his lighter and extended it with his right hand. Just as Jordan grasped it, Joe Kwon abruptly seized him by the throat, his fingers tightening like iron claws. What are you doing?" Jordan gasped, struggling for breath as he writhed in panic. Yet, Joe Kwon exerted an unyielding grip, his fingers constricting around Jordan's windpipe, rendering him unable to escape. "Hey, Iron Fist, let go." "Iron Fist, don't act recklessly." The others from the Bulls cried out in alarm. Joe Kwon coldly fixed his gaze upon Jordan and abruptly shoved him, causing him to stagger. He then declared, "Michael Jordan, you may provoke me on the court, overpower me with your prowess, or even humiliate me with your skills. That is your talent. However, off the court, I advise you to refrain from attempting to provoke me, for you lack the ability to do so in this domain." He gestured towards the ground beneath them and continued. "Here, in the Palace of Auburn Hills, anyone, yourself included, who dares to challenge us will face severe consequences." Jordan's face flushed with anger, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he glared at Joe Kwon, his eyes ablaze. His neck ached, and after a few coughs, he replied, "Iron Fist, we shall meet on the court. What I just said will be reiterated there. I once told Gary Payton that if you do not provoke the strength of others, do not grant them the opportunity to unleash their fury. I now extend this wisdom to you. Remember, do not provoke me off the court in the future." Joe Kwon, after finishing his words, clenched a cigar between his teeth, inhaling deeply before removing it. Jordan understood the intentions of the man across from him. Having just been subjected to a verbal barrage, he now faced the prospect of retaliation. He had to endure, resisting the urge to allow Joe Kwon an opportunity to unleash his fury, especially since he was the one seated in the more commanding position on the court. If one could perform, it was a testament to their skill. Indeed, Joe Kwon exhaled a cloud of thick smoke directly into Jordan's face, and while speaking, he casually pressed the cigar against Jordan's left chest, grinding it down until the ember extinguished. In the corridor, the air was thick not only with the scent of cigar smoke, but also with the acrid odor of burnt fabric. A group of Bulls players stood in shocked disbelief. Was this man truly treating Michael as an ashtray? This was an unfathomable act for them, deeply unsettling. They harbored a profound fear of Jordan, who reigned as a tyrant within the team, his mere gaze instilling dread. Yet, before Joe Kwon, Jordan had been reduced to a mere receptacle for ash? "Michael Jordan, now it is just you and me. Do you wish to make a move? I grant you permission. Whether in a one-on-one duel or a brawl, the choice is yours." Joe Kwon inquired with utmost politeness. The matter concerning basketball must be resolved in a manner befitting the sport. Jordan, gritting his teeth, cast a glance at his suit, now marred by a burn hole, his complexion a deep crimson, an affront he had never before endured. "Let us depart," he muttered in frustration, shedding his suit and maneuvering past Joe Kwon, accompanied by his teammates. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. He had indeed engaged in brawls with his comrades on numerous occasions. Yet, in the presence of Joe Kwon, he was always imbued with a sense of foreboding, a visceral instinct that warned him of the potential peril in resorting to violence. Joe Kwon chuckled to himself, remarking, "I thought I would get beaten up today. Fortune smiled upon me as I encountered a coward." This was his forte, provoking conflict through trash talk. What a scoundrel! How could a coward lead the Bulls? Jordan, unable to contain himself any longer, discarded his suit, parted his teammates, and charged forward. "Well done." Joe Kwon let out a thunderous shout, deftly sliding to the left, narrowly evading Jordan's ferocious punch with a graceful sidestep. In the very next moment, he raised his arm and unleashed a hook. Confronting an adversary who was inept at even the most rudimentary of techniques, he had the luxury of time to adjust his strike, ensuring that his aim was slightly off, avoiding a direct hit to the liver, and tempering the force, lest he inadvertently incapacitate Jordan, a calamity he wished to avoid. With a resounding thud, the ill-fated punch missed its target, and Jordan felt the impact strike his liver with a sudden ferocity. A piercing scream echoed down the corridor, chillingly poignant. Bang! Jordan crumpled to his knees before Joe Kwon, clutching his abdomen, tears and snot streaming down his face. In that moment, he vowed never to engage in violence again, pledging to become a gentleman who resolved disputes with words rather than fists. Today, he had brought shame upon himself, falling prey to the notorious Iron Fist. The other members of the Bulls exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. None of them were inclined to rush forward and confront Joe Quan. Pippen, observing Jordan, who knelt before Iron Fist like a lamb, couldn't he help but mutter in disdain. Even the mailman cannot withstand a blow from him. Do you wish to court death? The man was a professional. While they could only contend with rookies, was Jordan truly just an ordinary rookie? Grant felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. Michael Jordan, you too have your moments of vulnerability. When you bullied me, you were so imposing, and now you kneel before Iron Fist. Do you still possess any dignity? Clap. Clap. Joe Quan lightly patted Jordan's face twice and smiled. Michael, you've already left. Why return? The pain began to subside, and Jordan quickly regained his composure, only to be infuriated by the remark. Rest assured, I didn't use much force. A little pain will pass. You should be grateful for my mercy. Joe Quan replied with a grin. He then called out to the other Bulls players, are you going to play or not? If not, take this guy away. I've gone easy on him, and it shouldn't affect his game. Pippen and the others quickly helped Jordan to a corner where he leaned against the wall, while Joe Quan turned to leave. Damn it, Iron Fist, this league has me, not you. Having regained his composure, Jordan wiped away his tears and mucus, glaring at Joe Quan's retreating figure. Michael, are you okay? It seems Iron Fist didn't lie. He indeed held back. That day, he broke 2 of the mailman's bones with a single punch, Pippen remarked. Jordan shot Pippen a glare, wondering if he should be thankful for the restraint. He opened his mouth, intending to ask his teammates not to mention the embarrassing incident, but closed it again, unable to utter a word. His relationships with his teammates were not particularly strong. Even with Pippen, their private rapport was merely average. As for Grant, he had been bullied by Jordan and was too afraid to confront him. The incident would likely spread quickly. Damn it, he thought, regretting his return. After sitting for another 10 minutes until he felt sufficiently recovered, he departed with his teammates. Oh, running into the Bulls. What luck! On their way back to the locker room, they encountered a few reporters. One journalist inquired, Michael, did you see Iron Fist earlier? No. Don't mention that rookie in front of me, Jordan replied tersely. Michael, haven't you expressed admiration for him? The reporter asked in surprise. When have I ever said I admired him? Jordan snapped back. You once stated, I praise Iron Fist, and the media reported it. You cannot deny it, the reporter insisted. Then I retract that statement, Jordan retorted coldly, his eyes blazing with rage, causing the reporters to feel an overwhelming pressure. Tonight, I will score 50 points over that rookie. I mean what I say. In a fit of fury, Jordan uttered a threat before shoving past the reporters. 50? Tonight will be quite a spectacle, they thought. Sensing a serious conflict had arisen. They had always been archenemies. Besides the last game when Laimbeer and Thomas were absent, every encounter had been a battle for survival. With the Pistons now on a winning streak, the Bulls felt threatened, and their relationship had soured again, returning to its former animosity. Tonight would surely witness an epic showdown. Indeed, Michael Jordan would not allow the Pistons to rise again. He would do everything in his power to crush them. Would the smiling assassin return to the starting lineup? Without him, the Pistons seemed incapable of overcoming the Bulls. In truth, he was no longer at his peak. Otherwise, they would not have been swept. The Pistons' decision to cultivate Iron Fist was indeed a commendable choice. After the Bulls players departed, a flurry of discussions erupted among the journalists. Jordan, with a face like iron, returned to the visiting team's locker room, tossing his suit into the trash without uttering a word, sitting there like a volcano ready to erupt, rendering the Bulls' locker room eerily silent. What is going on? Head coach Phil Jackson noticed the unusual atmosphere upon entering and immediately inquired. Oh, coach. We just ran into Iron Fist, Grant replied. Was there a conflict? Jackson asked with a tight expression. Just a minor altercation. It's nothing serious, Grant assured him. Hearing minor altercation, Jordan shot a fierce glare at Grant. Grant was indifferent. Their relationship had never been strong, and he had already resolved to leave the Bulls as soon as his contract ended. Jackson, relieved, remarked, Iron Fist hasn't displayed any violent behavior aside from that locker room incident and the fight with the mailman. His defensive style is different from the bad boys, and we need not maintain such a tense relationship to avoid conflict. Jordan snorted in disdain. That bastard Iron Fist indeed did not belong to the bad boys. But he was more domineering than they were, and he had just lost significant face. Jackson added with a chuckle, it's a pity our draft pick was too low. Otherwise, if we had selected him, I would have been confident in achieving a dynasty. Without him, we will certainly complete our dynasty, Jordan coldly retorted, filled with absolute conviction. I have said, this is the beginning of an era. This is my era. A sense of foreboding arose in Jackson's heart. For his starting point guard's abilities seemed inadequate against Iron Fist. The last confrontation had been against a debuting Iron Fist, and Paxson had struggled. How would he fare against the current Iron Fist? At that moment, Jordan stood up, his crimson eyes fixed on everyone, speaking in an intensely stern tone. We have already defeated the bad boys and must not allow them to rise again. It is absolutely forbidden. From this moment, starting with this game, we must treat it as a war. It is either they fall, or we do. His voice, filled with murderous intent, transformed the Bulls' locker room into a pressure-filled arena. A battle of life and death was imminent. Meanwhile, in the home team locker room, Isaiah Thomas approached Chuck Daly, and they stepped outside to discuss the upcoming match. This had been a common practice in the past. They would communicate before every game, with Daly outlining tactics and Thomas executing them in perfect harmony. But that was in the past. Since Thomas's return, this was the first time he sought Daly out before a game. Daly understood well that this was due to the opponent being the Bulls, Michael Jordan, and the long-standing rivalry between the Pistons and the Smiling Assassin. Coach, tonight I wish to return to the starting lineup. I want to personally face Michael Jordan. Iron Fist is still too inexperienced. He cannot handle that guy, Thomas said earnestly. Daly fell silent, recalling that in the 4 games they were swept in the Eastern Conference Finals, Thomas averaged only 16.5 points with a barely 40 shooting percentage. His ability was far below his peak, while Jordan averaged 29.75 points with a remarkable 55 shooting percentage, peaking at 64.7. Thomas was simply not a match for Jordan. If they faced off directly, it would only end in humiliation. Although Thomas had not recognized the current disparity between them, Daly did not want to undermine Thomas's confidence and replied, Iron Fist is not yet ready. Is there an issue, coach? Jo Kwon's voice echoed from behind. Iron Fist. Chuck Daly turned and hesitated before saying, tonight, our opponents are the Bulls. You know the history between Jordan and Isaiah. He wants to start tonight. I ran into them on my way here. Jo Kwon remarked, he is quite arrogant. I am not fond of his statement, in the palace of Auburn Hills. I am God. I have already reprimanded him earlier, and tonight on the court, we shall thwart him once more. Well said, Thomas responded with enthusiasm. This is something we have often done before. I am well versed in it. Did you have a confrontation? Chadley scrutinized Jo Kwon from head to toe, glancing at his hands, which bore no blood. He appeared unscathed, unlike someone who had just been in a brawl. Thomas shared the same sentiment, inwardly questioning the disparity. When you struck us, your hands were drenched in blood. Yet against Jordan, your hands are devoid of even dust. How very courteous of you. Coach, I used that cigar you gave me to scorch his suit. Jo Kwon smiled. The two were taken aback, pondering the implications. Were they truly competing over discarded cigar butts? Then he hit me, and I returned the punch, Jo Kwon added. What? The two were momentarily baffled. Had he truly engaged in a physical altercation? Just a minor conflict. It's nothing to worry about. Jo Kwon was reluctant to elaborate on the events, feeling no particular pride in having confronted Jordan. For the latter was not renowned for brawling, but for his exceptional prowess on the basketball court. Had Jordan not initiated the altercation, Jo would have never resorted to violence. He stated, Coach, there are no issues with tonight's starting lineup or my playing time. I will comply with the team's arrangements. Then, he turned to Thomas and said, Isaiah, you must recognize that you are not currently a match for Jordan. It is imperative that you come to terms with this. If you are unable to rise to the occasion, I shall take your place. Chuck Daly felt a flush of embarrassment as he listened. The Iron Fist had audaciously articulated what he had hesitated to say, placing Isaiah in an uncomfortable position. Indeed, as he glanced over, he noted that Thomas's face had turned a deep shade of red. Iron Fist, do you dare to underestimate me? Pick up the ball. Let us head to the court now, for I wish to challenge you one-on-one. The Smiling Assassin fixed his gaze on Jo Kwon with intensity. Jo Kwon spoke with utmost seriousness. Isaiah, you cannot guard me. I can relentlessly overpower you beneath the basket. Thus in a one-on-one confrontation, victory eludes you. The Smiling Assassin found himself at a loss for words, for Jo Kwon's assertion rang true. He could indeed dominate Jo Kwon. Yet Jo Kwon possessed the capacity to crush him in return. In such solitary duels, he would find no advantage. Jo Kwon fixed his gaze upon Thomas and remarked, Isaiah, I do not underestimate you, nor do I belittle your credentials. You are a superstar clutching 2 championships, while I am merely a novice. However, you are no longer at your peak. whereas Jordan has ascended to his prime. Was the last Eastern Conference Finals not sufficient to awaken you? Do you require him to dismantle you once more, to humiliate you again, to affirm that you are no longer his equal? You scoundrel! Do you believe you can triumph over him? It feels as though you have been stripped bare by an iron fist, and Thomas was seething with rage, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. At that moment, those inside, hearing the commotion outside, opened the door and stood at the threshold. Sensing that the situation was amiss amidst the cacophony, Zhou Quan waved his hand to signal Qiao and Thomas to be quiet, then addressed Thomas, saying, "Even if I start, it does not guarantee victory. We lost to him last time. However, Isaiah, you must understand this. Another defeat for me lays the groundwork for a future triumph over him. Yet for you, a single additional loss means another loss. There is no possibility of reclaiming victory." Isaiah Thomas's expression darkened significantly, but he found himself unable to refute the statement. At this moment, when faced with Jordan, he was reluctant to admit it, yet he undeniably felt somewhat powerless. Zhou Quan solemnly stated, "Isaiah, we have agreed to work together, which includes confronting Jordan. Why are you wavering now?" "I'm not wavering. I simply wish to confront him personally in this game," Thomas replied. "However, my previous statement remains unrefuted. By confronting him directly, you merely grant him another opportunity to humiliate you," Zhou Quan retorted mercilessly. Jordumas, finally grasping the situation, interjected, "Isaiah, Iron Fist is correct. Jordan's statistics this season, averaging 30 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2, 3 steals, and 0.9 blocks, remain formidable. Against us, his performance is likely to escalate once more. Given your injury, confronting him personally would be perilous. He will not show you mercy." The smile assassin nodded somberly, remaining silent as he walked towards the locker room, allowing others to part ways for him. With the matter settled, Chuck Daly patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder and remarked, "Iron Fist, your method of resolving issues is as straightforward and forceful as your punches, which contrasts with your character." Zhou Quan smiled and said, "No, coach. This is the only approach that can lead Isaiah to a sudden realization. Otherwise, he will continue to make similar requests in the future. Should that occur, it would be detrimental to our team and would create an unstable atmosphere in our locker room, which I cannot allow." Daly nodded, believing that the iron-fisted management of the locker room resembled an authoritarian regime, wielding absolute power and ruling with a monarch's unwavering strength, leaving no room for unforeseen circumstances. "Host, tonight, if the Pistons triumph over the Bulls, you will receive a Speed 1 reward." At that moment, a virtual screen appeared before Zhou Quan, revealing a task issued by the system. "Speed 1? If I accomplish this task, my speed will elevate to level 90, reaching an elite standard." He felt a surge of excitement. Although the task's difficulty was considerable, the allure of the reward was undeniable, as it promised to enhance his speed directly through the system without altering other athletic attributes, an effect unattainable through strength training alone. Enhancing speed through strength training invariably compromises other qualities, such as absolute strength. Thus, the system's extraordinary enhancement was a rare opportunity. If the system could promise continued speed improvements, he would even consider foregoing weight loss. Just imagine the combination of a 95-kilogram frame and strength, coupled with speed at level 95 or higher. He would become a tank-like guard capable of reaching 80 miles per hour, potentially overwhelming even Jordan. Although the Bulls were exceptionally strong, they were not invincible. And neither was Jordan. The Pistons were formidable as well. Anything was possible, and he refused to abandon the thought of victory. What should he do? With him and Chaudamas as two significant weaknesses in the starting lineup, how could they possibly defeat the Bulls? Should he rely on the Bulls underperforming? Hope for Jordan to have an off night? Pin his hopes on the smiling assassin and Aguirre to explode from the bench? Contemplating these scenarios was overwhelming. He had to prepare psychologically for both victory and defeat. Just moments ago, they encountered Jordan, who declared he would score over 50 points against their Iron Fist. At that instant, a local reporter rushed over to inform the Pistons of Jordan's words. 50 points? Zhou Quan's head seemed to swell in size, pondering whether he should first incapacitate Jordan before proceeding. "Iron Fist, what on earth did you just do?" Thomas inquired curiously after regaining his composure. "He was showing off in front of me, so I singed his clothes with my cigar. He didn't dare retaliate. In fact, if he had the audacity to strike, I alone might not be able to contend with their entire team." Zhou Quan chuckled. Laughter erupted in the locker room. At 7:30, the starting lineups were announced. Bulls, Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, John Paxson. Pistons, John Sally, Dennis Rodman, Orlando Woolridge, Joe Dumars, Joe Quan. The game was broadcast live nationwide by ESPN. With commentators Rock Howard and Larry Winston, Howard excitedly addressed the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received word that Michael Jordan has retracted his praise for Iron Fist, declaring he intends to score over 50 points on him. So, congratulations to everyone. For tonight, a grand spectacle is set to unfold." Winston echoed his enthusiasm. The Pistons will certainly not permit Jordan to achieve that. Although Laimbeer has retired, the interior defense remains formidable with John Sally and Rodman, alongside the defensive prowess of Dumars and Iron Fist. With the addition of the smiling assassin and Mark Aguirre, the current Pistons roster is no less competitive. Most importantly, the arrival of Iron Fist seems to have rekindled the Pistons' fighting spirit, which is truly daunting. Howard chuckled. "I am particularly intrigued to discover what transpired between Michael Jordan and Iron Fist. Analyzing the existing information, their relationship appears to be quite amicable. In the last game, Michael clearly did not go all out against Iron Fist, allowing him a commendable debut." Winston eagerly remarked, "I too am curious about the events that unfolded. I am confident our colleagues will uncover the truth." At that moment, the Palace of Auburn Hills erupted in tremendous cheers as the bench players took to the court. With countless Pistons fans welcoming the smiling assassin, Howard remarked, "One of the greatest small players in NBA history. He once scored 25 points in a single quarter against Magic Johnson in the finals, a classic battle showcasing his lethal capabilities, even in the aftermath of the locker room violence. His reputation here remains unparalleled." As both team starters met in the player tunnel, silence enveloped them. The animosity was palpable. A cacophony of boos erupted as the Bulls entered the arena, nearly shaking the foundations of the newly built venue. "Michael Jordan, you are no god." The jeers continued. "Jordan, just like before, you will kneel in the Palace of Auburn Hills." As Jordan finally made his entrance, countless middle fingers were directed at him, and a torrent of insults rained down. Isaiah Thomas stood before the Pistons bench, coldly glaring at the entering Jordan, his eyes filled with indifference and hostility. The calm fervor he had lost seemed to surge anew. Jordan appeared to sense the weight of the gaze upon him and looked over. Their eyes locked momentarily, neither willing to yield. A year prior, Jordan had been the challenger while Thomas had been the one in control. For years, Jordan had been subdued by the bad boys, repeatedly falling at their feet. He had even despaired to Chuck Daly, questioning whether he would ever have a chance to defeat the bad boys. But a year later, having ascended to greatness, Jordan no longer felt that oppressive shadow looming over him. As he recalled the torment inflicted by the bad boys and the humiliation from Iron Fist, he vowed to utterly vanquish the Pistons, to crush them beneath his feet once and for all. Take down the Bulls. Make Jordan bleed. Force Michael Jordan to leave the Palace of Auburn Hills with his head bowed. The home crowd erupted with deafening roars, cheers, and applause, overwhelming in its intensity. Iron Fist. Jordan can no longer switch on to you. As Woolridge plays the three, if he dares to switch, Pippen must defend Dumars, leaving Woolridge mismatched. Do you understand? Chuck Daly instructed Joe Quan as they returned to the bench. "I understand," Joe Quan nodded. "Thus, Iron Fist, if they do not switch, you must exploit Paxson's weaknesses with full force. If they do switch, either pass to Dumars to dominate Paxson or give it to Woolridge to do the same. Make sure you target Paxson relentlessly. Whoever matches up with him will be at a disadvantage," Daly advised. "Got it," Joe Quan affirmed, nodding earnestly. At 8 o'clock, the starters were introduced. "If you cannot handle him, then allow me." The smiling assassin Thomas suddenly shouted at Joe Quan with fervor before the main players took the court. Oh, witnessing Thomas's familiar intensity, many Pistons fans erupted in excitement. "Shut up." Joe Quan suddenly turned around. The gentle smile on his face vanished, and he fixed a fierce gaze on Thomas, stating, "If he scores 50 points, I will leave the NBA." After uttering these words, he disregarded Thomas completely and sternly addressed his teammates. "The bad boys may be no more, but the Iron Fist Pistons remain. We uphold tenacity, resilience, toughness, and fearlessness. Today, whoever from the Bulls dares to penetrate our defense will meet with our bodies as obstacles. Do you understand?" "Understood." The Pistons echoed in unison. Victory for the Pistons. At that moment, countless Pistons fans erupted in fervent cheers, their enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch even before the game began. On the Bulls side, witnessing this scene, Jordan's eyes glinted with intensity. At 8 o'clock sharp, the game commenced. John Sally leaped with all his might, swatting the ball away from Cartwright's grasp. Joe Dumars caught the ball and passed it to Joe Quan. Boom. In the backcourt, Joe Quan advanced the ball. Squeak. John Paxson swiftly positioned himself as a barrier. Squeak. At that instant, executing a 3-in-1 breakthrough, Zhou Quan feigned a shoulder shake, then propelled himself forward, changing direction to accelerate past his defender. Boom. The feint left the defender unable to anticipate the direction of the drive, and as Zhou Quan surged past, he intentionally nudged his shoulder against Paxson. Though Paxson weighed in at 84 kilograms, he was no match for Zhou Quan's momentum and stumbled to the ground. Oh, the palace of Auburn Hills reverberated with cheers. What a magnificent tank-like breakthrough, exclaimed the exuberant commentator, John Lowe. Having bypassed his defender, Zhou Quan approached the arc, forcing the Bulls' still assembling defensive formation into disarray. He could clearly discern all the defensive gaps and passing lanes within the crowd, especially against such an unformed defense. If the ball could pass, so could he. Just then, a realization struck him. Though his body was larger than the ball, he possessed strength and was able to contest, compared to interior players. He also had speed and explosive power. If he could not evade, he would charge through. Squeak. Upon reaching the arc, he did not halt. Energized by this insight, he accelerated and charged forward. As he neared the free throw line, the Bulls' power forward, Grant, moved to provide help defense, but Zhou Quan had already spotted a pathway. Boom. With a crossover step, he shifted direction and passed the ball to his left hand, maneuvering around Grant and penetrating into the paint. Pippen surged in from the left flank, while Cartwright stationed himself a step in front of the basket, forming a double coverage situation against Zhou Quan. From the right, Jordan pounced in. Behind him, Grant had turned. As he charged in, the Bulls would soon surround him with 4 players. In that moment, Zhou Quan abruptly halted, lifting the ball and grasping it with one hand. A sudden jump shot. At this instant, Pippen, who had been poised to intercept, quickly adjusted his stance and lunged at him, while Cartwright also sprang into actions, converging in an attempt to close him off. With the seamless transition from apparent space to actual space, Zhou Quan, utilizing his acute spatial awareness, deftly maneuvered through the gap between the 2 defenders just before they could close in. Let me in. He landed with 1 foot, then took another step, rising with one hand to direct the ball toward the basket. Given his current vertical leap, executing a dunk from a standstill was quite challenging. He could only manage a barely controlled slam, with the risk of missing not insignificant. Thus, he typically opted for layups rather than forceful dunks. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop. Oh, from the audience to the bench, the entire palace of Auburn Hills erupted in a frenzy. Yes, 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 yes. The commentator, John Lowe, leaped to his feet, pumping his fists and shouting with excitement. His partner, the bespectacled Langlois, echoed his enthusiasm, declaring, "The Iron Fist single-handedly shattered the Bulls' defense." Quite familiar, isn't it? For this is what the smiling assassin used to do, penetrating the Bulls all on his own. Now the Iron Fist can do the same. Pass it in. The game had barely begun, yet a diminutive point guard had already sliced through the entire defense to score, igniting Jordan's fury. He shouted at Paxson, "Let us make a play." Receiving the ball, he surged forward with a shout. Joe Dumars braced himself, prepared to defend, fully alert and focused. Jordan advanced to the right wing. Dumars stood firm, guarding Jordan's right hand, aiming to force him left toward the arc's apex. Zhou Quan positioned himself at the arc's summit, near the right elbow, ever vigilant and poised to move to the right wing. The moment Jordan initiated his drive, he would be ready to establish a secondary line of defense. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Jordan executed a hesitation step, dribbling towards the left side, angled towards the arc's apex as he attacked Joe Dumars. In that instant, Zhou Quan deftly shifted laterally, positioning himself precisely in Jordan's path of penetration. With a sharp screech, Jordan came to an abrupt halt, pivoting just as Joe Dumars closed in. In a flash, he spun once more, stepping back diagonally with his left foot. Ascending in a graceful arc, Zhou Quan and Xiao Duomas launched a coordinated assault from the front and the right flank, yet Jordan's ability to suspend in midair was unparalleled. As the two descended, he astonishingly remained airborne, releasing the ball at the very last moment. The elegance of his posture was nothing short of artistic. On the ESPN commentary team, Howard couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Swish. The water splashed as the two-point shot found its mark. Zhou Quan witnessed Jordan's extraordinary prowess, his rapid shooting speed, impressive vertical leap, and unparalleled hang time. Even amidst double teaming, his fadeaway jump shot found the mark, showcasing a skill set that was undeniably refined. Truly, he is deserving of his title as a 5-time scoring champion. After scoring, Jordan exuberantly raised his fist and exclaimed to Zhou Quan, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA. You are indeed formidable." Zhou Quan offered a compliment, yet swiftly retorted, But we are the Pistons, and you are merely beneath the heavens. This place once filled you with despair, and it shall continue to do so in the present and the future. Jordan's expression shifted as he was suddenly reminded of the unfriendly memories associated with this venue. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Kid, I have proclaimed before that in the palace of Auburn Hills, I am a deity. I now extend this proclamation to you. If you possess the capability, then come and thwart me." Zhou Quan cast a sweeping glance at his companions and proclaimed loudly, "Did you hear that? Michael Jordan wishes to claim divinity here. What shall we do about it? Let him descend into hell." The voice of the smiling assassin, Thomas, resounded with an unusual fervor from the sidelines. "Let him descend into hell." At the palace of Auburn Hills, a chorus of voices rose in a thunderous roar, the atmosphere thick with a palpable sense of aggression and intensity. In the backcourt, Zhou Quan received the ball, poised to advance. "Come on, kid." With arms outstretched, Jordan positioned himself in front. "Michael?" Phil Jackson's countenance shifted as he noticed Jordan's defensive switch, prompting him to rise immediately. This was not the strategy he had devised. Rodman was assigned the 4 position, and the 3 spot had been taken by the 206cm Ulrich. Now, with Jordan switching to guard the formidable Iron Fist, Pippen would have to contend with the Pistons' leading scorer, Joe Dumars, while leaving John Paxson, the point guard, to defend Ulrich. Was it truly a matter of larger against smaller? Zhou Quan let out a cold laugh. Did they truly believe this could thwart his advance? Absurd. Did Jordan not realize that he was most vulnerable to diminutive point guards? While he could withstand larger opponents, this would be a different challenge. With a series of swift dribbles beneath his legs, a faint shoulder move, he swiftly transitioned the ball to his left hand, launching himself forward with an explosive step to break through to the left. He felt an overwhelming confidence. Even if Jordan had conserved his strength, he would not be able to impede him. The rationale was straightforward. His own strength had reached level 86. A benchmark many interior players could only aspire to. Jordan might withstand challenges in the paint, but Zhou Quan could match him. His power was certainly not inferior. Moreover, this was a face-up drive, not a post-up. Jordan, caught in a defensive stance, found his strength rendered ineffective. If he mastered the rhythm of his breakthrough, he might even have the potential to topple the moving Jordan, though his current skills had not yet reached that level. With a scoff, Zhou Quan noted that Jordan, unable to predict the direction of his advance in time due to the feint, took a step back. Regardless of which side Zhou Quan chose to penetrate, Jordan could swiftly adjust his position. Yet, Zhou Quan was prepared, employing his 3-in-1 breakthrough technique, leaning his right shoulder against Jordan's left shoulder. This maneuver caused Jordan, who had been passively waiting, to lose his balance, prompting him to step back. Zhou Quan hesitated for a moment, but with renewed vigor, he successfully surged past. Damn it! He had been breached again. Jordan seethed with rage. His strength was formidable. Even against interior players, he could hold his ground and withstand challenges. Previously, he had not taken Zhou Quan seriously, reserving some of his strength, but now, with full force, he still found himself overwhelmed. Magnificent! As Zhou Quan charged inside with the ball, the exuberant John Rawls exclaimed. From the ESPN commentary booth, Howard shook his head, remarking that Jordan's strength was indeed considerable. Backing down power forwards in the low post was a staple of his offensive strategy. His power should rival that of any Iron Fist. However, this was not a post defense. While defending a back down, he could lower his center of gravity to harness his full strength. Yet, when confronted with a direct breakthrough, his power was rendered ineffective, making it unsurprising that he could not hold his ground. Zhou Quan charged into the paint, swiftly maneuvering to the left before confronting Grant. He then encountered Pippen positioned on his left flank, only to suddenly pivot right, eluding Pippen while taking 2 lateral steps directly in front of the basket, skillfully avoiding Cartwright beneath the rim. With a series of deft changes in direction, he executed a Z-shaped drive through the paint, artfully exploiting the minuscule gaps between the 3 defenders, completely shaking off their tight coverage. As he reached the right front side of the basket, he abruptly spun around and delivered a delicate floater. Swish! The basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. Oh! After successfully scoring against 5 opponents, Zhou Quan was overwhelmed with exhilaration, adrenaline surging as he raised his fists and shouted in triumph to his teammates. Well done! On the bench, the smiling assassin erupted in exhilaration. Yes, countless Pistons fans leaped from their seats, pumping their fists and cheering, the energy in the Pistons' home arena reaching a new crescendo. Magnificent! What a splendid play! The bearded John Sally roared with excitement. Iron Fist has once again triumphed 1 against 5. single-handedly dismantling the Bulls. He resembled a fearless warrior, akin to the smiling assassin, repeatedly penetrating through every defensive line of the Bulls. Phil Jackson was astonished. He had anticipated that the ball would be passed to Ulrich, where there was a clear mismatch. Yet Iron Fist chose to take on the challenge himself, converting a morale-boosting play. In those two offensive sequences, he discerned echoes of the smiling assassin within Joe Kwon, witnessing the relentless spirit that pierced through all obstacles. Damn! Jordan felt his face flush with anger. Such a scoring method was the most demoralizing. And he was the first to be exploited, left in a rather embarrassing predicament. His vigilance towards Joe Kwon began to escalate, transforming from a mere rookie easily taught a lesson into a serious adversary to be reckoned with. Huff! Phil Jackson inserted his fingertips into his mouth, blowing his whistle sharply, and called out, "Michael, do not switch defenses, stick to the strategy. Moreover, ignore him in the backcourt." Upon hearing the call for a switch, Jordan was not surprised. His earlier decision to switch was merely a reaction to his frustration. He understood that another switch would leave John Paxson vulnerable to being targeted. In their previous match, he could afford to switch because Rodman was positioned at the 3, possessing little offensive threat, allowing Paxson to switch, but that was not the case today. Though filled with ire, he nodded in acquiescence, resolved to execute Phil Jackson's strategy. As the Bulls launched their offense, faced with the double team of Joe Kwon and Joe Dumars, Jordan again halted for a jump shot from the right elbow. Bang! But this time it missed. Damn it! Rodman secured the defensive rebound, and upon landing, he swayed the ball from side to side, using his elbow to intimidate Cartwright before handing it off to Joe Kwon. "Let's go again." Joe Kwon received the ball and shouted towards Jordan. Humph! Jordan, irritated, let out a disgruntled grunt and retreated towards the backcourt. Splendid! Iron Fist, through two personal offensive maneuvers, compelled Jordan to abandon his relentless full-court press, exclaimed the exuberant John Paxson. In Chicago, Zhang Heli sat in front of the television, while his wife immersed herself in a book in the bedroom. The volume of the TV kept deliberately low. Is Xiao Zhou's ball-handling prowess truly this formidable? He was thoroughly astonished, nearly taken aback. Having closely monitored Joe Kwon, he never anticipated that Zhou would single-handedly confront 5 opponents, effectively penetrating the Bulls' defense not once, but twice. He analyzed Zhou's 2 offensive plays, noting that he had adeptly leveraged his physical advantages, demonstrating remarkable breakthrough capabilities. Upon entering the paint, he exhibited exceptional agility and skill in maneuvering through tight spaces. On site, Joe Kwon crossed midcourt and advanced to the frontcourt, where Paxson stood in his path. No substitution. He was momentarily taken aback, having intended to let Ulrich exploit Paxson's defense, but that opportunity had vanished. However, could Paxson truly contain him? In terms of strength and confrontation, he held a distinct advantage over not just any single point guard, but all point guards across the league. John Paxson, opting not to apply pressure, played a cautious retreat, backing up to the arc's peak. Yet, Joe Kwon did not relent. Like a bulldozer, he relentlessly pressed forward, accelerating as he approached the arc's apex, suddenly unleashing his speed to break through. Employing his tried-and-true method, he executed a 3-in-1 breakthrough, directly colliding with Paxson, surging past the arc before halting at the free-throw line just prior to the impending defensive help. This was his current disadvantage. His absolute speed was insufficient. Even if he managed to bypass the first defender, the opponent still had the opportunity to encircle him. At that moment, the nearest defenders lingered a mere 1.5 meters away, granting him an open shot. The Bulls were employing a standard double-team strategy today, opting not to rush into a double team as the ball handler initiated their drive, but rather waiting until the penetration into the paint before closing in, thus preventing the Pistons from securing an open shot beyond the arc swish. Joe Kwon seized the opportunity for a mid-range jump shot, rising effortlessly and sinking the ball. Remarkable! 3 shots, 3 successes. Iron Fist delivered an impressive offensive display. Amidst the roar of the crowd, the bearded John Rowe raised his fist and shouted. With a score of 2-6, the Pistons held the lead at home, while the Bulls prepared for their offensive play. Phil Jackson stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on the court. Historically, Joe Kwon had not showcased a formidable individual offense, particularly in ball-handling skills, displaying a rather subdued desire to attack. He presumed today would be no different, thus feeling secure with Paxson's defensive position, allowing him to focus solely on limiting Joe Kwon's passing. However, Joe Kwon unleashed a powerful ball-handling offense, catching Jackson off guard, who decided to wait before adjusting his defensive strategy. Yet, a minute later, When Joquan once again outmaneuvered Paxson and scored from the free throw line, Jackson called a timeout. At the ESPN commentary booth, Howard marveled. 4-8, the Pistons lead. Jordan scored 4 consecutive points, but Iron Fist responded with an impressive 8, effectively halting the Bulls' momentum through personal offense. Winston stated gravely, "The Bulls have revealed a weakness, which Chuck Daly has capitalized on. If Phil Jackson does not devise a strategy to rectify this, Iron Fist will continue to exploit Paxson until the Bulls are overwhelmed." As the players remained off the court, Phil Jackson's gaze swept across the bench. B.J. Armstrong and Royce Perot, both of similar height to Iron Fist and weighing only 79 kilograms, would be ineffective, easily overpowered. Craig Hodges, also of the same height but weighing 86 kilograms, marginally heavier than Paxson, posed a question of feasibility. Only one point guard remained. His gaze shifted to the shooting guard, Hansen, standing at 198 centimeters and weighing 86 kilograms. He deemed Hansen too light and high-centered to withstand Iron Fist's tank-like advances. Then there was the swingman, Dennis Hobson, at 196 centimeters and 91 kilograms. A former lottery pick by the Nets in '87, who had just joined the Bulls this year. "Dennis, be prepared," Jackson instructed, startled while preparing towels for the starting players. Hobson dropped the towel. He was eager for playing time, yet tonight's match was one he wished to avoid, fearing Jordan's wrath in case of a mistake. At that moment, Jordan and his teammates returned, taking the towels and water cups as they settled back onto the bench. Phil Jackson asserted, "Listen closely, Dennis will be entering the game." Jordan was taken aback. What could this underperformer possibly contribute? He couldn't fathom how the Nets could have made such a poor choice. Had it been him, he would have chosen differently, lamenting the squandered lottery pick. Jackson continued, "None of us can contend with Iron Fist. When Dennis enters, his height might adequately match Ulrich. Michael, you will switch to defend Iron Fist. Scotty, you take on Joe Dumars." Upon hearing this, Jordan felt somewhat reassured. A 196-centimeter defender against Ulrich's 206 centimeters seemed manageable. He knew Ulrich well, having been his teammate during his rookie season and spending 5 seasons with the Bulls. Although Ulrich had 2 seasons averaging over 20 points, his offensive style was rather one-dimensional, primarily relying on dunks and capitalizing on assists. Their offensive styles were incompatible, which ultimately led to Ulrich's trade. As the timeout concluded, the Bulls prepared for their offensive play. Is this a strategy to switch defenses? Upon noticing that the Bulls were without a point guard, Joe quickly reacted. "Joe, either drive hard against Jordan or utilize the pick and roll. Do not attempt a shot easily in front of him. I suggest you leverage the pick and roll to break through Jordan. It is a more prudent choice," Chuck Daly instructed promptly. "Understood," Joe nodded in acknowledgement. As the game commenced, Pippen initiated a drive, but Ulrich's defense was lackluster, allowing him to penetrate. John Sally menacingly positioned himself at the left front of the basket. Pippen surged forward, suddenly executing a jump pass, sending the ball soaring towards Jordan, who was cutting into the paint from the right wing. Swish. Jordan deftly evaded Joe Dumars, receiving the ball just outside the right hip. Upon entering the paint and facing Rodman's defensive effort, he halted abruptly for a jump shot, successfully netting a near 2-pointer. The score stood at 6-8. With the Pistons now on the attack, increase the pressure on Jordan. "You know what to do," Chuck Daly bellowed from the sidelines. As anticipated, the players complied. Joquan dribbled into the front court, encountering Jordan's defensive switch. "Come on, kid, let me see how formidable your ball handling and penetration truly are." Jordan, fully focused, began his defense while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of trash talk. Joquan smiled faintly, suddenly signaling with his hand, prompting Ulrich to dash in from the left wing. Block and dismantle. Jordan felt a momentary pause in his thoughts. Ulrich arrived at Jordan's side, and in the next instant, Joquan deftly maneuvered past Jordan using the wall for leverage, circumventing Ulrich and charging towards the left elbow area. He executed a swift move against Hobson, who was attempting to switch defense, striking with his left shoulder. Bang! Hobson's slight frame, weighing only 91 kilograms, combined with a higher center of gravity, rendered him powerless against the force, resulting in an immediate lateral flip. Phil Jackson, witnessing the scene, could only shake his head in resignation. Joquan advanced towards the paint area with determination, dribbling the ball fiercely. Jordan swiftly pivoted and gave chase, forming a double team with Cartwright beneath the basket. Grant, positioned in the low post on the right wing, also descended into the paint, creating a formidable encirclement. Meanwhile, Ulrich strategically executed his cut, trailing behind Jordan. Whoosh! After advancing a couple of steps, Joe noticed the Bulls' encircling defense had solidified. He swiftly pivoted to the left, raising the ball with his right hand in a fluid motion, sending it soaring towards the descending Ulrich. Oh no. Jordan's expression shifted as he anticipated Joe's pass. In the next instant, a gust of wind surged behind him. Whoosh! A red and white figure darted past. Bang! In the following moment, a thunderous sound erupted as Ulrich hung on the rim, while Cartwright stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing onto the floor. Oh, what a spectacle! The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Yes. The bearded John Rowe triumphantly raised his fist, exclaiming. Iron Fist breaks through and dishes out an assist to Ulrich, who has dunked over Cartwright. The bespectacled Longer Lance chimed in with enthusiasm. The high pick-and-roll strategy at the arc. Although Ulrich didn't shoot a three-pointer, his dunk and mid-range shot were impressive, making the most of Iron Fist's pass. The score stood at 6-10, with the Bulls on the offensive. The newly entered Hobson struggled to make an impact in such a crucial match, becoming increasingly constrained and failing to find his rhythm. While the Pistons overlooked him and intensified their focus on Jordan. Bang! Under the combined pressure of Rodman, Jordan, and Ulrich, Jordan missed a shot. As the ball ricocheted off the rim, Joe, who had not participated in the double team against Jordan, promptly turned and initiated a fast break. No one shall steal my rebound. Rodman swiftly pivoted to seize the rebound with ferocity. Here. Joe's voice resonated from outside. Upon noticing that Iron Fist was already approaching the mid-court unguarded, Rodman quickly passed the ball over. Joe received the ball at the mid-court, skillfully maneuvered past the arc, and after taking 2 strides beyond the free-throw line, launched himself into the air with unparalleled vigor, clutching the ball in one hand like a battle axe, and struck down fiercely towards the hoop. The resounding thud echoed through the arena, igniting a fervor among the crowd at the Palace of Auburn Hills. As he descended from the rim, Joe charged towards the media section, where a line of Pistons cheerleaders exuberantly executed high-knee motions in his direction. He disregarded the microphones reaching towards him and paid no mind to the view beneath the cheerleaders' skirts, instead pointing towards the stands and vociferously proclaiming to the Pistons fans, in the Palace of Auburn Hills, who is the deity? Without awaiting their response, he immediately followed with a thunderous declaration. It is us. It is you. It is the Detroit Pistons. 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 Countless fans raised their arms in unison. A deafening roar resonating through the arena, the Pistons' home court atmosphere ablaze like a forest set aflame, uncontainable and overwhelming. With a flawless 5-for-5 performance, he amassed 10 points. A display of exceptional prowess from the Iron Fist. Howard at the ESPN commentary booth expressed his admiration, facing Jordan, who had declared his intent to score over 50 points. The Iron Fist truly had fortuitous luck today. This was his moment of glory, Winston remarked with a smile. Jordan stared incredulously at Joe. Taken aback by the aggressive and efficient offensive display from the rookie, who had previously been known for his lack of scoring ability, leaving both him and the Bulls utterly unprepared. Yet, what did it matter? He could still effortlessly crush such insignificant opponents on the court. With 6:12 on the clock, the Bulls launched their offense. Pippen charged towards the basket with fierce determination, preparing to soar above John Salley for a dunk, but Salley stood his ground, rising up to block with tenacity. The two collided midair, crashing to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. Iron Fist, rest assured. No one gets past me, Salley roared after rising to his feet, directing his fury towards Joe. Let us keep it that way. Each of our defensive plays must make them feel the pain. Joe, no longer smiling, acknowledged Salley with a thumbs up. His face now a mask of resilience and determination as he encouraged his teammate. His words struck fear into the hearts of the Bulls players. Receiving encouragement from a rookie transformed Salley into a fierce warrior, and he bellowed at the recovering Pippen. Remember, Bulls pups, this is the Pistons, here we are the deities. Pippen, nursing his bruises, was taken aback, lacking the courage to confront the notorious Salley head-on, and promptly averted his gaze. These ruffians. Jordan seethed, turning his ire towards Joe. Aren't you supposed to be the good guy? Joe let out a cold snort, remarking, Fool, is this what you call foul play? This is merely a robust defense. Pray tell, where has John resorted to underhanded tactics? You must understand, it is your team committing the offensive foul. Jordan hesitated, noting that had this been our home court, it would indeed be a defensive foul against you. Yet, he had to concede that the defense just displayed was fierce and tenacious, albeit not underhanded. Michael, be wary of the pick and roll, Phil Jackson bellowed from the sidelines. Subsequently, Jordan evidently intensified his defensive efforts against Joe Kwon. His prowess in navigating screens was unparalleled. Joe Kwon had expended considerable energy during the first half, and under the relentless defense of his opponent in the second half, his performance waned. As the first quarter concluded, Howard from the ESPN commentary team analyzed. The Pistons exhibited a dominating offensive display, while the reigning champions, the Bulls, failed to meet expectations, trailing 28-35, with the Pistons leading by 7 points. Winston added, Iron Fist dominated throughout the quarter, leaving Phil Jackson in a quandary, for there was no one on the Bulls bench capable of countering him, forcing Michael Jordan to switch onto him. Fortunately, Jordan's exceptional skills allowed him to effectively dismantle the Pistons' pick-and-roll strategy and stifle Iron Fist's offense. Howard remarked, Iron Fist was flawless in his first 5 attempts but faltered in his last 2, finishing the quarter with 7 shots made out of 10, scoring 12 points. With 1 rebound, 3 assists, and 1 foul. His offensive prowess was indeed impressive in the first half, but his performance declined in the latter half due to Jordan's defense. Nevertheless, he still contributed effectively in assists, being a crucial factor in the Pistons' lead over the Bulls at the end of the quarter. Winston nodded, stating, Jordan played the entire first quarter, showcasing an undeniable desire to score, achieving 13 points on 9 attempts, with 5 made, 1 out of 1 from three-point range, and hitting all 3 free throws. However, I noticed that Michael predominantly relied on his jump shots today, scarcely driving to the basket for points, which poses a concern. Should his shooting touch diminish, his efficiency will certainly be affected. Logically, even when Lambier was present, he dared to penetrate the paint, especially now that Lambier is absent. Neither John Sally nor Rodman can intimidate him. Howard pondered, with Iron Fist continuously attacking the basket in the first half, he expended considerable energy. If Jordan intensifies his defense in the latter half, he may need to conserve his strength, and I believe Michael Jordan will seek opportunities to exert himself later on. That seems plausible, Winston agreed. In the second quarter, the Pistons bench unit took the floor, with the smiling assassin and Mark Aguirre teaming up, while surprisingly, Jordan did not intend to rest and re-entered the game. This guy is a physical marvel, exclaimed Joe Dumars. Joe Kwon expressed concern. I wonder how Isaiah is faring? As the second quarter commenced, the Bulls initiated their offense. With a resounding thud, teammates cleared out, allowing Jordan to engage in a one-on-one against Darnell Walker. Faking a shot, he surged into the paint for a thunderous dunk. Howard quickly analyzed, with both John Sally and Rodman absent, the Pistons currently lack a formidable interior defense, providing Jordan the perfect opportunity to score in the paint. At that moment, Isaiah Thomas quickly advanced, with Jordan personally guarding him. Upon reaching the arc and being obstructed, he immediately pivoted to avoid a turnover. Jordan applied significant physical pressure, using his body to dominate the smaller Thomas, his knee pressing against the latter's thigh while he extended his arms to envelop the ball handler, disregarding any fakes and pushing forward to induce a mistake from his opponent. Suddenly, Thomas executed a swift turn, stepping back for a jumper, and despite Jordan's close defense, he found the net. Jordan, the Iron Fist speaks true. We Pistons remain the ceiling above you, an insurmountable barrier, Thomas declared, his confidence surging post-score, and banter ensued. Jordan, gritting his teeth, glared fiercely. Moments later, he responded with a precise stop-and-pop jumper, swiftly evening the score. Eager to retaliate, the smiling assassin inadvertently allowed Jordan to intercept the ball, leading to a fast break where Jordan scored again, racking up 6 points within a minute. 2 minutes later, the score stood at 40-40. With Jordan hitting 4 of 6 attempts and making both free throws, amassing 10 points and orchestrating a 12-5 run to level the score, prompting a timeout from the Pistons. Following the break, the Pistons reintroduced Joe Kwon and Rodman, substituting for Darnell Walker and backup center Cyrus. Instantly, Winston analyzed from the ESPN booth. With both the smiling assassin and Iron Fist on the court, the ball should likely be in Iron Fist's hands, as Thomas possesses greater offensive capabilities. Howard countered, I believe whoever Jordan guards will dictate the offense. Winston, taken aback, quickly acknowledged. On the court, the Pistons resumed their offensive efforts. As Joe Kwon received the ball in the backcourt, Jordan swiftly approached him. Without hesitation, Joe transferred the ball to Thomas. With a swish, Thomas caught the ball and swiftly surged into the front court, deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders before penetrating the paint and successfully scoring. Indeed, Howard chuckled and remarked, now the Bulls must respond. Their perimeter defense is lacking, and the interior defense is even more deficient. Pippen should be brought onto the court. A minute later, Coinciding with a dead ball, as Howard suggested, Phil Jackson summoned Pippen to the game. "Kid, let Pippen take care of you," he said. Joe Kwon advanced into the front court. With Pippen positioned ahead, isn't Grant the second in command of the Bulls? Leaving behind a taunt, Joe Kwon veered to the left wing, distancing himself from the right wing where Jordan stood, also creating space between himself and Thomas. "Who uttered that?" Pippen pursued, seething with anger. Bang! Joe Kwon pivoted and executed a fierce back play, causing the 203-centimeter-tall, 99-kilogram Scottie Pippen to stagger back, unable to withstand the force. In the next instant, Joe Kwon charged into the left wing, galloping towards the left elbow region. What a spectacle! Witnessing Joe Kwon successfully overpower the star small forward Pippen, Chuck Daly couldn't help but applaud. As Joe Kwon drove towards the basket, the smiling assassin on the right wing swiftly moved along the arc to the left wing. Jordan followed, arriving at the arc's peak. Upon seeing Joe Kwon penetrating the left elbow area, he hesitated for a moment before swiftly changing direction to intercept. He aimed to trap Joe Kwon between himself, Pippen, who was trailing behind, and the substitute power forward Lewinston, forming a three-man encirclement. However, this would leave the assassin unguarded, potentially allowing him to receive a pass from Joe Kwon. Nevertheless, based on all available data, Joe Kwon's court vision appeared insufficient, and his awareness of open spaces behind him was lacking. He rarely delivered passes to his rear. This suggested that the assassin might not receive the ball, as he would likely position himself behind Joe Kwon in the next moment. This was the reason for Jordan's decision to engage in the double team, moving strategically between Joe Kwon and the assassin, aiming to both participate in the trap and sever their passing lanes. Just as the three-man encirclement was about to solidify, a shift in perspective revealed a passing lane to Joe Kwon. From a step to the left, through the left waist area, he spotted Rodman under the basket, with an open lane behind him. Meanwhile, the Bulls' substitute center Spencer King was on the move, likely to close off that direct path. In a split second, Joe Kwon halted abruptly, pressed the ball with his right hand, and executed a swift dribble beneath his legs, lifting the ball with his left hand. In the next moment, he hurled the ball with a sudden force. Whoosh! Like a surgical incision, the basketball sliced through the narrow gap between the Bulls' two substitute big men, Spencer King and Lewinston. What? In the following instant, Spencer King stepped up, the direct path vanished, and he felt something was past him, failing to react in time. Meanwhile, Rodman was poised to secure the offensive rebound, his focus entirely on predicting the ball's trajectory, awaiting Joe Kwon's shot. Suddenly, he didn't see Joe Kwon leap for the shot, but rather caught sight of an orange basketball emerging from the crowd. With instinctive reflexes, he clapped his hands together to snatch the ball, grateful that it didn't soar too high. Fully concentrated, he quickly regained possession and effortlessly leaped to place the ball into the basket, watching it bounce outward before soaring up again to push it through the hoop. How did he pass it? Jordan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he was astonished, certain that Iron Fist's pass was not a straightforward one. So how did he discern the passing lane? It wasn't a lob pass, it was a precision pass, requiring the passer to visualize the direct path before the opportunity to deliver it arose. Remarkable. Iron Fist's passing was extraordinary. His vision was simply astounding. Was he guessing? A normal person couldn't possibly perceive that route. Howard exclaimed from the ESPN commentary booth, visibly amazed. No, Winston interjected with certainty. It was imagination. An unparalleled spatial awareness, a gift that transcends mere statistics, a perspective unattainable by ordinary mortals. Or perhaps, it is a divine vision. Really? Howard responded, somewhat perplexed. I must keep an eye on that rookie. His threat seems to have escalated. Jordan resolved internally. Following that, he indeed focused on Joe Kwon, leaving the assassin to Pippen. After a 2-minute stalemate, the score was tied at 44. Then, Mark Aguirre surged forth, scoring twice against the Bulls' substitute shooting guard Bob Hansen, allowing the Pistons to regain the lead. Phil Jackson called a timeout, substituting in his two main big men and replacing the point guard with BJ. Before entering the game, he cautioned, BJ, the Pistons will certainly target you. Your best strategy is to defend against drives, not shots. If he penetrates, we'll collapse on him. If it's Iron Fist against you, defend against drives, but encourage him to shoot from the outside. Understood. BJ felt immense pressure, as the team's strategy was so reactive due to Iron Fist's significant advantage at the point guard position. Phil Jackson then addressed Jordan. Michael, we cannot switch defenses. If others guard BJ, it will worsen the situation. Jordan nodded, feeling frustrated that his position was being targeted, especially when it was already weak. And now faced with the monstrous Iron Fist, the disparity was even more pronounced. A sense of unease washed over him. How would they resolve this issue come playoff time? As the timeout concluded, the Pistons initiated their offense. Receiving the ball in the backcourt, Joe Kwon smiled upon seeing BJ defend him, suddenly accelerating forward. The relatively lighter BJ was momentarily caught off guard, trailing behind. Joe Kwon surged into the front court, with BJ desperately pursuing from behind. Squealing to a halt at the arc's peak, BJ couldn't stop in time, barreling towards the free throw line, while Joe Kwon calmly positioned himself. Not so fast. Having first discarded the assassin, Jordan lunged in to help defend, soaring from the right wing to attempt a block. This is bad, but in the next moment, he realized he had been faked out, for Joe Kwon had not leapt for the shot. Joe Kwon crouched down as Jordan soared past him. At that moment, he passed the ball to the sharpshooter on the right wing. The sharpshooter caught the ball and leaped, releasing a three-point shot with the precision of a cold-blooded assassin launching his blade at a target, without a hint of hesitation. Swish. The net rippled as the three-pointer found its mark. Oh, the palace of Auburn Hills erupted in jubilation. The sharpshooter's fans were beside themselves with excitement. 25, 25, 25. They chanted in unison, for it was the pinnacle of the sharpshooter's glory, even eclipsing the moment of winning the championship. As the Bulls launched their offense, Jordan attempted a three-pointer, but it missed. Rodman seized the rebound and passed it to the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter sprinted down the court, shaking off Jordan, and charged toward the basket for a layup. But at that moment, Grant suddenly surged in from the left side, soaring to block the shot, his hand swatting the ball away. In his airborne descent, unable to halt his momentum, his bent right knee collided forcefully with the sharpshooter, sending him crashing to the floor, flipping twice before coming to a halt. Damn it! Damn it! The sharpshooter felt an unbearable pain coursing through his body, and in his fury, he unleashed a torrent of curses. Oh! A gasp rippled through the crowd, quickly followed by a chorus of boos. Seeing the sudden change in expression on Mark Aguirre's face as he rushed towards the sharpshooter, Joe Kwon shouted to Jordan, "Michael Jordan, now it's your turn to be the bad guy." Jordan, aware that Grant's block was excessively aggressive, felt the pressure of Joe Kwon's gaze and could not show weakness. He promptly defended Grant, saying, "Nonsense. He didn't do it on purpose. It was a normal play, a legitimate physical contest." Joe Kwon smiled gently, yet his gaze remained icy. A big man soared from the side to block a layup from a diminutive point guard, exhibiting no protective measures, allowing his body to collide with the airborne assassin. By the letter of the law, there was indeed no infraction. The ensuing physical confrontation after the block was entirely within the rules. However, the notorious Bad Boys defense, too, was technically unassailable under the same regulations. If there were any breaches, the league would have swiftly imposed penalties. Thus, one might as well exploit the rules. Laws harbor loopholes. How much more so do regulations? Bill Laimbeer once astutely remarked, "I merely tread the fine line of the rules, without crossing it." The Iron Fist, Isaiah, could no longer play. Mark Aguirre shouted loudly beneath the basket. Everyone, teammates and fans alike, turned their gaze toward Joe Kwon, fully aware that he had been designated as the future by the Pistons management. Now, with the assassin injured at the hands of the Bulls, he was required to make a statement. Joe Kwon approached, and the referee remarked, "Iron Fist, remain calm. This is merely an accident, a normal physical collision." He cast a glance at Grant, the Cobra, whose eyes, concealed beneath his glasses, reflected only darkness. Joe nodded towards him, and then addressed the referee, saying, "Sir, please handle this according to the rules." The referee nodded appreciatively at Joe Kwon. "What?" Mark Aguirre gazed at Joe in astonishment. Rodman also felt a profound disappointment. This was not the Iron Fist he had envisioned. Was it possible that Iron Fist's punches were reserved solely for his teammates? Joe Kwon smiled and remarked, "When playing on the court, one must adhere to the rules. Do not recklessly disrupt them. Do you not understand?" Aguirre and the others were incensed, exclaiming, "The mailman did not elbow you, yet you have fractured his rib. Are we now discussing the rules? Are you still targeting Isaiah? We have misjudged you." The heartless assassin felt a chill within. He did not believe that Joe Kwon should have confronted the Bulls with aggression. The previous incident was indeed a mere normal collision, yet he disapproved of Joe Kwon's attitude, which was overly formal and not befitting a teammate, let alone a team leader. They could not help but feel disappointment toward Joe Kwon. At that moment, Joe Kwon addressed the assassin, stating, "Isaiah, in this game, even if it means breaking bones, we must secure victory." Thomas shot Joe Kwon a cold glare and shook his head, sarcastically replying, You are the future of the team. My bones are of no consequence. But yours must not be broken. I mean their bones. Zhou Quan smiled and responded. The assassin was momentarily taken aback, as were the others. From now on, we shall test the limits of the rules in this game. We will tread the fine line of legality. Zhou Quan, with a stern expression, addressed the crowd. Okay. The excited audience responded in unison. Something's wrong. The referee's countenance changed, and Jordan along with the other Bulls players were visibly affected. Zhou Quan fixed his gaze upon Jordan and, with a voice bordering on a roar, proclaimed, Michael Jordan, it appears you have forgotten that this is the Pistons. The Detroit Pistons, unyielding, iron-willed, resilient, and undaunted. We are the very embodiment of contemporary style in this league, the cradle from which it originated. Though the bad boys may no longer be, we have never relinquished their spirit. It shall forever remain our guiding principle. Oh, roar. The audience behind the baseline responded, erupting into a chorus of cheers that gradually resonated throughout the arena. So be it. Standing firm, Jordan, who had never flinched before the bad boys, was not about to cower before Zhou Quan. He immediately retorted with a fierce shout directed at him. Shortly thereafter, Thomas exited due to injury, paving the way for Chauncey Billups to take the court. Additionally, Ulrich and John Sally were substituted in for Darnell Walker and backup center Bedford, bringing forth the Pistons' entire starting lineup. The Pistons initiated their offensive play with a baseline inbound pass. Zhou Quan sprinted from the baseline to receive the ball, advancing to the arc as BJ pursued him. He signaled a tactical gesture, prompting his teammates to swiftly reposition according to the strategy before initiating a back post against BJ. Back post? Upon witnessing this, Jordan's heart raced. The 95-kilogram powerhouse easily overpowered the 79-kilogram BJ, a feat almost effortless. Yet, BJ was no fool. He dared not remain behind. However, just as he prepared to sidestep for a steal, Zhou Quan commenced his back post maneuver, leaving BJ with no time to react. With a resounding thud, in the blink of an eye, Zhou sidestepped, dribbling with his right hand, while simultaneously thrusting his left elbow back, the elbow's tip colliding forcefully with BJ. A pained cry escaped BJ's lips as he was sent sprawling backward, crashing onto the floor, clutching his chest, and moaning in agony. The head referee puffed his cheeks, poised to blow the whistle, but hesitated, his tongue halting the sound. There was no foul. Zhou's actions adhered strictly to the rules. His elbow had not been swung with malice. It simply occupied space as part of his body, an integral aspect of normal physical contest. Damn it. Seeing his teammate collapse, Jordan felt an overwhelming urge for retribution. This was a personal affront, a deliberate act. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan had already charged into the paint, resembling a frenzied tiger barreling towards the basket. Drawing Grant and Cartwright into the fray, he suddenly pivoted left. On the left wing, Ulrich was sprinting towards the paint, with Pippen trailing closely behind. Zhou Quan released the ball with a swift toss, then executed a rapid stop, effectively positioning himself to shield Pippen at his left flank. With a resounding thud, Ulrich seized the ball, launching himself into the air without a moment's hesitation. This does not bode well. Grant had just adjusted his footing when Ulrich was already soaring above, and he sensed impending trouble as the confrontation was directed towards him. With a forceful impact that echoed through the arena, Ulrich crashed violently into Grant's chest, the latter letting out a pained gasp as he was sent sprawling beneath the basket. Writhing in agony, a gasp of shock rippled through the crowd at the Auburn Hills Palace, igniting a fervor as countless spectators raised their fists in fervent support. It was over. Jordan and his teammates on the court, alongside Phil Jackson and others at the sidelines, felt a chill at the sight of Grant's predicament. This is the essence of the game. This is the nature of fair competition. Have we truly crossed the line of acceptable conduct? Zhou Quan, with clenched fists, bellowed angrily towards the stands. No. The crowd erupted in unison, their collective roar reverberating through the arena. The referee's expression darkened. He could no longer contain the chaotic atmosphere on the court, yet he was acutely aware that he had made no glaring officiating errors, which only fueled his frustration. Damn Grant. He could only curse the man who had just been knocked over. Had it not been for that reckless block, this situation might have been avoided. With Grant injured and sidelined, it was clear he would not return to the game, and BJ had also taken a significant hit, both players needing to rest. The Pistons, with a single offensive play, had delivered a painful lesson to the Bulls. However, what truly set the Pistons apart was their formidable, terrifying defense. With an explosive intensity, Jordan charged forward, navigating past Dumars and the recovering Zhou Quan, only to be met with a fierce block from John Sally at his right flank. sending both him and the ball crashing to the floor. The referee called a defensive foul, awarding 2 free throws. Jordan, uncharacteristically rattled, missed both attempts. Moments later, Joe DeMars, using a screen from Mark Aguirre, penetrated the defense and assisted John Sally, who executed a thunderous dunk. 2 minutes later, Jordan was poised to retaliate. Bang! Joe Kwan's defensive response was slightly delayed, yet he swiftly closed the distance, first swatting the ball from Jordan's grasp with a decisive slap, then colliding with him as if in a rugby match, sending Jordan crashing to the ground. At that moment, the ball rolled out of bounds, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. Damn it! Get off me! Jordan, pinned beneath Joe and the unforgiving floor, felt the dual impact keenly, his frustration boiling over in a torrent of curses. It was merely a routine steal. Had the referee not made an erroneous judgment, I would not have committed a foul. Joe Kwan rose from the ground, having just collided with Jordan, and directed a gentle smile toward the referee. Without hesitation, the referee pointed towards the Bulls' baseline, awarding possession to the Bulls for a sideline throw-in. According to the current regulations, since the Iron Fist had initially struck the ball, it constituted a steal, and the subsequent physical contact fell under the norm of post-steal interaction. "You scoundrel!" Jordan exclaimed as he stood up, pressing his forehead against Joe Kwan's in a furious outburst. "You hypocritical dog!" Joe Kwan forcefully pushed Jordan away and retorted, "Your elbows are just as notorious in the league as your MJ brand. Do you think you're a pure lotus? So stop pretending to be innocent. If I am a villain, then you are even more so." Beep. The head referee, with no choice but to intervene, stepped between the two and declared, "I hereby formally warn you both. I will not tolerate any fighting on the court. Otherwise, I will expel you both from the game." Jordan was nearly apoplectic. Grant had already been retaliated against, and now he faced expulsion as well. "If you send me off, who will the fans watch play?" At that moment, Phil Jackson intervened, substituting Jordan to allow him to regain his composure, especially as there was little time left in the second quarter. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the score stood at 50-45, with the Pistons leading by 5 points. In the ESPN commentary booth, Howard analyzed, "Both teams have displayed intense aggression, exhibiting the most ferocious defense, resulting in numerous injuries and a significant drop in scoring efficiency. What we must focus on now is the Pistons' unwavering determination to win from the very start of the game. Both players and fans have resolutely refused to allow Michael Jordan to ascend as the god of the Palace of Auburn Hills, sparing no effort in their pursuit. The Bulls, too, share this resolve. Michael Jordan declared before the game that he would score over 50 points tonight, and thus far, he has already amassed 23 points, certainly maintaining the hope of reaching that goal. Winston, however, immediately shook his head, stating, "That's impossible. Given the atmosphere today, I believe the Iron Fist would rather break Jordan's legs than allow him to score 50 points. Howard paused, contemplating, and realized there was indeed a possibility of such an outcome. In the players' tunnel, both teams coincidentally entered at the same time, causing a slight congestion. "Please wait a moment." Joe Kwan extended his hand to stop Pippen, gesturing for his teammates to proceed ahead. "On what grounds?" Pippen murmured softly. "Iron Fist, do not overstep your bounds." "Why should you be the first to go?" Jordan retorted angrily. He was a character who possessed an insatiable desire for victory, a relentless obsession to win in every endeavor. Whether it be walking, urinating, playing cards, or engaging in basketball, how could he possibly endure the indignity of trailing behind? Joe Kwan spoke coldly. "This is our home ground. You are our sworn enemies, not guests. We shall depart first. Do you have any objections? Or do you truly believe you are the deity here? Who granted you such arrogance?" With a crackling sound, the scene drew attention, as numerous media reporters, upon noticing the commotion, rushed over at a sprint, their cameras clicking incessantly. "Humph." Jordan let out a frustrated snort and fell silent. "Let us leave." Joe Kwanung raised his hand and departed with his teammates. The journalists were astonished. When had Jordan ever walked behind someone else? "Michael, what are your thoughts on the Iron Fist?" A reporter called out loudly. "Once a valiant dragon slayer, he had now been tainted by dragon's blood, transforming himself into a malevolent dragon." Jordan replied coldly. "Will you maintain the same intense defense in the second half?" Another reporter inquired. "We have never feared the bad boys, let alone this current iteration of the Pistons," Jordan remarked disdainfully as he continued forward. Indeed, as he had stated, the match remained fiercely contested in the second half, marked by relentless and aggressive defense, with players frequently collapsing onto the court. Jordan was knocked down 3 times within 5 minutes, each time while driving into the paint, There was truly no one outside who could impede him, as both Isaiah Thomas and Joe Quan were unable to thwart his penetrations and off-ball cuts. As Joe Quan embarked on a drive, even though he managed to outmaneuver John Paxson, his pace was rather sluggish. The Bulls anticipated his movements, effectively double-teaming him, and he endured several sneaky elbows, being directly tackled 3 times. At the 6th minute and 5th second of the third quarter, Joe Quan initiated an offensive play. At that moment, John Salley found himself with a small opening beneath the basket. Joe quickly spotted this opportunity and executed an overhead pass over John Paxson, sending the basketball soaring toward the hoop. With a resounding thud, John Salley leaped to catch the ball and, upon landing, adjusted his footing in preparation for a layup. However, this moment of adjustment afforded the defender an opportunity. Cartwright seized the chance and leaped as Salley went for the basket. Alas, he was a fraction too late. Regrettably, his timing was slightly off, and his hands could not reach the ball. A flicker of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he bent his arm, elbow jutting out, and inadvertently struck Salley's face. A gasp escaped from John Salley as he crumpled to the floor, blood streaming from his visage. "I did not intend to. It was an accidental collision," Cartwright proclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence towards the head referee. "I witnessed it. Indeed, it was unintentional." In Joe Quan's eyes, a fierce glint flickered as he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. The head referee, acknowledging Joe Quan's words, merely nodded and issued a single defensive foul against Carter White. 55 seconds later, Joe Quan seized the ball and initiated a breakthrough. He advanced from the backcourt to the frontcourt with unwavering speed. Confronted by John Paxson's obstruction, he skillfully maneuvered the ball with his right hand while his left elbow shielded his chest. With a slight change in direction, he surged past on the right side, delivering a forceful collision. Under the brutal impact, John Paxson let out a cry, flipping sideways and crashing to the floor, still clutching his chest in agony. Damn it! Jordan's eyes nearly erupted with fury. BJ had just been injured, and now Paxson was down as well. That iron fist was the true embodiment of a rogue. The referee, witnessing this scene, refrained from blowing the whistle, as it constituted a normal physical confrontation during a ball-handling breakthrough. Paxson had lost his position and had been overrun by Iron Fist. Bang! Joe Quan charged into the paint, drawing the defense before assisting the substitute center Bedford with a thunderous dunk. At that moment, the Bulls physician rushed onto the court, conducted a swift examination, and then turned to Phil Jackson, exclaiming, "2 ribs have been fractured." What? Phil Jackson's expression shifted dramatically. In the 10th minute, the Bulls mounted an offensive. Pippen drove with the ball, and Billy Cartwright found an opportunity beneath the basket. The former swiftly passed the ball, and the latter prepared for a layup. Not on my watch. Just as the opponent was poised to score, Joe Quan surged from the crowd, leaping into the air with his powerful hands, delivering a ferocious block at the critical moment. With a resounding smack, the ball was sent flying out of bounds, and Joe Quan collided with Cartwright. Cartwright fell to the ground, one hand clutching his waist, and the other gripping his left ankle, wailing in agony. "Get off! Get away!" He felt as if his waist were about to snap, and his ankle was on the verge of breaking. In pain, he shouted furiously at Joe Quan, "Your mouth reeks." Joe Quan uttered a curse and gracefully rose from Carter White's body, turning to the referee and exclaiming, "Sir, should this not be considered a standard block?" The referee, his complexion slightly pale, remained silent and simply gestured towards the sidelines, awarding possession to the Bulls. Witnessing yet another teammate fall, while Iron Fist remained unpenalized, Jordan stood frozen on the outside. The rules, indeed, are just the rules. Joe Quan approached Jordan, coldly stating, "When the safety of our opponents is entirely disregarded, remember, the rules are here to protect us." Phil Jackson's face turned pale. After battling the Pistons for so many years, he never anticipated a regular season game could descend into such brutality. This was not a basketball match. It resembled the most ferocious of football games. From the outset, Grant, BJ, John Salley, John Paxson, and Cartwright, the Bulls suffered injuries to 4 players, while the Pistons lost 2. The intensity was unprecedented. Even the notorious Bad Boys encounters with the Bulls paled in comparison to this. At the ESPN commentary booth, Howard shook his head in disbelief. Winston solemnly remarked, "The catalyst was Grant's reckless disregard for his opponent's safety during a block. He threw the assassin to the ground with his knee." While Iron Fist retaliated in the most forceful yet rule-abiding manner. Despite being a substitute, the assassin's significance on the bench was no less than that of a starting player. John Salley's injury remains uncertain, as he has retreated to the locker room. The Pistons have effectively lost 2 key players, yet their primary rotation can still be maintained. Conversely, the Bulls have lost all 3 of their key players, suffering a severe blow. BJ sat on the bench, still fit to play. He could substitute for John Paxson. As their abilities were comparable, the Bulls also had 2 backup centers to fill in for Cartwright, whose capabilities were similar. Thus, the losses of these 3 players did not gravely impact the Bulls. However, the injury to Horace Grant was critical, as no one on the bench could replace him. Phil Jackson was seething, his primary rotation now in disarray. He was not merely angry, he was frightened. This was just a regular season game, with 3 more against the Pistons looming ahead. If this continued, his players would all end up in the hospital, with gritted teeth. He hurried to the scorer's table during a timeout and pulled Jordan and Pippen from the game. Oh. When Jordan saw himself being benched, he erupted in fury, shaking his fists in rage. As the Bulls conceded defeat by withdrawing their stars, the palace of Auburn Hills erupted, with Pistons fans roaring in frenzy, "We are the gods! We are the gods!" The deafening cheers reverberated throughout the arena, as if the very roof were about to lift. The Bad Boys had resurrected. The league was in for a challenge, as this new incarnation of the Bad Boys was even more formidable, resilient, and unyielding. The Bulls had inadvertently activated a new generation of the Bad Boys. Just as Jordan had claimed a championship, he now faced an even more terrifying adversary. Media reporters on-site buzzed with excitement. Many began to write furiously, eager to get their stories out first. Why concede? This is a game we must not abandon. We cannot bow to thugs. Jordan stormed down the sidelines, vehemently rebuking Phil Jackson. Jackson, too, was boiling with rage but managed to suppress it, replying in a low voice. "Michael, if this continues, we won't have 5 starters for the next game." Jordan retorted vehemently, "But they also injured too. We lost 4. 3 of whom are starters. Can't you see that?" Jackson could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Michael, we are the defending champions. They are not. They're a team in decline, undergoing reconstruction. Is it in our best interest, or yours, to engage them in this manner? Don't you want to defend your title? To build a dynasty? Don't let your hatred for the smiling assassin, for the Pistons, for Iron Fist cloud your judgment. Get out of my way. Let me through." Jordan snapped, silencing his words as he shoved past the reporters into the players' tunnel. "Is he cursing us again? That jerk deserves to be dealt with by Iron Fist," one reporter muttered. "Dig up his dirt," another suggested. Many reporters nodded in agreement. The Pistons controlled the remainder of the game until its conclusion. With a record of 26 wins and 13 losses, their winning percentage soared to 66.7, surpassing the Knicks to claim 3rd place in the Eastern Conference. As the game ended, the palace of Auburn Hills came alive, resonating with jubilant cheers. A match that saw 6 players injured had transformed the arena into the most intimidating venue in the league. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Jean Helly sighed, his face pale from the shock of witnessing such a brutal game. As a fan of Jordan, he felt a sense of relief that the moral exemplar, Joe Dumars, was defending him. Had Joaquin been guarding him, he might have also faced injury. Simultaneously, he felt pleased for Joaquin, knowing this game would surely earn him greater support in Detroit. His wife, who had come to fetch a drink, curiously asked, "Is this Joaquin really that impressive? How could he dare to yell at Michael Jordan on the court?" This was beyond her comprehension, having lived in Chicago for years, even if uninterested in sports. She recognized Jordan's immense fame, especially after last year's championship victory. Jean Helly glanced at his wife, subtly shaking his head, acknowledging her naivety. "Do you believe that if Jordan dared to strike, our compatriot would not retaliate?" "What?" His wife gasped in disbelief. Jean chuckled. "Jordan is indeed renowned, particularly in Chicago. Yet he has only 1 championship title. He is not so formidable as to intimidate his opponents into silence. The smiling assassin has 2 titles. Yet he too was sent to the hospital by Joaquin." At the palace of Auburn Hills, the Bulls had departed, while Pistons players and fans celebrated their victory. In this match, 3 Pistons scored over 20 points. Joaquin, Joe Dumars, and Mark Aguirre, with 3 others also surpassing double digits, Rodman, John Sally, and Isaiah Dumars. Joaquin achieved remarkable statistics, recording 29 points, 4 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 4 fouls, with a shooting accuracy of 48. His 29 points mark a personal best for a single game in his career. Jordan played for 33 minutes, scoring an impressive 34 points. Joaquin, honored as the most valuable player of the match, graciously accepted a live interview with ESPN. Iron Fist, Congratulations on your victory over the Bulls and Jordan. The reporter exclaimed with a smile. Thank you. We are delighted to have secured this win. Jo Kwon responded with a nod of gratitude. Do you consider this match to be typical? The reporter inquired. Indeed, it was all within the bounds of the rules, Jo Kwon smiled. How do you interpret the rules? The reporter pressed further. Jo Kwon pondered for a moment before stating, prior to this, I believe that we could adopt a firm stance, one that adheres to the rules. However, this must be predicated on a fundamental principle. We must prioritize the safety of our opponents. It is unjust to disregard their well-being for the sake of a single offensive or defensive move. After all, we are playing a game, not waging war. The journalist nodded repeatedly in agreement. Jo Kwon continued, stating that Michael Jordan informed him that Grant's action of using his knee to send Isaiah flying during a block was unintentional, thus permissible under the rules. Consequently, I was compelled to alter my understanding of the regulations. Otherwise, I would find it impossible to thrive within this league. And so? The reporter inquired. Jo Kwon remarked, thus, Lon Biao was correct. As long as the rules do not prohibit it, we are free to act, which has led to this brutal contest. Within the confines of the rules, we may disregard the safety of our opponents. Michael Jordan is the architect of this match. He must bear the responsibility for all those injured in it. In the visiting team's locker room, upon hearing Jo Kwon's words emanating from the television, a chill surged through Jordan's spine, ascending towards the crown of his head. This wretch seeks to ruin me. He desires my destruction. If the notion that he is indifferent to the safety of his opponents becomes established, he would be annihilated. His life would be over. And everything would come to an end. Bang! An overwhelming fury erupted from the depths of his heart, prompting him to seize the chair beneath him and hurl it at the television mounted on the wall. The screen shattered, sparks flew as the circuit shorted, and the lights in the locker room flickered ominously before plunging into darkness. He is lying. That was not my intent. He is a scoundrel. He speaks falsehoods. I do care for the safety of my opponents. No, no, no. Jordan's roar echoed in the pitch-black locker room. Though others could not see him, they could palpably sense his boundless rage. Every soul trembled in fear, including Pippen, who dared not exhale audibly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jordan was gripped by fear and anxiety. Jo Kwon concluded the live interview and bid farewell to the fans alongside his teammates. The fans responded with fervor. Although they did not engage in a brawl with the Bulls due to the assassin's injury tonight, his subsequent performance earned him the admiration of Pistons supporters. Upon returning to the locker room, he inquired about the conditions of John Sally and Thomas, receiving mixed news. Sally, having received 7 stitches on his face, was deemed fit to participate in the next game despite his injury, whereas Thomas faced a more serious predicament. While his bones remained intact, he suffered a strained lower back, necessitating at least a month's hiatus. Moreover, given Thomas's pre-existing injury issues, even after recovery, there was a high likelihood that his performance would be adversely affected, potentially accelerating the decline of his career. Warner Walker jested, we still came out ahead. Paxson has fractured 2 ribs, and both Grant and Cartwright are surely not unscathed. BJ should be fine, so they have 3 major injuries while we only have 1. The injured assassin Thomas, reclining on the massage table, cautioned, Iron Fist, on the 24th. We are heading to their home court, so be careful. Rest assured, Jo Kwon nodded in response. This season, the Pistons had already faced the Bulls twice, with 3 more regular season games awaiting them. As they both belong to the Eastern Conference Central Division, a season typically comprises 5 or 6 encounters, and this season had culminated in 5. Chuck Daly refrained from conducting a post-game summary, allowing the players to shower and rest. Jo Kwon stood beneath the showerhead, glancing at the system, where his speed had escalated to level 90, a mark of excellence. Upon reviewing his profile, he noticed some statistical enhancements. The sheer volume of data rendered it difficult to discern the specifics of when these improvements occurred. His breakthrough from level 82 to level 83 was accompanied by a uniform elevation of 6 breakthrough techniques by 1 level. His offensive skills advanced from level 75 to 76, primarily enhancing his under-basket technique, which had risen from level 70 to 72. His foundational shooting skills also saw a rise, now at level 86, with his jump shot technique similarly elevated to level 86. Additionally, his stealing ability progressed from level 80 to 82, while his game experience increased from level 60 to 65. Furthermore, his organizational skills improved from 85 to 86, which was crucial for him as a point guard, given the injuries sustained by so many tonight. He pondered what the league's reaction would be the following day. But what of it? There was no altercation. All actions were within the bounds of the rules. Indeed, as Jordan stated, if it was unintentional and not against the regulations, it was permissible. Meanwhile, Rodman and others, also showering, began to chatter animatedly about the league. Joe Kwon pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding it was beyond his concern and chose to dismiss the thought. An hour later, the post-game press conference for the Bulls and Pistons commenced. On the Bulls' side, Jordan was absent, and Pippen appeared alone. "Scotty, where is Michael Jordan?" a reporter inquired. "He has some physical issues," Pippen explained. "Let us head to the locker room," another reporter shouted. At this, numerous journalists hastily exited the press conference hall. Pippen's face turned pale with frustration. He thought, "Am I not worthy? I am an all-star after all. Where are you all rushing off to? To flatter Jordan's behind? He left long ago." "Scotty, could you elaborate on why Michael Jordan proclaimed before the game that he would retract his praise for the Iron Fist and even stated he would score over 50 points against him? What transpired?" a journalist pressed. Without a moment's hesitation, Pippen replied, "Because the Iron Fist used a cigar to scorch his suit, treating him as an ashtray," which understandably infuriated him. A collective gasp of surprise rippled through the room. "Please, could you detail the incident?" another reporter immediately followed up. "There's nothing much to it." Pippen realized he had erred, fortunately omitting the detail of Jordan kneeling before the Iron Fist, and quickly shifted the conversation. However, the persistent media continued to probe, gradually extracting information from him, revealing all but the final detail of Jordan's kneeling. On the Pistons side, Joe Kwon and Joe Dumars attended. "Iron Fist, during that encounter, you were deliberately elbowed, yet you chose not to retaliate violently this time. Why?" a reporter asked. "Michael Jordan wishes to play by the rules, and naturally, I shall engage him in that game. This is what I call reciprocal response," Joe Kwon replied with a smile. "And how will you approach other opponents in future matches?" another journalist inquired. Joe Kwon's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he stated, "The safety of life is paramount. While we can exhibit a robust response on the court, even allowing for injuries to our opponents, we must never subjectively disregard or directly endanger their lives. In the case of Grant's knee strike against Thomas, I believe he completely neglected Thomas's safety, charging in without restraint, which is unacceptable. It appeared he intentionally collided with Thomas, even using his knee. However, I can assure you that apart from the Bulls, no other opponents will relish the intensity of tonight's game. The safety of our adversaries is not something we overlook. We are not the ruthless Chicago Bulls, willing to forsake all for victory." On the 20th, numerous media outlets across the nation focused their attention on the clash between the Pistons and the Bulls, dubbed the Battle of Auburn Hills. The New York Times headlined, stating, "Based on all available information, this brutal encounter, which resulted in 6 players injured and 4 severely hurt, stemmed from Horace Grant's total disregard for Isaiah Thomas's safety during a block, while Michael Jordan's indifferent attitude toward Thomas's well-being incited the fury that ignited the battle. Valuing the safety of our opponents should be our moral baseline." The Washington Post proclaimed, "Iron Fist confirmed that after Grant kneed Thomas, Michael Jordan told him he didn't mean it. It was normal physical contact, a legal play." Iron Fist disagreed, asserting that one should never completely disregard an opponent's safety for the sake of an offensive or defensive maneuver. Jordan may have claimed it was a permissible action, yet behaviors that overlook the safety of opponents ought to be condemned. The Detroit Workers Daily reported that Iron Fist severely injured Cartwright and John Paxson in a single game, resulting in BJ's exit due to injury. Labeling him as the league's most notorious villain, the most detestable bad boy, deserving expulsion from the league, he should return to the hockey rink. The Chicago Daily congratulated the NBA and Michael Jordan, heralding the resurgence of the Bad Boy Legion, now led by a formidable new leader, dubbed Ashtray by the press. The Detroit Sports Report announced the birth of the new Bad Boy Legion, while the Los Angeles Times noted that the gambling king, Michael Jordan, only cared about winning, indifferent to whether his opponents lived or died. The Philadelphia Daily remarked that the Bulls had reactivated the Bad Boy Legion, heralding a fierce competition in the East. In Detroit, the atmosphere was jubilant, as if celebrating a festival. After being swept in last year's Eastern Conference Finals and enduring a violent locker room incident, the Pistons had finally clawed their way back from the abyss, even rising above the former Bad Boy Legion to claim the moral high ground. The previous enemies of the Bad Boy Legion, once public enemies, were now celebrated as the dragon had fallen, and the entire league cheered. Jordan emerged as the Dragon Slayer, his reputation soaring, while the assassin's status plummeted. However, after last night's game, They discovered the positions of the Pistons and Bulls had reversed. Fans, witnessing the media's frenzied condemnation of the Bulls and Jordan, were ecstatic. Joe Kwon's reputation soared among Detroit fans. "I must vote for Iron Fist. He deserves an all-star spot." On this day, many Detroit fans changed their allegiance, previously favoring the assassin at point guard, but with his injury likely sidelining him from the All-Star game. Joe Kwon had become their best choice. Bang! In a Detroit hotel, a sleepless Jordan brooded, agitated as he perused the newspapers at the dining table. Glancing at the headlines without reading the articles, he grew furious, slamming his fist on the table and startling those around him. He had become the villain, the ashtray, the moral miscreant, while the bad boy legion he had vanquished had transformed into moral exemplars. Yet, in truth, no one had been harmed by his hand. While 3 of his teammates lay fallen at Iron Fist's feet, with nowhere to vent his frustration, he fixated on Pippen, the very individual who had contributed to his new nickname. With bloodshot eyes fixed on Pippen, Jordan roared, "Damn it, did you leak this to the media? Who gave you the right to speak? Is it your place to meddle in my affairs, you idiot?" Pippen recoiled, burying his face in his plate, while the other players sat trembling at the table, resembling quaking quails. In New York, David Stern awoke, startled as he flipped through a stack of newspapers before breakfast. What on earth happened? Now regretting his early bedtime after feeling unwell the previous day, he had succumbed to medication and gone to sleep before 8. Hawk. What transpired last night between the Bulls and Pistons? He hastily contacted his special assistant, Hawk Houston, for clarification. "Mr. President, last night's game between the Bulls and Pistons resulted in 6 injuries, with Isaiah Thomas, Grant, Cartwright, and Paxson suffering severe injuries. The latter might be sidelined for half a month to 2 months, while B.J. Armstrong and John Sally incurred minor injuries that won't affect their upcoming games," Hawk Houston reported. Stern sat in stunned silence for several seconds before finally responding. "What happened? Was there a fight?" "No, no fight. It was all within the rules," Hawk Houston clarified. "How could it be so severe?" Stern inquired, perplexed. Houston summarized the situation, concluding, "By the rules, none of it qualifies as a flagrant foul. Even including Joe Kwon's drive that broke Paxson's ribs, which wasn't even considered a foul, yet the situation is indeed critical." "Have they filed any appeals?" Stern asked. "No, neither the Bulls nor the Pistons have," Houston replied. He then added, "Mr. President, there are 2 troubling aspects currently." "Go on," Stern urged calmly. Houston continued. "First, the issue with Michael Jordan. Joe Kwon has accused him of disregarding the safety of his opponents. The media reaction has been immense, with many outlets criticizing him and even resurrecting his gambling controversies for sensational coverage. If this public outcry continues, Michael Jordan's reputation could sink to depths even worse than Isaiah Thomas's current standing." Stern felt a headache coming on. The bad boy legion had become a relic of the past. Jordan was his marquee player, the icon he aimed to promote. What could he do? Thomas had merely acquired a reputation for bullying newcomers, but Jordan's situation represented a loss of humanitarian values, a fundamentally different issue. Iron Fist, he grimaced at the thought of Joe Kwon. He had once admired Joe Kwon for reconciling with Thomas and persuading O'Neal to re-enter the draft, stabilizing the NBA's foundation. He perceived Joe Kwon as a wise young man with a grand vision. Yet, after injuring the mailman and now stirring up such a tempest, he threatened to obliterate the brand he sought to create. How could he continue to admire him amidst this conflict of interest? At this moment, Houston remarked, the second issue concerns the style of play. The league must stand in support of Joe Kwon's statements. Otherwise, it undermines our very foundation. In our games, players should not disregard or neglect the safety of their opponents. This represents a moral baseline for society and life. Regulations should never transcend this threshold. What I mean is that the law serves merely as a moral baseline, and rules are merely extensions of that moral foundation. Mr. President, on this matter, I endorse Joe Kwon's remarks. I concur, Stern responded without hesitation. Houston continued, Joe Kwon publicly committed last night at the post-game press conference that, apart from the Bulls, the Pistons would not replicate the intensity displayed in last night's game. Mr. President, this attitude is commendable. I still believe he is a young man with a remarkable perspective and a high moral standard. Of course, he can be vindictive. After Grant injured Thomas, he retaliated by injuring 4 Bulls players. Such a temperament can be quite vexing, and it will undoubtedly lead to various troubles in the future. Stern nodded thoughtfully. Joe Kwon's public commitment rekindled his admiration. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Hawk, Prepare an official press conference based on Joe Kwan's statements to convey our stance to the public. Understood, sir, Hawk replied. After a few more instructions, Stern ended the call. He began to ponder the implications of the Pistons and Bulls situation. Joe Kwan had promised not to replicate the intensity in other games. But the match against the Bulls posed a different concern. Otherwise, they might face a tragic incident akin to player fatalities in football. This issue demanded resolution. Darling, I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall forego breakfast, he thought, hastily departing his home and heading to headquarters, where he instructed his assistant to retrieve the schedules for the Bulls and Pistons, all while ordering breakfast for himself. Upon reviewing the schedule, he was taken aback to discover that the third regular season game between the two teams was on the 24th, leaving him only a few days to address this pressing issue. At 9 o'clock, the NBA's official press conference commenced, with David Stern in attendance. Before numerous media outlets, he declared, "The NBA vehemently opposes on-court violence. We have always prioritized the safety of our players, and we will not allow the NBA to devolve into a league akin to the NFL or NHL. Here, I solemnly pledge to exert every effort to mitigate court violence, and we will ensure that our players understand the importance of respecting the safety of their opponents." In making this statement, he subtly criticized the NFL and NHL. However, he refrained from praising Joe Kwan, as Joe had injured 3 Bulls players during the previous night's altercation, making it difficult to offer commendation. He also chose not to publicly criticize Michael Jordan, not wishing to undermine him. After the press conference, he returned to his office and immediately called Jordan. At that moment, Jordan was preparing his luggage as the Bulls were heading to the airport. Upon receiving Stern's call, he sensed trouble. "Michael, you have always been rational and wise, but last night, you greatly disappointed me," Stern said gravely. Jordan retorted angrily, "Mr. Stern, I did nothing wrong. I did not injure anyone. It was Iron Fist who hurt several of my teammates. He is distorting my words, slandering me, and attempting to ruin my reputation. Yet, the entire world is condemning me. What fault do I bear? If I am at fault, it is for being somewhat impulsive in defending Grant, as I failed to acknowledge that Iron Fist's block on Grant was incorrect. You know, Mr. Stern, I have always believed that the safety of our opponents is paramount, even above winning or losing, and I would never compromise that, not even in the finals. This is the most fundamental moral principle of humanity, which I have never denied and have always upheld. I was merely a bit impulsive, but Iron Fist is the real troublemaker." "Enough, let me speak," Stern interrupted. "Michael, I must say that Joe Kwan's wisdom surpasses yours. He handled the unexpected events on the court with greater composure and seized the opportunity to profit from them. He exploited the weaknesses in your statements and took the moral high ground to condemn you. You are currently in a very passive position. If you do not rectify the situation immediately, I cannot guarantee your standing." "That insidious scoundrel," Jordan groaned in frustration. Stern added, "You would be wise to publicly admit your mistakes immediately. As for the specifics, you can discuss them with the team and your agent." After hanging up, a frustrated Jordan prepared to take a cold shower to calm his nerves when his mobile phone rang again. It was his agent, David Falk. "Michael, this situation is quite troublesome. I know, Stern is pressuring me to publicly admit my mistakes." "What mistakes?" "It is all that scoundrel's fault. He is setting me up," Jordan shouted. "Calm down, Michael. If this situation is not handled well, you will find yourself in a more precarious position than the assassin. You will become the villain, while Iron Fist and the Pistons will be hailed as heroes," Falk urged loudly from the other end. "Tell me what I should do." Jordan gritted his teeth. "Just follow Mr. Stern's advice. Hold a press conference to publicly state your position. You can say it was merely a slip of the tongue. Joe Kwan misunderstood your intentions. You must acknowledge that you agree with and support Joe Kwan's statements regarding the safety of opponents," Falk suggested. "Damn, I will not forgive that scoundrel." The Bulls postponed their departure from Detroit. After discussions with management, Jordan held a press conference at 11 a.m. Facing dozens of media representatives, he stated, "I sincerely apologize. My intentions were not as Iron Fist interpreted. You all know that during the game, I did not have the opportunity to accurately convey my thoughts, which led to Iron Fist's misunderstanding. I do not believe that neglecting the safety of opponents is acceptable. We must prioritize the safety of our opponents. The rules are not our baseline. Morality is our true foundation. I have never caused harm to any adversary. This has been true in the past, as you are well aware, and it shall remain so in the future, I assure you." This serves as a signal, indicating that Jordan has conceded. However, the media's narrative did not swiftly shift, continuing its critique of Jordan. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan's agent, Roger Phillip, seized this opportunity, reaching out to every accessible media outlet and journalist, as well as some minor sponsors associated with Zhou Quan, in hopes of cultivating an image of moral integrity for him. In a single match, 3 players suffered injuries under Zhou Quan's influence, and he even broke the rib of a postal worker. Thus, he too bears a considerable amount of negative press. Yet, at present, the media's attention is predominantly fixated on Jordan for sensational purposes. Should Jordan's stance change, the media's scrutiny might well redirect towards Zhou Quan, compelling him to utilize this opportunity to mitigate, if not eradicate, the negative perceptions surrounding him. The All-Star voting is currently underway, and he aspires to leverage this moment to assist Zhou Quan in securing a spot in the All-Star game. Concurrently, within a 25-story edifice in Los Angeles, Skechers is convening a meeting, presided over by the company's founder, Mark Nason. This nascent company has yet to diversify its footwear styles, with basketball shoes being among them. Given the company's current capacity, Nason lacks the resources to sign high-profile athletes. Thus, he seeks opportunities among lesser-known players. Initially, he had set his sights on Zhou Quan, a relatively prominent NCAA player from UCLA. Although not American, he has garnered a certain level of recognition in Los Angeles, and Nason intended to offer him a cash contract for an exclusive line of shoes. However, last night's match revealed Zhou Quan's formidable presence, exuding a potent personal style that rivals Jordan's charisma. This distinctiveness is the wellspring of creativity and the very soul of a brand, rendering it an essential factor. The Iron Fist's unique style and allure, given the right time to flourish, could potentially elevate a brand. In the contest against Jordan, the Iron Fist emerged victorious. This match sparked thoughts of Nike's and Jordan's audacious partnership, igniting a sense of opportunity, an occasion to take a calculated risk. Hence, today's meeting was convened to finalize the company's inaugural signature shoe contract. On the afternoon of the 20th, Zhou Quan received a surprising phone call. "Mr. Stern, to what do I owe the pleasure?" he inquired cautiously. David Stern replied, "Zhou, I earnestly hope you can embody the moral exemplar that is Joe Dumars. Can you help me realize this aspiration?" Zhou Quan earnestly remarked, "Sir, in truth, this is also my aspiration. Who wouldn't wish to be a noble individual? Thus, whatever actions I have taken that you find objectionable were not intended. I was compelled." Stern, on the other end of the line, fell silent for a moment before responding. "Very well, Zhou. I hope the game between the Pistons and the Bulls can return to its regular state, and you shall be rewarded. As long as the Bulls prioritize our safety, I believe I can agree, and my teammates will concur as well. They are all good individuals." Zhou Quan smiled and replied, "Indeed, you are a young man with a broad perspective and ample wisdom. Zhou, I foresee you becoming a leader for the Pistons, an influential figure within this league." Stern said with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words." That afternoon in Los Angeles, in the office of Rog Phillip, the phone rang. "Hello. This is Rog Phillip's office." "Hello, Mr. Phillip, this is..." The call was from Mark Nason, the president of SkyEck, and the two engaged in conversation. "What?" Phillip was taken aback, unable to believe what he had just heard. Nason on the other end continued, "Yes, Mr. Phillip, you heard correctly. We are offering Zhou Quan a signature sneaker contract, a 5-year term at $2 million annually. Of course, the contract includes additional performance incentives that will require negotiation. I trust you understand. I hope you and Mr. Zhou will consider our offer seriously. We have high hopes for his future and wish to commence formal negotiations soon." All right. After hanging up, Phillip excitedly pumped his fist, eager to inform Zhou Quan immediately. He never anticipated that a newly established company would extend such an offer for a signature sneaker contract to Zhou Quan. It was almost unbelievable. To his knowledge, Nike was currently in negotiations with the top draft pick, Shaquille O'Neal, but they were reluctant to offer him a signature sneaker deal, and the discussions were going poorly. Yet now, Zhou Quan had such an opportunity, and the contract was substantial, $10 million over 5 years, undoubtedly a significant deal. With no game scheduled for the Pistons over the next few days, Zhou Quan took the time to rest at home, though he maintained his daily strength training regimen. "Zhou." "Rog? Oh, you didn't inform me. Has something happened?" "Come in quickly." At 3 in the afternoon, Phillip rushed from Los Angeles to Detroit, arriving directly at the private training facility rented by Zhou Quan, startling him. "Hello, Hughes." "Greetings, Rog." Upon entering, Phillip exchanged pleasantries with the trainer, Sweldon. "I have a surprise just for you." The training room was quite modest. Sweldon assisted in bringing over a chair. Once seated, Phillip beamed with delight. "Can you guess what it is?" Joe Kwan presented Philip with a bottle of water, and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "Could it be that there is good news regarding the sneaker contract? Is there a company willing to offer me an exclusive sneaker cash contract?" Philip's smile faded, replaced by a wry grin as he replied, "You are simply too astute. It diminishes my sense of accomplishment." At this juncture, a look of excitement once again graced his face, and he said, "However, Joe, you are mistaken. It is not a cash contract." "What? That's impossible," Joe Kwan exclaimed, taken aback. "Beyond a cash contract, the only thing left is a signed sneaker contract. But could that truly be the case? You have not miscalculated. It is indeed a signed sneaker contract. Exciting, isn't it?" "Haha," Philip exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What?" Swilden, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Joe Kwan murmured, "Have they lost their minds?" Philip took a generous sip of water before chuckling. "The other companies remain unchanged. As you should know, they are only willing to offer a standard cash contract. However, Skechers previously expressed a willingness to provide you with an exclusive sneaker cash contract, which you are aware of. Yet, this time they have surprised us, a tremendous surprise. Following your match with Jordan, they contacted me yesterday, eager to initiate formal negotiations." "Roger, how substantial is the contract?" Joe Kwan inquired, his excitement palpable. 5 years, quite substantial." Philip replied, setting down his water bottle and raising his right index finger, his expression brimming with mystery and enthusiasm. "And this is merely the opening offer. We should be able to negotiate further." $1 million? Swilden interjected, his face reflecting envy. Upon hearing the figure of $1 million, Philip immediately displayed disdain, casting a disapproving glance at Swilden. 10 million. Swilden gasped, nearly biting his own tongue in astonishment. How could such a substantial contract be possible? Joe Kwan, too, never anticipated that one day a sneaker company would present him with such a contract. Philip exclaimed with excitement, "They are taking a gamble. Nike once wagered on Michael Jordan, while Adidas hesitated to do so, and thus Nike triumphed. Now Skechers is bidding on you, especially after you led your team to defeat Jordan's Bulls just 2 days ago." However, his assumption was somewhat misguided. The reason Skechers was willing to extend such an offer was that Mark Nason recognized in Joe Kwan a profound personal style, showcasing the discerning eye of a true designer. Although Joe Kwan was filled with excitement, he maintained his composure and inquired, "Rock, what is your assessment of Skechers' quality?" Upon hearing this, Philip also calmed down and replied, "At present, we have not engaged in formal negotiations. Everything remains at a verbal stage. As for the quality of their footwear, we are unable to evaluate it thoroughly, as they have yet to release any official products. The company has only just been established. Therefore, I must visit their headquarters to assess their research and development capabilities, as well as their laboratory products. They will provide some laboratory samples for you to test. If the quality proves satisfactory, Joe, we must secure a contract with them. This opportunity is exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of obtaining a signature sneaker deal from other companies is virtually non-existent." Joe Kwan could not help but nod. Unless he signed with Skechers, the prospect of securing a contract for signature sneakers seemed unattainable, unless he ascended to the status of an immensely influential superstar, a veritable titan in the realm of basketball. Roger Philip spent a night in Detroit and swiftly returned to Los Angeles the following day, preparing for formal negotiations with Skechers. On that day, the illustrious Magic Johnson, fervently engaged in cocktail therapy, participated in a telephone interview with reporters in Los Angeles, where he spoke of Joe Kwan. "I remain deeply invested in the league and have taken note of the recent contest between the Pistons and the Bulls. I must assert that, as a point guard, Iron Fist, with his formidable weight of 95 kilograms, possesses the capacity to overpower any point guard in the league. He even fractured John Paxson's ribs during a drive to the basket. We can unequivocally state that he is a unique heavyweight point guard in today's NBA. At the point guard position, he wields a distinctive advantage through mismatches, exhibiting a rather audacious style of play. I have reflected on my own attributes in comparison to his. I possess absolute height at the point guard position, while he boasts unparalleled strength. I can exploit height mismatches against any point guard. And he finds himself in a similar predicament. Thus, what I genuinely wish to convey, Jerry, is that you should find a way to trade for him. The Lakers ought to secure his talents. He is a local player in Los Angeles, and we indeed missed an exceptional opportunity. Elvin, it is evident that Iron Fist will continue to improve, and his prowess will only grow. Do you have any advice for other point guards?" A reporter inquired. "Either they must develop greater speed, or they must gain weight to enhance their physicality," Magic Johnson concluded. Greater speed? Increased weight? In the Western Conference, and indeed across the Eastern Conference, nearly all point guards found themselves in a quandary. Enhancing speed has its limitations. They are not Ferraris, after all. As for gaining weight, that too has its constraints. Iron Fist, due to his robust physique, can maintain significant mass without sacrificing agility. Others cannot. Excess weight and muscle can lead to stiffness, compromising their speed and dexterity. Henceforth, the pursuit of speed and weight gain became a source of consternation for Eastern Conference point guards, with some taller guards attempting to add bulk. At this juncture, Philadelphia's performance continued to decline, falling out of the playoff picture. Barkley faced considerable scrutiny, and the management had lost faith in him, leading him to contemplate leaving Philadelphia. One fateful afternoon, he received an unexpected notification from management. He had been traded to the Western Conference and would become a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. What a delightful surprise. This is indeed an unexpected turn of events. The Lakers, having lost their championship aspirations following Magic's sudden retirement, stood to benefit immensely from his presence. With the allure of the Lakers and their financial prowess, a luxurious championship roster could be swiftly assembled, thus reigniting his dreams of a championship title. He promptly gathered friends for a celebratory party, disregarding the impending game, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. Charles, the trade has been halted. Philadelphia has withdrawn from the deal. At 4 p.m., the festivities continued until his agent called. What did you say? The Philadelphia management didn't finalize the trade. They backed out. Are you joking, my friend? No, Charles, this is genuine. They just informed me. Stunned, he momentarily lost his bearings, collapsing onto the floor, the bottle in his hand crashing down beside him. According to reliable sources, Michael Jordan had initially provoked Iron Fist, who retaliated. That evening at 8 p.m., a TNT News segment broke the story that, prior to the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, a confrontation had erupted between Michael Jordan and Joe Kwon, with intricate details that suggested the reporter was an eyewitness. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the league. Bang, bang, bang. Iron Fist, this is far from over. Damn traitor. Upon learning of the news, Jordan, though somewhat prepared, was still incensed, smashing various items in a fit of rage directed at Joe Kwon and the teammate who leaked the information. Before he could fully vent his fury, his home phone and cell phone erupted with calls. Boom. He rushed to grab both the landline and cell, only to hurl them in frustration once more. Meanwhile, in New York, Stern received the report and learned of the unfolding drama. This cannot stand. We must devise a plan to extract Iron Fist from Detroit, preferably to the west. He and Michael are on a collision course, with 5 regular season games and playoffs ahead. Remaining in the East could lead to inevitable clashes. He envisioned a scenario where Jordan was left battered and bruised by Iron Fist, and a seed of thought took root in his mind. However, executing this plan would prove arduous. The Pistons would unlikely acquiesce, and Iron Fist's own stance remained uncertain, necessitating a careful approach. After a 2-day respite in Detroit, the Pistons traveled to Minnesota on the 22nd. Following a victory over the Timberwolves on the 23rd, they hurried to Chicago, where they would face the Bulls on the 24th in a back-to-back matchup. Isaiah Thomas remained in Detroit due to injury, while the lightly injured John Salley traveled with the team. Thomas's condition was dire. This latest injury exacerbated a pre-existing ailment, and team doctors predicted a significant decline in his performance. In the meantime, the atmosphere in Chicago was bleak, as injuries plagued the team, and the media relentlessly scrutinized them. The once celebrated team, which had triumphed over the Dragons in the Eastern Conference Finals the previous year, now found themselves in a dire predicament, while the Pistons stood atop the moral high ground. Fortunately, sponsors like Nike rallied in support, and the league discreetly intervened to improve the situation. But a genuine turnaround would take time. In terms of performance, following their departure from Detroit, the Pistons suffered their first consecutive losses of the season at the hands of the Suns. On the 24th, at the United Center, John Salley bore visible swelling and was not included in the starting lineup. The Bulls, meanwhile, were missing 3 key players, Cartwright, Grant, and Paxson. Although Cartwright and Paxson were merely role players, Grant's absence significantly impacted the team. Most media outlets predicted a Pistons victory on the road, anticipating the Bulls would succumb to a 3rd consecutive loss. Outside the home locker room, general manager Jerry Krause instructed his assistant, when the starters take the court, wait for the visitors to exit before sending Michael and the others out to avoid any encounters. Understood, sir, replied the assistant, who hastily departed. Krause sighed, lamenting that he should have traded up for the draft pick. Had he secured Iron Fist, they would not be in such a predicament today. He was acutely aware of Iron Fist's capabilities, particularly his propensity to instigate conflict, and feared that another encounter with Jordan could lead to dire consequences. In the players' tunnel, the visiting team prepared. Iron Fist, be cautious. They will undoubtedly boo you when you step onto the court. Joe Kwon was the first to step out. Just before he exited, Joe Dumars hurriedly approached him, grasping his arm and offering words of reassurance. Don't worry. Joe nodded and proceeded onward. Hush. The moment he emerged into the corridor, the United Center erupted as if a 12-level tornado had swept through, an unending wave of boos engulfing the atmosphere. Detroit scum, get out of the United Center. F you. He was met with an epic reception. The cacophony of jeers crashed upon him like a tsunami, fingers raised in defiance. Insults rumbling like thunder. 20,000 Bulls fans unleashed their fury upon him, hurling various objects in his direction. In short, he had become the most reviled figure in Chicago, even more so than the bad boys. The pressure of being booed and cursed by 20,000 voices simultaneously is incomprehensible to those who have never experienced it. It is an overwhelming force that could break the will of even the strongest. Chuck Daly, Micah Litch, and Joe Dumars all watched Joe with anxiety, fearing that such an unbearable burden might crush him. Fortunately, Joe's mental resilience was at its peak, his psychological fortitude innate. He took a deep breath, a gentle smile gracing his face, and waved to the fans as he bravely advanced towards the court through the storm of hostility. Let us go, we'll follow. Behind him, Dumars gestured, rallying the others to join. Iron Fist, say something. Several reporters, crossing the line of propriety, rushed forward, thrusting microphones towards him. As he walked, his voice resonated steadily. We are the Detroit Pistons, imbued with resilience, toughness, and an indomitable spirit. We have been strong, and we will be strong again. We shall become even stronger. The jeers from our opponents are our medals of honor. We even crave louder boos, for we fear their disdain is not sufficient, as their courage has already been shattered by us. The reporters, momentarily disoriented, gazed at the Pistons. A team that had previously been swept by the Bulls in the Eastern Conference, now transformed into a sharp blade, its latent ferocity capable of severing an opponent's throat. This team, once regarded as the league's enemy, had undergone a rebirth, all thanks to a rookie. It was not due to the rookie's formidable fists, but rather his unwavering willpower, steadfast spirit, noble character, and unparalleled leadership. Zhang Heli sat in the stands, observing shows surrounded by teammates, marveling at the sight. This young compatriot had assumed the mantle of leadership within just over 2 months. Truly astonishing. This was the NBA, the pinnacle of world basketball. The challenge of becoming a leader in such a league was immense. The Pistons were a 2-time champion team, and Joe, as a rookie, stepping into the role of leader among the bad boys, seemed utterly incredible to him. It was neither through sheer skill on the court. Joe's abilities were still far from sufficient to lead a team, nor was it due to the support of management, as there was no indication that the Pistons front office endorsed his leadership. After the Pistons took the court, the Bulls' 5 starters arrived belatedly. Jordan stood at the entrance of the player tunnel, watching Joe on the court, his eyes flashing with intense animosity. If the assassin had once been his most despised adversary, now it was Joe. 10 minutes later, the game commenced. Trap him, Joe barked, pointing at Jordan. The Bulls were missing 3 key players, severely impacting their rotation and overall strength. Particularly, Grant's absence complicated the execution of their triangle offense, weakening their interior defense significantly. In such a scenario, if they could fully double-team Jordan and restrict his performance, the Pistons, although not at full strength themselves, had a chance to prevail. Indeed, the outcome reflected this strategy. The Pistons triumphed again on the road, concluding the first 3 regular season games with 2 victories and 1 loss. Jordan shot 9 for 28. Facing constant double teams, 9 occasions of triple coverage and 16 instances of double coverage. Each offensive attempt required immense effort, culminating in only 21 points at a shooting percentage of 32.1. In his frustration, Jordan personally defended Joe, which hampered Joe's performance as he managed only 13 points on 35 shooting, but he nonetheless delivered 9 assists, illustrating that while Jordan could limit his scoring, he could not stifle his playmaking. The Pistons boasted a record of 28 wins to 13 losses, achieving a winning percentage of 68.3, still holding 3rd place in the Eastern Conference, trailing only the Bulls and Cavaliers. On the 25th, the Pistons traveled to Boston. This marked Joe's first visit to a city steeped in racial prejudice, the oldest city in America, a center of New England, and the most educated city in the country. inhabited predominantly by older white residents and featuring a scarcity of other ethnic groups. He was aware of some local traditions, for instance, the recently passed Back Bay, Boston's most affluent area, characterized by numerous 19th-century English-style red houses, which were not sold to Chinese residents. Compared to the East, he preferred the West, where development was more recent and white influence was less pronounced, offering a slightly better environment for Chinese residents. On the 26th, the Celtics hosted the Pistons at the Boston Garden, a venue established in 1928, originally named Boston's Madison Square Garden. The Celtics began their tenure there in 1955. Besides the Celtics, the renowned ice hockey team, the Bruins, also utilized this venerable arena, having a closer affiliation with it since its inception. However, the venue had aged significantly and was now on the brink of demolition. This impending closure meant that both the Bruins and the Celtics were contemplating relocation to other cities. Is Larry Bird still on the injury list? Joe Kwon felt a tinge of disappointment. The assassin Thomas had triumphed over the legendary Bird multiple times in the playoffs, even sweeping him on occasion. However, Jordan had suffered 2 first-round exits at the hands of Bird. As a prominent figure of his generation, Joe longed to witness Bird firsthand. This year, Bird had been plagued by injuries, having played only 12 games since the season commenced. Rumors circulated that he might contemplate retirement after this season. Yet, this extraordinary individual remained unfathomable. Whenever he took the court, he averaged an impressive 37 minutes, amassing statistics of 24 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 9 steals, and 7 blocks per game. Could such figures truly belong to someone on the brink of retirement? Currently, the Celtics ranked 4th in the Eastern Conference, just half a game behind the Pistons, a remarkable feat considering Bird's absence, underscoring the Celtics' formidable strength. At 8 o'clock, the home team took to the court, and Joe Kwon spotted Bird, clad in a suit, on the sidelines. He promptly approached him, extending his right hand with a smile, saying, "Larry, it is a pleasure to meet you. Rookie, you've been stirring up quite a ruckus with Michael lately." Larry Bird chuckled as he grasped Joe Kwon's hand. "No one can easily trample us, not even the so-called Black Jesus. Moreover, against the Pistons, he has never been anything but an imposter. He lacks the credentials. Before us, he is destined to struggle, as he has in the past, and I believe it will remain so in the future," he remarked with a smile. Yet, the smile on Larry Bird's face faltered slightly as he turned serious. "Rookie, it is precisely in you that I perceive his shadow. In the past, when Michael Jordan was suppressed by the bad boys, you embody that very spirit, unyielding and relentless." Joe Kwon Song released Bird's hand and remarked, "I apologize, Larry, but I have never been anyone's shadow, nor will I ever become one. Furthermore, as long as the assassin returns, no matter how formidable this Bulls team may be, I believe they cannot suppress us."